One day, spatial portals suddenly appeared on Earth. Since then, the entire world has fallen. Countless people helplessly fell before the monsters. Only a few were able to awaken supernatural abilities. People called them the saviors of humanity, also known as players. Among them, our male lead, the Iron Emperor Lai Huin Guc, an F-rank player, was known as the last savior of humanity. But in the final moments of his life, he discovered that what was frenziedly massacring humanity was not only the monsters, but also the traitors. In this world, traitors are those who sold their souls to the devil and turned around to massacre humanity. And in the final battle, Huin Guc, the last hero of humanity, was defeated by Gordon Precy, the leader of the traitors. Even though he used to be human, after becoming a traitor, he considered himself and his accomplices to be divine beings punishing humanity. At this moment, Huin Guc only wished that if he had known the method to level up earlier, he could have dealt with these traitors by now. But everything was too late. The winner takes all and the loser falls. Precy ordered his underling to impale Huin Guc to death. With male lead plot armor, he didn't die completely, but was reincarnated back to his military enlistment year. At that time, Huin Guc was still just an F-rank private at the AMT firing range. And this time, a notification panel appeared, congratulating him on realizing the method to develop his strength. And that method was to consume metal. The more metal he devoured, the stronger he got, and the weight of the metal he could manipulate would also increase. It was a pity that Huin Guc went back to exactly the time of his enlistment. This was the time when the young man was still just an F rank at the bottom of society. But with his second life, he wouldn't be stupid enough to waste time like his previous life. Now, whenever he saw any metal, he absorbed it all. Not even the practice bullets were spared. But also because of losing some practice bullets, his entire platoon was forced to do outdoor oral drills. After being punished for the whole morning, Huin Guc's platoon was finally allowed to eat. This place discriminated based on ranks, and his platoon was full of F ranks, so they didn't get to eat proper meals either. Their lunch menu today was stir-fried sausage with braised chicken. But who knows how the food was cooked? Even dogs wouldn't eat it. However, before the whole group could eat a single bite, they were picked on by a D-rank guy. He was Osang Guc, a piece of trash in the military. Even though he was only one rank higher, he always liked to act like the boss and bully his subordinates. And today's target was Huin Guc. Before he could even take a bite, he was ordered to go run errands. If the young man retorted, he would be humiliated by Sang Guc in front of everyone. If it was his past life, he would have obediently gone to do it right away. Remembering his miserable appearance in the past, Huin Guc could only feel bitter. Although he knew the method to level up in this life, he couldn't beat up this piece of trash right away at this level. Seeing the guy in front of him just standing there blankly, Sang Guc was furious. He was about to teach the young man some manners. Then Huin Guc quickly flashed a bright smile. He agreed to run errands for him, but on the condition that he had to let the platoon eat lunch first. Seeing the D-rank guy still intending to act arrogant, the young man used his honor to threaten him. He pretended to be worried, teasing him that it would be sad if he got hit with an abuse of power report after being successful. Sang Guc felt it made sense, so he had to let it go and let the F-rank platoon in for lunch. After demanding rights for his comrades, Huin Guc told the deputy to manage everyone. As for him, he found a deserted place with no one around and chewed spoons. To be exact, this young man had stolen all the spoons of the entire platoon and brought them out to eat to level up. Currently, he was able to manipulate 309 G of metal. With every spoon he absorbed, Huin Guc could manipulate an additional 1.25 G of metal. But this much was not enough. If he couldn't find a more abundant source of metal, it would take him a very long time to catch up to the point just before he died. In that case, the end of this world would still be exactly like his previous life. Remembering the events of the past, Huin Guc realized he only had 3 days left to prepare. He definitely had to defeat the level 1 boss monster. Just thinking about this made the young man's whole body thrill. Could it be that a reincarnator like him couldn't handle a level 1 monster? 3 days later, at the Nam Tram Station 1st Battalion, 1st Brigade, Huin Guc was guarding while timing the appearance of the monsters. Looking at his boss's vigilant expression, Deputy Park Run M.O. felt that his boss had been acting a bit strange lately. He was about to speak frankly with his boss when Huin Guc sternly called his name. The young man was still startled when he was ordered by his boss to stay behind and guard the post. The scene shifted to when the male lead went to the spatial rift to welcome the monsters. Looking at this group, they seemed terrifying, but they were all just noob-tier monsters. Other people would run away without their shoes when encountering monsters. Only this young man was so happy his eyes lit up. With a bunch of good stuff right in front of him like this, only an idiot wouldn't farm. Suddenly, the monster that took Huin Guc's knife earlier stood up from the pool of blood. It seemed that because he was still level 1, one knife was not enough to kill it. The bitter monster charged towards the young man. With a slash, the young man lightly skewered the monster's head. After it died, a red piece of steel dropped from the monster's body. And this was Mana Steel. With this thing, Huin Guc could level up faster than ever. So he picked up the piece of steel and ate it under the astonished gazes of the monsters. The Mana Steel not only increased his metal manipulation ability, but his mana was also enhanced after absorbing it. This meant that if Huin Guc absorbed all the items he could get from now on, then farming for fame in this life would be easy. Thinking of that, the young man looked towards the remaining monsters with a gradually immoral smile. Not long before that, at the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion, Namsen Station Guard Post 5, Huin Guc called Run M.O. out separately. The young man acted all mysterious and told his subordinate that he heard the sound of metal moving. Hearing that, Run M.O. was scared and wanted to report to their superiors. With just a few words of psychological manipulation, Huin Guc successfully ordered him to stay behind and guard the post. While he used the excuse of going to check to farm items, he couldn't let the military find this stash. If they knew, all these weapons would fall into their hands. After the scene of Huin Guc eating the Mana Steel that dropped from a monster, the remaining monsters were furious and charged at him all at once. With combat experience from his previous life, the young man easily dealt with this group. Whoever came up, he chopped their head off. The monsters had no way to touch Huin Guc. No matter what dirty tricks they used, they were all sent to the afterlife by him. Seeing this group planning to sneak attack, the young man made mincemeat out of a few more to show off his strength. In front of his burning aura, the remaining monsters were terrified and didn't dare to come up anymore. But Huin Guc still hadn't lowered his guard. These were just small mobs. The thing he really cared about was the boss. It was an extremely cunning monster with the title Goblin Shaman. He knew it was just hiding somewhere around here. Since searching forever would be difficult, Huin Guc decided to take out a piece of Mana Steel dropped from a small mob to lure the boss. And this trick successfully pissed off the boss. With a magic staff, the Goblin Shaman struck directly at his location. From the ground, sharp stone pillars jutted out. However, this didn't make things difficult for Huin Guc at all. He easily dodged and identified the boss's location. But this move of the Goblin Shaman caused some slight tremors. Even some of the officers guarding the post felt it, but the platoon leader just ignored it and went back to sleep. On this side, the pile of sharp stones of the boss impaled a bunch of its own underlings. The monster probably calculated that it was better to kill by mistake than to miss. But in the end, it still missed and killed by mistake. Not only did Huin Guc not die, but he also found its location. Then the young man launched his superpower at the boss. Even though it was a sneak attack, the Goblin Shaman still managed to dodge the young man's move. It was about to turn around and talk trash when it saw him smiling contemptuously. And the knife he had shot out earlier had returned. He thought he could take down the boss just like that. But life wasn't a dream. The Goblin Shaman used its bare hands to catch Huin Guc's superpower knife. As for why it could do that, it was because at this point, the boy's superpower was only at F rank. It turned out that he had lived such a miserable life in the past. Whether he could beat the boss or not was unknown. He just had to talk big to feel good first. Huin Guc raised his gun and provoked the monster. But this young man forgot that behind him were a bunch of bloodthirsty mobs wanting to make mincemeat out of him. Right at this moment, the system reported that he had consumed a large amount of mana in a short period of time. Now he only had 40% mana left. Since things had come to this, he had to take a risk. Huin Guc raised his gun, intending to fight a life-and-death battle with the boss, when suddenly it looked behind him and gave a sinister smile. Not far away, Park Run-mo was walking towards this direction to find him, not giving Huin Guc time to react. The goblin shaman ordered a subordinate to immediately attack Run-mo. The incident happened too fast. The boy only had time to yell loudly, telling his subordinate to get down. After that, the young man continuously fired bullets at the monster and threw a blade at it. But this time, the goblin knocked his blade away. It was about to take advantage of the victory to charge forward when Huin Guc fed it a whole gun to its mouth. While he was busy dealing with the small mob, the boss ran away. By the time the young man realized this, everything was too late. Not only did he not catch the boss in time, but because he accidentally used a gun while dealing with the goblin, the higher-ups found out and ordered the guard post to report. With no other choice, Huin Guc had to report the current situation. Receiving the news, the higher-ups ordered him and the soldiers to return to defend guard post 5. But the young man knew that if he went back now, he would lose everything. The military would send an AMT knight, Lieutenant Seo, on Ha. If she appeared, the outcome would be exactly like his previous life. That woman would easily suppress the goblins and block the portal. After that, the military would come and take away all the drops from the monsters. Among them was a super delicious item. It was a legendary piece of equipment named adamantium. In his previous life, this was the ultimate equipment that made people call Huin Guc the Iron Emperor. If he missed this time, he would have to wait another 4 years for a chance. If that happened again, everything would be no different from his previous life. Thinking of this, the young man determined to get the adamantium before Unha arrived. While Huin Guc was thinking about where the goblins could go, Run-mo just woke up from a daze. The boy was still so scared he almost wet his pants. Then there was news on Huin Guc's radio. Guard Post 6 reported they were being attacked by monsters. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Huin Guc ignored the commander's words and reported that he would go there to support. Ignoring the criticism of his superiors, the young man turned off the mic to head over there. But Run-mo held him back. He was afraid that his friend would be arrested and face martial law if he went out. In the past, he would have been afraid of these things, but now, facing the opportunity to get legendary equipment, what was there to be afraid of? Although he thought so, Huin Guc still used the excuse that Guard Post 6 only had mages or archers. If there was no support, everyone would die. Run-mo still clung to his superior's legs for dear life. The boy was afraid that his friend wouldn't be able to carry the team over there, and they would die together. Huin Guc looked at his subordinate with full confidence. Why do you have to be afraid? I'm not going alone. You have to come with me. Right at that moment, Guard Post 6 sent out a distress signal. A corporal in there had died at the hands of the goblins. Now in the post, there were only 2 people left, still trying to hold on in despair. But the superiors still ordered them to defend the position with their lives. The response team had already been dispatched, so these 2 buddies had no choice but to grit their teeth and hold on. But if the goblins kept going crazy like this, their heads might be smashed in before the rescue arrived. Suddenly, outside, the monsters stopped attacking. The surrounding atmosphere was weirdly quiet. It turned out the goblin shaman boss decided to take action to support its underlings. It summoned a hail of stones crashing directly down on the post. The defense layer was severely damaged. Now, they just needed to take one more layer of stones, and Guard Post 6 would collapse. Thinking of the scene of being caught and tortured by the goblins, one person in the post was so terrified that they even considered suicide, and the boss was about to drop stones again, in a situation hanging by a thread. Archer Park was contacted by Huin Guc. The young man told this person to draw the crossbow, aim at the place with light, then shoot and stand still. Before taking action, he also reminded him that after drawing the crossbow, remember to use a fire attribute skill and aim at the place with light. Although not very trusting facing this situation, Archer Park still raised his crossbow to try. At this moment, he suddenly saw a flash of light in the dark night. It emanated from the lamp on Huin Guc's shoulder. At this time, the young man was tightly holding a goblin. He told his archer friend to focus on aiming. When everything was in range, the young man used his superpower to control the gun's trigger and fired. He timed exactly when the arrow flew and jumped off the monster's body. The goblin couldn't block in time, so it took the entire fire arrow to its body and exploded into pieces. With this tactic, Hwin Guc both saved mana and could quickly clear the monsters. Seeing its underlings being bullied, the goblin shaman threw stones at the young man, but the boy easily dodged. Unlucky for the boss, the person it needed to throw it was not hit, while its underlings lying there doing nothing still got a mouthful of stones. At this time, Hwin Guc called on his archer friend to repeat the combo from earlier. So with just you aim I shoot. With just 2 people they had cleared quite a few goblins, the herd of monsters visibly thinned out. While the 2 of them were fighting like they were on Zoom, the guy Park Run Mo was still cowering on top of a tree. He didn't understand why his superior assigned him the task of finding the location of the goblin shaman. The boy was afraid that as soon as he saw its face, he would be slapped to death by it. Looking down at the battlefield, Run Mo realized his superior had swept away half the herd of monsters. The boy was still spaced out when he suddenly saw a goblin jump up to his spot. He thought this time he was going to meet his ancestors. But the ancestors said no. A knife flew by. Hwin Guc with a bright LED light jumped in. The archer friend aimed, he pulled the trigger, and the monster was blown away. Facing his superior's out-of-this-world handling skills, Run Mo suspected someone was impersonating his boss, because his boss used to be a noob too. Seeing its underlings dying like falling grass, the goblin shaman was very bitter, but it still didn't act. Killing and slashing forever, but still not seeing the boss anywhere. Hwin Guc began to doubt his life. Right at this moment, the system board announced he only had 12% mana left. The young man suddenly realized perhaps the boss deliberately hid until he and his teammates ran out of mana before showing its face. While he was at a loss for what to do, there was a desperate cry for help from Park Run Mo. It turned out the goblin shaman had caught him at some point. It used his life to threaten Hwin Guc. Seeing the boss's smug face, the young man decided to play a trick of his own. He acted deeply, pretending to give up, and threw his knife to the ground, while the goblin shaman was smugly ordering its underlings. He quickly used his superpower to control the gun in Run Mo's hand and fired back at the boss. After that, the young man teleported to the goblin shaman and threw his blade at it. But the cunning monster managed to turn away before the knife arrived. It had a layer of leather armor on its back, so the previous move didn't cause critical damage. At this time, Hwin Guc only had 9% mana left. After playing chase for a while, the young man realized that the goblin shaman was trying to escape through the spatial portal. When the boss was about to reach the portal, he realized the collar on its neck contained steel. So he used his remaining mana to control the collar and drag the monster back. Down to his last 1% of energy, Hwin Guc channeled all his killing intent into the blade and stabbed it straight into the goblin shaman's face. Although he was out of mana, he successfully took down the first boss in this life. After struggling to defeat it, the young man realized how incredibly weak his stamina was in his youth. Just fighting that much left him panting heavily. But before he could rest even a little, suddenly, a brilliant light shot straight up into the sky. It was holy light, the signal indicating that Lieutenant Co. Unha had arrived. So Hwin Guc hurriedly used his bare hands to grope inside the monster's body for loot. Just as he found it, Co. Unha and her teammates arrived. The young man hurriedly swallowed the stone before turning to report to his superior. Fortunately, it seemed they hadn't realized he had snagged good loot. The young man reported himself injured and was placed on a stretcher by his comrades. Meanwhile, Co. Unha observed the surroundings. She discovered that all the monsters here had identical injuries. This proved that among the 4 survivors, there was one person carrying the team and doing all the work. While on the stretcher, the system notified Hwin Guc that he was in the process of absorbing the legendary item Adamantium. It would take him nearly 10 hours to absorb the stone. But because this was an enhancement type item, after finishing with the stone, the young man would have magic skills similar to the enhancement type. Then, the system further notified him that he had gained a rare type skill. He could now detect all metal within the skill's range. Hearing this, Hwin Guc grinned from ear to ear. Seeing this young man covered in injuries yet still smiling broadly, Co. Unha found it strange. However, there were rumors that Guard Post 6 was still under goblin attack, so she had to put her doubts aside and rush over there. On this side, how could Lai Huin Guc not be happy? This skill allowed him to feel the magnetic fields of surrounding metals resonating. With this, the Iron Emperor had returned. A few days after the Goblin attack incident at the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station, everyone was whispering and discussing the case of an F-rank soldier who appeared like a god wielding a blade, slashing the goblins, and saving his comrades. However, many didn't believe it and still thought it was just a ridiculous rumor. After all, in their eyes, F-ranks were all just weaklings. Among those feeling bitter, Osang Guc must be mentioned. He was the D-rank who humiliated Lai Huin Guc in front of everyone the other day. Along with him was the guy known as the Madman, Private Li Won-suk, belonging to the Advanced Specialist Melee Squad. A D-rank approaching C-rank, they were quite bitter, so they turned to bullying our friend Archer Park at Guard Post 6 the other day. These two D-ranks were not willing to let an F-rank like Lai Huin Guc surpass them. It seemed they had malicious intentions toward our male lead. On this side, Lai Huin Guc was called to the battalion commander's office by his superiors to resolve the Goblin incident. Initially, the young man thought if things went smoothly, they would overlook this matter. But life is not a dream. Now he had to face all high-ranking superiors. First was this beautiful girl. She was Lieutenant Seo Anha, known as the Black Knight, B rank. This orange-haired young man was Lieutenant Li Minhee, a mage class, specializing in attacks, C rank. And the most powerful person in the office was this scarred uncle. He was the battalion commander, Major Kim Kong-suk, a cleric class, nicknamed the Mountain King of Namsan, a B-rank player ranked 166th in South Korea. At this moment, the battalion commander sternly questioned Lai Huin Guc for the crime of disobeying orders to delay and intentionally repelling the first wave of the portal. Faced with his expression, the young man was also a bit intimidated. If he said something stupid now, he would be gone for sure. He had to be a bit slick. At the very least, he had to remain a guard soldier. So first of all, Lai Huin Guc still pleaded guilty. Seeing this young man seemingly calm, Kim Kong-suk asked again why he dared to act so recklessly. Because normally an F-rank soldier would have been torn to pieces long ago. Under his overwhelming aura, Lai Huin Guc tried to calm himself down. Because if he panicked and handled this poorly now, his military career would be ruined immediately. So instead of cowering and apologizing, the young man bluntly claimed that the battalion commander had deceived him. The orange-haired guy was shocked by his attitude. He intended to step forward and advise him, but was stopped by Kim Kong-suk. He wanted to hear why a subordinate would think he had deceived him. So Lai Huin Guc clearly repeated the words the battalion commander always emphasized during training. He had said that, no matter how low one's rank was, if everyone applied the Legion's monster strategy, even D ranks or E ranks could fight the tough ones. Based on this sentence, Lai Huin Guc steered the conversation to the Goblin incident. He confidently argued that although he went slightly against the commander's orders, if he hadn't gone to help Guard Post 6, all the personnel there would have lost their lives. So the card of reason was played. Now, to thoroughly manipulate the battalion commander's psychology, Lai Huin Guc played the emotional card as well. The young man mentioned the things he had said, then tactfully praised him as a true soldier, then added how he always respected someone like the battalion commander. Lai Huin Guc fabricated that he always utilized what he was trained in along with his comrades to save others when their lives were in danger. To seal the deal, he even bluffed that the only reason an F rank like him could firmly continue stepping forward was the battalion commander's inspiring words. Because this was Lai Huin Guc, he could be so slick, an ordinary person couldn't pull off this kind of unorthodox trick. The reason he was confident in talking back to him like this was because he knew the battalion commander's biography by heart. Kim Kong-suk, right when he took office as a deputy lieutenant, the portals started opening. He once almost lost his life in the battle with Odd. Even so, this person still unhesitatingly returned to serve the military and became a core member of AMT in its early days. In other words, he was a true soldier. The young man intentionally showed that he treated his words like a creed and risked his life for his comrades. What true soldier could suspend such an ideal subordinate? Just as Lai Huin Guc predicted, Kim Kong-suk walked over, patted his shoulder, and announced he was promoted to non-commissioned officer. At this moment, the system notified him that he had successfully absorbed adamantium and gained a new skill. Lai Huin Jiuxi's stat board appeared. He had now reached D rank. His new skill was that he could use mana to temporarily enhance a part of his body. The mass of metal the young man could control now was 2,558 G. Two pieces of good news coming at once made Lai Huin GUC freeze for 5 seconds. The rest of the people in the room were speechless at the battalion commander's exaggerated expression. The male lead's words not only convinced Kim Kong-suk, but also moved him to tears. At the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station, in the gym, Lai Huin GUC was working out while recalling the bizarre promotion scene in the battalion commander's office earlier. Fortunately, Platoon Commander Lee Min-hee had stepped in to stop the battalion commander's decision in time. Because AMT had never had an F-rank soldier become a non-commissioned officer before. Thanks to that, Lai Huin GUC had time to say he would consider it. Although being promoted was nice, during this period, he didn't want to attract too much attention. But it was too late. The young man had successfully been targeted by those D ranks for a while now. Among them was this guy, Madman Lee Won-suk. He intentionally mocked the weight Lai Huin GUC was lifting. Along with him was Oh-sang GUC's group as well. Whether promoted or not, this bunch would always try their best to find ways to humiliate him. Just getting a little famous, and he was already being publicly bullied. Lai Huin GUC decided to change his mind. You guys want to bully me? I'll make you the brightest stars tonight. So the young man issued a challenge for a duel with Madman Won-suk. The whole bunch in the gym were completely dumbfounded by this challenge. That night, a whole crowd of people gathered to watch Lai Huin GUC solo with the Madman. With an opponent a whole rank below him, Won-suk was confident he would completely thrash our male lead without missing a beat. Meanwhile, the personnel in AMT were welcoming someone with a special status. That was Warrant Officer Cho Myung-ho. He was the tactical training officer of the Black Tiger Unit. The Black Tiger Unit was AMT's elite special forces unit. Other than the unit's name, everything else was a national secret. He came here wanting to witness with his own eyes the person expected to become a sword saint, Choi Jan-jun. He was currently AMT's ace. But unfortunately, that person had already taken leave. Not wanting to offend the warrant officer, the welcoming officer introduced Cho Myung-ho to someone considered the ace of the next generation, Madman Won-suk. As it happened, he was currently in a duel, returning to the solo match. Lai Huin GUC easily dodged the Madman's consecutive attacks. Even when cornered against the wall, he could still dodge his fatal blow, circle behind, and provoke him back. Right at this moment, the welcoming officer brought Warrant Officer Cho Myung-ho to watch the match. Unlike everyone else's excitement, he didn't highly evaluate Won-suk's attacks. Although every blow struck like thunder, if it didn't hit the opponent, what was the point? The welcoming officer beside him didn't think so. He thought the Madman was holding back, which was why it looked like that. Even the people watching the match thought so. They shouted, demanding Won-suk to fight seriously. However, only this Madman knew he was trying to punch so hard he was sweating bullets, but he just couldn't land one. For some reason, his body felt as heavy as lead. Moving was hard enough, let alone fighting. And of course, this was Lai Huin GUC's handiwork. With his metal manipulation ability, he controlled Won-suk's shoes, making him feel like he was moving in a swamp. Unable to bear it any longer, the Madman signaled SOS. He admitted his legs weren't feeling right, so he acted like he wanted to stop the match. But having already provoked him, there was no way he could slip away so easily. Lai Huin GUC deliberately provoked him, being mocked by an F rank. How could a D rank like him take it? Won-suk went crazy, then used the body enhancement skill and transformed into a madman. Down below, Warrant Officer Cho Myung-ho was quite surprised by the match's development. If body enhancement was used, how could it still be called a duel? But what impressed him more was that the opponent on the other side didn't flinch at all. These two fighting looked like an angry bull battling a leopard intentionally hiding its fangs to wait for the right moment. It had been a long time since he saw such an interesting match. Seeing the warrant officer's happy expression, the welcoming officer thought he was satisfied with Won-suk, so he tried hard to PR for him. Returning to the match, after the body enhancement, the madman's speed increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he threw a thunderous punch toward Lai Huin-Guc. The whole arena erupted at his punch. Everyone thought this punch would be a one-hit kill. In reality, after one Suk threw that punch, his hand also felt like it was falling apart. He felt like he had just punched solid steel, not a person anymore. The reason he felt that way was because Lai Huin-Guc had managed to use the iron body skill in time to turn his hands into steel. He flashed a gradually wicked smile, then continued to provoke the madman. Li Won-suk grew furious. He didn't even bother to think about the reason and just jumped up to attack the young man. He easily dodged his move and turned to counterattack. Lai Huin-Guc turned his leg into steel, then kicked straight at his supporting leg. Although using this move on a D-rank guy was a bit of a waste for those who strutted around just because they had some power like this, if they weren't taught a lesson, they would never stop being stupid. After the madman fell, Lai Huin-Guc punched him without missing a single hit. A huge madman was now being beaten by an F rank, like a father beating his son. Unlike everyone's astonishment, Warrant Officer Cho Myung-ho was very satisfied with this development. He hadn't guessed wrong. That seemingly weak F rank was the true beast. Now, he just wanted to see how this leopard would cut off the opponent's windpipe and end the game. On the arena, Lai Huin-Guc was suddenly counterattacked. One Suk had tightly grabbed his collar. With a bruised face, he bitterly lifted him high and intended to smash him to the ground. Hanging by a thread, Lai Huin-Guc managed to twist his body in time and used both legs to tightly clamp onto the madman's arm. If he smashed down to the ground now, his arm would be gone. Wadang opfiso tomyung ho highly evalut li huinguk situtan hanling. He hadn't expected an F-rank soldier to be able to use the iron body skill. The reason he felt that way was because Lai Huin-Guc had managed to use the iron body skill in time to turn his hands into steel and react so quickly. But the problem was with a madman in the body enhancement state. That clamping hold usually wouldn't succeed. On the arena, one Suk dropped to one knee. He intended to use his remaining hand to punch Lai Huin-Guc, but the young man used force to bend one of his fingers. The madman, in pain, had to release the hand grabbing the collar. Although his other hand still swung over because he had lost his center of gravity, the move missed. Taking this opportunity, Lai Huin-Guc twisted his body from the armbar position. He used both his hands to tightly choke one Suk's neck from behind. Down below, Warrant Officer Cho Myung-ho was very pleased with this development. The leg choke earlier might have failed, but with this hold, pressing hard on the carotid artery would pose a danger because the madman only focused his body enhancement on muscle enhancement. Up here, after tightly choking one Suk's neck, Lai Huin-Guc smiled happily and trash-talked in his face. Thought a D rank would be something. Turns out it's only this much. The more the madman struggled, the tighter the young man's arm squeezed. At this point, even 10 madman buffs might barely be enough to escape, because Lai Huin-Guc had already enhanced his arm into steel. Below the ring, seeing the match's development getting more and more intense, the crowd of onlookers started clamoring. They advised Oh Sang-Guc to go up and stop the two on the ring. But with his cowardly nature, he only stood and watched, not daring to go up. Right at this moment, Lai Huin-Guc dedicated a loving gaze to him. This guy who specialized in stirring up trouble had to be given a little warning to wise up. Returning to the match, one Suk realized it seemed like he was about to lose, but he was unwilling to accept it. To be known as the ace of the next generation and lose to an F rank, what was the point anymore? The madman went berserk. He used all his remaining power to execute a second body enhancement. Down below, Warrant Officer Cho Myung-ho was also a bit surprised by this development. For a D-rank player to be able to enhance twice was quite fearsome. But if he couldn't escape that chokehold, enhancing 10 more times would still be the end of him. He was looking forward to the outcome of this solo match. Who was the chicken and who was the grain here? Under one Suk's maddened state, Lai Huin-Guc increased the power of his body enhancement, still desperately holding onto his neck in a death grip. Finally, the madman couldn't bear it and collapsed onto the floor. The final winner was Lai Huin-Guc. The young man stood arrogantly over one Sook's body. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. All they could do was go up and check if that madman was still alive. He had only fainted for a bit, not completely kicked the bucket yet. After the battle, only his friend Park Run Mo hurriedly ran over with a towel to congratulate Lai Huin Jiusi. But at this moment his attention was caught by another. The young man suddenly noticed Oh Sang Jiusi's guilty expression. Before, he bullied him terribly, but now this guy didn't even dare to look him straight in the eye. Suddenly, Warrant Officer Cho Myung-ho walked over and asked for his name. After a moment of introductions and exchanging names, he held out a business card and invited him to the Black Tiger Special Operations Unit. Lai Huin Jiusi bluntly stated that he was just an F-rank player. However, the warrant officer didn't think these ranks mattered. What was important was that he highly evaluated the young man's combat ability. Although this job was quite sweet, Lai Huin Jiusi didn't want to accept it immediately right now, because later on, when confronting the villainous army, he would end up being kept in the special forces anyway. So for now, it was better to keep some distance. Thinking so, the young man accepted Warrant Officer Cho Myung-ho's business card and said he would think about it later. Not far away, the D-rank Oh Sang Jiusi watched Lai Huin Jiusi's achievements with envy. Afterward, Warrant Officer Myung-ho met with Battalion Commander Kim Kong-suk. He complained to his old friend about the Black Tiger Unit's manpower shortage. The battalion commander sympathized with him. These days, outside guilds snapped up practically every C-rank player they could find. AMT devoted itself to training talented people, only for outsiders to take them all away. His battalion was in the same boat, but sympathy was one thing. You know perfectly well that you're here for our ace, Staff Sergeant Choi Run. Warrant Officer Myung-ho did not deny it, but he had also discovered an intriguing new soldier. That soldier was none other than Lai Huin Jiusi, the recently prominent F-rank player and our protagonist. After returning from his solo battle, Huin Jiusi went running outside to improve his stamina. Trailing behind him was Park Run Mo, who kept chasing him and begging for advice on how to become stronger. Huin Jiusi was left speechless. He could not even go for a peaceful run anymore. The two ended up playing a game of chase, unaware that Battalion Commander Kim Kong-suk was observing them nearby. He ordered someone to investigate what Huin Jiusi had done before enlisting. Sorry, kid, I don't want to pry into your affairs, but you're so strong that you've stirred up other people's greed. I have no other choice. Elsewhere, on a street corner in Itaewon, a child shopping for bread with his mother suddenly spotted a monkey running past. Driven by childish curiosity, the boy followed the monkey into an alley. But it was no monkey. It was a monster that had emerged from a portal that had opened there unnoticed. Back at AMT, Seo Unha was leading Huin Jiusi to the armory to select an item. After the goblin incident, Kim Kong-suk had acknowledged his contribution and followed orders by rewarding him with a weapon and granting him leave. However, he still did not believe Huin Jiusi had repelled the portal's first wave alone. After hearing Seo Unha explain this, Huin Jiusi was not surprised. No matter which life he was living, the battalion commander was always difficult. Seeing how indifferent he appeared, Seo Unha thought he was rather arrogant. She bluntly told him what she had discovered on the battlefield that day. Every goblin from the portal had been killed by an identical sword strike, which meant that one guard had stopped the first wave alone. Seo Unha wanted to test whether Huin Jiusi was that person. However, he seemed uninterested. He pulled an old sword from the pile of weapons and said he wanted it. Seeing how battered it was, Seo Unha assumed he had chosen it just to get the matter over with. Unfortunately, she was overthinking it. Huin Jiusi had a reason for choosing this sword. It was called the Cloud Sword. Its sole ability was to absorb water and create a mist that obscured the enemy's vision. It might have looked worthless, but in Huin Jiusi's previous life, Staff Sergeant Choi Run had used this sword to earn the title of Sword Saint. The sword's true name was the Cloud Master's Hidden Blade. In the mythology of Dangun, 3 weather deities descended to the mortal world alongside Hwanung, the Lord of Wind, the Master of Rain, and the Master of Clouds. The Master of Clouds performed many great deeds with the sword known as his Hidden Blade. The Cloud Master's hidden blade meant a blade concealed within the clouds. In other words, lightning. By unlocking its full potential, its wielder could harness the power of lightning, making it strong enough to raid a medium-sized monster dungeon alone. Combined with Huin Jiuxi's metal ability, steel and lightning were the perfect match. In his previous life, this weapon had belonged to Choi Run, but this time Huin Jiuxi intended to claim it first. Seo Anha still could not understand Huin Jiuxi's choice. His achievements were extraordinary, so why would he choose such a fragile-looking sword? He had no intention of explaining. As they spoke, an emergency alarm suddenly announced a portal incident in Itaewon. Seo Anha found Huin Jiuxi's expression strange. An ordinary person would have been startled by the alarm, but he remained calm, as though he had known this would happen. A woman's intuition truly should not be underestimated. In Itaewon, a group wearing gleaming white armor and carrying expensive modern weapons stood guard near the portal. They belonged to the Manhwa Guild. Their armor was so extravagant that selling a single suit would be enough to buy a building in Gangnam. With its unprecedented luxury and splendor, the Manhwa Guild had become an ideal destination for players. Many Durang soldiers even planned to join the guild after completing their military service. Meanwhile, Huin Jiuxi was taking attendance for the squad under his command. Once everyone was accounted for, he began briefing them on their mission. This time, they needed to repel a kobold portal. Even the smaller monsters could inflict unusually heavy casualties because they primarily attacked with poison needles and toxic gas. Seeing Run Mo roll up his sleeves, Huin Jiuxi immediately warned him that a single poisoned kobold needle would kill him. Huin Jiuxi then instructed the entire team to prepare gas masks for emergencies. Several Durang players began mocking them, hurling insult after insult at Huin Jiuxi's squad. Huin Jiuxi used the last of his goodwill to advise them to prepare gas masks, but they refused to listen. Rather than waste time arguing with those immature fools, he turned around, rallied his team, and continued assigning tasks. He ordered them to attach motion sensors to every sewer and narrow passageway. The squad had 20 minutes to complete the task. Before they began, Huin Jiuxi called Run Mo aside to give him special instructions. Looking at his friend's clueless expression brought old memories rushing back. In his previous life, Huin Jiuxi had not assembled the entire team this early. Because they knew nothing about the enemy, his team arrived late, and the moment they finally assembled, a poisoned needle struck him in the neck. Numerous canisters of toxic gas were then thrown down. Before his team could do anything, the gas weakened them. A horde of kobolds then leaped down and slaughtered them. Paralyzed by the poison, Huin Jiuxi lay helplessly on the ground. Before he could think of a solution, he encountered the boss. The creature enjoyed collecting its victims' eyes and stringing them into necklaces. At the critical moment, Run Mo rushed forward to save him. Run Mo even tried to give Huin Jiuxi his gas mask, but Huin Jiuxi saw the boss charging at them with a knife. He was forced to watch his best friend die before his eyes, unable to do anything. In this life, Huin Jiuxi was determined to protect his comrades. He therefore gave Run Mo a secret mission. As soon as the combat signal was transmitted, Run Mo was to lead every member of the squad out of the combat zone. Run Mo froze in fear after hearing this. It sounded no different from armed desertion. If they were caught deserting, they would all face criminal charges and spend at least 5 years in prison. However, Huin Jiuxi firmly insisted that this was a tactical maneuver, not desertion. Meanwhile, numerous areas of Itaewon had already fallen. Gamma Team had been completely wiped out during the initial stage of Operation Red. A short while later, Beta Team discovered a kobold nest in Area 2, Sector B9. That single nest contained 200 monkey-like monsters. Relying on their combat experience, Beta Team advanced into the heart of the nest. The assault team then assumed a defensive formation and activated magical circles beyond their shields. When the monkey-like monsters drew near, the magical circles unleashed torrents of fire. Meanwhile, Huin Jiuxi continued directing everyone as they installed the sensors. At that moment, platoon leader Manhwa approached him. When he learned that Huin Jiuxi was not only installing sensors, but also marking them with aluminum tape, he criticized the method for being too expensive. Manhwa failed to understand Huin Jiuxi's intentions and assumed he was merely trying to compete with the Manhwa Guild. Despite being his subordinate, Huin Jiuxi refused to back down and raised his voice as he explained himself. The platoon leader was not pleased. Manhwa also raised his voice and snapped at Huin Jiuxi. GUC. As the atmosphere grew tense, a beautiful pink-haired woman ran over to see what was happening. She was Sergeant Choi Sun-ha, a C-rank healing mage and the current commander of the support unit. She was also Min-hai's crush. Min-hai immediately wrapped an arm around Hwin Jiusi's shoulders and began chatting with her with a broad smile. Sun-ha then informed Hwin Jiusi that the battalion commander had summoned him. Not far away, Seo Eun-ha and her sniper team were keeping watch from a rooftop. She was paying particularly close attention to Hwin Jiusi. Even after speaking with Sun-ha for some time, Hwin Jiusi could not understand what the battalion commander wanted. Why summon him in the middle of such a critical situation? However, as an ordinary soldier, he could not disobey a military order. He went to the temporary command post to meet Kim Kong-suk. The battalion commander was not alone. Warrant Officer Myung-ho was also there, the man who had invited Hwin Jiusi to join the Black Tiger unit after his solo battle against the Berserker. After they exchanged salutes, Kim Kong-suk bluntly stated that he wanted to test Hwin Jiusi. Choi Zon-jun, considered AMT's ace, was currently on leave. The battalion commander wanted Hwin Jiusi to temporarily take command of 1st Platoon and carry out a mission supporting the assault on the portal. For the first time across both of his lives, Hwin Jiusi understood what it felt like to receive an honor beyond his expectations. His demanding superior had suddenly offered him an incredibly rare opportunity for promotion. However, Hwin Jiusi cared little about rank. He only wanted to save his comrades. After considering it, Hwin Jiusi flatly refused Kim Kong-suk, saying that he did not want to endanger the lives of 1st Platoon's members. He even raised his voice and declared that this was not a routine training exercise, but a real combat situation. The battalion commander responded with a single, unwavering statement: "This is an order." Amid the tension, an emergency report suddenly arrived from Delta Team. The Kobold boss had left its nest, and the evacuation zone had to be raised from Phase 2 to Phase 3. Hearing this, Hwin Jiusi realized that the monkey-like monsters would soon attack the support unit. If he did not leave immediately, the rear defensive line would be breached. Although he did not want to resort to this method, the situation was too urgent. He decided to say something to the battalion commander. The scene shifted to Seo Eun-ha. While observing from above, she suddenly spotted Hwin Jiusi sprinting toward the support unit. As he ran, he shouted a warning about the gas, but he was too late. Numerous gas canisters fell from above, blanketing the entire area and obscuring all visibility. Hwin Jiusi realized that the gas attack had come much earlier than in his previous life. Back at the temporary command post, Hwin Jiusi had chosen to reopen one of the battalion commander's old wounds. He brought up the incident in which Kim Kong-suk had lost every member of his unit during his very first mission. Hwin Jiusi then accused him to his face of treating his soldiers' lives lightly by placing an insignificant F-ranker like him in command of an entire platoon merely as a test. Kim Kong-suk remained calm and changed Hwin Jiusi's assignment, ordering him to accompany 1st Platoon under the battalion commander's direct command. From an ordinary person's perspective, this was already an extraordinary concession. But after living 2 lives, Hwin Jiusi no longer cared about such opportunities. He could not exactly admit that he knew the future. In the end, he opposed the battalion commander's order on the grounds that he could not gamble with his comrades' lives. Kim Kong-suk's expression darkened, and even Warrant Officer Myung-ho could no longer remain silent. He warned Hwin Jiusi that disobeying orders during wartime could result in the death penalty. Hwin Jiusi knew that, but if he did not leave now, everyone in the rear line would die. After a long silence, the battalion commander finally allowed Hwin Jiusi to return to his original assignment with the support unit. Before Hwin Jiusi could celebrate, the commander continued, "Your punishment for disobeying orders will be carried out later, and you will bear the consequences yourself." Back in the present, Hwin Jiusi held his breath while searching for a gas mask. After putting on the mask, he drew his sword from his storage pouch and poured water over it. He wanted to rush over to the others immediately, but he could not. Visibility was as dark as his chances with the crush. He would have needed supernatural vision to see anything. For now, he could only hope that Run-mo would be clever enough to lead everyone away. Not far away, one of the squad members was caught by a monkey-like monster. His name was Tae-min. Seeing his comrade under attack, Run Mo rushed to help. He fired repeatedly at the monster and ordered his subordinates to retrieve the wounded man. Their squad included Sergeant Sun-ha, a player specializing in healing. But she was panicking and could not do anything. Run Mo did not have the heart to blame her. After all, she was only 20 years old, and this was her first real battle. But it was not as though Run Mo could do much himself. He was nearly overcome with despair. Their squad was in dire straits. Their ammunition was exhausted, and the monkey-like monsters kept coming. At this rate, they would all be dead before long. At that critical moment, Run Mo desperately tried to figure out what his team leader would do in this situation. He suddenly remembered that kobolds were attracted to glowing objects, so he decided to take a desperate gamble. Run Mo planned to turn himself into a walking beacon and lure the monsters elsewhere. In the meantime, everyone else in the squad would carry the wounded to safety. In short, his plan was practically suicide. Everyone was stunned. However, Run Mo invoked his authority as deputy squad leader, leaving them no choice but to obey. Before taking action, he thought about his supposedly useless ability. Although he possessed electromagnetic powers, his skill was too weak to kill even a basic monster. Realizing that he could finally use it to save everyone, Run Mo channeled electromagnetic energy into his hammer, turning it into a glowing beacon, and ran. Attracted by the light, the monsters chased after him. Just as the kobolds were about to catch him, a gleaming blade flashed through the horde. When Guc had arrived, his cloud sword had now absorbed all the water it needed. Its passive ability could create a water mist and neutralize toxic gas within its range. When Guc was delighted to see that his best friend was still alive. But he was even happier to see all the monsters gathered around him, with a feast served right before him. Only a fool would refuse it. When Guc used the cloud sword in one hand to purify the toxic gas, while controlling another blade with his other hand to slaughter the monsters. Seeing the mana steel drop from their bodies, he grew even more excited. If Run Mo had not been there, When Guc would already have picked it up and devoured it. Even after fighting for some time, When Guc still could not find the boss. As he looked around for it, the monkey-like monsters suddenly turned in the same direction and ran away. When Guc realized that they had received a signal from their boss and were returning to attack the support unit, he grabbed Run Mo and rushed back toward the squad. Not far away, CO Unha sniper team was still providing support from the rooftops. However, with their vision obstructed like this, they could not open fire. Under the circumstances, she ordered them to hold their positions and coordinate with the Yunhua Guild's team to snipe the kobolds and prevent them from leaving the gas-filled area to reach the civilians. Meanwhile, Unha put on a gas mask and jumped down to check on Lai When Guc. The young man was acting as though he had known everything in advance, so she needed to investigate him later. Meanwhile, everyone begged Choi Sun-ha to save Tae-min, but she was too frightened to regain her composure. To make matters worse, the boss used magic to drag away one of the containers forming their defensive barrier. They were already struggling to maintain the barricade when a whole horde of kobolds came charging toward them. Just as the squad was at a loss for what to do, two men suddenly appeared behind the monsters. They were Lai When Guc and Park Run Mo. Before even reaching them, When Guc hurled a knife at the boss, but it dodged. Seeing this, he immediately controlled the knife and sent it flying after the boss. However, this monster's evasive skills were no joke. It dodged every attack from When Guc's knife. Only on his final attempt did When Guc strike the tank on the boss's back, causing poisonous gas to leak out. The boss and its minions scattered in every direction. From within the poisonous cloud, they fired poison needles at When Guc. He hurried toward Run Mo and used metal manipulation to redirect the poison needles. At that moment, the system issued a warning that he was manipulating metal too quickly for his current capabilities. As a result, When Guc lost control of the M7 sword that was tracking the boss. When Guc realized that the boss was commanding the kobolds to attack everyone according to its will. If he focused his attacks on the boss, he could frighten it and buy more time for the others. However, Run Mo was still with him, and bringing his friend along to attack the boss would be too dangerous. Huin Guc therefore told him to retreat behind the barrier first before they proceeded. When the kobolds saw them trying to escape, they fired another volley of poison needles. Noticing this, Huin Guc quickly turned around and seized control of the needles. Meanwhile, Run Mo managed to leap over the container barricade. Once Huin Guc was finished, he joined his friend on the other side. The poison needles could no longer reach them. The boss was furious, but there was temporarily nothing it could do. After escaping, Huin Guc finally examined the condition of the squad behind him. Some were injured, others were unconscious, and every one of them looked exhausted. He immediately asked where the medic was. The squad's only healer, Choi Sun-ha, was crying in fear and unable to do anything. The sight made Huin Guc's blood boil. He knew she was terrified, but if their only medic remained in this state, the entire squad would die. He hardened his expression and shouted Choi Sun-ha's name. The crying young woman flinched and turned to look at him. Huin Guc bluntly ordered her to regain her composure, warning that she would get everyone killed if she continued like this. Being confronted so directly finally snapped Sun-ha back to her senses. She struggled to calm herself and then used her healing ability on Private First Class and Taemin. Although it seemed a little too late, Sun-ha was burdened by guilt and did everything she could to heal him. Seeing this, Huin Guc felt considerably more relieved. He then borrowed every knife the squad possessed and set out to take revenge on the boss. Huin Guc controlled the knives, making them circle around him as he stepped beyond the barricade. Noticing his movement, the monsters hid behind the containers and waited for an opportunity to attack. However, they did not know that Huin Guc had already prepared a trap and was merely waiting for them to enter it. Earlier, he had marked the center of the area and installed a sensor there. Huin Guc reached the central location he had marked earlier. Now he needed to locate the leader commanding the kobolds from the rear. Once he found it, all he had to do was kill it, and everything would be over. With that in mind, he used metal detection to scan the entire area within the sensor's range. Any unusual piece of metal appearing within that range would reveal the position of a kobold. After locating them, Huin Guc controlled the knives and drove them into the kobolds, slaughtering every one of them. Only the boss managed to block the knives with magic. After discovering its location, Huin Guc launched several more knives at it. However, the boss was no pushover. It managed to immobilize every one of Huin Guc's knives. After restraining his weapons, the boss ordered its minions to fire poison needles at him. Since Huin Guc was already using metal manipulation to control the knives, he could not take control of the needles as well. With no other choice, he allowed the needles to strike his arms. Seizing the opportunity, the boss ordered its minions to launch an all-out attack. His former self would already have died in this situation. This time, however, Huin Guc used physical reinforcement and transformed both arms into steel just in time. So the poison needles had no effect on him. Huin Guc then controlled his knives and eliminated the monsters one by one. Under the power of his ability, the knives formed a raging whirlwind that tore through the kobolds. In the end, only the boss, the Dark Mage, remained alive. The fierce duel between Huin Guc and the kobold boss was about to begin. Enraged that it could not defeat him even with all its minions, the Dark Mage resorted to another dirty trick and released poisonous gas directly at him. Huin Guc quickly used metal detection to determine what the monster was planning. If he carelessly swung his sword as he had before, it would certainly exploit the opening. So he had to remain extremely cautious. For some reason, however, the Dark Mage remained completely motionless. By the time Huin Guc realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The boss had created a magic circle beneath the ground, summoning vines that seized Huin Guc's legs. It hurled him high into the air and then slammed him violently into the ground. An ordinary person's entire body would have been shattered by that attack. The Dark Mage assumed Huin Guc was no different and laughed triumphantly. However, before the boss could celebrate, it saw him standing firmly on the ground and glaring at it. Just before landing, Huin Guc had reinforced both legs into steel, protecting the rest of his body. Seeing this, the boss took advantage of its speed to circle behind him and launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately for it, there was nothing Huin Jiusi hated more than being attacked from behind. Whenever anyone dared to ambush him from the rear, he became even stronger. Empowered by this absurdly overpowered enhancement, Huin Jiusi delivered a devastating punch to the monster. He then reinforced his legs and kicked it hard in the face. The boss coughed up blood and was sent flying. Huin Jiusi generously told it about his reincarnation before carving it apart with several knives. These were the knives belonging to the comrades it had killed in his previous life. Despite the vicious beating, the boss was still alive. Before finishing it off, Huin Jiusi remembered Run Mo, who had been brutally murdered by this boss while trying to protect him in his previous life. Filled with hatred, he drove the Cloud's sword into the monster's body. The system then announced that the sword had begun absorbing the monster's life force. Huin Jiusi did not stop there. He pulled out the sword and slashed the monster's face in half. Because of this monster, he had been forced to live with a facial scar for the rest of his previous life. The boss was now completely dead, yet the Cloud sword continued absorbing its life force. At last, Huin Jiusi had changed his dark future. Suddenly, a strange metal dropped from the dark mage's body. After Huin Jiusi picked it up, the system announced that he had obtained the Inferno Demon Metal. It was a metal containing hellfire concealed within the power of the demon race. And it was also one of the high-ranking items in the Divine Metal series. Seeing it reminded Huin Jiusi of an important figure from his previous life, since this item was originally supposed to belong to that man. He was the Necromancer, known as one of the most terrifying villains in human history. The Necromancer had earned that reputation because he commanded a massive number of undead, and his army was nothing short of hell itself for the living. Although little was known about him, Huin Jiusi was certain that he possessed a non-growth trait similar to his own. In this world, a non-growth trait developed through unique methods rather than ordinary training in combat. Since Huin Jiusi still knew so little about the Necromancer, he had no choice but to conceal his true capabilities. Otherwise, if he could use his abilities freely, his strength would increase even faster. Huin Jiusi recalled fighting the villain in his previous life and successfully punching him in the face, only to obtain a cheap counterfeit version of the Inferno Metal. Yet somehow, Huin Jiusi had found the genuine article here. He did not know why, but he certainly was not going to pass up the opportunity to absorb it. Just as he was about to absorb the item, a voice suddenly called his name. It belonged to Co Unha. He did not know how much of the recent battle she had witnessed, but the moment she arrived, Unha pointed her sword at Huin Jiusi and demanded to know who he truly was. Just as Huin Jiusi began sensing trouble, another person appeared. She was a beautiful, voluptuous woman with a spider perched on her shoulder. The moment she arrived, she and Unha exchanged a rather hostile greeting. Unha initially ordered her not to enter the military zone, but the woman ignored her and walked straight toward Huin Jiusi. She had witnessed the entire duel between Huin Jiusi and the mage boss, so she offered to recruit him into the Yunhua Guild. The woman introduced herself as Catherine Yu, head of the Yunhua Guild's Sown Strategy Department. Her real name was Yuhina. She was the second daughter of the Yunhua Guild master and an A-rank player. Seeing Huin Jiusi staring blankly, she assumed he did not recognize her. Apparently, she was quite famous among players. However, Huin Jiusi was stunned not because he failed to recognize her, but because he remembered that Yuhina was one of the villains who would destroy humanity. In his previous life, Unha had tried to save him, only to be brutally murdered by Hina. Back in the present, Hina was still trying to entice Huin Jiusi into joining her guild. Annoyed at being ignored, Unha loudly repeated her order for Hina to leave the military zone. Irritated at being interrupted while recruiting him, Hina turned around and confronted the female knight. Although neither woman drew a weapon, the battle being waged through their gazes alone was enough to send a chill down Huin Jiusi's spine. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the headlights of an off-road vehicle illuminated the area. The newcomer was Battalion Commander Kim Kong-suk. Seeing monster corpses scattered everywhere, he immediately knew who was responsible. When Huin Jiusi saw his superior scrutinizing him, he wanted to slip away, but could not. After finishing his assessment, the battalion commander approached Yuhina, greeted her politely, and tactfully asked her to leave. Faced with Kong-suk's serious attitude, Hina could no longer linger. She kissed her business card and slipped it into Huin Jiusi's uniform. The beautiful woman gave him a seductive look. and reminded him to contact her. Hina then departed. Before Huin Guc could figure out how to react, the battalion commander called to him. He appointed Huin Guc as acting combat squad leader at the Cobalt Portal. Huin Guc's new duties were to secure the remaining survivors and select new members for the squad. Huin Guc had no idea why the battalion commander had suddenly burdened him with such a ridiculous assignment. Kang Suk then ordered him to handle all the remaining work at the site after the full situation report had been completed. At this point, Huin Guc had no choice but to obey. Suddenly, Anha turned and gave him a piercing look, making Huin Guc feel extremely uneasy. However, she said nothing more and left with the battalion commander. Huin Guc had escaped trouble for the moment. 1 week later, at the 1st Company of the 3rd Brigade, Huin Guc's system announced that he had finished absorbing the Inferno demon metal. The maximum weight of metal he could control had now increased to 3,458 grams. The system then announced that a new storage space was forming inside his stomach. Because of this upgrade, Huin Guc had to sit in the bathroom clutching his abdomen, unwilling to face anyone. Although he had undergone this process once before, his current body was still weak, so the pain was far more intense. Seeing his best friend spend an unusually long time in the bathroom, Run Mo assumed Huin Guc was secretly looking at something inappropriate without sharing it with him. Huin Guc was nearly dying from the stomach pain, yet his friend kept demanding that he share. Huin Guc roared so loudly that the entire room seemed to light up, then drove his friend outside. After the Cobalt incident, no one dared underestimate the Cobalt Portal again. Their previous negligence and misjudgment of its danger had resulted in numerous casualties in Itaewon. Fortunately, thanks to Sergeant Choi Sun-ha's efforts, the critically injured Private First Class and Tae-min was safely transferred to a military hospital. This incident also made Huin Guc abandon the idea of carrying the entire team by himself. From then on, the support squad members began training every day to grow stronger so that they could at least protect themselves. However, 2 problems arose within Huin Guc squad. The first was that the beautiful pink-haired Sun-ha called for him whenever she had the chance. As a result, the platoon leader was constantly consumed by jealousy. This created far too many unpredictable variables for Huin Guc to carry out everything according to plan. The second problem was the battalion commander, who suddenly proposed that Huin Guc become a commissioned officer instead of a non-commissioned officer. There was no longer any doubt that Battalion Commander Kim Kang-suk had taken a special interest in Huin Guc after the Itaewon operation. After witnessing Huin Guc's abilities, Kang-suk developed the ambition to create an ideal military culture in which rank did not matter. It sounded admirable, but Huin Guc wanted the commander to pursue that dream without involving him. Naturally, he did not dare say this to the battalion commander's face, so he politely replied that he would consider the proposal during his leave. 3 weeks later, on a clear and fiercely sunny day, Huin Guc began his military leave. Naturally, he spent the beginning of it in the bathroom. After enduring the agony caused by the metal, Huin Guc finally fulfilled the special conditions and acquired a new skill. The skill was called Infernal Flame, and it was D rank. For now, it had 2 primary effects. The first was the smelting furnace, which increased the rate at which he absorbed metal by 50 to 250%. However, the more efficiently the furnace operated, the greater the pain inflicted on his body. The second effect was Metal Breath, which allowed him to store a portion of his metal inside the storage space and release it to deal tremendous damage. The current limit was 3 kilograms per use. Furthermore, fulfilling a hidden condition would increase the rank of Infernal Flame. From now on, Huin Guc could digest everything more quickly and would no longer have to spend so much time clutching the toilet. After putting on a stylish outfit, he admired his handsome reflection in the mirror and reminded himself to be even more cautious during his future encounters with monsters. In his previous life, an extremely serious disaster had occurred at Seon Station. The military had been unable to control the situation, and the battalion commander ultimately decided to abandon all the civilians trapped inside the station, drawing condemnation from the public. This time, Huin Guc was determined not to let that tragedy happen again. To accomplish that, he had to prepare everything during this period of leave. It was time to change the future. Huin Guc stepped through the door, filled with determination, only to encounter a familiar pink-haired figure. It was Choi Sun-ha. Unlike her usual cute and bubbly style, she was wearing quite the bad girl outfit today. As soon as they met, Sun-ha asked him for a lighter so she could smoke. Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, they boarded the train together. Seeing Lai Huin Guc sitting beside her, as silently as a statue, Sun-ha had no choice but to start the conversation. She said that since it had been so long since he had taken leave, his parents must be thrilled. Before she could continue, however, Huin Guc told her that his parents had died when he was young. Sun-ha immediately froze. Seeing that, he reassured her that he was no longer alone because he now had people who were like family to him, his comrades. In truth, that statement was more applicable to Huin Guc in his previous life, because he had not met them yet in this life. Even so, he still regarded them as family in his heart. Huin Guc got off the train first. His leave would last 4 days and 3 nights, and he was determined to prepare everything he needed for the future during that time. Naturally, the first thing he needed was money. At that moment, he noticed a banner for the Blue Chi Company hanging on the wall. Blue Chi's owner currently possessed assets worth trillions of won. That man was Gordon Precy, the traitor who had stabbed Huin Guc to death in his previous life. Even now, Precy's dirty money was already flowing beneath the surface. He bribed high-ranking officials and players to facilitate the illegal trade of items that gradually allowed him to seize complete control of everything. There were many reasons why people sold their souls to the devil, but money was the greatest of them all, and Gordon Precy was a perfect example. Huin Guc knew he could never earn as much money as that traitor, but he had to do his best to avoid being trapped in Precy's financial games. Fortunately, he knew which major events would occur in the future, as well as where money could be made. As long as he invested before everyone else, he could earn a fortune even with limited capital. To invest successfully, however, he needed someone exceptionally trustworthy who would never betray him. Fortunately, Huin Guc knew just such a person, so he went to that man's office to discuss business. Before he could even enter, however, Huin Guc saw 2 men arguing outside the door. More precisely, the smaller young man was being bullied by the silver-haired man. The latter seemed unhappy with his latest assignment and was demanding another one. Huin Guc knew both men. Upon seeing him, the silver-haired man greeted Huin Guc with the nickname Airhead Pilot. His obnoxious expression reminded Huin Guc of their school days. The silver-haired man's name was Lee Won-chun. Huin Guc coldly walked past him. They were not close enough to exchange friendly greetings. Irritated at being ignored, Won-chun threatened to show him what a real beating felt like. Huin Guc was already thoroughly familiar with Won-chun's behavior. Back in school, Huin Guc had attracted attention after first awakening with the ability to manipulate metal. However, his ability had remained at F rank, so he could only control basic objects. It was bad enough that people openly mocked him, but Won-chun had even beaten his face black and blue, claiming that an awakened person like Huin Guc was a disgrace to all players. Won-chun was also awakened, possessing the fighter class at C rank, and currently belonged to the Hope Guild. Years had passed, yet his vile personality had not changed at all. Enraged once again, he tried to punch Huin Guc. The smaller young man tried to talk him down, but Huin Guc put on a fearless expression and challenged Won-chun to fight him. That only enraged Won-chun further. He moved to punch Huin Guc directly in the face, only to stop abruptly. If he took even one more step, he would be turned into a pincushion. Without him noticing, Huin Guc had surrounded him with a deadly web of blades. Won-chun might not die from it, but Huin Guc could easily cripple him for life. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, one of Won-chun's subordinates arrived and urged him to report for work. Upon seeing the newcomer, Huin Guc immediately lowered the blades and wrapped Won-chun in a tight embrace. To an outsider, they looked like close friends, but Huin Guc was actually mocking him for being expelled from the White Tiger Guild. As a C-rank player, Won-chun should have secured a comfortable position there. During his very first battle, however, the coward had nearly wet himself, abandoned his teammates, and fled. Huin Jiusi used that embarrassing incident to drive him away, and Wen Chun stormed off in fury. After Wen Chun left, Huin Jiusi began discussing business with a smaller young man. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man had been assigned to work as a security guard at a Blue Chi Company building. Still furious about what had happened, Wen Chun wore a murderous scowl. His employer became annoyed by his attitude and reprimanded him. Wen Chun's rage erupted. He knocked his employer down and repeatedly punched him. After leaving the man bloodied, Wen Chun abandoned the assignment. In his fury, he ordered his subordinate to hire someone to follow Huin Jiusi. The mere thought of being threatened by an F-rank player infuriated him. The young man Huin Jiusi had come to see was Park Cho-soo. He was the master of the Hope Guild, as well as an analyst. He was regarded as the leading player in the S-rank rediscovery program. Huin Jiusi considered Cho-soo his benefactor because he had helped him discover a way to increase his abilities. Huin Jiusi now revealed some confidential data that could earn them a fortune and transform their lives. Cho-soo did not immediately believe him, but Huin Jiusi understood his skepticism. After all, no one would believe a man who suddenly appeared and claimed that following his instructions would make them rich. To earn Cho-soo's trust, Huin Jiusi offered all his identification documents as collateral. It had taken him an entire lifetime to obtain this information. Other than wagering his identity and reputation, he had no other way to convince Cho-soo. He even showed Cho-soo the private messages between himself and his superior, proving that he was trustworthy and that his information was accurate. Huin Jiusi then handed his savings to Cho-soo and asked him to invest the money on his behalf. The card contained 20 million won. Although it was not an enormous sum, it was everything his parents had left him. Cho-soo had never expected Huin Jiusi to place so much trust in him. After hearing him out, Cho-soo finally agreed to help. Cho-soo's warm expression reminded Huin Jiusi of his previous life. During his darkest days, when he had lost his best friend, lost his looks, and was despised by everyone, Cho-soo alone had remained by his side and encouraged him. Those acts of kindness were why Huin Jiusi trusted him so deeply and was willing to share the profits with him. Huin Jiusi was not doing this solely for himself. It was also his way of repaying Cho-soo. After leaving the Hope Guild, he recalled the major events that had occurred in his previous life. In the future, humanity would discover the existence of other worlds and begin communicating with their inhabitants. The technology acquired through those interdimensional exchanges would create a major turning point in the war against Dungeon Gates. The technology introduced by the Otherworlders would become essential for preventing future gate eruptions and monster waves. To obtain it, humanity would have to communicate with those Otherworlders and learn their technical skills. Before that event occurred, Huin Jiusi needed to gather materials and find experts to assist him. With that in mind, he went to the city's blacksmithing district to purchase magic stones. For the second stage of his preparations, he would need to work with 7 master dwarven smiths to forge the finest equipment. At this point in time, expert blacksmiths were always highly sought after. He had to find them before the villains took notice of them. His first target was the muscular, silver-haired man before him. The blacksmith's name was Kong Jong-do. Because of his fiery temper, he had become separated from his guild and fallen into financial hardship. The man was somewhat abrasive, but his forging skills were beyond question. The instant Huin Jiusi saw what Jong-do was forging, he recognized it as a spear made of orichalcum. It might look crude now, but one day that spear would pierce the heart of Terex, a dragon that would appear in the future. It would become known as the dragon-slaying spear. To think that the first top-tier weapon had originated in this rundown smithy. While Huin Jiusi was still looking around in amazement, a young woman approached. Speaking in a thick regional accent, she argued with the blacksmith without missing a beat. Seeing that familiar figure lifted Huin Jiusi's spirits. She was the blacksmith Kong Baek-seo, one of his comrades from his previous life. For years later, following Kong Jong-do's death, she would inherit all her grandfather's skills and become an outstanding blacksmith. While Huin Jiusi reminisced about his previous life, Baek-seo was busy sizing him up. With her razor-sharp eye, she immediately noticed that everything he wore was expensive. Before he had bought a single item, she had already classified him as a VIP customer and began enthusiastically attending to him. When Jiusi occasionally found himself speechless beneath his friend's money-hungry gaze, but at least he had successfully captured Baekseo's attention. After browsing the store, Hwin Jiusi swept every piece of magical metal into his basket, along with several miscellaneous items. The total came to 18 million won. Baekseo's eyes lit up with joy. Only Jong-do remained suspicious of the young man's motives. He could tell at a glance that Hwin Jiusi was not a mage. Yet the young man was purchasing unrefined, toxic magical metals and mithril alloy stones. Jong-do suspected that he was trying to launder money. Baekseo hurriedly interrupted her grandfather and began wrapping Hwin Jiusi's purchases. As far as she was concerned, only the 18 million won mattered. She did not care about anything else. Hwin Jiusi could only smile awkwardly and insist that he truly needed the materials. He even promised to return frequently and spend more money. Hearing that, Jong-do sighed and let the matter go. Baekseo grinned from ear to ear at the thought of her VIP customer returning. Looking at his friend, Hwin Jiusi silently apologized to her. Although she had died horribly on the battlefield in his previous life, his class meant that he would have to bring Baekseo there again. This time, however, he swore that he would do everything in his power to protect his friend. After an exhausting day, Hwin Jiusi returned to his hotel, unaware that he was being followed. He sat on the bed and began working with all the toxic metallic stones he had collected that day. Before his leave ended, he needed to increase the amount of metal he could control and improve his body's poison resistance through item absorption. Normally, Hwin Jiusi needed 20 minutes to absorb a single piece of toxic metal. In exchange, his poison resistance increased after each absorption. Now, however, he possessed the breath of the forge within his body, raising his metal absorption efficiency to 250%. The only drawback was that each absorption inflicted maddening pain upon him. As if the pain itself were not bad enough, the system constantly chimed with warning messages. But he had no choice. He did not have much time left to reach the Seoul station gate before the incident occurred. Hwin Jiusi therefore spent 2 full days absorbing stones in agony. 2 days later, Won Chun found him. The person following Hwin Jiusi had indeed been working for Won Chun. After seeing Hwin Jiusi remain inside his hotel for 2 straight days, the spy reported his location to the silver-haired man. At that moment, Hwin Jiusi was suffering from multiple forms of poisoning and had entered the second stage of developing poison resistance. After absorbing all the toxic metallic stones he had purchased, he could now control 17,499 grams of metal. His metal detection ability had also improved, allowing him to detect 500 grams of metal within a radius of 135 meters. Hwin Jiusi could finally breathe a temporary sigh of relief. The second stage of poison resistance was not as painful as he had expected. With his increased weight limit, he could now control approximately 60 daggers. Once the process was complete, the system announced that he had successfully achieved his first potential breakthrough and acquired a special skill. The new D-rank skill was Metal Shatter. It allowed him to concentrate mana and destroy a specified quantity of metal, with the mana cost depending on how much metal the skill affected. This was also the skill that would allow Hwin Jiusi to dismantle his enemy's equipment. This skill alone was enough to break through an opponent's defenses. While he was admiring his new ability, Hwin Jiusi suddenly sensed something suspicious behind the door. Sure enough, the door was smashed to pieces, and the intruder was none other than Won Chun. He had intended to launch a surprise attack, but to his embarrassment, Hwin Jiusi was not frightened in the slightest. Having no desire to entertain this brute, Hwin Jiusi explained that he was a soldier and therefore had to avoid unnecessary fights. Naturally, Won Chun did not care. Still seething with rage, he charged forward and threw a punch at Hwin Jiusi. The blow was clearly powerful, but Hwin Jiusi only needed to turn one arm into steel to block it. Even then, he tried to persuade Won Chun to stop. They were inside a hotel, and causing a disturbance would affect the other guests. But that madman had never cared about anyone else. Ignoring the warning, he unleashed a wind-rending kick. Huin Jiusi easily dodged it, spun around, and punched him in the stomach. Even a fighter could not withstand a punch from a steel fist. Wen Chun collapsed onto the floor, clutching his stomach in agony, but he still refused to give up. When Huin Jiusi demanded to know what he was doing, Wen Chun reinforced his legs with a skill and prepared another wind-rending kick. Huin Jiusi warned that using it would injure the civilians inside the hotel, but Wen Chun no longer cared. All he wanted was to beat the man he hated. Huin Jiusi realized that reasoning with this lunatic was now pointless. Left with no other choice, Huin Jiusi jumped out of the building's window. Thinking he was trying to escape, Wen Chun charged after him. Wen Chun's attack left a gaping hole in the building. While airborne, Huin Jiusi quickly reinforced his body and transformed both legs into steel. He then combined his skills with metal manipulation, allowing him to maneuver freely in midair. This enabled him to evade Wen Chun's attack and land safely. In his previous life, he had been unable to move this freely. Now, by combining his abilities, he could easily control his body. Before Huin Jiusi could catch his breath, Wen Chun descended with a kick from behind. Huin Jiusi swiftly dodged to the side. Furious that none of his attacks had landed, Wen Chun taunted him and charged forward with a barrage of punches. With his flicker-like evasive movements, Huin Jiusi easily avoided every attack. Their duel alarmed everyone nearby, and the residents quickly reported it to the association and the police. Huin Jiusi realized that many civilians were watching them. As a military officer, he could not fight back recklessly. A single poorly judged blow could turn the incident into a major scandal, potentially ruining his plan to participate in the assault on the dungeon gate at Seon Station. Wen Chun also realized that his enemy was wary of all the human witnesses watching from the upper floors. Wen Chun prepared to use his skill to destroy the entire building. Realizing what he intended to do, Huin Jiusi tried one last time to reason with him, but it was useless. With no other option, Huin Jiusi used metal shatter to destroy Wen Chun's leg armor. The silver-haired man rolled across the ground, clutching his blood-soaked legs. Only then did Wen Chun begin to fear the man before him. Despite Wen Chun's miserable condition, Huin Jiusi still wanted to know why he had allowed matters to escalate this far. Incredibly, the lunatic had done all this simply because he found Huin Jiusi irritating. Hearing that, Huin Jiusi bluntly told him that he was unworthy of being a player. Someone who bullied the weak and reveled in his own superiority would inevitably betray humanity and become a traitor. Wen Chun was about to insult Huin Jiusi again when Huin Jiusi pressed a shard of metal against his throat. He warned that if Wen Chun ever came near him again, he would make sure the man could never walk again. Huin Jiusi could easily have beaten him to a pulp, but he had far greater goals to pursue and could not be bothered with someone like him. Thus, the incident ended with one of Wen Chun's legs severely injured and the security team arriving at the scene. The following morning, Huin Jiusi was summoned to the police station for questioning. He merely said that he had been trying to stop Lee Wen Chun. Since Lee Wen Chun had a history of bullying others, the police readily believed the young man. Moreover, with Huin Jiusi labeled as an F-rank player, the police did not suspect him in the slightest. In the end, they concluded that Lee Wen Chun's injured leg had resulted from an accidental explosion in his groove. Just as Huin Jiusi left the police station, someone arrived with an analysis of Lee Wen Chun's groove. The report indicated that there had been no issues with the durability of his shin guard or any mana eruption. It seemed rather implausible for it to explode for no reason. But claiming that an F-rank player had destroyed a C-rank player's shin guard was even more implausible. In the end, Huin Jiusi was found innocent. On his way, he recalled what had happened in his previous life. Back then, while he was still receiving treatment in the hospital, the television reported that 745 civilians had died after being trapped inside Seon Station. Aside from the first 3 monster waves, it was an unprecedented monster disaster. Unlike with the previous 2 gates, Huin Jiusi had not personally witnessed today's gate opening. With so little information available, unexpected variables were highly likely to arise. The young man hurried towards Seon Station to respond to the disaster. Although he desperately wanted to evacuate the civilians, he could not. A traitor was hiding among them. If anything went wrong, the traitor would become suspicious and flee, and Huin Jiusi would never find another opportunity to change the future. The gate would open in 2 minutes. Huin Jiusi was concentrating when someone suddenly called out to him. It was Sergeant Choi Sun-ha. She had come looking for him after hearing that he had been dragged to the police station in handcuffs. The entire unit was also in an uproar over the news. Choi Sun-ha had not been here in his previous life, so her presence had now become another variable. In 1 minute, the most dangerous gate on the planet would open. Yet Choi Sun-ha still wanted Huin Jiusi to explain why he had been taken to the police station. But there was no longer any time for such pointless matters. Huin Jiusi ignored her and began carrying out his plan. He threw a bag filled with metal marbles onto the ground, then told Choi Sun how to find gas masks the instant he gave the signal. While the bewildered young woman was still trying to understand him, a powerful gust swept through the station. A massive gate appeared on the ceiling of Seoul Station, and monsters began emerging from it. Huin Jiusi immediately gave the signal. At the station, a mother told her daughter, "I'll go in first. You keep moving ahead." Refusing to leave her mother's side, the girl whined, "No, I want to watch you go first." In the middle of their touching exchange, a black hole suddenly appeared from nowhere and swallowed the girl's mother. The girl fell backward in terror and screamed, "Mom!" The system issued an announcement, special event. To escape, survive for 6 hours, or defeat the boss monster. Huin Jiusi looked up at the colossal vortex and told the deputy platoon leader, "When I give a signal, you must run and find gas masks immediately." An enormous spider dropped from above. Huin Jiusi shouted, "Now!" The spider opened its mouth like a bottomless cavern, sending everyone fleeing in terror. Huin Jiusi told the deputy platoon leader, "Prioritize evacuating the civilians." Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "I'm a soldier too. I won't leave you here alone. Just tell me what needs to be done, and I'll support you however I can." Huin Jiusi shouted back, just as loudly, "Combat isn't your specialty. Stay in the rear, focus on evacuating the civilians, and treat the wounded." The deputy platoon leader finally relented. "I don't know what the hell you're planning, but I'll trust you this time. You'd better survive." Good grief. If she did not hurry, neither of them would survive. In his office, the major general sat in his chair and asked, "Kim Kong-suk, are you planning to commission a soldier as an officer, and an F-rank soldier at that?" Standing at attention, Kong-suk replied, "I don't believe a capable officer should be held back by the government's rigid ranking system, sir. As you know, a player's rank is not directly tied to their level. It is merely a basic measurement of combat efficiency, based on expectations regarding their traits and compatibility with dungeon raids. Although ranks are usually adjusted as players level up, their actual performance on the battlefield is often underestimated. Before enlisting, every awakened Korean is admitted to the player training center, trained for approximately 2 months, and assigned an initial rank through a basic examination. The Major General's face twisted into a deep scowl. If we abandon the ranking system, all the veteran players will naturally join guilds. Meanwhile, green recruits will be made officers. If that happens, who will still care about our military? Are you saying our military system is rotten? Why? People are already talking about abolishing the anti-monster corps. He grew so agitated that he slammed both hands on the desk and lurched to his feet. Seeing Kong-suk silently lower his head, the Major General sat back down and said, "I thought you had finally gained some insight, but I suppose a leopard never changes its spots." The telephone rang, and the caller reported, "We've received word that a gate has suddenly appeared within the 1st Battalion's jurisdiction. Its location is Seoul Station, and it is a disaster event." Both the Major General and Kong-suk were shocked. A disaster event was a localized calamity that imposed debuffs on players or added special rules that made the mission more difficult. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers conjured a magic circle and blasted the monster with fire. "Captain, what are these spider monsters? I've never seen them in the field manual." The spider suddenly raised a razor-sharp claw and attacked the man. The entire squad immediately switched to ice magic. The spider was instantly frozen solid. It looked ready to be served as frozen spider. One man dropped to one knee, gritted his teeth, and thought, "Considering its size, the ice won't hold it much longer. We have to seize this opportunity and attack with everything we have." He immediately sprang forward and charged at the spider. "Don't let him move. Dozens of eyes appeared across the spider's body as the ice began to melt. It swung its claw and shattered the frozen shell. The man quickly conjured a protective shield to block the small, round projectiles fired by the spider. The monster was called a venomous armored spider. Its hide was so thick that ordinary attacks could not harm it. Am I strong enough to deal with this thing now? Huin Jiusi wondered as he approached the spider. Were 2 days of preparation enough? There was no longer any time to hesitate. It was time to put his preparations to the test. No one understood what Huin Jiusi had done, but the spider suddenly collapsed, leaving his comrades staring in astonishment. Huin Jiusi looked at the small bubbles floating in the air. Don't celebrate yet. That was only the first one. A horde of other spiders appeared. Huin Jiusi curled his lips into a wicked grin. Stupid spiders. How dare they try to climb over our heads? Elsewhere, troops stood in orderly formation while numerous trucks were lined up nearby. First company is ready. Third company is ready. Deploy Operation Red through Phase 6. Is that understood? One soldier asked his commander, "That thing is enormous. Why don't we mobilize more mages and use magic to break through the barrier?" The commander replied, "No, that isn't magic. It's a system rule. You cannot break a system rule unless the entire system itself collapses. The only thing we can do is wait until the time limit expires." Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kong-suk approached and asked Strategy Chief Hannah, "How many players below level 15 does the Yunhua Guild have?" She looked up at Kong-suk. "First, does the guild even have players like that? And are you truly planning to send a rescue team inside? They'll die." Kong-suk removed his glasses. "More than 800 lives are trapped inside. If we put our soldiers' lives above theirs, then there is no point in having a military at all. Besides, there is someone extremely reliable in there." An image of Huin Jiusi surfaced in Kong-suk's mind. Metal wheel. Huin Jiusi conjured streams of magic and launched them at the spider. The enraged monster swung its razor-sharp claw at him. Huin Jiusi flew backward. "Reinforcement! Metal control!" Then he shouted, "Everyone, do what you did earlier. Freeze it!" His comrades immediately unleashed their freezing skills on the spider, attacking Huin Jiusi. Another spider crawled out of nowhere and charged toward the others. Huin Jiusi roared furiously, "Disgusting beast! You're looking at the wrong people. I'm your opponent." He hurled an attack at the monster, sending it crashing to the ground. The frozen spider also broke free of the ice and roared. Huin Jiusi smirked triumphantly. "Are you finally awake? Why don't you take your friend home and go back to sleep?" The system issued a warning. Your mana is rapidly decreasing. 63% remaining. Huin Jiusi used Metal Crush, making the spider grimace as all its eyes bulged. Warning, your mana is rapidly decreasing. 39% remaining. In the end, the spider lay flattened against the floor, completely dead. Someone watching from beyond the doorway stared at Huin Jiusi and thought, someone of his caliber couldn't possibly have taken the subway today by coincidence. Why is someone like him at Seoul Station? Damn it, everything is ruined. I can't believe I failed my very first mission. The system announced, "Assault mission. You have failed to achieve your objective. Await the venomous armored spiders at Gate 1. Their nest within Seoul Station." Huin Jiusi shouted, "It looks like the first assault wave is over. All soldiers, assemble immediately." Everyone gathered around. One of them said, "Thank you. We were too weak to stop the first assault wave ourselves. I assume you're a high-ranking player." Huin Jiusi said nothing and merely looked over the group. His searching gaze made them uncomfortable. One soldier asked in confusion, "Is something wrong?" Huin Jiusi remained silent and thought, "Strange. I don't see him anywhere. I heard he was a member of the security team." The deputy platoon leader hurried over, and Huin Jiusi immediately asked, "Have you evacuated the civilians?" The soldier's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? No one should be able to give orders to an S-rank player. Have the reserve forces arrived?" The deputy platoon leader planted her hands on her hips. The spiders were so large that the civilians had to be divided into smaller groups. "We evacuated them one by one into rooms connected by narrow corridors. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. But did they really stop the first assault wave? Report everything to 6th Company immediately." Someone asked Huin Jiusi, "What is your rank?" Huin Jiusi glanced at him with contempt. He had no time for this. "That isn't important right now. I believe we're dealing with a double gate. Both the deputy platoon leader and the soldier were utterly shocked. When GUC frowned. If we search through all 800 civilians, he will certainly hide. The second monster wave may even give him an opportunity to escape. Elsewhere, Kong Suk announced, I hereby appoint Lieutenant Lee Min Hai as field commander of the Seon Station rescue operation. The lives of innocent civilians are in your hands. Everyone answered in unison, yes, sir. Inside the double gate, a mysterious man stood staring at a system notification. Monsters within this area will not attack you. As the man stared blankly, unable to understand what was happening, Huin Guc suddenly appeared before him. Your plan was to disguise yourself as a soldier, so no one would suspect you, then turn around and murder them, wasn't it, Jang Du-sip? Du-sip refused to admit defeat. Your steel marbles can't do a damn thing to me. Huin Guc smirked as raging flames formed in his mouth. That's right, I already know all your skills and exactly how to counter them. Numerous people were wrapped in tree trunks that constricted their bodies. Du-sip extended two arms formed from branches. Steel Emperor, how much longer do you intend to hide? Are you simply going to stand there and watch my man-eating trees devour them? Du-sip possessed the power to create man-eating trees and was an A-rank player. Covered in blood, the wounded Huin Guc dropped to one knee and glared at Du-sip through gritted teeth. Du-sip mocked him. You certainly talked big earlier. The scene then returned to what had happened moments before. Huin Guc moved as swiftly as the wind. Du-sip was astonished. What kind of movement is that? Isn't he supposed to be a ranged skill player? Huin Guc charged and fired steel marbles at Du-sip, who swiftly conjured branches to block them. Huin Guc flipped through the air. Du-sip stared at him. There's no way those attacks can reach me. Is he an idiot? Why does he keep charging in so recklessly? Huin Guc aimed the marbles at gaps where no branches were present, but Du-sip conjured additional branches in time to intercept them. You idiot, keep trying to attack me. Nothing you do will work. By now, branches completely surrounded Du-sip. Huin Guc leaped forward and grabbed them. Perfect. That's a whole pile of firewood to burn. Du-sip grinned wickedly. Do you think getting close will help you defeat me? It seems you know nothing about my power. These are man-eating trees. I'll chew your arm to pieces first. Huin Guc thrust his arm inside. Du-sip was stunned. Why can't it devour his arm? Flames erupted from Huin Guc's mouth. Du-sip was bewildered. Where did that fire come from? This bastard is nothing but a walking lump of metal. How can he breathe fire too? He immediately cried out, Brother, I'm only carrying out a mission. If you spare my life, I'll give you all the rewards as compensation. Du-sip congratulated himself. I'm quick on my feet. There's no way he can refuse an offer that generous. Huin Guc cursed him to his face. Cut the crap. You said the same thing in my previous life, you worthless bastard. Du-sip froze. Previous life? Huin Guc did not bother explaining and blasted him with fire. Just die, you bastard. Meanwhile, Kong Suk's troops were approaching the entrance. The system warned, caution. This is a hazardous area. Once you enter, you will not be able to leave until specific conditions have been fulfilled. One soldier saw the enormous spider lying sprawled on the ground and cried out in alarm. A voice asked who they were. One of the soldiers replied, We're the military rescue team sent here to assist you. After they emerged, a member of the rescue team asked, We haven't seen any victims. What happened? A soldier replied, Thanks to a member of the military, everyone has already been evacuated. Even now, we're still acting under his orders. The rescuer asked, Does he have spiky hair and occasionally wear a sinister grin? What kind of description was that for the hero? The soldier immediately confirmed it. A rescue team member named Junmo said, It sounds like Corporal Lai Huin Guc again. The platoon leader appeared jealous and shouted, He's only an F rank. From now on, I'll take command of the situation here. I'm a C rank, 2 ranks above him. The soldier frowned at him. At first, I was also concerned about his rank, but his command ability completely won me over. You call yourselves a rescue team, yet you've only just arrived. The deputy platoon leader came running over in alarm. We have a serious problem. The civilians have realized that this is a double gate. Outside, the civilians hurled furious accusations. Why did you hide the fact that this is a double gate? You only wanted to use us as human shields to buy time, didn't you? By then, Huin Guc had beaten Du-sip flat, leaving one side of his face badly burned. Du-sip enunciated every word. I prepared meticulously for this mission. Losing patience, Huin Guc punched him. He had too much to do, so the man needed to hurry up and die. A dazzling light, like the radiant halo of countless celestial beings, appeared overhead. Two beautiful winged women flew down. When Jiuxi's mana began recovering rapidly. You have been offered the opportunity to become a guardian of humanity. Do you accept this quest? When Jiuxi immediately answered without hesitation, of course not. The two fairies continued flying around him as they waited for his decision. But Lai Huan Jiuxi remained firm and refused to change his mind. Both fairies were astonished by his decision. He had no interest whatsoever in becoming a guardian of humanity. Even when asked one final time, he firmly refused. Of course, he knew that protecting humanity was a noble duty, but guardians were still merely an organization. Becoming a savior might earn him additional rewards, but it would also restrict his actions. More importantly, a mission was still just a mission, while people were far from simple. If a mission failed, a guardian could become a traitor at any time. Gordon Precy, the center of humanity, had once been a guardian too. At that thought, he gritted his teeth in irritation and emphasized every word as he rejected the mission. Upon hearing his refusal, the blonde fairy looked deeply saddened, while the red-haired fairy glared at him furiously. After staring at each other for a long time, the two fairies returned to the celestial realm together. He waved his hand, and a blue light emerged along with Qi. The system appeared and congratulated him on receiving the first reward from the lucky event. He had obtained the key to Akashic Armory number 2, the very item that the traitor Zhang Du Siup had sought at any cost, even murdering innocent people for it. As he studied the key in his hand, he reasoned that since it was a main mission reward, it had to be something the traitors needed. Therefore, he had to keep it. He happily slipped it into his pocket. In this life, he intended to play a devastating trick on those traitors. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two security officers were doing everything they could to calm the civilians. However, the crowd only seemed to grow more agitated. Because the security team had not told them about the double gate, they feared they would be exploited as human shields. Lai Huan Jiuxi watched from nearby. He had never expected the traitor Zhang Du Siup to cause such chaos among the civilians before dying. The platoon leader quickly called for everyone to calm down. As the leader of the AMT rescue team, he asked them to trust and follow him. But the crowd immediately protested. What kind of rescue team had only 6 members? How could so few people possibly save them? Suddenly, a loud shout from the distance caught everyone's attention. Lai Huan Jiuxi stepped forward and told them that if the monsters appeared again, none of them would survive. The civilians immediately panicked, but one person stepped forward and explained that they were acting this way because they had no faith in the rescuers. Lai Huan Jiuxi growled angrily, asking what else the rescue team could do if they refused to trust them. The defenders by the tracks were risking their lives in battle. Was that still not enough to earn their trust? He then asked whether anyone there was willing to risk their life and fight like those rescuers. A soldier suddenly pointed at his face and berated him, accusing Lai Huan Jiuxi of disrespecting the civilians. He also demanded to know where Lai Huan Jiuxi had been all this time. When Lai Huan Jiuxi answered that he had gone to seal the double gate, everyone at the scene was utterly stunned. The soldier accused him of lying. How could he possibly have done that alone? Lai Huan Jiuxi did not explain. He merely glared at the soldier and warned that the second monster wave was about to appear. He ordered the civilians to find secure hiding places and told the other defenders to follow him. The moment he finished speaking, everyone obeyed. Li Minhai gritted his teeth and wondered what gave Lai Huan Jiuxi the right to issue orders like that. Even he had not been given a chance to speak. He began to wonder whether this Lai Huan Jiuxi was truly the same man he had once known. Junmo quickly handed Lai Huan Jiuxi his sword. A short while later, everyone assembled in front of the station gate. Lai Huan Jiuxi explained that the monsters from the first gate opening had not appeared in the guidebook, but thanks to his intervention and the security forces, they had successfully stopped them. However, a disaster event should not consist of only a single type of monster. One guard admitted that he had also found it strange, but had assumed it was simply because that had been the first assault wave. The next wave would certainly be different. He believed the monsters would use the venom characteristic of spiders. Li Minhai watched in confusion. Not only the deputy platoon leader, but all the other defenders were obediently following Lai Huan Jiuxi's orders. Lai Huan Jiuxi advised everyone to prepare gas masks to protect themselves from the venom. To ensure the civilians were not caught in the battle, they would also have to lure the monsters outside. He then began explaining the attack strategy in detail. When the monsters appeared, he would be responsible for luring them outside. The rescue team and defenders would split into groups, take up positions outside, and attack from locations that offered cover and concealment. As before, they only needed to immobilize the monsters and buy time. Under no circumstances were they to approach them. Once they had secured favorable positions and he had stripped away the monster's armor, everyone would concentrate all their firepower on them. Finally, he explained the key point that would increase the plan's chances of success. The platoon leader and deputy platoon leader would have to command everyone from above. If the platoon leader could use blink energy to teleport him, he could devote all his mana and stamina to stripping the venomous armored spider's shells, while the deputy platoon leader replenished his mana. If they did that, he estimated that he could continue using blink until the end of the battle. He looked up at Li Minhai. You can identify and manage risks, and you're well-versed in assault tactics. Embarrassed by the praise, Li Minhai smiled and said this strategy would surely minimize casualties. Lai Huan-Guc was secretly delighted. With Li Minhai's blink ability, he could easily complete this operation. Once the discussion was over, everyone put on their gas masks. The spatial gate began spinning rapidly. Knowing the battle was about to begin, Lai Huan-Guc quickly warned everyone. A gigantic spider dropped through the gate. He smiled wildly. Come on, the plan is almost complete. Unfortunately, something completely unexpected happened. A system message appeared. Survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss to escape. The 50-meter-tall spider rose on its 2 legs. Warning, a boss monster has appeared. Lai Huan-Guc's excitement turned to panic. Realizing that the future had changed, he immediately ordered everyone to retreat. This boss was supposed to appear during the 3rd phase, yet it had now appeared during the 2nd. That completely ruined the strategy they had just discussed. Lai Huan-Guc panicked and urged everyone to leave at once. The retreat order left them bewildered, but the team leader ordered them to hold their positions and proceed according to the original plan. Meanwhile, the boss turned its head and surveyed its surroundings. When it saw the corpses of its own kind, it ground its jaws together, producing a sharp, clicking noise. The next second, it roared at Lai Huan-Guc. He cursed straight at it. What a load of garbage. You said the same thing in my previous life, you worthless bastard. A wave of power erupted from the monster. Its razor-sharp legs launched a frenzied assault on him. He quickly leaped into the air to evade them, and the spot where he had been standing was punctured by a massive hole. Lai Huan-Guc realized that his return to the past had altered the future. He had to do something or everyone would be in danger. Lai Huan-Guc focused his power and unleashed Metal Shatter. A thunderous explosion erupted, but despite the enormous force behind the blow, it left only a few shallow scratches on the boss's armor. A system message appeared. Warning, Iron Fist has failed because the monster's metallic shell is stronger than the force of your steel-enhanced punch. Before he could accept that his attack had failed, the boss raised its claws and struck at him. Lai Huan-Guc quickly used a chain of metal-based skills to evade the attack. The boss's strike effortlessly severed the massive iron pillar behind him. Forced to think quickly, he suddenly devised a way to fight back. Although its chances of success were low, it was now their only option. Elsewhere, the team leader watched Lai Huan-Guc repeatedly dodge the monster's attacks. He angrily wondered why Lai Huan-Guc was not following the plan and luring it outside. He thought the man had gone insane. Lai Huan-Guc, however, was certain Lieutenant Li Minhai would understand his intentions. In his previous life, Li Minhai's blink skill had saved everyone. As his mana continued to fall, reaching only 32%, he placed all his faith in Li Minhai and prayed that the lieutenant would quickly understand his plan. Minhai continued watching. He wondered why Lai Huan-Guc was not merely dodging the boss's attacks, but deliberately leading it into striking the support pillars. Then he suddenly realized what Lai Huan-Guc was trying to do. Li Minhai immediately turned around and asked the deputy platoon leader to replenish as much of his mana as possible. He would soon need to create the largest blink field he could manage. Meanwhile, Lai Huan-Guc reached the station's final support pillar, but he was gradually approaching his limit. The boss also sensed that something was wrong. Instead of striking the last pillar, it changed targets and attacked him directly. It slammed both claws into the ground, shattering and cracking the floor around it. Lai Huin Guc failed to evade in time, and his body went rigid. The boss immediately raised its claws toward him. In desperation, Lai Huin Guc used what little mana he had left to activate body transmutation enhancement, turning his body into metal. A thunderous crash rang out as the final support pillar snapped. Lai Huin Guc was swatted away like a ball flying into a net. The moment the pillar broke, the station shook violently. More and more cracks spread through the structure, which would soon collapse. Lai Huin Guc struggled back to his feet. He still wanted to trick the boss one more time. Li Min-hai shouted for him to get out of there, warning that when he activated Blink, Lai Huin Guc would be pulled into it as well. Lai Huin Guc struggled to answer. Just hurry up, or we'll all die. Li Min-hai gritted his teeth and activated Blink. A golden magic circle identical to the one around Min-hai's hand appeared beneath the boss. The boss was then dragged into the teleportation field. Seeing this, Lai Huin Guc smiled in satisfaction. He knew he had trusted the right man. Exhausted, he lost consciousness. At the same time, the station completely collapsed. The two officers were terribly worried about Lai Huin Guc, who was still trapped inside. Lai Huin Guc recalled his previous life. Although he had defeated that monster, many of his comrades had been forced to sacrifice their lives. He suddenly began questioning himself, wondering whether he was truly qualified to become a leader. The red-haired girl beside him looked displeased when she heard this. She told him never to say such things and to have faith in himself. Back in reality, when the teleportation field activated, it pulled in not only the boss, but Lai Huin Guc as well. His mana was completely depleted, leaving him with no way to survive. In his delirium, he saw the red-haired girl once again. She looked at him with encouraging eyes. Do not shoulder everything alone. When you feel anxious, look into the eyes of the people around you, the people who believe in you. When he opened his eyes again, a brilliant light appeared. At the same time, he heard someone calling his name. Li Min-hai was draining his own energy, desperately using Blink to pull Lai Huin Guc back. The countdown continued, and every passing moment was torture for the rescuers outside. Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kong-suk was extremely tense. Suddenly, someone arrived and reported that every media outlet was demanding an official statement regarding the measures being taken in response to the boss monster's appearance at the station. Beside him, Strategy Chief Hannah was also receiving a report from her subordinate. If they followed that course of action, people would accuse the head of the strategy department of being incompetent and handling the situation carelessly. Kim Kong-suk looked towards Strategy Chief Hannah. She sighed and said that she would call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, inside the station, the deputy platoon leader was desperately treating Lai Huin Guc's injuries. She asked anxiously, "Were you trying to get yourself killed?" But Lai Huin Guc was deeply confused. He had also thought that he would certainly die there, yet the future had changed. He could no longer be certain how useful his knowledge of the future would be. Would everything he knew become worthless? Li Min-hai approached, grabbed him by the collar, and berated him. He was furious that Lai Huin Guc had made his own decision and acted alone without consulting anyone. The foundation of any strategy is trust in your comrades. You must trust that every member of the team will follow through with what was discussed and carry out the plan. Hearing that, Lai Huin Guc remembered what he had experienced in his dream. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Captain. Because of you, I finally know what I should do." Li Min-hai stared at him in astonishment, wondering whether Lai Huin Guc's injuries had damaged his brain. The deputy platoon leader interrupted them, warning that the boss would soon break free and attack everyone. But Lai Huin Guc firmly declared that he had devised a way to deal with it. His strategy would require everyone to work together. He then called out loudly to everyone below. From this moment on, the key to defeating the boss is absolute coordination. No matter how dangerous the situation becomes, everyone must act together and follow orders. A thunderous explosion rang out. The boss slowly emerged from the rubble, roaring without pause. Upon seeing it, everyone began coordinating and carrying out the plan exactly as discussed. A massive volume of water was poured over the boss. They then used magic to obstruct its path. Lai Huin Guc ordered Park Junmo to discharge his lightning. The moment the lightning was unleashed, it struck the water-soaked boss with perfect accuracy. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to watch out. The next second, everyone collapsed to their knees. Several minutes earlier, outside the station, the media had confronted Kim Kong-suk. They demanded to know whether his plan was to send low-ranking fighters to suppress the boss and sacrifice the weak. He then announced that the second rescue team would include an S-rank player, Han Tae-san. At that moment, Han Tae-san walked directly toward the boss. "You've all worked hard. Leave the rest to me." When Lai Huin-Guc saw him appear, he smiled. "You finally showed up, you lazy tiger." Han Tae-san began preparing to fight the boss alone so that he could claim the reward. Before starting, he confidently declared that now that he was there, no one else would be injured. A tremendous wave of power erupted from Han Tae-san's body. The battle would surely end quickly. With Han Tae-san present, the monster was already as good as dead. Lai Huin-Guc had thought that everything he knew had become a thing of the past because the future had changed. He could no longer completely trust the information he possessed. At that moment, he had resolved to give up the reward and simply endure the remaining 5 hours. But then, with a bang, his extinguished smile suddenly returned, all thanks to the arrival of the ever-dashing Han Tae-san, arriving neither early nor late, but appearing precisely at the most critical moment, was something only Han Tae-san could accomplish. In Lai Huin-Guc's previous life, Han Tae-san had been an S-rank player without any level restrictions. They could clear the dungeon because Han Tae-san appeared at the last minute and prevented this disaster. The reward from that lucky event also turned him into an unbeatable warrior by granting him the secret item known as Manhwa cloak. But this time was completely different. This game was no longer merely about winning or losing. The survival of everyone was directly at stake. But no matter how difficult things got, Han Tae-san could handle them. He stared straight at the monster and cursed it to its face. "Listen carefully. I don't like getting involved, but if you dare make a move, I'll kill you myself." Add that deep voice of his, and our handsome hero looked unbelievably cool. That was the proud Han Tae-san for you. Li Huing-guk's Fly In Dao Lai. Thank goodness Han Tae-san had arrived. Because of him, Lai Huin-Guc no longer needed to give up the reward. However, he also had a message for Han. Han's favorite item could now rest in peace. Lai Huin-Guc's smile grew even more devious. Unfortunately, even if Han Tae-san won, he was still only a guest. In this game, Lai Huin-Guc was the host. The monster became like a ferocious beast, thrashing its body around without stopping as it displayed its might. Meanwhile, Han remained completely relaxed. He slowly raised both arms, and the devices around them emitted powerful electrical sparks. Their first clash left him completely unharmed, and naturally, he could not resist taunting his opponent again. "Do you think you're the only one who knows how to fight? I know how to." As he spoke, the energy around his arms intensified. Then our handsome hero gave it a casual push, sending the monster flying thousands of miles away. It looked like the Monkey King riding a cloud, soaring endlessly without any destination. About 5 minutes later, there was a tremendous crash. There was no doubt about it. The monster had successfully landed. But as long as it was still breathing, it still had a chance. The monster quickly recovered and sat up, only for our reckless hero to teach it another lesson before it could do anything. Han Tae-san looked genuinely surprised. "Oh, you weren't hurt at all?" Honestly, the expression on his face was almost comical. At this rate, he would make his opponent die of laughter instead of beating it to death. He continued, "It seems you're tougher than I thought. You've awakened my competitive spirit." The moment he finished speaking, Han Tae-san shot toward the monster like a rocket, streaking straight past its body. He still had not had enough fun, so he circled it several more times. He also delivered a barrage of punches from every direction, all while lecturing the monster about how it had brought this trouble upon itself. "Seriously, Han, this is all on you. The monster had been fighting Lai Huin-Guc's group until you barged in, yet you still had the nerve to lecture it. I may be against the boss, but Han was clearly in the wrong this time." After being struck repeatedly, the monster finally collapsed. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and thick clouds of dust rose as though a volcano had erupted. A pink-haired woman suddenly emerged from the smoke and clung to Lai Huin-Guc's arm. Faced with his cold gaze, she was visibly frightened. She explained that he had been fighting continuously, so she had replenished his mana. Then she worriedly asked if he was all right. Lai Huin-Guc responded with the most insincere smile imaginable and offered her a superficially friendly word of thanks. He then said that she did not need to touch him, coldly shaking her arm away without showing the slightest consideration. With that attitude, it was no wonder he did not have a girlfriend. He immediately turned around and flew back toward the battle, ignoring everyone who tried to stop him. Meanwhile, Hante-san was thoroughly enjoying the fight. He was almost there. He needed only one more blow to finish off the spider monster, but someone suddenly stole the kill from him. Han froze for 5 whole seconds at the sight. That had to hurt. He had been working so hard all this time, only for someone else to steal the finishing blow. Who would want to play with someone like that? According to the skill information that appeared, it was the D-rank Iron Fist. Its main effect consumed mana to crush metal, and the amount of mana required depended on the quantity of metal being targeted. The spider before them was already on the verge of death. Furious, Hante-san turned toward Lai Huin-Guc and demanded, "Who are you? Do you have a death wish? I told you not to interfere in my business." Honestly, the title of funniest man alive should belong to Han. Everything he did was hilarious, and even his anger looked adorable. There was simply no cure for him. Lai Huin-Guc calmly replied, "Even if you're an S-rank player, don't you think what you just said was utterly shameless?" That did it. Congratulations to Lai Huin-Guc for successfully obtaining a ticket to Hante-san's full-blown rage. Han lifted his chin and demanded, "What did you just say? What did you call me?" Just look at how furious he was. There was definitely some anger there, though not quite as much as one might expect. Lai Huin-Guc snapped that Hante-san was the one who had barged into their raid at Seon Station. Hante-san could no longer restrain his vicious tongue. He told them, "If I hadn't shown up, could you have defeated that spider monster? Or would you all have died fighting it?" While he was speaking, a concealed weapon flew past his face. That gave him another excuse to start cursing. What the hell? Who are these nobodies now? How dare you cheat like that? You hypocrites. He immediately sent his own weapon flying after the concealed projectile. Lai Huin-Guc also sprang into action, declaring, "I was here first. I risked my life to hold out until now. Then you jumped in at the last moment and acted like some kind of hero. There is no way I'm letting you steal it from me." The two launched into an intense race between a throwing knife and whatever Han's weapon was supposed to be. Hante-san used every ounce of his strength to reach the target first, while Lai Huin-Guc struggled just as fiercely to claim victory. After a lengthy struggle, a violent collision occurred, throwing everything into greater chaos than ever. The instant the two attacks collided, a massive explosion erupted. Everything disappeared beneath flames, smoke, and flying debris. According to the system, Hante-san had won this battle. As proof, the system window displayed, "You have defeated the boss monster." The restrictions in this area have been lifted. Everyone was astonished to see the Fist King, Hante-san, appear. The boss monster had been defeated in less than 5 minutes. The final mission had been completed, and the event dome vanished with a tremendous explosion. Seon Station was in a worse state than ever. The situation was so severe that no one could guarantee the civilian safety. Out on the streets, the fortunate survivors finally emerged again. A loud cry rang out from the crowd. A young woman hurriedly pushed her way through the people, shouting as she ran toward her mother. Upon reaching her, she anxiously asked, "Mom, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" The exhausted mother embraced her daughter and comforted her. "You must have been terrified. I'm all right. I'm not hurt. I'm sorry for making you worry." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, making the sight unbearably heartbreaking. That evening, the mother and daughter's reunion became headline news. A miracle had occurred. Every civilian at Seon Station had survived. The news anchor solemnly repeated the announcement. "A miracle has occurred. Every civilian at Seon Station survived." Back at the battlefield, Hante-san's expression darkened when he saw the results window. How could he not be upset after placing second? The person in first place was none other than the handsome Lai Huin-Guc, and the grand prize was Man-Animac Liar's secret necklace. Lai Huin-Guc looked immensely proud and delighted. He had protected all of Seon Station and obtained the item he wanted. Before he could finish celebrating, Hante-san approached him with a grim expression, startling him. "Hey, you bastard. Explain yourself. What happened to my reward?" Poor Han. There was simply no good answer to that question. Lai Huan Guc looked at him incredulously. We were the ones who stopped the boss during the second wave. You should be grateful that you still placed second after interfering only at the very end of the boss battle. Do whatever you want, but you can't change the truth. Don't need to ask the system to explain it to you again. The situation grew increasingly tense as the two sharp-tongued men began another verbal battle. This time, there was no stopping them. Both believed he deserved the necklace, and the tension continued to rise. That settled it. This time, there truly was no stopping them. It was no longer just an exchange of insults. A real battle between the two was imminent as their fighting spirit continued to surge. Han's face darkened as he asked again, "How do you plan to compensate me for this?" Li Huinguk's my. You have no right to talk to me about wasted time or compensation. I'm the one who had to re-enlist just to do this ridiculous work. Han's murderous aura grew so powerful that it seemed to eclipse everything around him. He roared that Lai Huan Guc had wasted his time. He appeared ready to say more, but the people nearby interrupted him. They told Han Tae-san to stay where he was. Whether he wanted to complain about independent training or contributions did not matter. If they were to receive compensation equal to the time they had sacrificed in battle, no reward could ever be sufficient. At that moment, Han's rage went straight to his head. His feet moved faster than his brain, and he charged toward Lai Huan Guc. Fortunately, Lai Huan Guc was agile enough to dodge. When the people nearby saw Han Tae-san attacking him, they shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Both men abruptly paused and turned toward the gate. Commander Kim urgently announced, "The gate has already closed. What are you two doing?" Lai Huan Guc gave Han a dangerous smile. Suddenly, he took Han Tae-san's hand and smiled pleasantly. He patted it and said, "You did an excellent job. It was truly an honor to meet you." When the world was happening, they had been about to fight only moments ago. Even Han stared back in utter confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Lai Huan Guc then turned around and walked away, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Commander Kim bowed his head and asked Corporal Lai Huan Guc if he was all right. Lai Huan Guc stood at attention, saluted, and replied that he was fine. Only then did Han realize he had been tricked. He chased after Lai Huan Guc and ordered him to stop. "Sorry, Han, but Lai Huan Guc was handsome, not stupid." Hannah watched the scene unfold, looking as though she needed an entire bottle of painkillers to process it. What in the world was happening now? She approached Han Tae-san and stopped him, warning that the scene was being broadcast live and that the entire country was watching. If you cause a disturbance here, dealing with the consequences will be extremely difficult, even for the Blue Flower Guild. Han Tae-san looked furious, but he was powerless to do anything. An announcement came that the Major General was approaching. A teleportation gate had also opened. The Major General stepped through the teleportation gate. He glanced toward Han Tae-san and asked, "Why are you still here?" Han was still angry with Lai Huan Guc, so he completely ignored the senior officer, leaving the man thoroughly embarrassed. The Major General then turned toward Hannah. "The daughter of the Blue Flower Guild's guildmaster is here too. Is there some problem?" She replied with a hint of mockery. Nothing happened. "The gate has already closed." He answered that this was only natural. If he already knew that, why had he even bothered asking? Hannah clearly disliked the look on his face. He truly was a crafty old man. Commander Kim approached and respectfully saluted him. Hannah then asked Han Tae-san, "Why did the station end up like this?" "I thought my conditions were that you had to clear the gate and stop the second wave without causing any damage." Han grimaced upon hearing that. However, there were too many people around, so he could not do anything. Turning his back to her, Han Tae-san answered, "I didn't destroy the station, and I didn't place first in this raid either." Hannah was somewhat surprised to hear the result. Han Tae-san added, "In any case, I fulfilled every one of your conditions. You had better remember to keep your promise." With those words, he shot into the sky in a single bound. He left Hannah standing there in astonishment. She could not believe that the great Han Tae-san had failed to place first. She looked toward Lai Huan Guc and found it even harder to believe that he was the one who had claimed first place. Nearby, the two commanders were questioning Lai Huan Guc. According to his military records, he could control objects weighing up to 300 grams, but his actual limit was clearly much higher. They could not believe he was merely F rank. From a distance, Hannah overheard that Lai Huan Guc was only F rank. She was so stunned that her head spun and she nearly lost her balance. The Major General still had plenty more to say, so he invited Lai Huin Guc to walk and talk with him. Lai Huin Guc was not pleased, but he could not openly resist and had no choice but to follow. Even so, he could not let his guard down. The Major General was not someone he could afford to take lightly. His power had earned him the title of strategic class nuclear weapon. He was also exceptionally intelligent. In fact, he was the person whom the necromancer feared most, which was why the necromancer had deliberately arranged countless assassination attempts against him. The Major General asked Lai Huin Guc to report everything that had just happened. This was exactly what Lai Huin Guc had expected. The man was trying to probe into his actions. Thinking quickly, Lai Huin Guc engaged in a tense verbal exchange with the Major General. He fabricated an excuse, claiming that he had simply been lucky enough to acquire a new skill. The Major General immediately believed him, but he did not stop there. He tried to ask about Lai Huin Guc's level as well, catching him off guard. This was one move Lai Huin Guc had not anticipated. Before he could answer, however, the Major General smiled and said that he wanted to reward him. The moment he heard the word reward, Lai Huin Guc's expression became frighteningly greedy. He boldly named the item he wanted, startling the Major General. The man froze for 5 whole seconds after hearing the request. Then he patted his chest and said, "Keep dreaming, Corporal Lai Huin Guc." As a consolation, he promoted him directly to Special Operations rank. The Major General then walked away, leaving Lai Huin Guc behind with a displeased expression. He might not have received the reward, but at least he was glad to see the Major General leave. A few days later, Lai Huin Guc was lying on his bed, lost in thought when Park Junmo suddenly burst into the room. Choi Min-ji followed right behind him. The two relentlessly demanded that Lai Huin Guc train them. Annoyed, Lai Huin Guc lifted his shirt to reveal the wound on his abdomen and said that he was still recovering. Before he could chase the two away, the 3 purple-haired men arrived and begged him to train them as well. These people were truly unbelievable. None of that would have mattered much if Min-tae had not appeared. The moment Lai Huin Guc saw Min-tae, he ran over and embraced him. He was so delighted that he unconsciously forgot all about his injury and immediately led the others away for training. The phenomenon in which multiple gates open within the same area is known as an assault wave. In the near future, one such wave will sweep across Seoul and turn the city into hell. Only one person knows what the future holds, and that person is me. Can I stop this wave by myself? Will everyone survive? No. This time, I finally understand. As Lai Huin Guc continued his inner monologue, Private and Min-tae entered and stood at attention. Reporting. I have received orders from a military hospital to return to the support unit. End of report. Lai Huin Guc remained immersed in thought. I can't do this alone. I need everyone's help. He stepped forward and tightly embraced Min-tae. Thank you. Min-tae stared at him in bewilderment, wondering whether this man had feelings for him. Senior Lai Huin Guc, what are you thanking me for? Lai Huin Guc released Min-tae and looked directly into his eyes. What else could it be? You've arrived just in time for training. Min-tae frowned at him and pretended not to hear. What? I didn't hear anything. As if anyone could refuse the protagonist that easily. Lai Huin Guc smiled and replied, "No, you heard me." He silently vowed that those fighting by his side would have to become stronger. Lai Huin Guc threw an arm around Min-tae's shoulders and cheerfully dragged him away. Come on, it's time to train. Behind him, his fellow soldiers were equally fired up. Lai Huin Guc's eyes burned with determination. Only then will I be able to save them. Junmo ran over with a panicked expression, as though the building were on fire. Players ranked C or lower aren't allowed to use the training center. People like us can't train here. Lai Huin Guc wrapped an arm around Junmo's neck and tightened his grip slightly. You wanted to try real training, didn't you? Junmo grimaced. Why do we have to start like this? Huin Guc frowned and shoved him to the ground. Hey, you all survived the disaster event. Why are you losing your nerve now? Everyone except Junmo ranked up this time. Junmo sat dejectedly on the ground. We only had to provide support back then, but now we have to do it ourselves. Huin Guc glanced at him. Is that so? Then I'll cover you. Junmo's eyes lit up. Really? The door suddenly flew open with a deafening crash, and the men immediately began trembling in fear. Huin Guc shouted, "What are you waiting for? Charge in." Hurry, he smiled, his expression gradually losing all trace of humanity, then slammed the door shut and left them inside. Terrified screams echoed from within. Why? Li Huing. You can't be serious. What's going on? Save us. Lai Huin Guc. Huin Guc flashed a wicked grin. A tribute training begins now. Two girls eating lunch began whispering when they spotted Huin Guc. Hey, isn't that the F-rank old man who carried everyone during Operation Red and the disaster event? Really? That's amazing. I thought he'd look much more muscular, though. Huin Guc heard every word but maintained a cool expression. Those little brats. This might encourage them, but why is it so irritating to hear? A red-haired woman noticed Lai Huin Guc and asked, isn't it time for individual training? Huin Guc immediately stood at attention and saluted. Reporting, I came to the PX to buy energy supplements for my subordinates in training. He noticed Sang-guk scowling at him and grew irritated. That bastard. Don't tell me he's starting again. Looking to the right, he saw a shoulder-length black-haired woman staring intently at him. Huin Guc wondered, who is she? The red-haired woman asked, I heard you earned the Dungeon Rampage achievement. Huin Guc promptly replied, yes, that's correct. She approached him. Your report about your unusual accomplishments. That was convincing, but I think you're still hiding something. Huin Guc gave her a provocative smirk. What could I possibly be hiding? The red-haired woman remained expressionless, but her mood had clearly darkened. You sometimes behave very strangely, as though you already know everything. It's almost as if you possess information unavailable to us. Huin Guc said, I don't understand what you mean, though inwardly he was nervous. Has she figured something out? A voice suddenly came from nearby. No, I wasn't talking to you. Sang-guk raised both hands. Sergeant Kim, I didn't say anything. Sergeant Kim replied, I was talking to Sergeant O. An announcement suddenly came over the loudspeaker. Li Huing. EZP. Li Huing. Report to the battalion commander's office immediately. The battalion commander has summoned you. End of announcement. The red-haired platoon leader planted her hands on her hips in frustration. Seriously? Why now? Remember this. I don't know what you're after, but I'll be watching you. Now go. Huin Guc stepped outside and sighed in relief. Phew, I'm safe. I need to stay away from that stubborn CO Ha for now. Huin Guc stared suspiciously toward the battalion commander's office. But what could this be about? The promotion ceremony isn't for another few days. As soon as he arrived, he heard someone shouting, what do you mean let them try? If you send them there, your men will die. Huin Guc knocked, received permission to enter, and stepped inside before standing at attention. Reporting, I was summoned. His words caught his throat when he saw Major General Kwon Young-cheon. The Major General turned toward him. There you are. A few days ago, a red gate opened in Silum. Images of the battle appeared vividly before them. A mage stared at the slaughter and shouted, snap out of it. You're all from the same guild. Why are you doing this? Stop. They've lost their minds. They've all gone insane. He desperately tried to flee, but in the end, but hands dragged him back and sent him to his death. The Major General continued. It has been confirmed that the Blue Flower Guild's 3rd assault team was annihilated. Today, the gate became a Grade 3 Chaos Gate. Huin Guc froze, his eyes widening in shock. A Grade 3 Chaos Gate? After 3 failed raids, a single organization is deemed incapable of clearing it. That means 2 organizations must join forces for the next assault. I don't remember this ever happening. Without waiting for Huin Guc to respond, the Major General said, entry is limited to players level 18 or higher, with a maximum of 30 participants. I've been informed that it's a zombie dungeon, and no one can leave until it has been cleared. Huin Guc's mouth fell open in shock. Impossible. Is the boss a commander of the dead? A necromancer? The arrogant Blue Flower Guild sacrificed many promising recruits and still failed the raid. Dungeon raids are guild business, so the military has no reason to interfere. But I believe you're the right person for the job. Kim Kong-suk, who had been standing nearby, finally spoke. Seemingly reluctant to place too great a burden on Huin Guc, he asked, can you do it? Huin Guc answered firmly. I'll try, sir. I don't think I can handle a red gate with my current weapons. Major General, if I can have the Fianat bow I mentioned last time, I will definitely clear the dungeon. The Major General gave an almost unbearably devious smile. Then let us make a pact. If you fail, you will bear full responsibility yourself. Huin Guc smiled confidently. Yes, sir. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Huin Guc thought, it isn't unusual to send commanders into dungeon raids. Even so, he specifically chose me, an ordinary soldier, to lead the assault team. Perhaps it's because he and the Blue Flower Guild's guild master are rivals. If I succeed, it will be a complete victory over the Blue Flower Guild's elite players. Even if I lose, it won't truly count as a military defeat because we're merely supporting the Blue Flower Guild. A victory would also prove that the Monster Countermeasures unit isn't useless and give him the upper hand in his battle of wits with the Blue Flower Guild. No matter the outcome, the Major General benefits. The Major General smiled craftily. Excellent. I'll give you Fianot immediately. I know this mission will be difficult, so after the raid, I will promote you to Sergeant. When Guc stared at him and thought, you old fox. I won't let you use me. He said, Major General, you previously promised Fianot as my reward. If I succeed this time, I want an additional reward. The Major General assured him, as long as you succeed, I promise to grant your request. When Guc responded loudly, as if afraid he would not sound grateful enough. Thank you, sir. We guarantee that we will clear the dungeon at any cost. When Guc returned to his comrades, who had just defeated an enormous monster. Every one of them was covered in blood. They all looked at him. You're back. You're a little late. A C-rank arena is easy. We're confident we can complete any mission now. Before they could finish boasting, when Guc said, everyone, pick up your weapons. Our support unit is going on its first independent raid. Everyone froze stiff. Independent? But we never said we wanted that. 2 days later, the entire unit was wearing protective gear and helmets. When Guc held up an object, since this is a zombie dungeon, we'll use rounds imbued with holy power. The recoil is stronger than with ordinary ammunition, so handle them carefully. This is no longer training. Everyone must be cautious. Understood? They answered in unison, understood. One soldier asked, Corporal Lai Huin Guc, did you bring Fianot? Huin Guc replied, yes. Don't worry. The blue tip of an arrow protruded from his sleeve. After a long journey, they finally arrived and the assault team disembarked. At the Blue Flower Guild's camp beside the Silimdong Red Gate, a captain said, Corporal Lai Huin Guc, you'll attend an operational briefing before entering the gate. Follow me. Huin Guc acknowledged the order, then turned to Junmo. You're in charge here. Someone said to Min Tae. Do you see the way they're looking at us? They don't seem happy. On the other side stood a richly equipped group in expensive-looking armor, but they looked extremely arrogant. One man grumbled, Captain, have you heard? They're from a Monster Countermeasure Support Unit, ordinary soldiers. Their entire team consists of the lowest-ranked players. We'll have to carry them, and they might discover the recovery operation. The captain snapped, watch your mouth. The other man quickly covered his mouth. I'm sorry. He had brought the reprimand upon himself by talking too much. With his keen hearing, Huin Guc caught the phrase recovery operation. What did he mean by that? The other team's captain said, as soon as we enter, we'll separate from the Monster Countermeasures unit and proceed alone. One soldier protested, but they won't survive that way. The captain placed a hand on his hip. Anyone raiding a dungeon must risk their life. They'll have to protect themselves. They don't have a choice. A scar crossed his face, and his scowl made it look even more frightening. When Guc opened a door, entered a room, and saw Hannah. He asked, I thought there was supposed to be a briefing. Hannah approached him. I had a feeling you would come. Back then, you concealed your identity as an S-rank soldier very well and accepted my business card. When Guc thought, she still seems bothered by that. Hannah looked displeased. Enough about the past. During this raid, your people only need to provide support. So once we enter the gate, don't do anything that might interfere with the Blue Flower Guild. Just stay put. That's why I called you here. When Guc considered her words. So that's why the Blue Flower Guild agreed to let ordinary soldiers support them. They aren't doing us any favors. Do they honestly think I'll obediently bow my head? He asked, my team has the same rights as the Blue Flower Guild, correct? Hannah replied indifferently. So what? Are you planning to defeat the boss yourself? I admit that compared with ordinary G-rank soldiers, you possess skill and courage. But when Guc immediately interrupted her. Why not? Are you worried we'll win? Hannah clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Sorry, but do you think you'll get lucky again like you did at Seon Station? When Guc scowled. Did this woman leave all her manners in the chicken coop? He stepped closer to Hannah. This has nothing to do with something as trivial as luck. Hannah's expression instantly changed, and her eyes turned icy. It seems you truly want to die. In that case, try entering before us. No, you can't. 3 of the top 100 prospective teams will be participating. Don't concern yourself with us. Just stay out of our way. When Guc restrained himself. Hannah isn't responding to my provocation. And there's that recovery operation too. Something about this raid is being hidden from me. She turned to leave as she finished speaking. When GUC called out, Strategy Chief Yu. She immediately looked back. Catherine. When GUC was speechless at Hannah's fussiness. Yes, Miss Catherine. He looked at her with a serious expression. Would you like to make a wager with me? If we defeat the boss before the Blue Flower Guild, you must give me whatever I want. Hannah frowned. Before the Blue Flower Guild? Her gaze was full of contempt. You clearly don't know what it means to bet against me. If you lose, you hand your life over to me. How does that sound? When GUC agreed without hesitation. He thought, I don't know what you're hiding, but whatever lies beyond this gate, I will deal with it. Outside, the enormous Crimson Gate loomed before them. The Blue Flower Guild will enter first. Prepare yourselves, the Blue Flower Captain said. We'll leave the entrance area before those soldiers can catch up, so be ready to run. The Blue Flower Guild has entered. The Monster Countermeasures Assault Team will follow in 3 minutes. Prepare yourselves. One soldier turned to Aminte. Are you nervous? Aminte replied firmly, I'm fine. A commanding voice rang out. Everyone focus. Just do what you did during training. Watch your breathing. Once they entered, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. Everyone was slaughtering one another, blood spraying like fireworks. The Blue Flower Captain coughed up blood. People piled on top of one another, swords piercing straight through their stomachs. Then a towering boss monster appeared. Its face resembled a bear skull. When it turned toward them, the entire unit recoiled in terror. The boss stretched out its enormous hand and attacked Minte's group. And Minte screamed in agony, but courageously aimed his gun at the boss. AMT Assault Team, fire! A system notification appeared. The boss monster, Zombie King, has appeared. Everyone was alarmed and frightened by its appearance. It looked utterly terrifying, with a crowned skull for a head. Instead of fur, the collar of its cloak was lined with razor-sharp spikes. It extended its skeletal hands and began attacking them. The captain immediately ordered them to open fire. The entire unit raised their weapons and shot at it simultaneously. The gunfire erupted like a barrage of fireworks. However, the monster remained completely unharmed. After observing it closely, Huin Jiusi realized it was using a magical barrier to block the attacks. He quickly ordered Choi Tae-woong to take a sniper shot. Choi Tae-woong lay prone and aimed his rifle at the monster. He recalled his training with Huin Jiusi. At the time, he had voiced a question. Everyone knows firearms are useless against monsters. So what is the point of practicing with guns? When GUC explained, it's true that they inflict very little damage on monsters. Even holy rounds are no more effective than rubber bullets against them. But the reason we use guns to attack zombies is the noise. Simply put, zombies have poor senses overall, but their hearing is extremely sharp. Although guns have little destructive power against them, the noise disorients them and prevents them from locating us. Everyone exclaimed in understanding. However, Choi Tae-woong still had a question. What if the zombies in the dungeon have other functional senses? When GUC replied, then there will be a very high chance of failure. The entire team will become zombies, and this place will turn into hell on earth. The recollection ended. Choi Tae-woong carefully aimed at the monster's ear. It was still distracted by the gunfire. Elsewhere, and Min-tae held up his shield while throwing several grenades. As they exploded, everyone quickly took cover behind his shield to avoid injury. The grenades detonated simultaneously. The monster was badly affected by the blast. It growled as terrifying black smoke poured from its body. It then unleashed an entire legion of zombies to attack them. The sight frightened the soldiers, but their fighting spirit remained unbroken. They all loaded their weapons to counterattack, but Huin GUC used metal control to seize every gun from their hands. Wielding 4 guns simultaneously, he opened fire on the enemy. No matter how numerous the zombies were, they could not evade the relentless barrage. The zombies fell one after another without any chance to retaliate. Kim Hyung-jin, your role is the rogue. Kim Hyung-jin suddenly saw a zombie streak past him like the wind. It was carrying a sword that he recognized as a rare item. A massive explosion erupted, and an enormous grenade appeared amid the horde of zombies. When it exploded, the monster roared furiously, and the zombies vanished without leaving a trace. When GUC soldiers sat on the ground, panting heavily. Every one of them was completely exhausted. Their bodies were so weak and unresponsive that they felt practically dead. Huin Guc stood nearby, paying no attention to their complaints as he considered his unanswered questions. They had infiltrated the dungeon exactly according to plan, yet something felt wrong. There were also far fewer zombies than he had expected. Stranger still, for some unknown reason, the Zombie King's name had appeared distorted in the system window. After thinking for a while, Huin Guc ordered everyone to regroup because they had not yet cleared the gate. Once the entire team had assembled, they quickly withdrew from the area. Elsewhere, a man with a snake coiled around his body silently watched Huin Guc's group from the shadows. He then gave a bizarre smile, while the snake's terrifying eyes showed not the slightest trace of humanity. He looked at Huin Guc's team and said to the snake, "It seems there are a few interesting ones among them." The battlefield was utterly desolate, with nothing left in sight. As they advanced, they carefully observed their surroundings for lurking dangers. Huin Guc thought to himself, "There is nothing near the dungeon. No facilities, no zombies, nothing at all." He had raided many dungeons before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange place. Suddenly, he sensed something behind him. About 20 meters away, an unfamiliar piece of metal had begun to move. He immediately used magic to launch a knife toward it. A young man's voice cried out, "Spare me, I'm human." Everyone immediately aimed their guns at him. The young man emerged from behind a tree with both hands raised. He explained that he had stayed hidden because he thought Huin Guc's group were zombies. He claimed to be the sole survivor of Assault Team 3. Judging by his gaunt, emaciated appearance, he had not eaten in a long time. His name was Kim Tyop, a member of the Blue Flower Guild. He was a marksman whose primary skill was invisibility. Huin Guc regarded him suspiciously. "Only one survivor?" Kim Tyop collapsed to his knees and whispered, "I'm sorry, but could you give me something to eat?" Elsewhere, at the Blue Flower Guild's temporary command center in Silumdong, Strategy Chief Hannah listened to her assistant's report. The Guang group had just sent a confidential letter to every major guild. She frowned and bit her nails, desperate to know what it said. After all, the people dispatched for this raid were clearly trusted veterans. Then she heard something that left her stunned. Any player who recovered the chairman's grandson's body and the hero-grade spear of Achilles from Assault Team 2 would receive 80 billion, along with an enormous sponsorship package from the Blue Flower Guild for that player's guild. Back with Huin Guc, the starving Kim Tyop spoke between mouthfuls. "Our top priority on this mission is the spear." Hearing that, Huin Guc smiled inwardly. He finally understood why Strategy Chief Hannah had been so cautious. The spear of Achilles was here. Kim Tyop continued eating ravenously as he explained. Chairman Gu Donghun's second grandson died during the first raid, and the Spear of Achilles is considered a symbol of the corporation. That is why they hate having outsiders involved, even though this is a joint raid. Watching them from above, the mysterious man grew bored when he saw that they were merely talking. He immediately used his power to summon a vast number of monsters to attack them for his own amusement. Huin Guc suddenly sensed numerous metallic presences appearing. There were not merely a dozen, but as many as 120, and their numbers kept increasing. A grave threat was approaching them. As Huin Guc sensed more and more metal creatures closing in, he hurriedly ordered everyone to gather and initiate Plan C. Everyone was astonished, but they quickly regained their composure and prepared the necessary equipment. And Min Tae and Choi Min Ji swiftly removed their backpacks, revealing numerous large spheres. These were no ordinary spheres, as each one contained holy power. Every member of the team then took out a can of enhancement medicine and drank it. The medicine would continuously replenish their mana for 5 minutes and increase their strength for 6 minutes. The medicine took effect immediately, and an impressive amount of power began radiating from Huin Guc. He walked over to Jun and Mo and assigned him a task. Seeing everyone working so urgently, Kim Tyop could not help feeling anxious. He had only just survived a terrible ordeal and did not want to experience it again. He asked what they were doing and offered to help with their plan. Huin Guc walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "We're preparing to run. If you don't want to become a corpse, follow them." Kim Tyop did not fully understand, but the shrieks of the metal creatures behind him soon made the situation clear. A massive horde was approaching from the rear, brimming with murderous intent. The prepared spheres were thrown out, and Huin Guc used a spell to suspend them in midair. Before attacking, Huin Jiusi ordered every member of the assault team to withdraw from the area immediately. Watching their movements from his hiding place, the mysterious man smiled mockingly. Is your only plan to use a teammate as bait? If I kill him quickly enough, your plan will be useless. With that, he sent the metal creatures directly at Huin Jiusi. As they ran, Kim Tyop asked the soldier beside him, "Is your plan C really to leave him behind and flee? That is far too reckless." The soldier confidently replied, "Huin Jiusi devised this plan himself, and he isn't the kind of man who risks his life without a chance of success." Huin Jiusi was now alone on the battlefield. Using magic, he guided the spheres into the midst of the creatures. The moment the spheres touched them, he used Iron Fist to activate the holy power within each one. The spheres attacked while emitting a piercing noise. Every monster they touched convulsed as though struck by electricity. Unable to respond, they collapsed to the ground one after another. Huin Jiusi did not stop there. He continued using the technique against the charging monsters and brought down nearly all of them. Seeing this, the mysterious man realized that Huin Jiusi had not stayed behind merely to act as bait. The noise he generated would also drive the zombies into a frenzy. At the same time, the zombie king noticed the commotion. It roared toward the source of the noise, prompting the lesser zombies to follow it. Amid the horde, Huin Jiusi sensed a metallic presence of an entirely different caliber. It felt as though the metal belonged to a person. Looking into the distance, he spotted a mysterious man standing between two metal creatures, with a snake coiled around his body as he gazed down at the battlefield. Huin Jiusi wondered, a person? Who is he? Is he human, or some kind of villain? Someone came to mind, but he immediately told himself that it could not possibly be that person. The two metal creatures suddenly vanished, and Huin Jiusi realized who was behind all of this. He could not believe it was him. The two metal creatures reappeared simultaneously and attacked him. Huin Jiusi reacted in time and dodged aside. Fortunately, he evaded the attack. Otherwise, his head would have been split in two like the helmet they had shattered. He used his skills to restrain them. However, there were no longer only two of them. A large number had arrived and were steadily driving him into a corner. The mysterious man sneered maliciously. Did I expect too much from him? He expended all that energy preparing this ambush. Has he already exhausted himself? But in the very next moment, Huin Jiusi astonished him. Using magic, Huin Jiusi lifted the fragments of the shattered iron spheres into the air. He sent them directly at the attacking metal creatures. He called this technique Iron Rain. The iron fragments fell like a torrential downpour. Every monster was pierced, and their agonized screams filled the battlefield. Meanwhile, as the zombie horde moved toward Huin Jiusi, another explosion drew its attention. The explosion came from grenades used by the members of Huin Jiusi's team. Kim Tyop had assumed their plan was to sacrifice one man and escape, so he could not understand why they were now creating another explosion. Choi Tae-woong shouted at him, "Who would devise a plan that sacrifices a teammate? This is a diversionary operation to draw the zombies away from Corporal Lai Huin Jiusi." Their plan succeeded, luring the zombie horde far away. The mysterious man raised a hand to cover his face as he spoke to his pet. So he was never the bait. They truly intend to raid this place. He laughed bizarrely. I'm beginning to find these people interesting. It was unclear whether the snake understood him, but it hissed softly in response. Seeing him laugh, Huin Jiusi wondered what was wrong with him. He also wondered why the man had entered this dungeon gate and, more importantly, how he could mingle with the zombies. At that moment, a warning appeared stating that Huin Jiusi's strength enhancement had just over 2 minutes remaining. Huin Jiusi was still wondering whether the man was the person he suspected. The man's snake opened its enormous mouth and produced a spear for its master. The sight was reminiscent of Orochimaru from Naruto, who often used snakes to store weapons and other important items. Gripping the spear excitedly, the man declared, "Now I want to taste your blood. I will make certain this spear is stained with it." Huin Jiusi shouted, "Are you a necromancer?" For several seconds, the man was too stunned to respond. Then rage overtook him, and he threatened, "If you want to die with your body intact, tell me how you know about the necromancer. Who are you?" The bloodthirsty snake man licked his lips and gleefully declared that he would drench the spear in Huin Jiuxi's blood. The weapon was still dripping with the snake's saliva, making it disgusting to behold. Huin Jiuxi shouted that he only had one question. If the man's girlfriend and mother both fell into the water, whom would he save first? No, that was the wrong question. What he meant to ask was whether the man was a necromancer. The snake man froze stiffly and asked, "How do you know about the necromancer? Were you?" The zombies stayed dead instead of rising again, and judging by the man's reaction, Huin Jiuxi's suspicion was likely correct. The identity guessing game had officially begun. If this snake man was not the necromancer, then what connection did he have to one? After being bombarded with questions, the snake man finally lost patience. "You lunatic, do you still not understand the situation?" Calling Huin Jiuxi a bastard, he charged forward. I asked how you know about him. The snake man thrust his 120-centimeter spear straight at the handsome and heroic protagonist, determined to send him back to Mother Earth and leave the readers with no story to follow. But it would not be that easy. Huin Jiuxi stopped the spear with his bare hand. The man hissed and called him an insolent brat. Not only had he failed to kill Huin Jiuxi, but he had also helped him unlock a new skill, degrade adamant body. By absorbing supernatural power from Manan and Mac Liar's secret armor, it became compatible with hero-grade weapons and unlocked the following new skills: Mana Shield, Secret Mark, and one additional lock skill. The skill's grade would improve after absorbing a sufficiently concentrated quantity of magical metal. If Manan and Mac Liar's secret armor had not merged with adamant body, Huin Jiuxi would have lost an arm. The impact hurled him backward. Before he was sent flying, however, Huin Jiuxi managed to throw a dagger at the snake man. The man angrily dodged it. "Do you think such a petty trick will work on me?" Even after so many stories, villains never seem to learn that they should not underestimate the protagonist. Huin Jiuxi seized the chain in his hand and pulled hard. Countless fragments of the iron spheres shot toward the snake man. The snake on his back swiftly coiled around him, shielding its master inside. The snake man stood within the coils, his savage face twisted with rage. Is this really an attack from a level 18 player? Huin Jiuxi also assessed his opponent's strength. If the man could block the attack so easily, he had undoubtedly surpassed the level of the red gate. Huin Jiuxi questioned him once more. "How did you enter this gate? Tell me so I can try it too." The snake man smiled with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts arrogance. Or rather, he wore the unpleasant expression of someone suffering from severe constipation. Even now, Huin Jiuxi would not stop. Huin Jiuxi keenly noticed that a fragment had pierced the man's hand. The shard from the holy sphere had burned him. A player vulnerable to holy power could only be one thing. He was a vampire, a slaughterer of other players. Vampires were a demonic race that had killed civilians and their own comrades during the attack on Seoul. So this man had never been a snake man at all. He was a vampire. With his face contorted, the vampire complimented Huin Jiuxi. "You truly have a gift for enraging people. It seems you have no intention of answering my question. Perhaps you will speak once I sever all 4 of your limbs." Huin Jiuxi sensed the energy of a hero-grade weapon. Could that be the Spear of Achilles that the Guang group was searching for? Even Manan and Mac Liar's secret armor, combined with adamant body, would be useless if the spear revealed its true power. One direct hit would mean Huin Jiuxi's death. A notification appeared, warning him that less than 60% of the medicine's duration remained. The mana and strength enhancements were also running out. He had just over 2 minutes of enhanced power left, and he had to win before then. The vampire declared, "I will make you talk, even if I have to tear your mouth apart." The instant he finished speaking, he thrust his spear directly at Huin Jiuxi. Had Huin Jiuxi not dodged quickly, there would now have been a hole through the middle of his head. He was no pushover either and retaliated with metal control, aiming directly at the vampire's head. Once again, the snake blocked the attack for the vampire. The man arrogantly reminded Huin Jiuxi, "I told you. Those tricks are useless." Huin Jiuxi was furious. The damned python blocked every ranged attack, preventing him from striking the vampire with the metal fragments. Close combat was also impossible because of the Spear of Achilles. In that case, he would have to use another method. The vampire pressed his advantage and launched a relentless assault. As he attacked, he mocked Huin Guc for daring to mention someone whose identity he did not even know. Huin Guc would have to play this trump card earlier than expected. He asked the vampire, "You're curious about me, aren't you? I'm a soldier. Wait, have you ever completed your military service?" The vampire was baffled by Huin Guc's sudden introduction, as though Huin Guc were trying to become his lover. What the hell was this? But while the vampire was distracted, a one-star claymore mine had already been wrapped around the snake's body. Clearly, the vampire had never served in the military. Meanwhile, back with the other soldiers, Kim Tae-op stopped a soldier who was preparing to throw a mine. "Stop! The boss monster isn't here. This is our chance. Even an assault team cannot survive against so many zombies. Huin Guc may already have sacrificed himself. We need to hide." Jun Mo objected. Corporal Huin Guc would never fall that easily. Kim Tae-op immediately retorted, "How can you be so certain?" Jun Mo answered firmly, "We haven't received the signal yet." Before leaving, Huin Guc had instructed him to attach a claymore mine to his back. "If the mine explodes, it means I have only one final option left. When that happens, lead the team members somewhere safe." Meanwhile, Huin Guc had found the perfect opportunity. He detonated the mine and prepared tonight's dinner, charred shadow snake. Seeing the snake burn black, the vampire flew into a rage. "How dare you? That person chose him. I cannot believe you killed him with a mere mine." With nothing left to protect the vampire, Huin Guc presented him with an arrow of love straight through the heart. The arrow sent the vampire flying backward. What is this? How can it be so fast that the naked eye cannot even see it? Huin Guc remarked, "How naive. The claymore was only meant to deal with that troublesome snake. This arrow is my true trump card. Trying to pull it out is useless. It carries my power, so you won't remove it easily." Huin Guc did not kill him immediately. Now, it was his turn to ask questions. Driven mad by hunger, the zombie horde charged toward the soldiers like a collapsing tidal wave. While Kim Tae-op and Jun Mo were still arguing, the sound of an explosion, the thunderous explosion, startled everyone. Trembling, Kim Tae-op asked Jun Mo if what had just exploded over there was a claymore mine. Jun Mo stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe the mine had exploded. "No way. Goppodan li huing gup." Kim Tae-op had also figured out what Jun Mo was talking about. "You mean that signal just now?" He smugly took pride in being right. "See? I told you. Anyone who comes out here alone is bound to die a pointless death." Without showing the slightest emotion, he even advised Jun Mo to keep a cool head if he wanted to survive on the battlefield. All they had to do was hide somewhere safe and wait for the assault team to reinforce them. He had such a handsome, intelligent face, yet every word out of his mouth was infuriating. Jun Mo frowned and growled a warning. "Hey, we just received word that one of our comrades may have died. How dare you laugh about it?" The surrounding soldiers froze after hearing Kim Tae-op's moral lecture, staring at him as if he were a pile of shit, their faces filled with disgust. Sensing the murderous hostility directed at him, Kim Tae-op stammered in his defense, "I am worried about the news too, but the rest of us still have to survive." Out of the goodness of his heart, Kim Tae-op even invited everyone to sing tongues, "Run now. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and hide." Just as his rallying cry reached its climax, a rock suddenly fell beside him, nearly scaring the pants off him. Now, what? The entire castle began shaking violently. A notification appeared. The castle of Skeleton Lord Baron Samedi is being summoned. The Skeleton Lord will annihilate anyone who trespasses upon his territory. The soldiers panicked at the sight before them. What's going on? A castle just appeared out of nowhere. They had never encountered anything like this during training. Look, zombies are being summoned along with the castle. Seeing an entire army of zombies being summoned, Kim Tae-op nearly soiled himself. His face looked utterly devoid of hope. While everyone was panicking, Jun Mo raised an arm and signaled for silence. Unfortunately, a powerful enemy was never as frightening as a foolish teammate. While everyone else obeyed the order and remained perfectly still, Kim Tae-op shoved his way through the group and suddenly bolted in one direction. The noise drew the zombies' attention. They immediately went berserk and charged toward the soldiers in a massive wave. Jun Mo immediately gave the order. "Assault team, open fire." But they quickly realized that shooting would not work because there were far too many of them. They had to find somewhere to hide immediately. Meanwhile, back with our handsome, overpowered hero and the unfortunate vampire. The vampire was still clutching the arrow embedded in his chest, desperately trying to pull it out. Huin Guc warned him that it was useless. The arrow contained Huin Guc's power, so it would not be easy to remove. He even reassured the vampire that he had no intention of killing him just yet. First, he needed to question him about the necromancer. The vampire mocked him. "You think you can kill me with this puny arrow?" It was true that without holy power, Huin Guc could not kill him immediately. However, given how much blood he was currently losing, even a vampire would soon experience agony worse than death. Realizing that his weakness had been exposed, the vampire flew into a rage. "You brat, what do you know?" Huin Guc channeled mana into the arrow, making the vampire scream in agony. He reminded the vampire that Huin Guc was now in control and would be the one asking the questions. The first question for today's vampire contestant was, what is your connection to the second heir of the Gowon group? Is he backing you? The high-ranking vampire roared. "How dare you? That insect is nothing more than lowly prey." Ding dong. Wrong answer. Huin Guc shocked the vampire once again. He had warned him from the beginning. Behave, and he would merely be wounded. Misbehave, and he would be punished. Unable to endure the pain, the vampire begged Huin Guc to stop. Huin Guc looked rather pleased. "There we go. At least you're being honest now. Keep behaving and answer my questions. Now for the real question. Do you know who the necromancer is? If you do, give me his location." The vampire truly had no fear and still possessed enough strength to provoke him. "Fool, so you know nothing. If you knew, why would you need to ask? He could be anyone. A comrade who has always fought at your side, or perhaps even a member of your family." Incorrect answer. The vampire had entered forbidden territory. Huin Guc pressed a dagger against his throat to warm him up a little. "Do not bring my family into this." This vampire was clearly the sort who lived for prestige, yet he kept dodging the question. Huin Guc then dropped a bombshell. "You have never actually met the necromancer, have you?" The moment he saw the vampire's alarmed expression, Huin Guc knew the fish had taken a bait, so he continued applying pressure. "How disappointing. You truly are all talk. Someone as cautious as the necromancer would never allow you to meet him or reveal his intentions to you, no matter how loyal a dog you are. So what exactly are you to him? An obsessed stalker?" Huin Guc's words infuriated the vampire. "Who gave you permission to prattle on as if you knew anything about him, you bastard?" Huin Guc indifferently warned him. "I know more than you do." But behind him, the giant snake had awakened at some unknown point and opened its jaws wide to bite him. But the creature was still far too inexperienced. With a casual wave of his hand, Huin Guc sliced it apart, serving up another helping of crispy fried snake. For a very long time, he and I relentlessly hunted each other. The vampire believed Huin Guc was bluffing. He has not even awakened yet. Huin Guc had grown tired of the interrogation. The vampire had made his final attempt to defend himself far too obvious. "Thanks for giving me this item. I'll devour it. Rather, I'll put to good use." A notification appeared. "You have obtained the spear of Achilles." If the necromancer had awakened his power and begun taking action, Huin Guc should have sensed it long ago. But wait, if he had not awakened yet, why was this vampire already so loyal to him? Come to think of it, far too many things remained suspicious. Whether he liked it or not, Huin Guc had to keep asking questions. "Hey, stalker, how did you get in here? The Blue Flower Guild is guarding the gate outside. So how did you slip in by yourself?" The vampire glanced at the glowing ring on his finger, then defiantly questioned Huin Guc in return. "Then how were you able to pass through the raid gate he created? No player above level 18 should have been able to enter." Huin Guc was stunned by his words. What had he just said? He created the gate himself? Did that mean an individual could control a gate? At that very moment, the ground began to shake. At this rate, Huin Guc would lose both the vampire and the spear. A notification appeared. The level limit for players entering the gate has increased from level 18 to level 30. The vampire smugly mocked him. Once this phase is complete, his monster raid gate will finally be perfected. Enjoy the true horror of the world he has created. Meanwhile, the soldiers could only remain silent and search for places to hide, because the zombies were now ferociously hunting for prey. Junimo noticed something strange about the Skeleton Lord. It absorbed the surrounding energy, restoring both of its eyes. As soon as the Skeleton Lord's eyes were restored, the surrounding zombies roared as if celebrating their leader's recovery from blindness. And because the Skeleton Lord could now see, the zombies could see as well. Junmo's hair stood on end as he stared at the light glowing within their deep, hollow sockets. The zombies have gained sight. There was no time to think. Junmo raised his large handgun and fired repeatedly into the zombie horde. The noise drew the remaining zombies toward him. Junmo quickly shouted a warning to the assault team. The zombies can see us. I'll cover you. Everyone else, get out of here. Apparently, the skeleton lord could not only see but also understand human speech. Upon hearing Junmo, it immediately turned and attacked him with a whip made of bone. Just when everyone thought Junmo was finished, a nearby grenade exploded, blasting away the skeleton lord's bone whip. And Min-tae shouted, "Private Park, Junmo," jolting Junmo back to his senses. Hearing the shout, Junmo looked astonished. "Min-tae, koi minyi, what are you two still doing here? I told you to run. Hurry," Min-tae shouted back. "You won't last long by yourself." Min-ji stood beside him, unleashing a continuous barrage of bullets as she added, "We wouldn't have the courage to put you down if you turned into a zombie." They acted as they spoke, alternating between gunfire and grenades in a dazzling fireworks display. They truly were excellent comrades. They declared that if they were going to die, they would die together. So Junmo had better hurry over and support them. The sight moved Junmo so deeply that he was left speechless. Since they had shown such sincerity, Junmo could only accept it. He ran straight toward his comrades and loudly issued an order. "All assault team members, retreat. Throw every grenade we have left." And so an indoor fireworks show erupted, blasting the castle apart amid flames and smoke. An ominous voice echoed, "I will use your remaining comrades as sacrifices." It was a final message from the unfortunate vampire, who could not resist threatening Hwin-Ji before departing. The zombies will eventually pour out of the gate and slaughter the outside world. Do your best to stop them. A crimson warning appeared. Skeleton Lord Baron Samedi's assault has begun. Hwin-Ji no longer had time to stand around. He sprinted toward the castle ahead. His keen ears picked up the sound of grenades exploding. Was it coming from that building? Hwin-Ji remembered telling Junmo that if he saw the Claymore mine explode, the entire team had to hide at all costs. He had also said that if he did not return, the person who would replace him as team leader would be. But Junmo had answered his grave words with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He and the others would wait for Corporal Lai Hwin-Ji to return, so Hwin-Ji had to come back alive. Back in the present, the zombies had already escaped the castle and formed an orderly welcoming committee for Hwin-Ji at the gate. Hwin-Ji's arrows, however, showed no mercy. They shot forward and instantly eliminated the obedient little monsters blocking his path. "Damn it!" Hwin-Ji seized the spear of Achilles, shouted for it to activate, and charged straight at them. Although a warning appeared stating that an enormous amount of mana was being consumed, Hwin-Ji no longer cared. He shouted at the notification, "Be quiet, I know." He knew he had promised that he would return. Inside the castle, the skeleton lord suddenly froze like a statue, though its face remained as constipated-looking as before. Another warning rang out. Skeleton Lord Baron Samedi's assault has been interrupted. The skeleton lord appeared able to see the warning as well. But the instant it turned its head, the screen vanished. While it was distracted, someone stole the cat ear jar from the windowsill. Upon noticing its disappearance, the skeleton lord flew into a rage, its roar echoing for miles. Min-tae, Min-ji, and Junmo sprinted away from an army of zombies pursuing them. The scene resembled debtors fleeing their creditors, or, more accurately, employees being strangled by an approaching deadline. Min-ji helplessly stared at the cat ear jar in Junmo's arms. "What are you doing? Why did you bring that?" Even Master Thief Junmo had no idea. He had simply thought it looked important to the Skeleton Lord. Incidentally, Junmo's class was Thief, and more specifically, he was one of Kai's subordinates. Just as the zombies were about to tear Junmo's head off, the assault team intercepted them and sent them straight back to the earth. Kim Taeyop loudly announced that the C4 had been planted. C4 was a form of plastic explosive commonly used by the military. Junmo shouted for Min-tae to block the passage ahead. Min-tae slammed his shield into the ground, triggering the explosives and blowing the zombies apart. Military explosives certainly lived up to their reputation. There would be plenty of crispy fried zombies for dinner tonight. Unfortunately, the soldiers were also hit hard by the blast. It was truly all or nothing. Great risks brought great rewards, while taking no risks brought nothing but misery. Junimo was the first to stand. He took attendance, checking whether anyone was missing or had lost an arm or a leg. Only after confirming that everyone was alive and conscious could he breathe a sigh of relief and consider their next move. For the moment, they had blocked the zombies' entrance. However, no one knew what to do next because they had trapped themselves inside as well. If they remained there too long, they would eventually run out of oxygen. The immediate problem had been resolved, so now they needed to find an exit quickly. Just then, a crack spread outward from the center of the wall before them. The skeleton lord's bone whip smashed through the wall. Then their gazes met, and everyone froze for 5 seconds. The skeleton lord gave them a smile that was 30% helplessness and 70% indulgence, making every soldier's hair stand on end. Its gaze remained fixed upon the cat-ear jar at Junmo's feet. At that critical moment, our hero finally arrived. He made an impressively dramatic entrance and immediately shouted a warning at the skeleton lord. "Do not move." Hearing his voice, Junmo reacted like a drowning man finding something to cling to. Trembling, he could barely speak. "You're late, Corporal Lai Huin Jiusi." Huin Jiusi was already exhausted, yet he still had to rescue his comrades. Such was the dazzling aura of a true protagonist. He shouted heroically, "Who was it? Which monster dared to touch my team?" At the most dangerous moment, Hero Huin Jiusi had arrived, just in time to save the terrified beauties. He began delivering the sort of line normally spoken by an overbearing executive in a drama. "Hey, glowing eyes, listen carefully. I'm the only one allowed to bully those people." The soldiers' hearts went from warm to frozen, and they all stood there speechless. A warning appeared for the impressively dramatic hero. An enormous amount of mana has been consumed. Exercise caution. His remaining mana had fallen to only 32%. Huin Jiusi had merely wanted to intimidate the skeleton lord and reassure his comrades. In truth, he did not have much mana left, nor had he discovered a way to defeat the monster. While Huin Jiusi was still thinking, the skeleton lord made the first move. Was it about to launch a long-range attack? But after waiting, Huin Jiusi saw that the skeleton lord had frozen as if its connection had lagged. "What's going on? Why isn't it attacking me?" Seeing the skeleton lord standing motionless like a statue, Junmo immediately rallied everyone. Retreat is the wisest strategy. They opened their equipment cases, preparing for the next performance. Some of their backpacks contained provisions, while others were packed with countless steel balls. Huin Jiusi suddenly noticed the cat-ear jar above him. Could it be because of that? At some unknown point, however, the skeleton lord had received a massive power boost and grown to a truly colossal size. With such an enormous body, the skeleton lord marched forward without caring who stood in its way. It literally crushed zombies beneath its feet and then attempted to stomp on the hero as well. Fortunately, Huin Jiusi was the protagonist, so he could not die this early. He quickly somersaulted away from the skeleton lord's filthy foot, out of the frying pan and into the fire. The skeleton lord hurled its bone whip toward him. If it could not stomp Huin Jiusi to death, beating him to death would work just as well. The skeleton lord apparently had a sadistic streak and loved pulling terrifying tricks like this. A single mistake would cost Huin Jiusi his head. The soldiers had not even begun their own performance, yet Huin Jiusi's dangerous situation already had them deeply worried. The moment had finally arrived. His comrades had been waiting for this exact opportunity, and they threw everything from their bags. The skeleton lord launched its bone whip toward them in an attempt to interfere. But against Huin Jiusi's speed, it was nothing more than a mosquito. He shouted, "Release! Release the power of the spear of Achilles." This activation consumed 21% of his mana, leaving him with only 11%. As expected, nothing could stop Huin Jiusi. He shouted, "Minte, put up a shield in front of us now." At the same time, he thrust the spear straight ahead. The shield blocked the skeleton lord's bone tendrils, but it could only provide support. By now, it was riddled with holes like a sheet of punctured paper. Huin Jiusi used his power to pull it toward himself, while Junmo hurriedly asked whether Minte was all right. Still dazed, Minte murmured, "Private Minte is fine, sir." Meanwhile, Huin Jiusi looked as though he were filming a Pepsi or Coca-Cola commercial as he gulped down the drink. A notification appeared. The Mana Star will continue continuously restore mana for 5 minutes. Now that Huin Guc had turned the tables, he confidently taunted the Skeleton Lord. "Hey, Lightbulb Eyes, I'm your opponent." Huin Guc unleashed his signature Metal Ball control technique, sending countless iron spheres toward the gigantic skeleton Lord towering behind them. Huin Guc muttered, "Break." The iron spheres immediately shattered into countless fragments. The fragments continued flying straight at the Skeleton Lord. However, Huin Guc's attack appeared completely ineffective. The Skeleton Lord merely stared at the incoming shards, blocking them without lifting a finger. Even the flying blade Huin Guc had secretly hidden among the fragments was contemptuously caught between its fingers with effortless ease. Huin Guc had confirmed his suspicion. Just as he had thought, the magical barrier was the real problem. If he continued like this, he would lose. It was now the Skeleton Lord's turn to counterattack, once again using its familiar bone tendrils to lash at everyone. Unfortunately, this time the tendrils were so enormous that everyone was in serious trouble. Huin Guc could not keep fighting indefinitely while searching for its weakness. His team was still behind him. Instead of counterattacking, he chose to defend and waited anxiously. Where could it be? It still hasn't completed its evolution, so it must have a weakness. But where could that weakness be? Meanwhile, Kim Kyung-jin suddenly smashed the cat-ear jar, revealing something that resembled a human organ and terrifying everyone around him. "Kim Kyung-jin, what are you doing? Where did you get that sword? Don't touch anything in the dungeon. We don't know what it does. Are you listening?" Kyung-jin was like a bull charging at a red flag. No matter how much the others tried to stop him, he stubbornly pressed on. With a cold expression, he solemnly declared that they would all be killed anyway, and that Corporal Huin Guc was in danger because he was trying to protect them. He needed to do something to help him. Moved by Kyung-jin's heartfelt speech about brotherhood, Jun Mo gritted his teeth and told him to stab it quickly. Sure enough, whatever they were about to stab posed a threat to the Skeleton Lord. It immediately sent its bone tendrils toward them. But before the tendrils could reach them, Kyung-jin plunged his sword into the object inside the cat-ear jar. The instant the sword pierced it, the Skeleton Lord rapidly weakened, staggering before collapsing to one knee. Its bone tendrils also lost their direction and lashed out wildly, allowing the soldiers to dodge their attacks with ease. Huin Guc called out anxiously, "Assault team, where are you? If you're still alive, say something." Jun Mo was the first to answer. "We're fine." Huin Guc still did not understand the situation. What the hell is going on? The Skeleton Lord glanced toward the second cat-ear jar nearby. The jar vanished, revealing an enormous heart inside. Huin Guc stared at it with his eyes and mouth wide open. A heart. He was beginning to understand. He turned toward the organ the others had just stabbed. Oh, the Skeleton Lord had now been driven completely insane. It threw back its head and unleashed an earth-shaking scream as energy erupted from its body and its eyes shone into the sky like carnival spotlights. Attempting such a high note without any vocal training was pure torture for the listeners. The soldiers clutched their ears in agony as the Skeleton Lord howled like a contestant trying to outsing Tung Duong. A notification appeared. Forced reactivation of Skeleton Lord Baron Samadi's inheritance. Inheritance progress, 66.6%. Warning, the Skeleton Lord has begun absorbing the magic of the remaining souls. The level limit for players entering the gate has risen from 30 to 35. Huin Guc finally understood. That was its weakness, so those jars all serve a purpose. According to Egyptian legend, a mummy's organs were stored in canopic jars. If the Skeleton Lord was a mummy, its heart must contain its soul. Its heart was its weakness. It had exposed itself by relying too heavily on its skeletal minions as a defensive wall. Now is Huin Guc's chance. But then he froze upon seeing the notification that his mana was depleted. "I'm finished." The Skeleton Lord still appeared full of energy as it sent its bone tendrils thrashing wildly in every direction. As Huin Guc struggled to evade them, Mente suddenly rushed in and blocked a blow with his shield. Huin Guc shouted in alarm. "And Mente, what are you doing?" Mente quickly used his power to create another shield around his battered one. He turned and asked whether Huin Guc was all right. "Yes, I'm better now." Huin Guc stared in surprise at his teammate's new skill. "That skill? Don't tell me." Mente took the opportunity to explain. After entering the dungeon, He had leveled up at a dizzying pace. The last time he blocked the Skeleton Lord's attack, he gained another level. He had reached level 20 and acquired a new skill, Mana Shield. It used mana to create a magical shield that enhanced the user's defenses. He finally had a proper shield skill. Its level was still low, but it could help everyone greatly. Hwin Guc was like an anxious mother hen watching over her chicks, and Kyung Jin's reckless innocence nearly drove him mad. "You idiot! How could you trust a skill you'd never used before? You nearly died." Kyung Jin had been preening like a proud peacock, waiting to be praised, but Hwin Guc's scolding startled him. He deflated like a puncture balloon. "I only wanted to protect you and the others." Hwin Guc sighed and patted his head. "I know, but it's my responsibility to protect all of you, so don't push yourself too far." Kyung Jin blushed. "Yes, thank you. Save your thanks for later," Hwin Guc said. "Thank me after we get out of here." But there was no time for a heartfelt conversation. The Skeleton Lord was becoming increasingly enraged. Another warning sounded. Due to continuous damage, the Skeleton Lord's inherited power has been nullified. Incomplete necromantic energy has spread throughout its body. Its body will soon shatter and return to death. In other words, the Skeleton Lord did not have much time left. It might as well unleash one final dramatic scream before dying. The Skeleton Lord's bone tendrils flailed like octopus tentacles, whipping chaotically in every direction. Hwin Guc frowned as he watched the monster lose control. That thing can't control its own body anymore, yet it's still attacking. Is this its final burst of strength? Are you trying to drag us down with you? Assault team, take your positions. Everyone raised a firearm and prepared to shoot. Choi Tae-woong blinded. Tae-woong immediately obeyed and opened fire on the Skeleton Lord's two glaring eyes. Junimo took command and issued an order. Until Corporal Hwin Guc recovers his mana, the assault team will implement harassment tactics. Every soldier acknowledged the command and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." The Skeleton Lord had truly lost control, and its bone tendrils struck randomly in every direction. Seeing how dangerous the situation had become, Hwin Guc hurriedly told Jun Mo not to take any more risks. But Jun Mo refused, insisting that they would buy time for him. They would let Hwin Guc finish off the Skeleton Lord. For the first time, Hwin Guc felt such a profound bond with his comrades that he was rendered speechless. A notification showed that his mana was recovering. Current mana level, 9%. Meanwhile, the Skeleton Lord had completely lost its mind, screaming as it lashed its bone tendrils everywhere. It struck the floor, walls, and ceiling. At this rate, the castle would soon be reduced to ruins by its supposedly gentle and delicate rampage. Hwin Guc could only stare as his mana slowly rose, bit by bit. Then he stood up and hurled his gun toward the Skeleton Lord. "Hey, you bastard. I'm right here. I'm your opponent." It was time for Hwin Guc to reclaim the spotlight. This performance now belonged to him. He dashed forward at incredible speed, using the bone tendrils as footholds as he charged toward the Skeleton Lord's heart. To defeat the Skeleton Lord, the organs stored in its jars had to be destroyed. The 3 jars contained its liver, heart, and the remaining organ, its eyes. Hwin Guc gathered momentum and leaped into the air. He drew Sir Chisten's bow and aimed directly at the Skeleton Lord's 2 brightly glowing eyes. Hwin Guc was now literally standing on its face. Before sending the Skeleton Lord to its death, he kindly offered it a final lesson. "If you're a king, then act like one, you bastard. Stop this disgraceful behavior and disappear." Hwin Guc aimed the cloud sword directly at its remaining eye and delivered the finishing blow. The Skeleton Lord was officially leaving the game. It crashed to the ground, startling the entire assault team. A notification appeared. "Congratulations on your victory. You have defeated Skeleton Lord Baron Samedi." Everyone stared blankly at the Skeleton Lord's motionless body sprawled before them. Did we really defeat it? It looks like we did. Everyone immediately jumped for joy and celebrated their victory. Hwin Guc approached the Skeleton Lord's head and removed a golden crown from it, wondering whether the price of gold had risen enough for him to sell it. A notification congratulated him on obtaining the crown of light and darkness. Its effect greatly increased resistance against damage inflicted by the undead, but its special effect remained locked. Hwin Guc curiously examined the crown. "What kind of item is this? It never appeared in my previous life." Most importantly, it possessed a special effect. While everyone was still breathing a sigh of relief, the castle began to collapse. a warning appeared. The collapse of Daeko, the Skeleton Lord's fortress, has begun. Jun Mo hurriedly called out Huin Guc's name. Huin Guc remembered that they had not yet collected the items inside, but the fortress was already collapsing, so they needed to withdraw immediately. Just as the entire castle collapsed, the assault team escaped through the gate in time. The conquest was officially successful, and the conquered gate would now close. That notification was practically a death sentence. Before they could catch their breath, everyone had to sprint toward the rapidly closing gate. On the other side, Hannah was arguing with a man in a suit. A team would need to consist entirely of players at level 53 or higher. How could the conquest possibly succeed with that level restriction? Besides, we were not authorized to independently organize this operation. The Blue Flower Guild will have many problems to deal with afterward. Hannah angrily berated him. So what? Will you take responsibility if the Gugwang group stops supporting us? Do you really think our team could complete the mission if we set out now? In the midst of that heated argument, the 5 members of the assault team leaped out of the gate one after another. Huin Guc had barely returned before he had to put on show again. Standing on the platform, he loudly praised his team. At that moment, the Sickman conquest mission was officially completed. Hannah stared at them in disbelief. Am I seeing things? That bunch of second-rate military deadweight actually conquered Sickman. Her expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and watched Huin Guc direct the assault team. Assault team formed 2 rows. Stand straight. Huin Guc calmly walked over to Hannah. She arrogantly crossed her arms and demanded, "What happened to my team?" Huin Guc answered with feigned regret. By the time we entered the gate, it was already too late. Hannah growled, "Are you saying this assault team completed the mission by itself?" Huin Guc did not want to waste words on her. Wasn't it obvious? Did she need money for an eye examination? That's right, as you can see. But Hannah refused to believe him. How is that possible? Huin Guc indifferently replied, "You can confirm it yourself once the gate analysis is complete." Unwilling to accept it, she demanded, "Who exactly are you? Are you really an F rank?" Huin Guc coldly watched Hannah seethe helplessly. "Do you believe now that my success wasn't simply due to luck?" Confronted so directly, Hannah stammered, "I'll make my decision after seeing the analysis results." "But by any chance, did you see a spear inside? It may have been carried by one of the Blue Flower Guild members who became a zombie, or it might have been in the dungeon's treasure chamber." Huin Guc gave her a look filled with contempt and pity. Her condition seemed beyond saving. During the retreat, Huin Guc had managed to retrieve adamantine body and conceal it on his person. There was no chance he would admit seeing it. Huin Guc pretended ignorance and claimed that he had not seen any spear. Hannah stubbornly insisted, "That's impossible. It must have been there." Huin Guc interrupted her. "You've been changing the subject this entire time. Are you deliberately avoiding our wager? As the Blue Flower Guild's head of strategy, are you planning to break your word?" Hannah's entire body trembled when he confronted her. About that, Huin Guc watched her shake uncontrollably, then turned away. "It seems you still haven't regained your composure, so I'll return later to collect my reward." But Hannah would not let him leave so easily. She shouted for him to stop and demanded that he immediately join the Blue Flower Guild. She guaranteed that he would receive better treatment than any other guild could offer. But Huin Guc understood her intentions perfectly. She merely wanted to become his superior and boss him around. While the two were arguing, the soldiers loudly announced, "The Major General of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Unit has arrived." Deng Qion cheerfully welcomed Huin Guc back, then happened to notice Hannah gripping his uniform. "Don't tell me you're trying to steal one of our key soldiers before he's even discharged." Flustered, Hannah hurriedly waved her hands. "Of course not. I was merely making him an offer." Deng Qion casually asked her, "By the way, did the Blue Flower Guild disobey orders and prepare a separate assault team?" Hannah froze as though she had been paralyzed, unable to think of an excuse. Deng Qion gave her a deceptively warm look. There were already plenty of problems involving the Gugwang group, and now the Blue Flower Guild has crossed the line at the gate site. I will submit a formal complaint to the head of the Blue Flower Guild. Furthermore, I believe an official document concerning this matter should be sent to and discussed with the other guilds. Hannah could not argue and merely clenched her fists until they bled. Deng Qion and Huin Guc entered a private room, where the old man happily listened to Huin Guc's battle report. Unbelievable. A 100% clearance. Wonderful. I never expected you to bring me such outstanding results. Deng Xion looked 10 years younger as he showered Huin Guc with praise. I can't wait to see the Blue Flower Guild master's expression. Huin Guc watched the old man grin as though he had struck gold. Deng Xion was delighted that he had managed to thwart them this time. I'm over 70 years old, but I've never encountered anyone like you. Huin Guc humbly declined the praise. Besides, about what you promised. Deng Xion cut him off before he could finish and continued praising him. I'll promote every member of your team by 1 rank, and I'll also give you an opportunity to have your military rank reevaluated. Huin Guc remained calm on the outside, but inwardly he had already hacked Deng Xion into 100 pieces. Not again, you promotion-obsessed old man. Still, he had to deliver the usual formal speech of gratitude. The entire team's promotion, the reassessment of my military rank, and the reward you promised, I am truly moved and grateful for your generosity, Major General. Deng Xion frowned and cleared his throat. You're not so easily fooled. What do you want? Since he had already come this far, Huin Guc decided not to beat around the bush. He wanted Deng Xion to supply his entire team with weapons imbued with holy power. Deng Xion became even more puzzled upon hearing this. The skeleton gate had already been cleared, so why did he still want holy weapons? By the following morning, the entire base was buzzing with the latest news. The support team had cleared stage 53 of the Red Gate raid, all by themselves. The soldiers gathered nearby were left slack-jawed when they heard that Huin Guc had even received a recruitment offer from the Blue Flower Guild. Did that not mean his accomplishments surpassed those of Sergeant Choi In-jun? Once Sergeant Choi In-jun returned from his deployment, they would need a competition to determine who was superior. And Min-tae and another teammate sat together having a heart-to-heart talk. Min-tae sighed, saying that everyone used to ignore them, but now they had become the center of attention. He still could not get used to it. However, he had one small question. Why did the same thing not seem to happen to Jun and Mo? Meanwhile, Jun and Mo was busy boasting to 2 pretty young women who had appeared from nowhere, recounting their heroic battle as though they had just returned from death's door, which was not entirely wrong. The short-haired woman beside him asked curiously, aside from your team leader, why are the other members of your team so strong? Jun and Mo leaned closer and whispered mysteriously, it's all thanks to Huin Guc's special training regimen. The man whose name had just been mentioned was sitting in his room, testing the crown stolen from the skeleton lord by biting it. He looked rather foolish doing it. While he was still gnawing on the crown, Won-suk opened the door and came in to report a matter concerning the support team. Overcome with emotion, Won-suk dropped to his knees and begged forgiveness for his insolent behavior. He burst into tears and pleaded with Huin Guc to forgive him. Huin Guc responded with complete indifference, continuing to gnaw on the crown. A notification appeared, informing him that he had digested the crown of light and darkness. Huin Guc did not think much of Won-suk, but this was no time to be picky. The Soul Monster Wave was about to begin, and they would not be able to save every soldier in the army. One more capable fighter supporting them in battle could save many more lives. Huin Guc decisively accepted another disciple, even smiling gently as he reminded Won-suk that he had better prepare himself to die. The leader of the Great Mountain Guild was speaking to someone about how their latest candidate had failed at the Soul Gate. His side was preparing to make another move. After gathering all the available information, he planned to send someone to the black market to investigate, allowing them to respond in time if anything unexpected occurred. He told the person on the other end of the line that he would stop at nothing to find that key. Looking at the surveillance screen, he concluded that the petty thief had used fire as a weapon, directing his suspicions toward the Monster Countermeasures unit. During the upcoming attack on Seoul, he planned to open 4 gates simultaneously and scatter their forces. Afterward, Mr. Otz's men would wipe out the 1st Battalion of the Monster Countermeasures unit. Before ending the call, he assured the person on the other end that he would handle everything in Korea and call again if anything happened. The moment he hung up, he crushed the phone in his hand. Terrifying screams of agony could now be heard behind the door beside him. He opened it and stepped inside, revealing a horrifying scene. Countless corpses were strewn across the floor, while his blood-covered subordinates stood among them. He issued an order to them. The moment they heard that there was new prey to hunt, they immediately became excited. A blonde woman who had been kneeling on the floor rose after draining the blood of the final unfortunate victim. "Yes, master. Give us your orders." He told them that once the attack began, they were to infiltrate the 1st Battalion of the Monster Countermeasures Unit at Namsan. Anyone still breathing was to be killed without mercy, and they could kill them however they pleased. He intended to erase that battalion from Seoul, then gradually wipe Seoul itself from the map of Korea. The following morning, at the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade, Corporal Huin Ji-U-C and his 6 comrades reported to the battalion commander after receiving orders promoting each of them by 1 rank. The battalion commander congratulated them and praised them for everything they had accomplished. Huin Ji-U-C sighed wearily because his battalion commander had once again begun spouting the same boring speech as always. It was essentially about how their actions represented the proper fulfillment of their duty to the country. In the middle of his enthusiastic speech, the commander received a call concerning Kaido. He quickly instructed the 2nd platoon leader to conclude the promotion ceremony in his place, then immediately left. Hearing the name, Kaido reminded Huin Ji-U-C of Okita Kaido, the assassin who had murdered Sword Saint Guk Seopyo. Huin Ji-U-C remembered that in his previous life, after receiving intelligence that Kaido had illegally entered the country through Busan Port, Battalion Commander Kim Kong-suk had left the battalion to pursue him. Unfortunately, although only 2 vampires appeared afterward, they slaughtered the entire 1st Battalion of the Monster Countermeasures Unit. Huin Ji-U-C knew that the tragedy from his past had begun to repeat itself. Everyone finished the promotion ceremony and received weapons as their rewards. Huin Ji-U-C was now worried about whether the events he remembered from his previous life would unfold in exactly the same way. While the entire team celebrated their promotions, Jun Imo stood nearby, looking rather uneasy. When everyone turned their attention to him, he claimed that he had already known this would happen, so he was not surprised. They then excitedly opened the crates to see how impressive their high-grade reward weapons were. Contrary to their initial excitement, when they opened the crates, they felt somewhat disappointed because they contained only a few stakes rather than anything resembling weapons. Huin Ji-U-C, however, did not seem to regard them as mere stakes. He used magic to control them. As he did so, he thought that he had already prepared everything he could, so worrying would accomplish nothing. He now had no choice but to confront whatever was coming head-on. No matter what happened, he was determined to see it through to the end. After their promotions, his team was assigned frequent guard duty at Namsan. The teammate standing watch with him looked dejected and wondered whether their team had been tricked again. Huin Ji-U-C remained deep in thought. Perhaps they had simply been lucky and the tragedy had not occurred earlier than expected, or perhaps no new variable had emerged. That meant his actions had not been enough to disrupt the events surrounding the attack. He suddenly turned and stared at his teammate. Flustered, the man explained that he was not complaining about having to stand guard so often. He was merely happy because he would soon be able to go on leave and visit his grandmother. Huin Ji-U-C stepped close and asked, "Do you trust me?" Intimidated by his intensity, the man stammered, "I trust you completely." Suddenly, a cat yowled from the bushes, interrupting them. A moment later, it could no longer make a sound. At the gate's guard post, the deputy platoon leader was asking in Min-tae and Junimo whether they were taking their guard duty seriously. They both had dark circles like pandas from constantly losing sleep. They tiredly replied that they were fine because Huin Ji-U-C had previously told them that guard duty was also a form of training. When she praised them, they blushed in embarrassment. Suddenly, they noticed a figure approaching through the gate. Jun Imo raised his rifle and issued a warning before taking aim. When he realized that the figure was not human, he fired a bullet straight into the creature's heart. At the same time, everyone activated the traps and raised the shields. What they had not expected was that hordes of the same creatures would begin pouring through the gate. They fired continuously, but there were too many enemies to shoot them all. For the moment, they had to rely on the mana shield to keep the creatures outside. Huin Ji-U-C was already rushing toward them. He knew it was about to begin, the attack that would turn Seoul into hell on earth. In the official quarters near the operations room, Eun-ha was busy working when she suddenly felt an ominous chill. She quickly grabbed a flashlight and went outside to investigate. She was horrified to discover that the resting military officers had been constricted by a swarm of snakes. Someone attacked her immediately afterward. Fortunately, she evaded the strike and counterattacked, but she was no match for him. The wound she inflicted on him healed automatically, as though nothing had happened. After witnessing this, she demanded to know the identity of the man with such powerful regenerative abilities. He replied smugly, "You don't need to know. You're going to die by my hand anyway." He then taunted her, though it would be a shame to kill such a pretty girl. Unha suddenly spotted a gate, and numerous monsters were pouring through it into the base. When he saw that she was no longer paying attention to him, he became furious at being disregarded and attacked her with his whip. She was unarmed, so he quickly caught her. His whip coiled around her neck and dragged her across the ground. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, someone unleashed a continuous volley of gunfire at him. While he dodged the bullets, Unha freed herself from the whip. Enraged that his fun had been interrupted, he turned toward the newcomer. It was none other than Huin Guc. The vampire recognized him as the soldier he had fought before and flew into a rage at the memory. "You military vermin are truly irritating." Huin Guc removed his helmet and smiled. "It's been a while. You're not planning to run away again this time, are you?" The taunt struck a nerve, driving the vampire into an even greater frenzy. Outside the gate, the monsters continued their relentless attack. The soldiers were trying to hold them back until the rapid response unit arrived with reinforcements. The deputy platoon leader used a spell to reinforce the mana barrier at the front line. Just as the gate was about to be forced open, the rapid response unit arrived. Everyone was relieved to see them, but something unexpected happened. A woman suddenly appeared. Armed with only 2 knives, she instantly killed the entire rapid response unit before any of them could even scream. As the purple-haired woman prepared to devour the remaining soldiers, she noticed a drunken soldier strolling among the zombies. He drank as he walked, muttering endlessly to himself. The zombies moved aside to let him pass. They probably wondered why he was not afraid or whether something was wrong with him. One of the bolder zombies smashed the bottle in his hand. When he saw that his bottle had been broken, he cried out in anguish. Driven by anger over that minor offense, he moved with the speed of the wind and finished them all off. After dealing with the zombies, he pointed the broken bottle toward the purple-haired woman and demanded, "Are you their commander? How are you going to compensate me for this?" Intrigued, she replied coldly, "You seem quite confident in your speed. Why don't you and I have some fun?" Before she could finish speaking, he appeared directly behind her. He swiftly attacked her with a jagged bottle. Although she reacted immediately, she was still wounded. The soldiers below gazed at him in admiration. Sergeant Choi Jun had finally returned. Face flushed from alcohol, he pointed the broken half of the bottle at her and said, "Bring me 30 sick bottles of liquor before I cut up anything else and settle the score." Hearing his name, she asked in astonishment, "Weren't you transferred somewhere else?" Scratching his head, he said that he had been sent away to take care of a few matters and had returned after finishing them. Then he resumed demanding liquor. Driven mad by his attitude, she repeatedly slashed at him with her blades. But no matter how many times she attacked, she could not wound him. Choi Jun jumped down from the rooftop and sighed, saying that she was going to ruin his good mood. He then borrowed a bayonet from one of his comrades. It was not that the soldier was unwilling to lend it to him. He was worried that an ordinary bayonet would not be enough against her, especially since she appeared to be a vampire. Still half drunk, Choi Jun replied, "Isn't she a zombie?" His comrade answered helplessly, "What kind of zombie can talk?" The woman knew that Choi Jun was a leading candidate to become the next Sword Saint. Taking advantage of his apparent distraction, she attacked him with all her strength. With her current speed, she was completely confident that she could kill him. The deputy platoon leader saw the danger and tried to warn him, but she had barely shouted, "Watch out," when the vampire was sent flying by a single strike from him. Only the sturdy wall prevented her from being hurled even farther. Coughing up blood from the counterattack, she struggled to her feet and tried to formulate her next move. Choi Jun said he had been careful to keep his metabolism under control. Whenever his metabolic rate increased, he sobered up immediately. Glancing at her through his glasses, he declared that the fun was truly over. Raising the bayonet, Choi Jun asked, "How are you going to take responsibility for what you've done?" Realizing that she was no match for him, she decided to employ the most effective of the 36 stratagems: fleeing, was the best option. She immediately used every last ounce of her speed to escape, but Choi In-jun still caught up to her. He severed the tendons in her wrists and ankles, leaving her unable to flee and motionless on the ground. Choi In-jun frowned and asked how she could control the undead when she herself was human. When she refused to answer, he angrily kicked her. He then stood over her and said, "Lie here and rest for a while. I'll question you after I finish cleaning up the rest of them." Before going to deal with the zombies, he ordered someone to tie her up. He also told the nearby deputy platoon leader that he would report to her after cleaning up the zombies. When one of his comrades saw that Choi In-jun intended to fight using only an ordinary bayonet, he offered him the sword he had just received as a reward. Choi In-jun adamantly refused it. He looked at the zombies with a sinister smile, declaring that he would make them die painfully. He then leaped into action. A true expert excelled at everything. Wherever he went, zombies fell like harvested grain. Behind the gate, and Min-tae and Jun Mo discussed how Hwin Guc would resemble Choi In-jun if his personality changed slightly. Whenever either of those two men smiled, they filled everyone around them with dread. Back with Hwin Guc, the vampire furiously swung his whip at him immediately after their exchange of greetings. Hwin Guc used several blades to block the whip. He then handed some of his weapons to the platoon leader and told her that the skeleton soldiers emerging from the gate were heading toward the cafeteria. She needed to go and rescue the soldiers there. She warned him that his opponent was a vampire and that he would have difficulty fighting him without holy power. Hwin Guc deliberately spoke harshly to make her leave. "Having to protect you while I fight makes this far too difficult for me." She ordered him not to die, then departed. After seeing her leave, the vampire said, "The two of you should have fought me together." Hwin Guc smirked. "I'm so glad you're still alive." The remark left the vampire utterly confused. Why should Hwin Guc care whether he was alive? Hwin Guc explained, "The fact that you're still alive means your leader doesn't know about me yet. You survived because you never reported your previous failure, didn't you? If you had reported it, you wouldn't still be alive to stand here now." The vampire furiously ground his teeth. Seeing his reaction, Hwin Guc knew that his guess had been correct, so he continued. Determined not to let him escape again, Hwin Guc handed his weapon to the deputy platoon leader and said, "The skeleton soldiers that came through the gate are heading toward the cafeteria. Go save the soldiers there." She replied anxiously, "That man is a vampire. Without holy power, you'll have a hard time fighting him." He deliberately spoke harshly to drive her away. "Having to protect you while fighting would be far too difficult for me." She ordered him not to die, then left. Seeing her leave, the vampire said, "You two should have fought me together." Hwin Guc smirked. "You have no idea how glad I am that you're still alive." The vampire stared at him in utter confusion, his expression practically asking, "Why does it matter that I'm alive?" Hwin Guc said, "The fact that you're alive means your leader still doesn't know about me. You kept your life because you never reported your previous failure, didn't you? If you had reported it, you wouldn't still be alive to stand here." The vampire ground his teeth in fury. Seeing his reaction, Hwin Guc knew that his guess had been correct, so he continued, "I was furious that you escaped last time, so I won't let it happen again." Being looked down upon wounded the vampire's pride. He was confident because his equipment had been greatly upgraded since their previous encounter. So Hwin Guc's meager supply of holy particles would never be enough to harm him. Hwin Guc looked at him with the delight of someone who had won the lottery. He wondered just how many billion-1 items were hidden inside that equipment. The vampire declared, "Today, you won't lay so much as a finger on me. I'll personally tear you into 100 pieces." This fool clearly did not understand that those who boasted too much tended to die young. Hwin Guc activated the aura of sacred virtue, which allowed him to imbue one of his pieces of equipment with holy power. The vampire was shocked to see him transform an ordinary item into a sacred weapon. Hwin Guc smiled with satisfaction. "Who said I could only use holy particles? Today, I'll use holy power to tear you into 100 pieces." The vampire roared and bared his 2 razor-sharp fangs. "You're getting ahead of yourself. Do you really think that paltry amount of holy power can hurt me?" Hwin Guc merely smiled. "Let's see whether I'm right. What's wrong? Are you afraid?" The vampire flew into a rage and shouted, "I'll rip that mouth off your face and see if you can still talk." He unleashed several steel tendrils dozens of meters long. Hwin Guc responded in kind, charging at him with his glowing sword. However, the sword seemed insignificant compared with those enormous steel tendrils, forcing Huin Jiusi to twist aside and evade them. The vampire continuously manipulated his weapons, as if intent on devouring Huin Jiusi alive. He was using them like whips. Their tremendous reach and unpredictable trajectories made them extremely difficult to block. Sensing danger as the weapons continually overwhelmed him, Huin Jiusi turned and retreated. He thought, if one of those hits me, I'll probably die. Suddenly, Huin Jiusi smiled mysteriously. He had discovered something. So this is why that lunatic is so confident. He performed several acrobatic flips, darting back and forth until the vampire lost track of him. Huin Jiusi told himself, if I close the distance and enter melee range, the whip's advantage will become a weakness. He soared upward, then plunged toward the vampire. The vampire laughed arrogantly, as though Huin Jiusi had fallen into his trap. The eye of the monstrous weapon on his arm gradually turned blood red, as if it were growing angry as well. This time, countless long, sharpened metal tendrils emerged and surrounded his body. They suppressed Huin Jiusi's brilliantly glowing sword. Not only that, but they also shot rapidly toward him. Huin Jiusi thought, adamantine body. Both of his swords were caught by the vampire, and he leaned backward. Chain skill. He recovered and rushed forward, but the vampire immediately sent his deadly spears after him. The vampire sneered. After all that boasting, you're still running? Let's see where you think you can escape. Huin Jiusi thought, those armored tentacles weren't part of my original calculations. They've blocked my path into melee range, preventing me from exploiting the whip's lack of mobility. At this rate, even the treasured bow I intended to use as the final long-range strike in my attack chain will probably be blocked. In that case, even though it'll consume a lot of mana, I'll have to use the Spear of Achilles. The vampire unleashed attack after attack, his mouth stretched wide in delight. That's right, keep running until I catch you. He fired several iron spikes with lethally sharp tips at Huin Jiusi. Unlock. While Huin Jiusi continued maneuvering among the elongated iron tendrils, the system displayed information about the item. Huin Jiusi thought, so he figured out that I've been fighting by drawing on the enormous mana reservoir stored in my armor. He's trying to drag this out until I completely run out of mana. It looks like this bastard prepared thoroughly by analyzing my weaknesses during our previous battle. Huin Jiusi was hurled backward, but he braced himself with one hand and avoided falling. If the other vampires are like this, then even using all my mana might not be enough to defeat him. The vampire said arrogantly, what's wrong? Have you finally realized what kind of situation you're in? He faced Huin Jiusi and attacked again. Go on, show me that confidence you had when you said you would defeat me. Huin Jiusi replied, well, if that's what you want. He suddenly shouted into his radio, Choi Tae Woong. The vampire abruptly froze in surprise. A tremendously powerful beam of light pierced straight through his body. Everything around them suddenly became eerily quiet. The two soldiers in the forest had been aiming at the vampire. Private Choi Tae Woong, target hit. Sergeant Huin Jiusi, the gunshot may have exposed our position. We should relocate immediately. One was Corporal Choi Min Ji, a D-rank tracker. The other was Private Choi Tae Woong, a D-rank sniper. Struck by the shot, the vampire screamed in agony as his eyes gradually turned blood red. Enraged, he shouted, you bastard, I'll kill you. Just as he prepared to attack, a spear pierced straight through his body. Huin Jiusi charged in with another weapon and roared, just die, you stupid vampire. He closed in and impaled him again, and the weapon released a dazzling burst of light as it passed through his body. The vampire collapsed painfully before him and groaned, I was chosen by our leader. How could this happen? Who are you? Are you an A-rank hunter? No, an S-rank? How could you defeat me? With playful curiosity, Huin Jiusi removed the crimson gem from the vampire's hand. You're about to die, yet you're still curious about me? Fine. For a disgusting noble like you, I'll tell you who I am. I'm an F-rank hunter. The vampire stared at him in agony, unable to believe what he had heard. No, that's impossible. There's no way I could lose to a lowly F-rank. Impossible. That can't be true. Before he could finish, flames engulfed and incinerated him. No, the dying vampire disappeared, leaving only several red gems scattered across the ground. The system announced that Huin Jiusi's mana reservoir capacity had increased. Huin Jiusi examined it curiously. Judging from the absorption time, I can only use half of the reservoir for now. I'll save the other half for an emergency. Suddenly, someone called him. Sergeant Huin GUC. The skeletons are attacking the 2nd Battalion. He answered over the radio. What's the current situation? There are too many skeletons. At this rate, I don't think anyone will make out alive. As soon as he heard that, Huin GUC rushed toward them. The skeletons were destroying everything in sight. A car sped toward them as if attempting to run them down. The driver shouted angrily, "You low-level skeletons! I'll wipe you all out." Several skeletons blocked the car's path and flashed terrifying smiles. They thrust their sharpened spears through the windshield. Within a second, the car was brought to a halt, and they killed the person inside almost instantly. One of them grabbed the driver by the hair and held up his severed head. A girl peered outside and cried. They killed the platoon leader. 2 soldiers stepped forward and joined forces. Sergeant Kim, say hi. Don't get carried away. We don't have enough mana to kill all of them. The monsters were gradually pouring inside. Kim say hi ran over. Calm down. Don't just cast spells recklessly. Concentrate everyone's firepower on the largest cluster. That will slow them down. What about the armory? Have you obtained the reserve weapons yet? Everyone ran about in panic. We're in trouble. It looks like the platoon leader had the key to the armory. Then break the door down or melt it. I don't care how you do it. Just get it open quickly. Those weapons will determine whether we make it out alive. So don't give up. Someone shouted. Sergeant Kim, say hi. The skeletons are climbing over the walls. She yelled, this is bad. Get away from the windows. Huin GUC arrived and surveyed the scene in disbelief. Since when were there so many skeletons? So many of my comrades are in the 2nd Battalion. No matter what it takes, I can't lose any of them. Please stay alive. A skeleton stood directly behind Say Hi, preparing to kill her. Someone screamed in terror. Sergeant Kim, say hi. Elsewhere, voices rang out. Do we really need to open the gates one at a time? Carol, if we all charge in together, I think we can finish this quickly. She immediately replied, their desire to survive. Kong Ma continued, what nonsense are you talking about? Carol bared her fangs and retorted, humans are so adorable when we crush their hopes of survival beneath our feet. Kong Ma thought, it seems your vicious personality hasn't changed at all. Suddenly, someone approached them. Carol, it appears that the entire infiltration team has been wiped out. Kong Mok was shocked. Both of them. We ordered them to completely disable all communications equipment and cameras capable of operating during the mana disruption, then wait at the designated point for the infiltration order. The subordinate reported the current situation. Not a single one of them arrived. Kong Mok demanded, didn't you say the Mountain Squad and the Sword Saint candidate weren't here? The subordinate answered, that was what we confirmed before the infiltration began. Then was it Sol Ha, the daughter of the Holy Knights Guild's leader? At this point, we have no choice but to accept that Sol Ha is stronger than we anticipated. Carol called out to him, Kong Mok, go down there and eliminate the soldiers at the base by yourself. He glared at her with an angry scowl. He slammed down what he was holding and shouted, damn it, those useless bastards have forced me to deal with this personally. The system displayed a warning as an enormous vortex suddenly appeared in the air. He said to Carol, now that it has come to this, what do you think about turning that holy knight into one of us? She replied, I told you to follow our military orders instead of obsessing over Sol Ha. He glared at her. Do I look like one of those idiots? I'll finish them in one blow. No, those monsters will deal with Sol Ha. The pillar he had erected nearby suddenly crashed to the ground. A red-eyed monster gradually emerged from the vortex. There was not just one, but 2 of them, and both were enormous and powerful. Carol watched with immense satisfaction. I wonder what expression she'll make when she falls into despair. The building was now completely surrounded by skeletons. Huin GUC appeared overhead and observed the area. He thought, if I remember correctly, there were 2 vampires here in my previous life. But after encountering that lunatic earlier, I can't be certain there isn't another one. He wasn't part of my memories of this incident. Even if the 2nd Battalion is attacked by vampires, I still can't allow anyone to die. His weapons began descending toward the ground. Huin GUC prepared to fight the skeletons and charge forward. They immediately noticed his arrival, but before one could react, his weapon pierced its chest and shattered several ribs. The weapon shot forward like a missile, and the skeleton collapsed. Countless sharp weapons belonging to Huin GUC flew out and killed the skeletons one after another. The weapons plunged into their bodies, causing them to burst into flames and perish. Huin GUC appeared like a fearless god. Only one wish occupied his mind. Please survive. Arrows flew out at terrifying speed. He shouted each word clearly. Kim say hi. He then launched another barrage of arrows, single-handedly taking on the entire horde of skeletons. Elsewhere, a skeleton was about to ambush Say Hi when someone screamed, "Sergeant Kim Say Hi." She looked up, utterly overwhelmed and horrified. Suddenly, an unknown force formed a barrier and protected her. The silhouette of a woman appeared. Sei-hai seemed to recognize her and glared. "Who gave you permission to enter the women's barracks? And why are you completely naked?" The woman said nothing and focused on striking down the skeleton with a single blow. When Jiusi arrived beside them and called out, "Is everyone all right?" He entered and found a strange sight before him. "I'm here to save. What is this?" He was baffled. Who is saving whom? Grabbing the broken door with one hand, he landed with an exclamation. "Oh," he thought, "she's much stronger than I expected." Sei-hai stared at him curiously. "What is this? Why is he trying to act cool after crawling out of nowhere?" Winguktu Kimsai, as a revenant, she would establish an incredible record 5 years after the second wave. She was sent on a special mission to assassinate the Orc chieftain in the Orc kingdom of Shanghai, and she left an indelible mark on history. During her deadly battle against Stonos, the Orc king. That was why I didn't begin my mission alongside her when I officially started moving. The others finally dared to emerge from hiding. "Yes, that's him, isn't it? He's Sergeant Huin, GUC. They stood there whispering among themselves. "You said he was handsome. I didn't get a good look at his picture back then." Huin GUC anxiously looked around. "Who's in charge here right now?" Sei-hai replied listlessly. "It appears that would be me." Suddenly, a girl shouted from somewhere, "Sergeant Kim, say hi. The armory is open." When GUC replied, "I'll hold this position. Everyone, hurry and arm yourselves." Sei-hai asked anxiously, "Can you handle this alone?" He answered, "Considering the current situation, I probably can." Standing on high ground, he looked down at the skeletons he had killed. "Mana isn't infinite. I can't hold out for long, so please hurry." Suddenly, a voice came through the radio. "Corporal Park, June, MO reporting. Thanks to your instructions, most of the soldiers in the 1st Battalion are ready and have been evacuated." When GUC smiled brightly. "Well done, Park June MO." The platoon leader had also been transferred to the 2nd Battalion. Before Huin GUC could collect himself, another horde of skeletons appeared before him. He stared at them in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, a woman appeared from nowhere and swiftly destroyed them. She gradually approached Huin GUC and thought, "Huin GUC again." She asked, "Have you dealt with the skeletons here?" He replied, "They've all been taken care of." Saikikli asumada formal postura and raporta. Imsa reporting. "I'll have the 2nd Battalion's troops ready shortly." Huin GUC stared at the woman in astonishment. She evacuated the 1st Battalion and even came to support the 2nd Battalion. Has she already brought the entire situation under control? While he remained deep in thought, the system issued another warning. The slain skeletons suddenly began regenerating, and they appeared to be growing even stronger. Sei-hai and her superior were stunned. Is it the power of a relic? It was actually a magical item capable of imposing a magical effect over an entire area, a relic connected to several demonic medallions. Huin GUC suddenly smiled as if he had realized something. "I need to move. I must find it quickly before anyone else discovers that item." He told the 2 women. "That vampire from earlier wasn't alone." The superior replied, "I know. I don't understand why they sent the skeleton monsters to attack us first, but this is clearly a carefully planned assault with a hidden objective." She then issued an order. "All personnel, prepare yourselves and establish a defensive formation until reinforcements arrive." "Understood." She turned to him. "And you, Huin GUC, you're coming with me to the control room." Huin GUC was startled. "I'm going with you." Inside the underground base's control room, hundreds of devices monitored everything happening in the surrounding area. 2 operators sat watching the screens while 2 others stood guard. The computers displayed a connection lost warning, and their defensive magic barrier was about to collapse. They grew anxious. Anyone capable of breaking through a locked door protected by 2 layers of magical defenses had to be as strong as an orc. If that person got inside, fighting in such a confined space would be extremely dangerous. One of them nervously said, platoon leader, when that door opens and I give the signal, please blast him away with me. What? The soldier's body suddenly transformed, swelling to an enormous size. Hi, Li Huan Su. Are you insane? If someone can break through that door, we don't stand a chance. Taking all of them down might be impossible, but I'll stop this one, even if it costs me my life. Suddenly, a deafening crash rang out, and white smoke obscured their vision. Kong Mok emerged. You bastards really barricaded yourselves in here to survive, didn't you? What the hell? The soldier panicked when he saw Kong Mok. What kind of monster is that huge? He's much bigger than me, and I'm a berserker. Kong Mok looked ready to devour them alive. What? Don't tell me you intend to fight me. No. Kong Mok grabbed the soldier as easily as if he were picking up a piece of candy. Then the soldier roared, I'm going to kill you. Nearby, the other man was controlling his magic. Don't unleash your magic recklessly. You have to control it. He scratched his head. Magic is so hard to control. When Guc became serious. If you keep laughing, I'll beat some sense into you. Hwansuk shrank back. Your berserk state always wears off too quickly because you keep losing control whenever you activate it. Hwansuk lowered his head sulkily. When Guc continued lecturing him. You even fired magic at me earlier. Take a good look at yourself. The same words echoed endlessly in Hwansuk's mind. Private Lai Hwansuk, control your magic. Private Lai Hwansuk. Private Lai. Exhausted, he sprawled on the ground. Then he curiously asked, Sergeant Huin Guc, I have a question. What is it? If I face someone stronger than me in a real battle, what should I do, Sergeant? Huin Guc turned to leave. Why do you even have to ask? Obviously, he thought, you're as big as an elephant. Why would you try to sneak away? But he answered, you should run immediately. That would suit your personality perfectly. Still kneeling on the floor, Hwansuk hurriedly protested, me? I'm not that kind of person. Running is obviously the right choice. No, it isn't. When Guc punched him in the shoulder. You dare talk back? He shouted. Private Lai Hwansuk. When Guc then said seriously, in that case, don't run. Face your opponent head on. Act like a soldier and protect the comrades behind you. Then your comrades will protect you too. Hwansuk thought, I'm scared, but I can't retreat. The ferocious Kong Mok now stood before him. Kong Mok growled, what? Don't tell me you intend to fight me. Hwansuk replied, no. Then he charged forward. I'm going to kill you. At that moment, Lieutenant Lai Minhai appeared. Platoon leader now. Hwansuk continued charging at Kong Mok and knocked him backward. Seizing the advantage, he prepared another blow. Kong Mok showed no fear and sneered. What are you doing? He stood there watching Hwansuk gather his power. Hwansuk's clothes tore into hundreds of pieces as his body grew larger and larger. Hwansuk said, as you can see, this place is too cramped for a real fight. Kong Mok looked intrigued. Oh, are you a fighter? Hwansuk grimaced and thought, control the magic. I have to succeed this time. Please. His muscular body gradually blocked everything behind him. I did it. I can maintain the second level of this enhancement spell now. But Sergeant Huin Guc told me. His body grew several times larger than Kong Mok's, and he charged forward proudly. I'll protect everyone behind me. He seized Kong Mok as easily as crushing a piece of fruit. In the underground bunker of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade's 1st Battalion, the soldiers charged forward carrying an array of weapons. Huin Guc thought, we have to deal with the relic first, but Solha must reach the control room. As the two of them approached, an explosion erupted from the room. They instinctively stepped back and raised their arms to shield themselves. Kong Mok slowly emerged, mercilessly holding Hwansuk by the neck. Hwansuk was covered in blood and wounds. Huin Guc stared in horror. What happened? He shouted, Lai Hwansuk. Hwansuk could only whisper, Sergeant Huin Guc. I told you, I wouldn't be the one to run away. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Mok viciously kicked him in the face. What are you babbling about? Shut up. Solha shouted, stop. What do you want? Huin Guc turned to her. Platoon leader, I'm sorry, but could you go to the control room first? Once you get there, order them to locate the relic. Then quickly organize the personnel needed for the evacuation and deployment. As for me, his expression turned ice cold. I'll kill this bastard and join you afterward. Solha stared at him in disbelief. Only then did Kong Mok notice her. Well, if it isn't the daughter of the Holy Knights Guild leader. Wow, I was going to kill them all and come looking for you myself, but you came crawling here on your own. She replied to Huin Guc, I'll go to the control room as you said. Don't die. That's an order. When Kong Mok saw her leaving, he called out, huh? Hey, where do you think you're going? Huin Guc said, Lai Hwansuk, I've never liked you. You're a brute who relies on nothing but strength. Kong Mok looked puzzled. Why are you suddenly babbling about that? Huin Guc continued, but he risked his life in battle simply because of something I said. If I have even a shred of pride, I must risk my own life to avenge him. The system displayed an item's information. Huin Guc suddenly charged, catching Kong Mok's attention. Kong Mok sneered, "Look at this lunatic. Fine, come at me." Huin Guc rushed toward him. He slid between Kong Mok's legs, startling him. Huin Guc stood behind Kong Mok and pointed at him, though Kong Mok had no idea what he intended to do. A vast array of weapons gradually appeared. A glowing spear suddenly flew toward Kong Mok from the distance. Huin Guc shouted, "Unlock!" Then he thrust the spear forward, his gaze unwavering. Iron Pillar. He stared at Kong Mok, who was writhing amid a storm of arrows. A second later, Kong Mok swiftly broke free. "Is that all your pathetic trick can do? How disappointing. Weren't you supposed to be taking revenge?" He slammed a fist into Huin Guc's shoulder. Adamantine body. Then he hurled Huin Guc away. Huin Guc crashed down hard, but quickly forced himself back up and glared at Kong Mok. He gritted his teeth and glanced at the critically wounded Huan Suk in the distance. Kong Mok roared furiously, "Where are you looking?" Huin Guc rose to his feet. Countless massive slabs of stone suddenly appeared overhead, all aimed at him. He looked up in shock. Kong Mok gradually came into view. "Are you going to keep scurrying away like a little rat?" Several copies of Kong Mok chased after Huin Guc as Kong Mok shouted while running. "How about you now?" Left with no other choice, Huin Guc activated his technique. Adamant body. Then he charged straight at Kong Mok. He used both arms to withstand Kong Mok's tremendous strength. Kong Mok's body now looked utterly monstrous. Kong Mok mocked him. "Do you think you can kill me with a few sacred weapons? You talk about revenge, but this is all you can do? How ridiculous." Suddenly, he heard a strange noise. What's that sound?" "This place." Huin Guc replied, "You're right. A few weapons aren't enough to kill you. That's why I brought you here. This is the indestructible torrent, and every last one of them is for you. This is the restricted armory of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade's 1st Battalion." Kong Mok stared at him. Huin Guc's chest was glowing, bewildering Kong Mok. Blood trickled from the corner of Huin Guc's mouth as he glared. "Let's see which one of us dies first, you bastard." 40. The enormous vortex appeared, and countless skeletons poured out of it. They all looked upward. A voice came through the communicator. "I've managed to hold back some of the monsters, but I've reached my limit. We don't have much time left. Hurry." Manhwa was desperately preventing the skeletons from spreading through the area. Grimacing, he called to the others, "Communication center, restore the channel immediately. Everyone prepare to fire. Get ready to attack." The soldiers moved into position. They took cover with their guns as the vortex gradually turned pitch black. Manhwa's eyes widened in alarm. More skeletons gradually emerged. Manhwa recoiled in terror and fell backward as they charged at him. He could only stare up at them in panic. Then a shout rang out. "Fire!" Solha appeared and asked anxiously, "Lieutenant Lai Manhwa, are you all right?" He forced a smile. "Lieutenant Seula. In only a short time, we've eliminated every skeleton soldier in the command room." Solha stood there while Manhwa remained shaken. At last, he said, "Thank you. If they had taken the command room, we would all have died." Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Platoon leader, we've restored the communication channel. We've contacted the 3rd Battalion. Quickly request their assistance." The soldier suddenly realized something. "But they say a monster gate has opened near them too." It was true. Monsters had also invaded and surrounded the 3rd Battalion's building, and they looked even more terrifying than the skeletons. Everyone panicked. What? Contact the Blue Flower Guild. The Blue Flower Guild's building was in equally dire condition, with fire-breathing monsters poised to incinerate everything. The soldier reported, "Multiple gates are opening near them too. Contact the 5th Battalion. Contact the 6th Battalion." The soldier shot to his feet in alarm. Every nearby unit and guild has confirmed that gates are appearing everywhere. They're all requesting reinforcements. Everywhere is like hell right now. Solha and Manhwa were stunned. The soldier continued. "This is already the 12th emergency request for assistance." They connected to the major's video feed and saluted. "Loyalty." The major replied, "I'm returning to the base, but it will take some time. You'll have to hold out until then." His aircraft was still speeding toward them. He asked, "What is the current situation?" Solha answered, "Multiple gates are currently opening everywhere, causing chaos among the awakened and enemy forces. Furthermore, most of our commanding officers, including the commander, have gone missing. We believe they have been assassinated." "Is that everything we're dealing with right now?" "At present, yes, Major. With both battalion commanders standing there, the major grew impatient. I'm asking whether you have any way to resolve this emergency. The two remained silent as the video feed became increasingly distorted. Solha called out, "Major, there's something I'd like to say." He replied, "Go ahead. This may sound unreasonable under the circumstances, but I recommend granting temporary command authority to Sergeant Huin Guc." Minhai frowned at her. "What are you talking about?" The major calmly asked, "I'd like to hear your reasoning. Didn't you agree that we should remain cautious and suspicious of Sergeant Huin Guc's actions?" She replied, "His unexpected actions certainly warranted caution, sir. But so far, everything has proceeded without incident." The system displayed an item's information. Item, Grade 3 Mana Potion. Supplies the user with concentrated mana. Mana restored, 100%. Warning, excessive use may damage the user's body. Huin Guc groaned in pain before forcing himself to stand. "Kang Mak, I prepared this for you." An array of weapons, even more powerful than before, gradually appeared. This is the restricted armory of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade's 1st Battalion. Kang Mak asked curiously, "How do you know my name?" Huin Guc replied coldly, "Let's see whether you're destroyed before I die. All of you, attack at once." All the weapons gathered and surrounded Huin Guc. Countless razor-sharp swords pointed toward Kang Mak. He began to panic as thousands of blades pierced his body, causing him increasing agony. The system displayed, mana remaining, 87%. "You fool, is this all you can do? I'll reward all your hard work with a painless death." A deafening crash rang out, and the weapons fell one after another without leaving so much as a scratch on Kang Mak. He stomped heavily on the floor. Huin Guc grew extremely anxious. He gathered his strength and charged at Kang Mak once again. The sword shot toward Kang Mak and pierced him, this time in even greater numbers. Yet Kang Mak showed no fear and merely sneered. "Come on, try everything you've got. This is entertaining. More. Give me more." Fools who think they're strong always die miserable deaths. The system announced, mana remaining, 38%. Fighting Kang Mak was like throwing an egg against a boulder. Kang Mak laughed, "Just like your pathetic comrades. Did you really think you were strong enough to face me?" A deafening crash rang out as he slammed his fist into the floor. A sharp spear shot toward him. Huin Guc suddenly appeared directly above Kang Mak. Surprised? Kang Mak cursed, "You bastard." Huin Guc drove the spear into his neck. Solha continued explaining. After carefully observing Huin Guc's unusual accomplishments and suspicious behavior, Huin Guc pressed his attack. The system displayed, mana remaining, 2%. She continued, "I suspected that he belonged to a secret society seeking to destroy Korea, or that he was an agent from another country." Huin Guc smiled. "You'll die too, just like all those stupid bastards who thought they were strong." Solha continued, "But now I'm certain. He isn't a spy. He has always gone ahead of everyone else and risked his life to resolve these crises. Furthermore, Huin Guc watched Kang Mak burn before him. Solha continued, from the Goblin Gate in Itaewon to the unfortunate incidents in Gassel and Sarin, he has always been at the center of events, holding the key to resolving each crisis. His strategies not only resolve situations quickly, but also prioritize saving the people around him. Huin Guc walked toward Hwan Suk's lifeless body. Consumed by grief and regret, he said, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect everyone. Even if this place collapses, I'll come back and retrieve all your bodies." He vowed to himself, "In this life, I will never survive alone and abandon my comrades again." Solha concluded, "Considering the situation and everything he has done so far, I believe Sergeant Huin Guc is the right person for this mission." The major immediately replied, "You're right. I completely agree with your proposal." Coincidentally, the man in question has just arrived. Huin Guc entered the room with a grim expression. They called out, "Huin Guc, Sergeant Huin Guc." The major said, "We are granting you temporary command of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade's 1st Battalion." Huin Guc asked, "Does that command authority include access to the armory?" "Correct. Can you turn this dangerous situation around?" Huin Guc clenched his fist, and his gaze gradually turned cold. "Yes, sir. I'll do everything I can." He thought, "It's time for our counterattack." The major said, "We grant you temporary authority over the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade's Command Group and 1st Battalion." Huin Guc asked, "Does my command authority include access to the armory?" The major replied, "Yes. Can you turn the situation around?" Huin Guc clenched his fist and answered firmly, yes, sir. He thought, it's time to strike back. A shout rang out, fire! At the first barracks defensive line, the soldiers were still battling countless skeletons. The commanding officer ordered, deploy the magic circle. The circle appeared and drew the skeletons toward it. The officer issued another order. Cast fire magic. Countless magic circles appeared above the monsters, incinerating more than half of the skeletons. The commanding officer watched them with a pained expression. Damn it! At this rate, this will never end. The remaining skeletons continued charging forward. The second barracks was suffering the same fate. Worse still, the monsters had broken into the building. They've breached the second floor. Retreat. The women continued fighting desperately. We can't save the people on the second floor. There are too many of them. We can't hold out any longer. At the guard post, Choi Yong-jun was fighting alone, single-handedly taking down the monsters. Two other soldiers asked anxiously, Sergeant Choi Yong-jun, are you all right? Still fighting alone? He replied, do I look all right to you? Every time one group died, another charged out. Huin Guc was bewildered. The totems made them extremely difficult to kill. As they swarmed toward him, he showed no fear and flashed a cunning smile. This was starting to get interesting. Back at the base, Huin Guc told them, the zombies and skeletons that infiltrated the camps aren't especially strong, but there must be at least 10 to 20,000 of them. If they breach the command and control bunker in these numbers, our main strategy will fail. Lai Min-hai continued. Then we'll have no choice but to establish a base in the bunker and issue orders from there. Huin Guc shouted, we can't do that. If we evade them, those monsters will become a strategically coordinated army of death controlled by whoever erected the totems. If they descend upon Namsan, hundreds of people will die. Lai Min-hai asked anxiously, then what should we do? He replied, kill their leader. Everyone find the totems. Coordinate with the guards at the outposts. Sulha asked curiously, what about the zombies? We'll open the guard posts and gather all the skeletons and zombies in one place. Li Minghe was half the feet. Are you insane? If all those monsters gather in one place, we'll all die. Huin Guc smiled. No, Deputy Commander. If you and I work together, they'll be the ones who die. Li Minghe asked it, meh. Elsewhere, Choi Yong-jun broke into a sweat as he listened over the radio. Why me? I refuse. You expect me to find all those totems? How am I supposed to search all of Namsan? Huin Guc replied calmly, don't worry about that. The team members have already identified their precise locations for you. Two soldiers immediately reported to him. Sergeant Choi Yong-jun, they're swarming in again. Huin Guc said, I'm in command now. You have to obey my orders. Shui Yikun Yun final confusion. What? I can't hear anything. Bad connection. Bad connection. Only then did Huin Guc remember. Right, I forgot what he's like. That idiot. He spoke into the radio. A bottle of 21-year-old Ballantines. Having gotten what he wanted, Choi Yong-jun grinned. 30-year-old. Huin Guc thought, he's always been like this. He never takes anything seriously. Choi Yong-jun pressed his demand. 30 years. Do you want me to go or not? Huin Guc reluctantly agreed. Fine. He immediately became cheerful. Understood. I'm on my way. Sulha told them. Then I'll head to the forge as well. Huin Guc instructed her. Take command of the assault team. I'll see you later. Until then, please look after my team members. She replied, don't worry. I don't intend to lose another soldier, either. An announcement sounded throughout the base. Command center to all units. Cease your attacks and move inside. Everyone retreat. Get into the bunker. The commander shouted anxiously. Mages deploy the protective barrier. Prepare for the incoming attack. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The zombies are already passing through the defensive posts. 200 meters from Camp 2. 100 meters. 50 meters. The skeletons and zombies have arrived. Both kinds of monsters appeared simultaneously and began clawing, biting, and tearing one another apart in a horrific spectacle. Everyone move inside. Mages deploy the protective barrier and prepare for the incoming attack. Kim Se-hai watched and said, they're planning to stop them with nothing but a protective barrier? Are they insane? An order sounded over the speakers. Lieutenant Kim Se-hai, control the wind inside the camp. Keep the wind speed below 3 meters per second. She wondered, what are they thinking? At the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade Armory, Huin Guc thought anxiously, my spatial field only has a maximum range of 90 meters. I've never tried connecting spatial fields to a fixed location to improve accuracy. He looked at the vortex light Manhwa was maintaining before him. The drone had already traveled 800 meters. Lai Manhwa looked up at him with trembling legs. Huin Guc thought, not everyone can use spatial reconstruction and connection like this. We've reached the maximum communication range of 1 kilometer. He ordered, keep the drone at this position. Lai Manhwa reported, Sergeant, the spatial field has reached its maximum range. Huin Guc raised the great sword over the spatial field, then sent it plunging straight down. Fire the first shot. Below, Carol stood at a distance, watching a building burn. Her expression turned to panic as the sword fell and pierced a skeleton. The enormous blade crashed down, killing more than half the monsters. 2 soldiers observing from afar reported, the first shot hit its target. Huin Guc told himself, Sergeant Huin Guc, you cannot afford to make a mistake. A sudden pain stabbed through his chest. The system displayed an item description. Item, Grade 3 Mana Potion. Provides highly concentrated mana to the user and restores mana to 100%. Warning, excessive use will cause physical damage to the user. Huin Guc told himself, let's begin. Countless swords appeared. Sword rain. The swords passed through the vortex and hurtled toward the monsters, slaughtering them with ease. Every soldier who witnessed it was stunned. They stared wide-eyed at the spectacle before them. Huin Guc told himself, I'm a commander now. From above, Carol stared at the aftermath in disbelief. Huin Guc vowed, I won't let anyone die in this battle. Carol was utterly astonished. This is unbelievable. Li Minghe saw Huin Guc the son. Huin Guc swore, no one else will ever have to die because of me. Chaos engulfed the battlefield below as another announcement came from the command center. Carol could not help exclaiming, that man is insane. The announcement continued. Evacuate the wounded and eliminate all remaining monsters. Repeating, evacuate the wounded immediately and eliminate all remaining monsters. Even the wounded soldiers were amazed. Huin Guc is that powerful. From above, Choi Yong-jun exclaimed in surprise. Our battalion had an A-rank hunter and no one knew? Solha replied, I don't think even A rank can explain this. Choi Yong-jun asked, what? Meanwhile, the brown-haired Lai Manhwa watched Huin Guc and thought. He used his acceleration ability from high above and turned it into an area attack, surpassing even A rank. Huin Guc is no joke. Huin Guc suddenly collapsed to his knees and cried out in pain. Li Minghe became wadi. Huin Guc, are you all right? Huin Guc reminded him, Lieutenant, it isn't over yet. Focus on maintaining the teleportation field. Lai Manhwa shouted, I'm already at my limit. I can't hold it much longer. Huin Guc answered through the pain, just a little longer. Please, just a little longer. Meanwhile, Carol was walking through a deserted forest. She angrily bit her nails. One of her subordinates ran over and reported, Kalmak reached the command room, but we've received no response. Nearly all the monsters have been eliminated. Should we wait until the gate opens? Carol shouted furiously, shut up. I'm trying to think, damn it. She suppressed her rage and thought, that wasn't the power of the Mountain King Sword Saint candidate or a holy swordsman. We have no information about him. An area attack of that magnitude. Could he be a high-ranking military commander? One of the others suddenly called out, Carol, there's a scout nearby. Carol was startled. Someone is watching us from behind that tree. His words made the hidden scout flinch. Carol glanced toward the tree and said, I have many questions for him. Bring him to me immediately. Hearing that, the young man immediately fled. Carol's subordinate quickly pursued him. As the young man ran, he raised his radio to his mouth. Enemy discovered at location B39. Still running at full speed, he repeated, enemy discovered at location B39. Huin Guc was stunned when he heard the report. So were Choi Yong-jun, Solha, and the soldiers still fighting. The scout continued, they're about to catch me, but I think I can shake them off. As soon as he finished speaking, his pursuers seized him. The radio tumbled to the ground. Sensing something was wrong, Huin Guc shouted into his radio, Kim Kyung-jin, Command Center, sent a drone there immediately. A drone was sent through the teleportation gate. Solha and her group advanced cautiously. She called out, Choi Yong-jun, hurry. With a grave expression, he called for immediate reinforcements. Just then, something fell from the sky and crashed into the bushes behind them. Carol stood above, looking down. She said irritably, "So he wasn't alone?" Sensing danger, the group immediately readied themselves for battle. Défensive formation. An enormous monster appeared behind Salha. Sensing its presence, she shouted, "Look out!" The monster swung its sword down at the soldiers. They quickly used defensive magic. Enemy detected, raised the heavenly barrier. But against the monster's strength, their defense was as fragile as paper. Under its powerful blow, the barrier rapidly cracked apart. One soldier screamed in terror. Another monster attacked Salha, but her skill allowed her to block its strike. Even though she blocked it, she could not match the monster's raw strength. The effort drained much of her power, and she struggled to hold on. Just then, the object on her arm began to glow. Salha's strength immediately increased dramatically. She knocked the monster's sword away. Salha warned her teammates, "Keep your distance. They're demon-armored creatures. Any part of your body that touches them will immediately rot." The soldier who had blocked the monster's earlier attack lay groaning on the ground. One of his comrades asked, "Corporal Minty, are you all right?" He quickly replied, "I think I've dislocated something." Another soldier noticed something and shouted, "More are coming." The squad was now surrounded by towering monsters. The monsters advanced while letting out horrifying roars. "Platoon leader, what should we do?" Salha shouted, "Get behind me." She raised her shield and assumed a defensive stance. A pair of brilliant golden wings immediately emerged from the shield. The enormous wings illuminated the dark forest. A protective barrier formed at once, separating the group from the monsters. The monsters continued roaring as they raised their weapons and charged the squad. Salha activated the skill, Sanctuary. She said, "For 7 minutes, everyone will receive the Sanctuary's blessing. If you have the chance, escape and focus on finding the totems." One soldier asked anxiously, "But doesn't it normally take an entire platoon to fight just one of them? Will you be all right alone?" She answered immediately, easily. As soon as she finished speaking, Salha launched herself from the ground. She landed on Monster's shoulder and activated Holy Light. Her sword was immediately enveloped in golden radiance. Without hesitation, she drove the blade into the monster's neck. She did not stop there. Keeping the sword embedded, she slashed through and severed its head. Seeing its companion fall, another monster raised its enormous weapon and prepared to strike her. It unleashed a powerful slash, but Salha easily dodged, leaped onto its head, and swung her sword. She struck straight down without hesitation. Her sword shone with intense golden light, reflecting her determination. The soldiers below stared in amazement as she fought. Do Holy Knights always fight like that? I don't know about the others, but now I understand why everyone calls Sergeant Salha Berserker whenever she picks up a sword. Salha cut down another monster. Suddenly, the light surrounding her sword vanished, startling her. What's happening? The holy sword suddenly stopped working. Salha quickly regained her composure. She rushed toward a monster that was raising its sword to attack her. Using the monster's blade as a foothold, she propelled herself forward. She swiftly flew past it and landed behind its back. Below, the 7-minute limit was nearly over. The squad became anxious. The sanctuary is disappearing. Salha was exhausted. The system suddenly displayed a red warning. The curse of Gregorio Azazel is spreading. All holy power within the area has been nullified. Gregorio is an organization of fallen angels, and Azazel is their leader. The fallen angel's relic wielded by Azazel is an item that counters holy power. Carol stood high above, surrounded by ominous currents of black and blue energy. Sensing her presence, Salha spun around in alarm. Carol said angrily, "At last, I get to see the arrogant face of a holy knight." Choi Eong-jun raced through the forest, looking from one side to the other. At last, he found a captured Kim Ki-ung-jin. Shui Yun smiled confidently. "Found you." He rushed forward and delivered a straight slash to the enemy's arm. The strike severed the man's arm. Realizing the danger, the enemy immediately released Kim Ki-ung-jin. He quickly fled. Choi Yong-jun frowned as he watched. "That black smoke. It looks like I won't be able to cut through it." He ran away already. Choi Yong-jun turned and called out, "Kim Ki-ung-jin, are you all right? Open your eyes. If you die, Huin Guc won't give me that whiskey. Just then, the enemy's severed arm hurtled toward Choi Yong-jun, but he calmly grabbed Kim Ki-ung-jin and dodged it. Choi Yong-jun gave him a provocative look. Too slow. He immediately retreated at great speed, but the enemy kept pace and attacked again. Choi Yong-jun was astonished. He could keep up with my speed. A slash struck him across the back. He managed to twist aside in time, preventing a more serious wound. The enemy glared at him with murderous intent. So, are you the Sword Saint candidate? Judging by your speed and reflexes, I can understand why our infiltration team was defeated. But such abilities are useless against me. A sword cannot harm me. It would be a waste to kill you. Join us. If you accept the power of a vampire, you'll be able to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Something flickered in Choi Yong-jun's eyes when he heard that. The enemy continued. You can become one of the chosen, just like me. Choi Yong-jun shouted angrily, what nonsense! Stop spouting that garbage. More importantly, how are you going to compensate me for ruining my A-grade uniform? The enemy stared at him in disbelief. Are you an idiot? He continued. It appears words alone aren't enough to make you understand. Swamp of the river Acheron. He moved, transforming the ground into a current of purple liquid. Swamp of the river Acheron draws victims beneath the polluted mire of Acheron, the river crossed by the dead on their journey through the afterlife. Shui Yun Yun Lukt Shoks. What is this? The ground has turned to sludge. He looked down at his unconscious comrade. Hey, open your eyes. You're sinking. The enemy gloated. Your legs are trapped now. The more you struggle, the faster you'll sink. Shui Yun became anxious. What am I supposed to do with him? It's hard to fight while looking after him. Once he wakes up, I'm definitely giving him a beating. The enemy rushed forward and attacked. Are those your last words? Choi Yong-jun's legs sank deeper as the enemy slashed at his arm. Choi Yong-jun swiftly drew his knife and decisively severed the enemy's arm. The enemy continued mocking him. I'm certain I already told you that cutting me is useless. He lunged forward and slashed at Choi Yong-jun's neck. Choi Yong-jun refused to back down and charged forward, trading ferocious blows with his opponent. Another wound appeared beneath the vampire's blade as he sneered. What a disgrace for a Sword Saint candidate. You have absolutely no defense behind you. Shui Yun Soten Ilai something. Wait, have you been aiming for my back this whole time? He spread his arms. A wound on the back is a swordsman's shame. I'll take your attack head on. Come and face me. The vampire could hardly believe what he was hearing. This man truly was an idiot. I can't believe I invited you to become one of us. How humiliating. That's right, Choi Yong-jun calmly replied. Then a sinister smile crossed his face. Now this swamp won't hold me anymore. Thanks for being so easy to fool, idiot. The vampire's body overflowed with murderous intent. Your tricks end here. Unfortunately for you, I'm your opponent. Shui Yun remained composed. That's enough. Have you ever been cut at the speed of light? The vampire finally lost his patience. I'm getting tired of dealing with you. I don't need a lunatic like you as one of my kind. Raising his weapon, he charged straight at Choi Yong-jun. Even in the face of that attack, Choi Yong-jun remained calm. Golden light instantly enveloped his entire body, and he raised his fist before charging straight at the vampire. Even the poisonous swamp beneath his feet no longer affected him. He froze its surface solid and casually stepped free. He swiftly closed the distance, stabbed through the vampire's arm, and severed it. A relentless barrage of lightning-fast slashes followed. The vampire stood frozen in place. Choi Yong-jun prepared to drive his blade through his mouth, his gaze unwavering. Rustling leaves beneath the midnight moon. Choi Yong-jun's attack sliced the vampire's body into 8 pieces. A powerful aura spread around Choi Yong-jun as he stood over the vampire's remains. My sword carries holy power, so it inflicts far greater damage on you. But that still wasn't enough to kill you. I suppose I'll have to destroy your true body. The vampire roared furiously. You insane bastard. This is ridiculous. How could you do this to me? You're cheating. I refuse to accept it. Choi Yong-jun leaned close to his face. You still have quite a mouth on you. How dare you talk to me like that? You're not so special anymore, are you? All you can do now is wait to die. After being cut at the speed of light, it's hardly surprising that you couldn't even hear my attacks. The vampire's face filled with terror. You damn bastard. Choi Yong-jun enveloped himself in holy light. Let me help you close that mouth. he struck with his palm, sending the vampire straight into the afterlife. The vampire dissolved into crimson petals and vanished into the void. Choi Young-jun collapsed to the ground. I am starving. If I accelerate my metabolism to that level again, I'll really die. Meanwhile, Sulha was surrounded by two monsters, and surprise crossed her face when she saw Carol. One of the monsters swiftly lunged at Sulha and slashed at her, but before it could touch her, a streak of blue light slammed into its body. Hwin Guc descended from above and slid down a broken tree trunk. Carol looked irritated by his arrival, while Sulha and the soldiers stared at him in surprise. Hwin Guc demanded, "Where are the soldiers you were chasing?" Carol wondered, "Who the hell is this?" Imagining his comrades being killed filled Hwin Guc with fury. His eyes blazed with rage. "Where are the members of my squad?" Nearly a dozen monsters surrounded the group, and the barrier was beginning to collapse. Carol spoke contemptuously. "You still don't understand your situation, do you? Instead of worrying about them, you should worry about the people in front of you. Who knows when they might die?" The barriers finally shattered completely, and Hwin Guc suddenly realized what was happening. The monsters were targeting the soldiers below. Hwin Guc immediately activated a skill, driving several needles into one monster's body. When he sensed the right moment, he shouted, "Platoon leader." Sulha immediately answered, "Understood." She charged forward and delivered a powerful slash to the monster, while the others rushed toward the soldiers. A monster's blade was about to strike the soldiers, so they raised their shields. At that moment, another demon-armored creature charged in and rammed it, knocking the monster to the ground. Hwin Guc continued launching relentless attacks, piercing the monsters. A system notification appeared. A power of domination stronger than death magic has been activated. Control demon armor. New domination power acquired. Hwin Guc flinched. Domination power? The system displayed another message. Activating the new domination power will replace your current domination ability. Master's authority can affect ordinary living armor and strengthen it. Would you like to retain this authority to enhance the power of living armor? Hwin Guc immediately shouted, "I'd accept." The monster screamed in agony, still impaled by Hwin Guc's needles. Once he accepted, the system displayed another message. You have used Master's authority on living armor. Warning, depending on your domination power level, the living armor's operating range and controllable functions may be limited. The monster under his control roared. It charged forward and smashed another monster's face with a single punch. Sulha and the soldiers stared in astonishment. Carol seemed to realize something. "So you're the one who ruined my fun." Hwin Guc shouted furiously, "What part of this is fun? If you don't want me to beat you senseless, give me back my comrades." Sulha continued fighting desperately against another monster. She quickly defeated one more. Carol looked bored. "Is that all you can do? You made such a grand entrance, but now you're disappointing me." Hwin Guc glanced behind him. Not yet. He directed his magic through the forest while the monsters continued to multiply, roaring as they advanced. Carol sneered. "That wide area attack earlier was impressive, so I was curious to see what you do next. But all you can do is steal these suits of armor and control them. You cannot even use your full combat power. What do you expect to accomplish with only 2 suits of demon armor?" Hwin Guc thought now. Then he spoke aloud. "You're right. There isn't much I can do right now." Carol laughed triumphantly. But at that moment, Hwin Guc's magic arrived and struck her directly, catching everyone by surprise. He shouted, "That's why I created an opening." The system displayed another message. Item information. Divine Bow of Lord Chiston. Effects. Enemy pursuit and guaranteed hit. Ignores all enemy magic resistance. The attack blasted Carol away and sent her crashing into the forest. Another system message appeared. The effects of the Curse of Gregorio Azazel are fading. The power covering this area and suppressing holy power is weakening. Holy power returned to Sulha's sword. My holy power is back. Hwin Guc activated another skill and called to her, "Platoon leader, please take care of the remaining demon-armored creatures. Everyone else, hunt down and eliminate the progenitor as quickly as possible." Determination filled everyone's eyes. "Yes, sir." Seut Hoe suddenly shouted, "Huin Guk Fin Shui Gunyun." Kim Ki-ung-jin's life depends on this substance. We don't have any time to waste. Hwin Guc immediately raced away like the wind. His arrow continued streaking through the forest. It pursued Carol as she fled. She thought, that can't possibly be an ordinary arrow. Could it really be a divine bow? Hwin Guc also hurriedly searched for his comrades. He activated his detection skill, and a blue light appeared before him. There, he grabbed his weapon and followed the light. Carol stared in terror as his arrow closed in and struck the medallion on her body. Seizing the opportunity, Huin Guc launched breakthrough and severely wounded her. He shouted, "Give me back my comrades!" An immensely powerful crimson aura erupted from Carol's body. It gradually reached and seized Huin Guc's weapon. Carol spoke coldly. "Now I'm not merely disappointed. I'm also..." Her horns began to fall away, and a new pair emerged, completely different from before. Huin Guc stared at her in surprise. Carol finished, furious. Demonic energy continuously poured from her body and consumed the surrounding space. "I hate this. I can't believe I have to reveal my true form before an insignificant wretch like you." Ignoring her words, Huin Guc activated Adamant Body before he could launch his attack. However, Carol blasted him far into the distance. Carol spoke angrily. "I shouldn't have pretended to fall for such an obvious trap, especially against a fool who doesn't even know how to use a divine bow." Huin Guc coughed up blood from his injuries. Carol continued, "Are you the newly appointed commander who launched all those wide-area magical attacks?" Huin Guc was in terrible pain. "Does that matter? Tell me where my comrades are, and I'll answer you." Carol sneered as she activated a skill. "Yes, it matters greatly. I can't leave without seeing the despair on the face of the man who ruined my plans." In an instant, spiderwebs covered the entire surrounding area. Huin Guc stared in disbelief. Blood-red webs are growing from the ground? The webs continued spreading through the surrounding area until they wrapped around him. Huin Guc grew anxious. These webs extend beyond the battlefield. They might cover the entire region. Wait, she mentioned a plan. Did they prepare all of this from the very beginning? What are they trying to do? The blood-red webs also enveloped the command headquarters. Everyone inside suffered terribly upon touching them, and they gradually lost consciousness. Then they transformed into bloodthirsty vampires. Carol looked down at the suffering Huin Guc. "You'll soon meet the people you've been searching for." The blood-red webs reached the underground shelter, and someone in the bunker came into contact with them. Huin Guc suddenly realized what was happening and shouted, "Don't tell me." Carol gave him a savage smile. "My subordinates may have already killed them, though. I suppose that won't make you very happy." Huin Guc erupted in fury. "Damn you. Stop this right now." Carol remained calm. "What's wrong? If you love your comrades so much, shouldn't you be the one to kill them again?" The operations area was now completely covered in webs. Those who touched them went mad and began biting everything around them, plunging the entire area into chaos. At the bunker entrance, someone shouted, "You undead bastards! Watch out for those things around you. If you aren't careful, they'll attack." One soldier stared in astonishment. "What? Wait, could that be Lai Huan Suk?" Something powerful hurtled down from the hill and slammed into the ground. A voice rang out, "Unlock." Meanwhile, Huin Guc remained restrained by Carol's demonic power. She sneered, "Is this all you've got?" She unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Huin Guc did not hesitate to block every one of them. Suddenly, a strand of web pierced his back. Carol continued, "Why are you so angry? The people you've been waiting for are almost here. Try not to die before they arrive. I'm truly curious to see the despair on your face when you meet your comrades as undead." Badly injured, Huin Guc thought, "Damn it, she's tougher than I expected. I removed the curse of Gregorio Azazel from the divine bow, so I can use holy power once more, but..." A red system warning appeared. Warning: this area has been designated a demonic congregation zone. Dark attribute statistics have increased by 50%. Undead healing power has increased by 50%. Huin Guc continued thinking, "The totem is still active. It's strengthening her. So even if I use holy power, I'll only waste my mana. That leaves me with just one option." Carol suddenly realized something, and her eyes widened. The system displayed another message. Item information: Grade 3 Mana Potion. Restores mana by consuming a potion containing mana concentrated to 100%. Warning: excessive use may cause physical harm to the user. Huin Guc spoke. "Let's make one thing clear. You're the one who crossed the line." As he spoke, he crushed a red object. Another system message appeared. Item information: Crown of Light and Darkness. Trait: rapidly grants resistance against the undead. Special trait: bestows an aura attribute upon one piece of holy or dark magic equipment. Warning: a penalty will be incurred each time an aura is bestowed. When Guc did not hesitate. A life for a life, blood for blood. His power surged. Then I'll push my mana beyond its limits. The system displayed another notification. Skill information: Dark Aura. Effect: channels 30% of the crown's dark magic into one piece of equipment. When Guc thought, I'll use the enhancement. Assuming a combat stance, he declared, fight poison with poison. The enhancement was affected by the demonic congregation zone, causing the dark aura to increase rapidly. Carol stared in astonishment. What is this? Where did all this dark power come from? When Guc's eyes filled with determination as he shouted at her, prepare yourself. I'll devour your dark energy with an even stronger darkness. A tremendous aura immediately erupted around him. At that moment, something grazed Carol's face, but she quickly evaded it. Seeing this, when Guc thought, Adam body, he unleashed his power, tearing apart the webs around him, then roared as he launched a mighty slash at Carol. Carol stared in disbelief. He created his own dark attribute to exploit the totem's power? Is he insane? When Guc thought, good, it's finally working. If I keep pressuring her like this. Suddenly, his vision began to blur. The system displayed a warning. Dark energy is gradually eroding the caster's consciousness. The caster is entering a state of frenzy. When Guc froze. Frenzy? Darkness crept across his vision. Damn it, why now? Is the totem's power even stronger than I expected? I need to escape. I have to get out, but elsewhere, Choi Eong-jun stared in astonishment at the spiderwebs overhead. Whoa, what is this? He suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, platoon leader? The other platoon leaders too? The people from the central area had been transformed into vampires by the blood-red webs. They took all of them down? Choi Eong-jun thought for 3 seconds before placing Kim Ki-eung-jin on the ground. Lie here for a while. Damn it, I hate this kind of thing more than anything. I owe the commander for all that good liquor. It looks like I have no choice but to cut them down if I want to protect this man. He immediately charged toward the group before him. Please forgive me. May you rest in peace. Meanwhile, back at Hwin Guc's battle, a throwing blade streaked past Carol. Hwin Guc followed with another powerful attack. Carol raised her hand to block it and cried out in pain. She quickly recovered and knocked the attack away. Hwin Guc had completely lost his reason. I'll kill you. Carol was equally furious. You can't even control yourself after being consumed by dark energy. Do you truly think you could defeat me? Her words did nothing to shake Hwin Guc. Carol became even more irritated and shouted, You lunatic! Before Carol could continue, he slashed her across the abdomen, sending her flying backward. At that moment, a vampire swooped down from the sky and swung his weapon at him. But Hyung-guk effortlessly blocked the attack. He slowly forced the vampire's weapon aside. Then, as soon as an opening appeared, he struck him. Though wounded, Carol still sneered. Looking at you makes me sick. I'll kill you and all your comrades. With that, she launched a web at him, but he easily evaded it. He then turned back to the vampire before him and seized him by the throat. There was no hesitation or reason left in him. Yet, deep within his soul, he still wondered, what am I doing here? I have to regain my senses and escape immediately. Calm down. Suddenly, cries for help echoed around him. Hyung-guk, save me, save me. Captain, save me. He was sinking deeper among all those who had died. Back in reality, he was still strangling the vampire. He seemed to regain his senses and released his grip. A system warning appeared. The user's despair and rage have reached their peak due to dark aura. His eyes blazed as he roared. Another system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have fulfilled the requirements to unlock the item's hidden attribute. Powerful blue light continuously radiated from around him. The vampire's sword was blasted away. Hyung-guk had gained even greater power. The system displayed another message. Hell Demon's Medallion. Hidden Attribute. Hellfire State. Unlocked when a user's dark aura reaches its peak. Hellfire will continue burning until all dark aura is depleted. Brilliant blue flames surged endlessly from his body. Carol stared in disbelief. Hellfire? Even after becoming a vampire, I've never seen power like this. Something is wrong. I need to escape first. But before she could flee, he severed her leg with a single slash, causing her to lose her balance. He raised his weapon and unleashed hellfire at Carol, making her scream in agony. His face was filled with rage and hatred. Wake up! Within the illusion, he was about to be submerged alongside his comrades. If I'm dragged under, the darkness will completely consume me. I can't let that happen. In reality, powerful hellfire continued pouring from his body. Carol quickly regained her composure and summoned even more blood webs. She screamed, "You deranged bastard! I'll tear you to pieces!" Hundreds of blood webs immediately shot toward him. But Hyanguk remained completely unaffected and calmly continued walking forward. The webs spread across the entire forest, stabbing into the ground and shattering the earth. However, the webs were useless against the hellfire surrounding Hyanguk. He used the flames to burn them all away. Carol seethed with rage. "He burned my webs." Hyanguk then pointed toward her. Arrows instantly flew toward Carol and slashed her repeatedly, causing her to lose her balance and fall. With a single move, he destroyed her entire blood web formation. His body had become overwhelmingly powerful, and fury was written across his face. After being wounded by his attacks, Carol thought bitterly, "I can't defeat him with brute force." Meanwhile, the soldiers saw an explosion erupt beyond the bushes. One of them shouted, "Hurry, find a totem." Another said, "Sergeant Choi, the platoon leader, and Sergeant Hyanguk are both fighting for their lives. We have to do everything we can." A voice then called out, "Corporal Park, Junimo, I found the totem." "All right, everyone, draw your weapons and set up the C4. He asked, "On Min Ti, we need your shield. Can you hold out?" On Min Ti answered resolutely, "Everyone else is risking their lives. I'll hold on until my final breath." Determination filled his eyes. Choi commanded, "Deploy the holy shield. Listen up, we must work together to destroy the totem. I'll reinforce the holy sword with sacred lightning. The explosion from the C4 attached to the shield will help the sword destroy the totem. But if we can't withstand a shock wave, we'll all be blown apart." Everyone gritted their teeth and held firm. A massive shock wave immediately swept through the area, hurling all three of them away. The totem began to glow, and a gigantic monster appeared. The boss monster, the giant demon-armored undead. The moment it appeared, it roared as if announcing its arrival to everyone. The monster was so enormous that even Hyanguk and Carol could see it from where they were fighting. Carol was already gravely wounded. Upon seeing it, she thought, "That lunatic has left me no choice. We have to abandon the buff and destroy the totem. Then he won't obtain the buff, and he won't be able to end his frenzy. The giant, demon-armored undead can take care of everything else in an instant." The moment she finished that thought, she charged forward and leaped onto the monster. She shouted, "Giant, demon-armored undead, destroy the totem now." After receiving the command, the creature quickly turned toward the totem and raised its weapon. The three people below watched anxiously. At that moment, Hyanguk launched himself upward to attack. Seeing this, Carol immediately activated a skill. Intense red light spread throughout the area. She screamed, "Stay away from me, you disgusting bastard." A powerful blast of light immediately shot toward him, but he easily deflected the attack behind him. It seemed as though it would strike the ground, but Carol's attack suddenly curved back around. Hyanguk launched another attack at Carol while she desperately fled from her own returning strike. Meanwhile, the giant, demon-armored undead was about to destroy the totem. Carol realized that her own attack had been redirected toward her. "You threw it back at me?" Before she could react, the attack pierced straight through her abdomen. It then struck the giant demon-armored undead, causing a tremendous explosion that sent smoke and debris everywhere. Fortunately, the other three were protected by the shield and escaped unharmed. Severely wounded, Carol collapsed onto the ground. Hyanguk had already discovered where she was hiding. He raised an arrow and stared at her. Carol mocked him. "You fool, you should have let us destroy the totem. You just threw away your only chance to end your frenzy." He stepped forward and grabbed the medallion on her chest. He tore it away, but Carol continued, "You'll become a monster that endlessly craves death. Your beloved comrades will turn their backs on you and kill you. I wonder how you'll feel then." Without the slightest hesitation, he raised the arrow and plunged it straight into her chest. Hellfire instantly spread across Carol's entire body. She gave him a sinister smile. "I'll watch from hell as you meet your hopeless end." Hyanguk remained unmoved by her words and said only, "Burn." A beam of purple light shone in the middle of the forest before gradually fading, while fragments drifted into the sky. Within the illusion, Sergeant Hyanguk was pulled back up by the other three. Pain was plainly visible on his face. Outside, blue lights resembling flower petals fluttered around Carol's remains. The totem was also gradually dissolving. A red system notification appeared. The totem has been destroyed. The demonic congregation zone in this area has been removed. You said my comrades would abandon me? No, they risked their lives to save me, just as I would risk mine for them. Having regained his senses, Hyanguk spoke with confidence. Carol completely disintegrated. He looked at the medallion in his hand. Then he put it into his mouth and radioed, "Support team, report your status." Choi answered loudly. "Corporal Park Junimo is alive. Park Junimo survived. On Min Ti is wounded. Sergeant Hyanguk, are you all right?" A faint smile appeared on his face. The system displayed a message. "Congratulations. You have consumed the legacy of the fallen angel Gregorio Azazel. Its effects after absorption are unknown." He said, "The primary target has been eliminated. Regroup with the platoon leader immediately. The boss monster will awaken soon." The moment he finished speaking, he coughed up blood and collapsed. His comrades cried out anxiously. Sergeant Hyanguk, covering his mouth, he thought, "Damn it, did I push myself too far?" The gigantic monster appeared behind him. He quickly hurled his weapon at it, slashing the monster's leg. He ordered, "Support team, evacuate the current area." The monster approached, each of its footsteps shattering the ground and sending rocks and soil flying. Choi charged toward the monster with his gun. Hyanguk attempted to activate Adamant Body. At that moment, a system warning appeared. The user cannot withstand Adamant Body. Activation has been denied. He stared in confusion. Denied? The monster swung its weapon at him. "Damn it, I can't stop this thing." Choi shouted, "Sergeant Lee." Hyanguk braced himself with all his strength against the blow. The monster's weapon smashed into the ground, shattering it and causing an explosion. He slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the enormous axe before him. Suddenly, a white tiger leaped out of nowhere and sank its teeth into the monster's head. It tore the monster's head off, leaving Hyanguk, Choi, and On Min Ti speechless. A helicopter had appeared in the sky. The tiger's roar thundered across the ground. Someone leaped out of the helicopter. He landed with such force that the ground shattered beneath him, then slowly rose to his feet. "Is everyone safe?" he called out. It was Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kong-suk. Everyone brightened upon seeing him. "Brigade Commander." He calmly put away his weapon behind the massive axe. The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations. You have defeated the boss monster, giant demon-armored undead, from the demonic congregation event." The enormous tiger was Kim Kong-suk's divine beast, the Mountain King. Kim Kong-suk looked around and said, "Fortunately, I'm not too late." As Hyanguk collected the medallion, Kim Kong-suk addressed him. "Sergeant Hyanguk, I heard you were granted access to the battalion armory. But I didn't expect you to bring the entire armory with you. It appears the battalion-related terrorist incident has been resolved. Give me a brief report." After retrieving the creature's medallion, Hyanguk put it into his mouth and swallowed it. The system displayed another message. "Congratulations. You have consumed the Demon Legion medallion. Its effects after absorption are unknown." After swallowing it, Hyanguk brought his feet together. Standing at attention, he reported, "Sir, the terrorist incident involving the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade was a planned attack carried out by 5 players. 4 of the 5 have been eliminated, and the remaining 1 is in custody. Most of the military officers involved remain missing." After eliminating the remaining vampires, Choi Yong-jun felt a deep ache in his heart. What would happen here count as disobeying orders? Hyanguk continued his report. "We still need to assess the casualties among the regular soldiers, but the remaining monsters are expected to be manageable by the surviving units. Therefore, as of 6:37 a.m., I report that the battalion's counterterrorism operation has succeeded." Dawn broke, casting the morning sunlight over the city. Kim Kong-suk smiled at him. "Hyanguk, your reports always contain exactly what I want to hear." Choi dropped to the ground. "Is it finally over?" He looked up at the sky. "But the sun should have risen by now. Why is the sky still so dark?" Hyanguk called out, "Brigade Commander, unfortunately, this time you'll have to hear a report you won't like." Kim Kong-suk looked at him questioningly. Hyanguk explained, Judging by the number of high-ranking creatures that appeared around Seoul after I took command, it seems the attack on the battalion and the demonic congregation event were only the beginning. Their true goal is to begin the fourth wave that humanity has always feared, and its starting point is right here in Seoul. A wave is the worst disaster in this game. Monsters flood in like a tidal wave, seize humanity's territory, and transform the land into something entirely alien. The affected region becomes isolated from the outside world, making entry and escape impossible. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Kim Kong-suk's expression hardened with anger. So they had another objective from the very beginning. He immediately gave an order. Everyone, return to the battalion and prepare to mobilize again. Hyang-guk, you're responsible for the preparations. Hyang-guk had already reached his limit, and his entire body began trembling. Kim Kong-suk looked at him anxiously. Hyang-guk, a system warning appeared. You are currently digesting the Demon Legion medallion. A signal core is forming within your central nervous system, 1%. Severe abdominal pain may occur during this process. Your current physical condition is unlikely to withstand the pain. Hyang-guk immediately lost consciousness and collapsed. Kim Kong-suk rushed toward him. Hyang-guk, are you all right? Choi was equally alarmed. Sergeant Hyang-guk, please wake up. Sergeant Hyang-guk. Hyang-guk. During a meeting, Choi Yong-jun asked, Captain Hyang-guk, how are you certain that the fifth wave will begin in Beijing? Everyone was gathered inside a ruined warehouse. Hyang-guk calmly answered, it's surprisingly simple. The first wave occurred near California. The second occurred in Shanghai. The third in Berlin, and the fourth in Seoul. The only common factor was a sudden increase in the appearance rate of high-ranking creatures around those regions 3 months before each wave. It was as though they were concentrating their power before unleashing it all at once. A red-haired young man spoke up. Fine. Suppose we know where the next wave will begin. What then? What about the villains standing in our way? We've nearly run out of equipment and supplies. Hyang-guk replied, it's true that they're powerful, and they possess even stronger equipment. During the fourth wave, we stopped the enemy from using the mythical item as still time. We succeeded only because of the sacrifices of heroes such as Lee Sang-jeon, Han Tae-san, Choi Young-cheon, Kim Kong-suk, and Steve Marine. Those villains are especially dangerous because they can create disasters known as waves. They create waves capable of exterminating humanity so they can gain experience points and obtain divine items to become even stronger. But this time, the situation is different. We already know what their next target is. Instead of dancing in the palms of their hands, we can prepare and strike back. That alone is reason enough for us to act, to protect humanity from the villains. Hyang-guk's past, the base of humanity's final resistance army. Someone's footsteps echoed through the area. A guard noticed the intruder and shouted, hands up, don't move, take off your hood. The newcomer suddenly flashed a bright smile. A woman stepped in from outside and called out, hey, Hyang-guk. He calmly asked, what is it? She replied, how could you bring an outsider here at such a critical time? I already told you, you aren't allowed to do that. He replied, don't worry, I'll vouch for him. We need him. If he hadn't risked his life to support us, none of us would have survived. He's our comrade too. The door suddenly opened, catching Hyang-guk's attention. His expression brightened into a smile. Hello. Thank you for coming, Gordon Prassey. 2 people nearby were sipping golden liquor. The red-haired woman smiled at Gordon Prassey. The rare ore you gave us this time was extremely difficult to obtain. Thanks to it, we managed to create a masterpiece. Gordon smiled upon hearing this. That's wonderful. But what exactly did you make this time? Her expression immediately turned serious. Why are you asking? This woman was Snow White, the first elder blacksmith chosen by the 7 dwarf artisans. She continued, Gordon, anyone who asks that is a traitor. He quickly protested, no, I was merely curious. Her eyes sparkled at his answer. Yes, I know. I was only joking. Who would ever suspect our sponsor of being a traitor? I'd love to tell you, but I can't. You understand what I mean, don't you? Faced with Snow White's behavior, Gordon could only answer awkwardly. Of course. He then glanced to the side, where everyone was helping themselves to food. Hyang-guk stood beside the window, staring into the distance as though lost in thought. At that moment, Choi Yong-jun's voice rang out. What a downer. Everyone was having such a good time, but someone had to ruin the mood by brooding over there. Hyang-guk looked startled. Sorry, I was just... Seeing this, Choi Yong-jun continued teasing him. What's this? Are you crying? Did I hurt your feelings? Hyanguk looked deeply saddened. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves reminded me of the comrades we lost. If I'd been stronger back then, perhaps I could have saved them. After hearing that, Choi Yong-jun punched him on the shoulder. Fine. That punch was in memory of our fallen comrades. Take that, you worthless, useless idiot. Idiot, we can't change the past. What, do you think you can turn back time like in a comic book and change everything? Look at what you've accomplished in the present. Think about all the people you've saved with your strength. Without you, the mages of the Flash team would have died on the front lines, and the blacksmiths of the crafting team would have become slaves to those villains. The search team's casualty rate wouldn't have stopped at 9% either. All of us might have been wiped out. Before he could finish, Hyanguk spoke. Honestly, if I could return to the past, I want to save everyone. Every time we go on a mission, I can't stop thinking about the comrades we lost. Choi Yong-jun continued trying to knock some sense in him. They fought despite knowing they could die. We're the same, and every time, you're the one who saves us. Stop worrying about things you can't change and focus on being our captain. Right now, we should be having a few drinks. Seo Eun-ha walked over, pinched his arm, and shouted, "Are you deliberately picking a fight with the captain? The guard team won't let you get away with that." He hurriedly explained, "I was only trying to cheer him up." She continued, "Can't you see that you're the one ruining the mood?" She then gestured toward the others behind him. "Go inside and drink that rum you love so much. Everyone, just ignore him. Yong-jun is always like this." She then turned toward Hyanguk. "Hyanguk, are you all right?" He waved his hand dismissively. "You don't have to do this." Her gaze remained resolute. "What are you talking about? We're your guards. Looking after you is part of our responsibility." The people around them could not help commenting, "You're being far too protective of him. If you keep treating him like that, he'll become fragile and helpless." Everyone burst out laughing, and soon the entire room was roaring with laughter. Gordon asked with interest, "You're all quite close, aren't you?" The orange-haired man replied, "Yes." Gordon then headed toward the door. As he walked, he put on his hat and muttered, "You certainly seem close. It's almost irritating to watch." Two guards were stationed outside. One of them said, "The shift schedule is a complete mess. I've been looking forward to my first drink in years." His companion laughed. "I heard this shipment includes instant noodles. Once our shift ends, let's have a bowl." The black-haired guard noticed Gordon approaching. As Gordon passed him, he asked, "Where are you going?" Gordon answered, "My part is over. You two can rest now." The young man looked confused. "What?" Before either of them could react, two monsters killed him on the spot. Gordon formed a sinister smile. "Today is the day you die." Countless monsters immediately charged toward the place where everyone had gathered, slaughtering anyone who stood in their way. A brown-haired young man managed to hide behind a wall and raise his radio. Intruders." As he spoke, a monster appeared behind him and pressed a gun against his neck. A massive explosion followed, startling everyone nearby. Realizing what was happening, Hyanguk shouted, "Everyone, take your positions." Before anyone could react, a powerful blast of air threw everyone in the room backward. A monstrous war machine appeared. As Hyanguk ran, he shouted, "Get Gordon out of here first." The red-haired woman replied, "He's disappeared." Hyanguk's eyes widened. "What?" Alerts appeared at once. "Lockdown Building C. Lockdown Building A. Buildings D and B have already fallen," someone reported. "They're moving as if they already know the entire layout of the base. We won't be able to hold out for long." Hyanguk's expression filled with concern. He shouted, "Everyone get out of here. I'll hold them back. Evacuate immediately." Ahead of him stood a fully armed army. HANA looked irritated. "They're so noisy. Sending a few men should have been enough. Why bring an entire army just to exterminate them?" Upon noticing one of the enemies, someone exclaimed, "That man looks terrifying." Hyanguk suddenly recognized him. The sole puppeteer. An observer peered through binoculars and reported, "Primary target identified, the sole puppeteer." The presence of multiple high-ranking villains has also been confirmed. "We're under attack by the villain's entire army." Hyanguk looked alarmed. "Damn it." He then shouted into his radio, "Search team, accompany the Flash team to the primary target's position. What are you still doing? Return immediately." Behind Choi Yong-jun stood an entire army of villains and grotesque monsters. Pulling the orange-haired man along, Choi Yong-jun said, "The sole puppeteer is our primary target. There are even members of the Traitors Guild here. If we miss this chance, we'll have to wait until their next attack. Do you understand what this is? It's an opportunity." Hyanguk shouted into the radio, "But we still aren't ready to use Magali." He lightly leaped over the wall and called to those below, "If anything goes wrong, everyone will die because of me. The red-haired woman suddenly spoke. Forget it. I'm still not mentally prepared. Choi Yong-jun answered with determination. I already told you. We knew the risks when the Flash team joined this project. Get a grip. We have to do whatever we can. Stop worrying about your comrades. Meanwhile, Snow White was also delivering a report. The underground command bunker has been reinforced to withstand meteor descent. Stop worrying and end this chaos with the weapon I created. The enemy army continued searching the area. Seeing this, Choi Yong-jun spoke again. As the army advanced, Hyun-guk gritted his teeth and shouted, Crafting team, prepare Magali. Search team, protect the Flash team. Once the Flash circles appear, evacuate everyone as quickly as possible. Choi Yong-jun and Snow White smiled with satisfaction. Hyun-guk continued, Today we will destroy our primary target, the Soul Puppeteer. Everyone answered resolutely, Roger. Countless magic circles appeared, and swarms of drones emerged from them. The Demon King remained leisurely seated while his army assumed battle formation. Hyun-guk commanded, Unit 1 in position, Unit 2 in position, Unit 3 in position, Unit 4 in position. The Demon King looked up at the sky in confusion. On Snow White's side, someone asked, Elder, did you deliberately neglect to mention that we still haven't finished the repairs? She calmly replied, Yes. If I told him, Hyun-guk would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of us. The system displayed a warning. Warning, the device has exceeded its maximum mana capacity. The combined skills range has exceeded the permitted limit. Casting magic of this magnitude may endanger the caster's life. Hyun-guk thought, a single mistake, and I'll kill my comrades with my own hands. An enormous magic formation appeared in the sky, surrounded by an overwhelming concentration of mana. The Soul Puppeteer finally rose to his feet. A colossal sword emerged from the circle. Hyun-guk's eyes filled with determination. This strike will protect everyone. He then roared, Fire! The Demon King looked up in astonishment. The sword plunged straight into the ground. Hyun-guk shouted, Iron Meteor! A massive shock wave instantly hurled the enemy soldiers backward. Even Choi Yong-jun's position was struck by the blast. A gigantic sword towered before everyone, radiating a blinding orange-red light. Above it, Hyun-guk had to shield himself from the immense energy pouring from the weapon. Below, monsters lay scattered throughout the rubble, while everyone else had suffered injuries of varying severity. Hyun-guk shouted, All teams, report your survival status. Seo Eun-ha, who was still fighting, quickly responded. All guard team members are alive and currently engaging the monsters. Choi Yong-jun stood atop a building. After hearing the call, he quickly reported, The recon team has lost contact with 60% of its members. We're currently assessing the situation. Hyun-guk shouted into his radio again, Crafting team, where are you? Respond. The reply came, The Soul Puppeteer is confirmed alive. The Soul Puppeteer was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Looking through binoculars, the observation team reported, He has sustained severe damage. Choi Yong-jun immediately reported, Hyun-guk, the meteor worked. Now is our chance. Hyun-guk thought, This is our one and only opportunity to finish off the Soul Puppeteer for good. As he activated a skill, he ordered, Guard team, join the battle immediately. Eliminate every remaining monster and villain. Seo Eun-ha responded anxiously, Hyun-guk, where are you planning to go alone without the guard team? His expression remained resolute. With our current forces, it'll be difficult to deal with all the monsters that infiltrated the hideout. Every member of the guard team must assist. Seo Eun-ha turned and issued an order. All guard team members, join the combat units immediately. One person asked, Captain, where are you going? Seo Eun-ha shouted, I'm going after Commander Hyun-guk. Hyun-guk continued moving through the air while casting his skill. If I can kill the Soul Puppeteer, this will all be over. At last, humanity's chance for liberation is within reach. Below, his magic enveloped all the shattered buildings. He roared, and the buildings immediately rose into the air above the Soul Puppeteer. The Soul Puppeteer stared in terror as two enormous buildings came crashing down on his head. Hyun-guk directed hundreds of blades straight ahead. The Soul Puppeteer was now trapped beneath the rubble. Suddenly, the stone crushing him emitted a blue light. Hyun-guk immediately leaped into the opening. At last, we can confront each other directly, Soul Puppeteer. 3 or 4 swords were already impaling the villain's body. Hyang-guk summoned his weapon and said impatiently, "What's with that expression? You look as if you're saying this is unfair. You took the lives of tens of billions of people. Stop pretending that you're the one who was wronged." The villain stammered in pain. Furious, Hyang-guk severed his head without hesitation. "Enough. Don't make excuses." The Soul Puppeteer died instantly. Hyang-guk announced, primary targets successfully eliminated. Seo Eun-ha and Choi Young-jun were stunned. Suddenly, a skull's eyes emitted a purple light, only for it to fade again moments later. The Demon Legion had been destroyed, and everyone erupted in joy. The immortal monsters have stopped moving. Suddenly, countless tentacles descended from the sky, hurling nearby people away. Choi Young-jun looked down and shouted, "Everyone, concentrate your fire on the remaining villains. Today is the day we liberate humanity." Everyone's morale surged, and they immediately cast a formation aimed at the monster above. The heat of the attack infuriated Hyena. What an annoyance. What the hell is that gloomy bastard doing? Countless ferocious dragons charged across the sky, roaring loudly to announce their arrival. A red system alert appeared. Soul Transfer, an ability activated only under specific conditions by the Soul Puppeteer, has been initiated. The caster's soul is being transferred to a reserve body. Hyang-guk noticed the approaching dragons. The system screen displayed 30%. Hyang-guk stared in disbelief. "Don't tell me." The display rose to 70%. A terrifying dragon landed, cracking the ground and sending rocks flying in every direction. The system screen reached 99%. The Soul Puppeteer's soul was being transferred into the dragon. His terrifying voice declared, "I am you, and you are me." The dragon's eyes suddenly opened wide as another system message appeared. "Congratulations. Soul transfer has reached 100%. Transfer into the new body is complete." The Soul Puppeteer walked toward the monster's head. Hyang-guk stood below, his entire body trembling. The Soul Puppeteer stared blankly ahead. Let darkness cover the entire world. Light returned to the eyes of the skulls below. The monsters rose once more. A red system alert appeared. Night of Death. The Soul Puppeteer has declared the Night of Death. The immortal ones will pursue every living person, no matter how many times they are killed. Everyone panicked when they saw the monsters suddenly return to life. Hyang-guk was furious. That bastard. He lured me into carrying out his plan from the very beginning. The Soul Puppeteer formed a deadly smile. The horde of monsters continued attacking the people below. Everyone screamed in terror. The monsters have been resurrected. Even the ones killed by the meteor have risen again. A young man was pinned beneath a monster. The monster looked vicious, and flames poured from its entire body. It suddenly exploded, shattering the surrounding buildings and blasting debris into the sky. Hyang-guk froze at the sight. Filled with anger and anguish, he shouted, "Everyone, evacuate the area immediately. Stop fighting and run." A system message appeared. Predator's skill activated. Utilizing the skill of an absorbed player, Demon King. The Soul Puppeteer suddenly plummeted from above and charged straight at Hyang-guk. Hyang-guk raised both arms to defend himself and thought. Body transformation. Petrification. The instant the Soul Puppeteer touched him, Hyang-guk's arms turned to stone. Even so, the Soul Puppeteer effortlessly struck him out of the sky. The fire dragons then unleashed continuous streams of flame, incinerating everything around them. Hyang-guk crashed to the ground with both arms broken and screamed in pain. Another system message appeared. Flame control skill activated. Utilizing the skill of an absorbed player, Inferno. The Soul Puppeteer created an enormous fireball and launched it directly at Hyang-guk. Unable to evade, Hyang-guk was forced to endure the full impact. Seo Eun-ha appeared with her shield raised and shouted, "Hyang-guk, stay calm. No matter what happens, you must survive." Seeing her, Li Min shouted, "Seo Eun-ha, what the hell are you doing? Run." Hearing that, she turned toward him with a tender smile. "It may be your first life, but it isn't mine. I'll be your shield." The Soul Puppeteer continued conjuring flames. A system notification appeared. Predator activated. Utilizing an absorbed player's skill, Divine Power of the Ansys High Queen. His entire body became enveloped in divine power. Seo Unha charged forward without hesitation. Startled, Hyanguk grabbed her hand. Seo Una. The moment the shock wave struck them, they were knocked off their feet and sent flying. At the same time, a monster wielding an enormous axe leaped into the air. It used the skill baseball swing, smashing them out of the sky and sending them crashing into the rubble below. Cha Yangjun shouted anxiously, Hyanguk. Before he could say anything else, a sharp object pierced straight through his body, making him cough up blood. The monster lifted him into the air as blood continued pouring from his wound. The tentacled villain laughed in delight, then lashed out with his long tentacles and stabbed the orange-haired man several times, making him immediately cough up blood. Meanwhile, an enormous swarm of insects came flying through the sky. On the ground, a mass of centipedes and 7 insectoid monsters charged straight towards Seo Unha. Their presence jolted her awake, but by then, she had already been engulfed by the grotesque insects. Ichiane licked her lips as she watched from above while the insects swallowed Seo Unha whole. Stop squirming like that. It's disgusting. Gravely wounded, Hyanguk watched his comrades being slaughtered before his eyes as tears streamed down his face. Please, run. Gordon's footsteps echoed through the area. Amid the dragon's relentless curtain of fire, Hyanguk pleaded, please, everyone, survive. Gordon walked up to him. Hyanguk stared in disbelief at his appearance. Gordon. His disbelief turned to fury. How dare you? You betrayed us, didn't you? Just then, a violent explosion erupted. Gordon glanced in its direction and calmly remarked, goodness, it seems the safe zone is about to be completely wiped out. Consumed by rage and grief over his fallen comrades, Hyanguk demanded, why? Why did you do this? You were supposed to be a guardian. This is all my fault. I trusted you and supported you. If I hadn't, Gordon merely replied, this is not your fault. It is the result of your self-righteous way of life. Your indifference to the world around you kept you from realizing that even a guardian could become a villain. Hyanguk laughed bitterly. Who could have known that players, rather than monsters, would be the ones to exterminate humanity? Gordon mocked him. My goodness, are you humanity's final savior, the Iron Emperor? No, you're merely Hyanguk, an F-rank player, aren't you? Gordon slowly removed his mask and spread his arms wide. We are the chosen gods, the gods who will pass judgment on humanity's fate. Hyanguk glared at him with utter hatred. Look at yourself. You're a villain, yet you speak as though you were God. If only I had known and improved myself sooner. I wouldn't even have needed a year. Just one day earlier, and people like you would never have. Before he could finish, Gordon sneered. Aren't you ashamed to say something like that? Even if you had learned about it sooner. Hyanguk was overwhelmed by pain, tears of anger continuing to stream down his face. Gordon continued, in the end, the fate of a worthless F-rank player like you could never be changed. This makes a fitting final scene. A smug smile spread across his face. It suits someone like you perfectly. Gordon turned away, and a monster carrying a colossal hammer immediately stepped in front of Hyanguk. As the hammer was about to strike him, Hyanguk screamed in fury and anguish over the loss of his comrades. Gordon! He closed his eyes, and a falling tear transformed into a tiny blue flame. Back in the present, he awoke, but the tears continued streaming down his face. Hyanguk slowly sat up. Seeing that he was awake, the curly-haired soldier called out, Sergeant Lee Hyanguk. The others gathered around him. Sergeant Lee Hyanguk, are you all right? Are you crying? The man known as the Heartless King is crying? If someone as cold and unfeeling as him is crying, something must be seriously wrong. Hearing those remarks instantly drained away his emotions, leaving only helplessness. The others continued, he's right. Are you hurt anywhere, Sergeant? Hyanguk spoke up. That's enough. Everyone stared at him in surprise. Turning his face away, he said, I merely dreamed of a tragic future. The curly-haired soldier looked puzzled. Tragic? You dreamed about the future? Hyanguk gazed thoughtfully out the window. His expression then hardened with determination. A future that must never be repeated. A future I must change at any cost. The next morning, a woman's pleading voice rang out. My daughter is still in there. The soldier firmly denied her request. You cannot go inside. The woman fell to her knees and continued weeping. Please, sir, just this once. Please let me go in. Ma'am, no one is permitted to enter. At the Unified Command Center of the National Disaster Response Commission, senior officials were holding a meeting. Several members spoke up at once. To be honest, we must admit that there's nothing we can do. The attendees, seated in the conference room, began murmuring. That's true, but public opinion. The room became so noisy that one official finally spoke up. Now, if that is the case, why are we still sitting here talking? We must immediately begin preparing the rest of the country for the aftermath of the wave. A pale hand rose as a sweet voice interjected. Forgive me for interrupting. The woman who stood was Kang Seo-yoon, the representative of South Korea's fourth-ranked player. She continued, "Are you saying that we should simply abandon millions of innocent people trapped inside the wave zone?" The senior officials appearing on the screens tried to explain. Representative Kang, that is not what we mean. We cannot enter the zone, so what else can we do? We must choose where to focus our resources for the safety of the entire country, not only Seoul's citizens. Kang Seo-yoon gritted her teeth in anger. That is merely a roundabout way of saying that protecting your positions matters more to you than the people's lives. Offended by her accusation, they shouted from the screens, "Representative Kang, what are you saying? We all want to save Seoul, but we need a viable method. At present, we have none." Kang Seo-yoon planted her hands on the table and confronted them. There are still several player guilds inside that we can contact. If we cooperate with them, we can reduce civilian casualties. One of the officials responded skeptically. Will those players listen to us under these circumstances? Kang Seo-yoon continued, "One more thing. The Jamana Ray Guild will provide a hero-grade item to every player who eliminates a corruption source inside the wave zone, as well as a legendary grade item to the player who contributes the most." Everyone was stunned into disbelief, but Kang Seo-yoon continued speaking. "I cannot order my guild members to remain hidden and save themselves for the guild's sake while we stand by and do nothing." Her voice grew increasingly forceful. "We will do everything in our power, even if we can save only one more person." Kang Seo-yoon slammed her hand against the table. "Are you satisfied now?" The entire room fell silent. Kang Seo-yoon angrily sat back down and thought, "I can't believe I have to buy a solution to a national crisis with money. What utter nonsense." Meanwhile, in an underground bunker belonging to the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade, the surrounding area was overgrown and corpses littered the ground. A voice called out, "At ease, Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk. I have business with the battalion commander. Are you doing all right?" Lee Hyun-guk answered seriously, "Yes, sir." He then said, "Battalion commander, I have a proposal." The commander looked at him. "What is it?" Lee Hyun-guk said, "I heard that the suspected terrorist we captured has escaped." The battalion commander leaned on the desk and frowned. "That's right. It is quite a headache." Lee Hyun-guk analyzed the situation. The prison was built from mana stone and reinforced with barriers specifically designed to hold players. Unless the prisoner was S rank, there would be no way to escape alone. Therefore, I suspect that a traitor is hiding within the military. Seoul is currently under attack by monsters. Moreover, numerous criminals, including the suspected terrorist, are roaming the city unchecked. Countless shelters were built so civilians could evade the monsters and survive. But those criminals now make the shelters even more dangerous. Even our forces, which suffered the fewest casualties, will need a considerable amount of time to rearm and deploy. The battalion commander's expression changed. He stared at Hyun-guk and smiled. "Then I look forward to hearing your idea. What do you propose?" Lee Hyun-guk gave him a weary look and laughed inwardly. As expected of the battalion commander, he must have been waiting for me to say this. He then said, "I propose forming a special unit to ensure civilian safety and suppress the corruption wave." The battalion commander looked slightly surprised. "A special unit? Under these circumstances, we would need to appoint at least a few officers. Would they listen to us?" Lee Hyun-guk smirked. "You don't need to worry about that. Tend to the wounded first. There are still many monsters out there, so everyone must remain vigilant." After leaving the room, Lee Hyun-guk was confronted by a red-haired soldier. "Have you lost your mind? This is the military. There's a clear chain of command, yet an ordinary soldier like you is telling officers what to do." Lee Hyun-guk lowered his head solemnly. "I also found it somewhat absurd, so I plan to assign only enlisted soldiers." But the battalion commander said that a unit couldn't operate without an officer. He shouted at me and said that, at the very least, I should bring along the 2nd platoon leader, the officer he trusts most. The red-haired soldier froze. The battalion commander said that. Lee Hyun-guk deliberately turned away. "I only wanted your advice. Besides, I have no one else." Unaware that he was steadily falling into Hyun-guk's trap, the soldier asked, "No one else?" Seeing his reaction, Lee Hyun-guk delivered the decisive blow. "How could I carry out a large-scale attack without you?" If your large-scale attacks save civilians during this crisis, I imagine the major guilds will compete to recruit you. But you don't seem interested. Lee Hyung-guk pretended to turn and walk away. The other man immediately grabbed him. Wait, didn't you ask me to be your advisor? That is a different matter. Lee Hyung-guk wore a victorious smile that the other man could not see. Elsewhere, mages were spraying water in an attempt to extinguish a raging fire that was spreading toward the hills and the water storage facility. Kim Se-hee stood nearby with an indifferent expression and complained. My service is almost over, so why do I still have to stand here? I should have been discharged by now. Behind her, Lee Hyung-guk repeatedly called out, Sergeant Kim Se. Hearing her name, she turned and said, Oh, it's the talkative kid. He approached and shouted over the noise. You've been assigned to the special unit. However, the wind was so loud that she could not hear him. Kim Se asked, What? I can't hear you. Neither could hear the other. Lee Hyung-guk smiled, gave her a thumbs up, and said, Message successfully delivered. He then turned and walked away. Watching him leave, Kim Se thought in confusion, I didn't hear a thing. What was that? Why do I suddenly feel as though the final days of my military service are about to be ruined? Elsewhere, an irritated voice cried out, I don't want to. I haven't even agreed to anything. Wrapped tightly in a blanket beneath his bed, the man continued shouting at Lee Hyung-guk. I don't care. No matter what you say, I'm not doing it. Do you know what I had to endure to get Valentina number 30? My military service is almost over. Whatever it is, I refuse. Tired of hearing him complain, Lee Hyung-guk spoke softly. You drank alcohol while on duty, didn't you? You also extended maintenance schedules by 1 or even 2 weeks when a work required only 2 days. If the battalion commander learns about this, forget about finishing your service. Your military career will never end. His misdeeds exposed, the man broke into a cold sweat, soaking the blanket wrapped around him. He crawled out from beneath the bed and raised both hands in surrender. Fine, what do you want me to do? Meanwhile, the escaped criminal was covered from head to toe in bloody wounds. Staring at his reflection in the water, he muttered, What is this? How is this possible? Why am I in this condition? Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. He hid behind a tree trunk and peered out. On the other side, soldiers were hunting for him. Search everywhere. If you find any monsters still alive, kill them immediately. Upon hearing them, the fugitive immediately turned and fled. Hyung-guk accompanied the soldiers and called out loudly. Lee Min, remembering their battle, he furrowed his brow and thought, I'm certain he remained conscious until the very end and saved me. But where did he run off to? Hyung-guk sighed. See, this is exactly the kind of person you are. But this time, you should have trusted me a little more. At that moment, a loud, clear announcement echoed across the training grounds. All members of a special unit, assemble at the training ground. Special unit personnel, assemble at the training ground. Upon hearing the order, everyone hurriedly gathered their equipment, picked up their weapons, and ran toward the assembly point. The announcement continued. Once we depart, there will be no additional supplies. Make sure you are carrying everything you need. Yeonggukten encountersea. He saluted her and asked, What brings the assault team leader here? She looked at him and said, Hyung-guk, I have misunderstood you all this time. Hearing her apology, he smiled. It's all right. Se-ha then placed her hands on her hips and added, But that doesn't mean I trust you completely. Hyung-guk did not understand what she meant. Why are you suddenly saying that? Concealing her embarrassment, Se-ha shouted, I decided to join this special unit so that I can keep an eye on you. Hyung-guk's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, he smiled at her. I understand. I look forward to working with you. Embarrassed, Se-ha turned her face away and replied, Likewise. Hyung-guk was pleased with how things had turned out. Good. Now that Se-ha has joined, all the people I can trust are here. When I first returned to the past, I tried my best to avoid involving my former comrades or the members of my current unit. At the assembly point, a clear voice rang out. Sir, the special unit consists of 11 members and 3 additional drivers. The platoon leader frowned. Wait, I don't like the name Special Unit. It sounds too temporary. Someone then suggested a name, Steel Company. The soldiers all grimaced upon hearing it. What kind of awful name is that? However, the platoon leader immediately decided, all right, we'll call ourselves Steel Company. Hyung-guk thought, I believe that was how I could protect everyone. But as the future of my memories began changing little by little, I realized that these trials could only be overcome if everyone faced them together. To stop the soul wave and protect our seemingly hopeless future, I need everyone, not just one person. Once the unit's name had been chosen, the platoon leader ordered, "Give your report again." Hyanguk took a deep breath and reported in a booming voice, "Sergeant Lee Hyanguk, we have been assigned to rescue civilians and conduct mobile assault operations within the Soul Wave Steel Company, reporting for duty." Later, inside a cave, Hyanguk stood panting heavily, his entire body covered in blood as sweat dripped on the ground. He looked around at the corpses of the monsters he had slain and the stones scattered across the ground after falling from their bodies. Using magic, he lifted one of the stones and examined it closely. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have unlocked the skill energy absorption. Upon use, your total energy has increased by 0.7%. However, as your energy consumption increases, the overall rate of energy growth will gradually decline." Not a chance. Nothing gets between me and a meal. As Hyanguk devoured his food, the ground suddenly trembled and something burst out directly beneath him. Fortunately, he was unharmed. With remarkable agility, he somersaulted through the air several times before landing. Standing before Hyanguk was an enormous, terrifying monster, the Scorpion Lord of the region. Facing the ferocious monster, Hyanguk grinned. "What? You thought I was exhausted, so you tried to take my head? That was far too obvious. How naive. Idiot." Enraged by the insult, the monster immediately slammed its muscular hand down where Hyanguk stood, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Hyanguk leaped onto its arm and charged upward to attack. He raised his weapon and concentrated his power at the tip of his spear. But just as he swung his weapon toward its face, the monster opened its mouth, which resembled a cosmic abyss, and swallowed him whole. It bared rows of razor-sharp teeth as saliva poured from its maw, creating a horrifying sight. After being swallowed, Hyanguk slowly slid toward the monster's stomach. He was still conscious and thought, "Idiot, you're so predictable. I knew you would swallow me. Thanks to that, I can finish this quickly. I've already used conversion to protect myself from your stomach acid. Now, let's end this with an explosion." Hyanguk suddenly opened his eyes, which blazed with brilliant blue light. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Crush, shatter." A warning suddenly appeared. The player may sustain damage if the skill is not used correctly. Power erupted from Hyanguk's body, causing the monster's stomach to swell rapidly. With a thunderous explosion and a blinding flash, the monster burst apart like an overinflated balloon. Pieces of its corpse scattered in every direction. Another notification appeared. "You have eliminated all monsters. You have obtained a gold card. A gold card can be used to undergo a special awakening. Ownership of this item is confirmed immediately upon acquisition." Holding the card, Hyanguk smiled in satisfaction. "Excellent, a gold card. Enduring that monster's horrible breath was worth it." The system then asked, "Would you like to use the gold card?" Hyanguk immediately agreed. Of course. The card in his hand burst into flames. A notification appeared. "Congratulations. Through Special Awakening, you have learned a new skill, Metal Manipulation." As soon as he acquired the skill, Hyanguk's arms transformed into sharp weapons. Another warning appeared. Enhancement cannot be used while Metal Manipulation is active. Looking at his arms, Hyanguk smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. With this, I have everything I need for the assault on Seoul." A strange smile crossed his face as he gathered all the mana left behind by the monsters he had defeated. Holding countless mana stones, Hyanguk said, "It has been a while. I'm going to enjoy this feast." 1 week later, during the assault on Seoul, an announcement rang out. "Attention, all citizens. This is the National Gate Response Headquarters. A gate has engulfed the entirety of Seoul. This is not a drill. All citizens must evacuate immediately to the nearest shelter. Once again, attention all citizens. This is the National Gate Response Headquarters. A gate has engulfed the entirety of Seoul. This is not a drill. All citizens must evacuate immediately to the nearest shelter." On a devastated street, still bearing the scars of the earlier massacre, a child stood alone, crying loudly. His cries attracted a horde of zombies. When one of them appeared before him, the boy trembled in terror, his face covered in tears and mucus. Just as the zombie reached for the boy, a military vehicle arrived and plowed straight into it. The soldiers had arrived in time. They stopped the vehicle and formed a battle line against the zombies. All forces concentrate on stopping the monsters. Seeing the child sitting where he had narrowly escaped death, a soldier approached him. "Hey kid, are you all right? You don't have to be afraid anymore." The boy looked up at him and answered, "Sir." The soldier studied the child's face, then frowned and shouted, "Damn it, Park Mo! I told you not to go in too deep." After watching Park Mo leave, he remained there and called out, "Kim Se-hee." She immediately appeared and answered, "Yes, sir." Holding a sphere of swirling wind in each hand, she hurled them at the ferocious zombies. The monsters were swept into the tornadoes and suspended in midair, unable to escape. Not far away, a man secretly observed the situation before signaling to the people behind him. What is going on with those soldiers? Holding a sword in each hand, Kim Se-hee leaped into the air. "Now, Lieutenant." A soldier behind her immediately provided support. Acceleration activated. "Advance." A magical formation appeared and shot directly toward the attacking zombies. At the same time, Kim Se-hee swung her swords and finished off the zombies one by one. As she fought, she complained, "That meddlesome old man completely fooled me." She recalled her earlier conversation with Hyung-guk. "You're planning to go in there alone? You said you would let me join you on a leveling expedition in exchange for volunteering to come here." Hyung-guk replied, "I'll go in first to investigate. Besides, I have an event mission, so you aren't allowed to help me, remember?" Kim Se-hee said anxiously, "Of course I know that, but what if you go in there alone and end up in danger?" Hyung-guk smiled at her. "Commander, you don't need to worry about that. I'll be back soon. Trust me, I'm very confident in my abilities." Kim Se-hee finally realized that she had been deceived. "Liar, you said you would be back soon, but how long has it been?" As they moved forward, a green monster suddenly fell from the sky and landed directly in front of her and the other soldiers. After surveying its surroundings, it leaned forward, drew a deep breath, and unleashed a deafening roar at them. The force struck like a violent gale, leaving the soldiers frozen in place and unable to move. Veins bulged across their faces as they cried out in agony, while the boy from earlier lost consciousness because he could not withstand it. The monster stared at the stricken soldiers and said, "I warned you." Kim Se-hee glared at it furiously. "You deceived me. You deceived me." Hyung-guk's voice echoed in her mind. "I delivered the message successfully." Then he walked away. Kim Se-hee looked confused. "What do you mean you delivered the message?" Another soldier lamented. "These are the final days of my military service." Kim Se-hee turned toward him and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" The soldier began wailing in protest. "I object." Hyung-guk looked at him. "Were you drinking while on duty? You extended the deployment schedule. I'm reporting you to the battalion commander." The terrified soldier cried, "No, I surrender." Beneath a bed, a badly injured escaped convict hid from sight. The zombies appeared to grow stronger as they snarled at the soldiers, just as they charged to attack. Hyung-guk appeared. He raised his hand and declared, "Metal manipulation." The ugly monster's head was cleanly severed and fell to the ground. Hyung-guk shouted to awaken everyone. "Snap out of it." All forces returned fire. Following his command, the soldiers regained their composure, immediately raised their guns, and unleashed a relentless barrage at the zombies. Se-hee also attacked with her swords, cutting down a dozen enemies at once. Looking at Hyung-guk, she beamed and called out, "You meddlesome old man. You're late, old man." If you had arrived any later, before she could finish, her face turned bright red and her mind went blank, leaving her unable to continue. Another soldier happily called out, "Sergeant Lee Hyung-guk." But when he saw Hyung-guk's appearance, he was also rendered speechless. "What happened to you?" Hyung-guk stood there displaying his muscular body as he raised a hand and controlled several iron spheres floating in the air. "Steel Company, all forces hold your positions and attack. I'll support you." Despite receiving an order, the soldier's gaze remained fixed on Hyung-guk as he wondered, "What exactly am I looking at?" Hyung-guk's impatient voice snapped everyone back to attention. "Stop asking questions. Do you want me to kill you before the monsters do?" All forces attack. Everyone combined their strength and charged. Before long, through their united efforts, the zombies were exterminated, and Hyung-guk found another set of clothes to wear. A mysterious voice whispered to Kim Se-hee, "What are you talking about? Keep him to yourself if you want to see him naked." After getting dressed, Hyung-guk turned toward her. Seeing her talking to herself, he asked, "What?" Kim Se-hee mocked him. "You said you would complete the mission by yourself, yet look at you now. There wasn't even anything worth seeing." Hyung-guk looked slightly surprised. "Nothing worth seeing?" he asked. She faltered. "That's right. I was only blushing because it was cold." A soldier approached with the child following him. "Sergeant Lee Hyang-guk, are you all right? What happened to your uniform?" Hyang-guk said nothing and merely stared at the child, clinging tightly to the soldier's leg. The soldier quickly explained, "I had to abandon my position because of this child." Hyang-guk suddenly noticed something. When the soldier beside him called, "Sergeant Lee Hyang-guk," he raised a hand, signaling for him to stop. Looking toward a nearby street corner, Hyang-guk called out loudly, "Everyone hiding over there, please come out." Terrified after being discovered, the people raised their hands in surrender and stepped into view. "Please don't misunderstand. We were evacuating, but we couldn't enter the shelter, so we looked for somewhere else to hide." Hyang-guk narrowed his eyes at them. "You couldn't enter." Before he could finish, the rescued boy rushed toward the evacuees and cried out, "Father!" Seeing his son, the father was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "My son, thank you so much for saving him. I lost all hope. We are truly fortunate to have encountered soldiers like you." Hyang-guk's expression darkened. "Are you sure about that?" Seeing the iron spheres approaching him, the man stammered, "What do you mean? What are you doing?" Hyang-guk's gaze suddenly sharpened. Crush! The iron spheres split apart and instantly finished the man off. The soldiers were horrified by what they had witnessed. "Have you lost your mind? Sergeant Lee Hyang-guk, what are you doing?" Ignoring them, Hyang-guk shot forward as a knife flew after him. He reached out and grabbed the boy. With a grim expression and a murderous gaze, he said, "You should know that I absolutely despise being stabbed in the back. You had better stop right now before I kill you." Overwhelmed by Hyang-guk's pressure, the boy struggled to escape. Hyang-guk lifted him into the air. Just as the knife was about to finish the boy off, a soldier raised his rifle and shouted, "You bastard! Put the child down right now. All forces, take aim at Lee Hyang-guk." The other soldiers raised their guns and aimed at him. "Have you lost your mind? You're a soldier, and you're trying to kill a civilian. Put the child down immediately." "Lee Hyang-guk, can you hear me?" Hyang-guk said nothing. He walked over to the man he had just killed and kicked the body over, causing a blood-stained knife to fall out. Upon seeing it, the soldiers finally understood. These dead people weren't ordinary civilians. They were players from another world who had concealed their weapons and were approaching us. The innocent civilians immediately dropped to their knees and raised their hands above their heads. "Wait, he's right. They kidnapped us. These people have killed others before." Hyang-guk's cold voice sounded behind the boy. "You can stop pretending too. It has been a long time, Assassin Kim Hang." His identity exposed, the boy's expression changed. "I don't remember you. Who are you?" His eyes turned red, and his body began transforming. Before everyone's eyes, he became an adult. A weapon was already in his hand as he spun around to attack Hyang-guk, but when his claws struck Hyang-guk's body, they could not penetrate any farther. Gritting his teeth, Hyang-guk said, "I know you better than anyone because I beat you senseless in my previous life." As he spoke, he hurled Kim Hang to the ground. An iron sphere was forced into Kim Hang's mouth. Terrified, he was chained to a post by Hyang-guk and screamed, "You're insane. Stop stuffing those things into my mouth." What kind of soldier tortures someone by forcing him to eat iron balls? Hyang-guk demonstrated by eating one in front of him. "You call that torture? I eat them all the time. If you keep eating them, you'll become addicted to that metallic taste." Frightened to tears, Kim Hang cried, "Why the hell would you eat those?" Hyang-guk forced his mouth open and shoved in another sphere. "Open wide." Kim Hang Wilet PT Fuli. "Wait, I understand. I'll talk." Gong Ite massacred all the guards at the Dong Demon shelter and seized control of it. Then he disabled the shelter so that no one could enter. After hearing this, Hyang-guk thought, "He disabled the shelter? I heard many stories about a villain who destroyed a shelter and killed every survivor inside to conduct a magical experiment that made him immensely powerful. The villain known as the Lost Soul. In my previous life, he was so cautious that even after becoming infamous, no one ever saw his face. Could it be him?" Kim Hang continued. "The civilians fled because they could no longer endure his cruelty. We were only ordered to bring the escapees back. I transformed into a child so they wouldn't be harmed. That is the truth. Please believe me." Hyang-guk sneered. "Nonsense. You had another objective. You went to such lengths to abduct them because you wanted to complete a villain mission, didn't you? Isn't that right, Kim Hang, the villainous assassin?" Terrified, Kim Hang asked, "Who the hell are you?" Hyang-guk's eyes lit up. Immediately afterward, Kim Hang's stomach swelled and a piercing scream rang out. After returning to the assembly point, a soldier spoke with Hyang-guk and exclaimed in surprise, What? He killed himself? What kind of person is Gong Ite if that man chose to take his own life? In that case, shouldn't we wait for Lieutenant Seo Eun-ha and Sergeant Choi Yong-jun to arrive? Gyeongguk answered, no, they're occupied. Considering how long it will take them to rescue the major and repair the hunter's combat armor, they won't make it in time. The soldier was stunned, but he disabled the shelter. How are we supposed to open it ourselves? Hyun-guk smiled. Don't worry about that. I have my own method. Looking at him, the soldier sighed. He's making that face again. At the Dongdaemun shelter, a loudspeaker announcement rang out. This is the regular army of the Republic of Korea. Open the shelter immediately. Hyun-guk pounded on the door as he continued. We have received a report that this shelter has been illegally occupied. Unlawful occupation of a shelter is a serious crime punishable on the spot. If you do not open this door immediately, we will use the master key to force entry. Watching him, the others could not help complaining. So his strategy is to bluff and pretend he has a master key? The fact that they sealed themselves inside proves they have no idea what is happening outside. Hyun-guk continued shouting, we have given you sufficient time. After reporting this to our superiors, we will treat this as an unlawful occupation and force our way inside. As soon as he finished, the door opened. The others stared in astonishment. That actually worked. The door is open. The person inside looked out and shouted in alarm. What is the meaning of this? Hyun-guk poked his head inside and smiled. Oh, did you seal the doors so tightly that you couldn't hear anything? We received a report that this shelter has been unlawfully occupied. The man inside shouted, unlawfully occupied? How does that make any sense? We are strictly following all safety regulations. Come inside and inspect the shelter yourselves. In this way, Hyun-guk's group gained legitimate access to the shelter. The people inside watched them and whispered among themselves. Their guide explained, the civilians here follow every instruction carefully. This shelter is a model example of proper shelter management. As Hyun-guk followed him, he muttered, no one here seems concerned that strangers have entered. It's as if they're pretending to be oblivious to hide something. Hearing him muttering, the guide turned around and asked what he had said. Hyun-guk laughed it off. Oh, it was only a joke. Looking at the small number of soldiers behind him, the guide questioned him. Are these all the soldiers who were dispatched? If not, is anyone else coming? Hyun-guk replied with a question of his own. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you think you could defeat us with only this many soldiers here? The man frowned angrily. What did you say? Hyun-guk waved dismissively. Oh, it was only a joke. But what if all of you are criminal players? That is certainly possible. The man shouted. What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you testing me? Is this some kind of joke? Hyun-guk's voice hardened. It seems you're the real joke here. That much is obvious from the way you filled this entire hall with armed players. The man froze, unable to understand how he had been exposed. Hyun-guk turned and issued an order. All units, open fire. The entire basement descended into carnage, filled with a clash of weapons and relentless gunfire. Hyun-guk said, if you want to fool someone, you should start by finding a set of armor that actually fits. Hyun-guk slashed at him with his sword and shouted, you cocky ape, I'll crush that big mouth of yours. The man commanded his giant hand to seize Hyun-guk, then mocked him. Why so quiet now? A gunshot struck him in the head, forcing him to release Hyun-guk. He said, so you're made of stone? Hyun-guk laughed. I'm made of steel. The soldiers on both sides continued fighting. Clutching his gunshot wound, the man cursed, you bastard. A soldier attacking a civilian? Hyun-guk burst out laughing. A civilian? During an emergency, the military's duty is to protect civilians from people like you. You even killed all the guards you appointed. We're the real civilians. The man charged without answering. What the hell are you talking about? Hyun-guk merely bent his knees and leaped, effortlessly evading the man's heavy attack. With a shout, Hyun-guk released his spear and drove it straight through the man's hand. Standing over him, he asked, did you disable the shelter so you could experiment on the civilians? The man shot back, what the hell do you keep babbling about? What am I supposedly hiding? What experiments? The shelter was already at maximum capacity, but they kept stuffing more people inside. Those idiotic guards. Forget the monsters. We were all going to starve to death because of those people. You're a player too, so you should understand. If this country loses players like us, the damage will be catastrophic. Gritting his teeth, Hyun-guk said, someone once said the same thing to me. Exactly. We risk our lives fighting every day, so we deserve better treatment at times like this. Everything I did was simply based on the natural order of things. Hyung-guk's voice turned cold. I see. He charged. Who cares whether you're a lost soul? I'll beat you senseless first. When Hyung-guk's fist struck the man's stone armor, it shattered, exposing his flesh and blood hand. The man switched arms, grabbed Hyung-guk by the collar, and lifted him into the air. Looks like you've underestimated me. Know your place and die. He spun Hyung-guk through the air and slammed him into the ground. Hyung-guk looked up at him with a grin. Are you finished? He then counterattacked with metal manipulation. A warning appeared. Hardening cannot be used while metal manipulation is active. Hyung-guk landed a blow that shattered the protective layer around the man's head. Without stopping, he continued pummeling him with powerful punches. The man's pathetic pleas rang out. Stop, please stop. By the time Hyung-guk stopped, the man's face was so bruised and swollen that even his own parents might not have recognized him. As Hyung-guk stood up, he was horrified to see a large crowd of civilians approaching. Their faces were gaunt as they pleaded with him in unison. Please save us. We didn't see anything. We did what you told us, so please believe us. Seeing the imprisoned civilians, Hyung-guk's anger surged. That bastard had been starving them all this time. But then a thought suddenly occurred to him. Wait, so this man really isn't a lost soul? Was this truly caused by the food shortage? Then why did he keep abducting people? The man broke free and seized an elderly hostage. What do you want from me? I want to live too. What's wrong with that? Go ahead. Try coming any closer. Hyung-guk clenched his teeth, now certain the man was not the lost soul. The terrified hostages backed away. The man then shouted, I did what you told me. You left me no choice. Lost soul. Immediately afterward, someone brutally killed him in front of everyone. Frustrated, Hyung-guk gritted his teeth. The real lost soul is hiding here. After rescuing the civilians, Hyung-guk received the final report. Corporal Park reported, of the 32 players involved in the illegal occupation of the shelter, 21 are dead, and the remaining 11 perpetrators have been arrested. Hyung-guk asked, Park, what's with that expression? Park hesitated. They were criminals, but killing them is still difficult to accept. Looking at the bodies strewn across the floor, Hyung-guk said, listen, this is never easy, but if we fail to act during disasters like this, we won't be able to save innocent, helpless civilians. That is our duty as soldiers. Stay strong. An aggressive voice interrupted him and echoed through the room. Bring out the person in charge. I want to speak to whoever is in charge. Hyung-guk looked toward the doorway, suspiciously. Who is that? Park answered, the civilian representatives. Two men approached. One politely introduced himself. I am Congressman Park. I have an order concerning the protection of this shelter. The man beside him added, I am Lee, representative of the Merchants Association. First, I would like to discuss food distribution. The two men abruptly began arguing in the middle of their introductions. I'm a congressman. You should listen to me first. You stayed completely silent while the shelter was being illegally occupied. So why are you flaunting your position now? Park approached the old man who was helping remove the bodies. Sir, please leave that to us. Sitting on the floor, the old man replied, no. You save an old man like me. I can't leave this work to you. Even if you're soldiers, doing this isn't easy. Let me handle it. More importantly, there's something dangerous here. Park asked, something dangerous? The old man explained, I can't say why, but I've been hearing something like a beast breathing, and it's getting closer. You should investigate quickly. I'm afraid something is about to happen. Park was stunned. Could there be a gate inside the shelter? On the other side of the room, the two representatives were still arguing. Then let's choose the shelter's representative first. What are you talking about? I'm a congressman, so I should be the representative. The lost soul had exploited fear to manipulate everyone from behind the scenes, but his puppet was now dead. With the military waiting here, the easiest way to take control of the shelter would be to become its representative. Was it one of those two, or was someone else controlling the crowd from behind the scenes? The more Hyung-guk analyzed the situation, the worse his headache became. You damn lost soul, where are you? Elsewhere, a dark basement contained enormous experimental tanks filled with corpses. The corpses of half-human, half-beast monsters hung from the walls. In one corner, someone sat gnawing on a body. The sound of wheels rolling across the floor echoed through the room. The cart left a trail of blood behind it as the old man who had helped collect the bodies entered. A girl with two fangs was drinking blood. Startled by the noise, she looked toward its source, but by the time the old man arrived with the corpse, she had vanished. The old man looked surprised. The girl had appeared directly behind him. She attempted to attack, but the old man swiftly countered. His appearance became terrifying as he glared at her. I told you not to touch my things. Sitting weakly on the floor, she begged blood. Please, don't give me tainted blood. Give me clean blood. Standing before the laboratory table, the old man examined the vial in his hand and laughed. Fool, giving blood to your kind is like drinking salt water to quench your thirst. It only makes you thirstier. She snapped. You insane old pervert. Why did you drag the soldiers into the first territorial invasion? He laughed maniacally. Once the invasion begins in earnest, what can those soldiers possibly do? Instead of doing it myself, I only need to order them to perform the dangerous work. She shouted, you're the fool. Do you know why we failed? It was because of those soldiers. They're different. They possess real power. The old man slammed his hand down on the table. Stop making excuses. You lost simply because you're useless. Now look at this. The lives of everyone here are in my hands. In another room, food was being distributed free of charge to the civilians who had been starved for days. They devoured it ravenously. Congressman Park walked past with his hands in his pockets and looked at them. What is this? Why are you distributing the food so hastily? Is it simply because you couldn't bear seeing them hungry? An angry man eating nearby pointed at the children. Look at these children. How can you say that when they've been starving for days? Before the food distribution regulations could be reviewed, the head of the Merchants Association had abruptly begun handing food out to the civilians. The man continued, you're not planning to control us with food again, are you? Congressman Park replied angrily, what do you think a member of the National Assembly is? Don't make such baseless accusations. Congressman Park was making reasonable arguments like a politician while still asserting his authority. Neither man seemed likely to be the lost soul. Hyang-guk observed them from a distance until a soldier approached him. Sergeant Lee Hyang-guk, can't we have any of the food? No. The mastermind is still hiding here with some unknown objective. What if he poisoned it? If we're poisoned, security here will collapse completely. You understand, don't you? The soldier stared at the food package in his hand and reluctantly smiled. Yes. Just then, the old man who had previously been taken hostage approached with a serving of food. Oh, why aren't you eating? This was freshly cooked, and the meat is delicious. Come and eat. Hyang-guk firmly refused. Supplies are critical during a disaster. We cannot waste the reserves intended for evacuees. We have military rations, so don't worry about us. Just then, someone called him. Lee Hyang-guk. He turned away. Please excuse me for a moment. Raising his radio, he answered, this is Sergeant Lee Hyang-guk. Understood. I'll go down there myself. Watching Hyang-guk leave, the old man thought impossible. Was that bastard born to be a soldier? How can his judgment be so quick? The old man then turned to the soldier beside him and asked, more importantly, what happened with the matter I mentioned yesterday? The soldier answered, we're investigating it, sir. Please don't worry. What a relief. Hyang-guk arrived at the room from which he had been summoned. It contained something utterly horrifying. The soldier beside him said, these aren't plants from Earth, and the temperature here is completely different. It appears this place is one of the sources of the monster invasion. Hyang-guk replied, agreed. If we can't stop this, it will become like the first wave in California, the second in Shanghai, and the one in Berlin. Seoul will be overrun by monsters. Take the rest of the platoon back upstairs. Sergeant Kim Se-hee and I will stay here. Eerie noises echoed through a gloomy tunnel, followed by a complaining voice. Of all the places it could have chosen, why did it have to be this cramped tunnel? What rotten luck. A well-behaved little girl held out a cup. Please have some water. The old man poured water from a bottle for her. After receiving it, she cheerfully said, thank you, sir. The old man smiled with immense satisfaction. You're the one with rotten luck. Try applying your military discipline here and see what happens. This is on an entirely different level from an ordinary invasion gate. Back where Hyang-guk and Kim Se-hee stood, she hovered in the air with her sword and asked, Sergeant, can the two of us really handle this? If this is the source of the invasion, doesn't that mean it's in a completely different class from the other gates? Hyang-guk answered it is. Because of the difficulty of invasion sources, an S-rank team would normally be required to raid one. Kim Se-hee's eyes widened. Then isn't coming in here basically a suicide mission? Looking at the giant plants before them, Hyang-guk said, we can stop it. The ominous voice echoed through the gloomy tunnel again. Of all the places it could have chosen, why did it have to be this cramped tunnel? What rotten luck. The two soldiers who had remained behind under Hyanguk's orders faced the approaching threat. One asked fearfully, "Is the situation really that bad?" The other answered confidently, "No, we're actually incredibly lucky. The monsters are the unlucky ones." A horde of monsters emerged and charged toward them. Hyanguk said, "Because they've built their nest in this tunnel, there's only one path they can use. We simply have to hold the tunnel." Sergeant Kim say, more and more monsters crawled out through the dimensional gate. Kim Sei asked, "How long do we have to hold them back?" He replied, "Retreat slowly." Still fighting, she said, "This isn't a retreat. They're pushing us back." Invading monsters are greatly affected by the environmental corruption surrounding them. Spreading the invasion zone outward from the gate is essential to their survival. Once they leave the corrupted environment, their defenses fall to an ordinary level. To maximize our damage, we'll eliminate every monster in a single strike. As Hyanguk analyzed the situation, he created numerous metal spheres and sent them toward the monsters. He shouted, "Hey, you toads, ever heard of a blender? I'll grind you into dust." Then he and Kim Sei unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Together, they defeated the stubborn monsters. The nature of this invasion source gave them an advantage, but if they did not end this immediately, they would be doomed. They had to stop it. A man staggered as he descended a staircase, his face deathly pale. "My stomach is killing me. What's happening?" A moment later, he screamed as his entire body transformed into a monster. Something suddenly flashed past and killed him. A hidden quest appeared. Leave the light and turn toward darkness. 1. Living experiments. Complete 30 beast transformation experiments. Completed. 2. The method does not matter. Massacre 1,000 civilians. In progress. 3. Provide nutrients to the armies of another world taking root beneath the ground and nurture 30,000 troops. In progress. Congratulations. By completing the living experiment objective, beast transformation experiment, you have received the special item demonic cultivation. By infusing mana into entities that have consumed your mana, you may summon the form concealed beneath the moonlight. The old man was the one who had killed him. Smiling sinisterly, he said, "The experiment was a complete success. Now it is time to move to a new stage and rule all of Seoul." The monsters turned toward the dimensional gate. They immediately passed through it. Outside, dark clouds gathered over the city, and rain poured from the sky. Monsters appeared and began destroying everything in sight, each more vicious than the last. On one street, a gigantic monster suddenly burst from the ground and demolished an entire building. The terrified civilians nearby covered their heads and huddled together. Lightning repeatedly struck from the sky while enormous monsters crushed houses and roads with every step they took. On the other side of the mountain, soldiers began preparing their weapons for battle. It had only been a moment, but the invasion source boss Hyanguk remembered from his previous life was truly terrifying. When that enormous monster burst from beneath the ground, it had even triggered an earthquake warning. Hyanguk and Kim Sei he tried to stop the monsters while they were still beneath the shelter, but they had failed. Gritting his teeth, he said, "The boss will appear soon." Compress the wind again. A warning appeared. The invasion source boss, Goblin Duduin, has appeared. It will bring calamity down from the heavens and mercilessly destroy all who trespass upon its territory. Immediately afterward, a gigantic snout emerged from the dimensional gate. The creature opened its enormous mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and released a deafening roar. The pressure was on an entirely different level from seeing it at a distance. Its roar alone made Hyanguk's entire body stiffen. Hyanguk tensed, while Seihi began trembling with fear. "What?" she gasped. Then she asked him, "Can the two of us really defeat that thing? Didn't you say it required an S-rank team?" Hyanguk replied, "We can do it. According to the information, it has already unleashed its full power on the surface." Towering waterspouts formed among the buildings, tearing apart and sweeping away houses and cars. At least for a moment, we'll be outside its effective range. This first invasion source is a stroke of heaven-sent luck for us. Manipulating his metal spheres, Hyanguk said, "I'm counting on you again. Pour every last drop of mana you have into this." Sei immediately coordinated with him. "Bring forth the strongest wind possible. If we can crush its head, this will all be over." The smaller monsters were instantly pulverized. Hyanguk took aim at the gigantic monster, which had only managed to force its head through the gate, and shouted strike. Bolts of lightning simultaneously slammed into the monster's head. Feeling the laboratory shake, the old man said to the vampire girl, "The invasion boss has appeared. Now why don't we watch our dear soldiers die?" She stared at him in surprise. He said everything would end once the boss monster appeared, and they could return to watch the rest afterward. He looked at her and said, "Do you know why your kind was wiped out? Because you failed to pay attention to the details. You arrogantly believed nothing below S rank could defeat you. That blind optimism and pride led to your destruction. I'm not nearly that optimistic. Now, shut up and follow me." A golden spatial vortex appeared. Park Runo stood there with his gun raised, scanning his surroundings warily as he muttered, "Lee Hyang-guk, you bastard." He recalled asking earlier, "You two intend to attack the invasion source?" Hyang-guk had replied, "That's right." Park Runnamo had said, "Look at this. This is the invasion source. Compared to this, the Crimson Gate is nothing." Hyang-guk continued, "That's why I said we were lucky. This is a narrow, barren concrete tunnel. A boss monster that controls the sky and water appearing in a place like this is an incredibly rare opportunity. Until it reaches the surface, it won't be able to use even 1/10, no, not even 1% of its full power. So I want you to trust us and handle something else, sir." Park Runnamo asked in surprise. "Me? You want me to?" Hyang-guk continued, "I want you to find the hideout of whoever was controlling Gong Ai from behind the scenes. If he intends to carry out some scheme, he must have a private space somewhere. It may look like a laboratory. It could also be locked away or hidden behind a magic circle that makes it invisible." Park Runnamo asked nervously, "What am I supposed to find in there? I should at least know what I'm looking for." Hyang-guk answered simply, "An antidote. Judging by the way Gong Ai died, the enemy may be using a mana-based toxin." "What? Poison? Have we been poisoned too?" Seeing Park Runnamo become agitated, Hyang-guk quietly warned him, "Please keep your voice down, sir. If this information spreads, not only our troops, but the civilians will also be in danger. Sergeant Kim and I will destroy the invasion source, even if it costs us our lives. But if you fail to find the antidote, everyone will die. You're the key to solving this. You must find it." Park Runnamo gritted his teeth and muttered, "Fine, I'm the key, but how am I supposed to find anything in this enormous shelter?" Their combined attack had seemed powerful enough to bring the monster down easily, but Kim said he was shocked to realize our attacks didn't penetrate deeply enough. Recovering from a blow, the enraged monster opened its eyes wide and unleashed a roar. It opened its enormous mouth, revealing a tongue covered in teeth, and countless tendrils shot from its maw toward them. Wielding the spear of Achilles, Hyang-guk deftly weaved through the monster's attacks. "We have to defeat it at any cost before Seoul becomes an uninhabitable invasion zone." Kim Se-hee asked, "Then what do we do?" Gritting his teeth, Hyang-guk charged forward and said, "I'm going inside its mouth." Kim Se-hee was horrified. "Are you insane? I don't know what you're planning, but if you make a mistake, you won't be able to return even if you defeat the boss monster." Hyang-guk said, "I know. Before it returns to the other world, I'll kill it in a single blow. Please use your spirits to hold the monster's head in place." Hardening as he fought, he thought, "There has never been a better moment. I'll risk my life." He shouted and charged straight into the monster's mouth. It immediately swallowed him. The female spirits summoned by Kim Se-hee rushed forward simultaneously, wrapping themselves tightly around the monster's head in an attempt to save Hyang-guk. But despite using all her strength, she could not pry the monster's jaws open. In despair, she thought, "No, I've reached my limit." Seeing the monster gradually disappear, she screamed, "Lee Hyang-guk, this wasn't part of the plan. What do I do?" Just then, a voice sounded behind her. "Look, there's still one survivor." Startled, Kim Se spun around and demanded, "Who are you?" The old man smiled at her, then said to the vampire girl behind him, "What are you waiting for? If you don't act, you won't get any food." Annoyed, she replied, "Don't underestimate me after feeding me that rotten blood. I've never seen that woman before. Fortunately, those soldiers from earlier aren't here." With that, she immediately charged at Kim Se. Watching from behind, the old man remarked, "It seems they're tougher than I expected." Then again, the goblin had a fight with only its head protruding through the gate, so it must have had a difficult time. The monster squeezed its eyes shut as numerous sharp spikes sprouted from its head, making it resemble a hedgehog from a distance. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, and its head split in two, spraying blood everywhere. The three witnesses were stunned by the sight. A cheerful notification appeared. "Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Duduin." A hand emerged from the monster's mouth, followed by a bare head covered in blue hair. It was Hyanguk. He struggled out of the monster's mouth and collapsed onto the ground. Kim he could hardly believe her eyes. "No way. Don't tell me he's naked again." The vampire girl stared at Hyanguk and exclaimed, "This is absurd." "Him? Again?" Hyanguk stood up. Seeing him, the old man gritted his teeth. "Impossible. How did this happen?" Covered from head to toe in the monster's blood, Hyanguk looked up at the old man and said furiously, "I finally get to see your face, traitor." A few minutes earlier, while the monster was being destroyed, Hyanguk had been screaming in his mind, "Zarbomb." A warning appeared. Continued use of metal manipulation may affect the user's lifespan. Clutching the cloud sword, Hyanguk cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I'm already about to die. Yet this cursed cloud sword is still so hungry." Item information: Cloud sword. By absorbing a boss monster's blood, an unidentified energy is filling the cloud sword. Once fully charged, its maximum potential will be released. Forced to hold his breath inside the monster's stomach, Hyanguk cursed inwardly. "Why is this stupid goblin's stomach so tough? Explode already. Zarbomb." A moment later, the monster's head exploded, and a glowing sphere emerged from its body. When the soldiers outside saw the notification announcing Goblin Duduin's defeat, they became ecstatic. I didn't think they could actually do it. Did the two of them really defeat a boss monster by themselves? Yeah, I think I believe Sergeant Lee Hyanguk if he claimed to be S rank. More importantly, if what the sergeant said is true, this place will soon turn into hell. The civilians gathered in one place and carefully read the notification panel. Watching them from afar, the soldiers quietly reminded one another, "Everyone, stay alert." After emerging from the monster's mouth, Hyanguk leaped into the air and said, "This isn't the time to worry about trivial matters." Kim he asked, "You're always ending up naked, and you call that a trivial matter?" Raising his fist, which was as hard as steel, he replied, "Compared to stopping these people, it's nothing." Terrified by the situation, the old man backed away and ordered the vampire girl, "Hey, what are you standing there for?" Having fought Hyanguk before, she knew how powerful he was. "I don't want anything more to do with them." Her eyes widened in terror when she saw Hyanguk charging toward her. To her surprise, he flew past her and struck directly at the old man. He even turned back and called out, "Sergeant Kim take care of that vampire. She's the one who escaped from the military." While Hyanguk was distracted, the old man seized the chance to transform. His hand tore through his sleeve and became a monstrous arm. Unaware of this, Hyanguk continued, "If the report was accurate, your compatibility with..." Kim he cut him off with a warning shout. "Hey, look in front of you." Hyanguk turned, but before he could react, an enormous, hairy hand seized him by the throat. The old man slammed his entire body into the tiled floor. But Hyanguk's body was as hard as steel, so he could not be injured so easily. He sneered at the old man. "Is that all you've got?" The old man laughed grotesquely. "That's right. You can turn your body into steel, can't you?" Pressing him harder against the floor, the old man continued, "Then let's test how long you can endure this." When Kim he tried to rush down and help him, the vampire girl blocked her path. Kim he tried to ask Hyanguk about what he had been saying. "What did you mean by compatibility? If you're going to disappear in the middle of the sentence, then don't open your mouth in the first place. You're driving me insane." She then turned toward the vampire girl. "Hey, I'm in a terrible mood right now, so come at me." Raising her claws, the vampire replied, "I have no intention of dragging this out. Let's finish this quickly, Brad." Park Runimo entered the laboratory and looked around. "I finally found it. Who would have imagined they'd dismantle the water reservoir and turn it into a laboratory?" Seeing poison being mixed into the regular water supply, he said furiously, "Damn it, how long have they been pumping poison into the water pipes? It looks like many civilians have already been poisoned. I have to find the antidote quickly." He frantically searched the room. Where is it? Where could it be? Where did he hide it? He must have kept some for himself. Park Runimo suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, only the corpses inside the test tubes were left untouched. Could it be in the water reservoir? Meanwhile, Hyanguk was locked in a fierce battle with the old man. Seizing an opening, Hyanguk hurled his weapon at him, but the old man swiftly dodged it. The old man turned back and laughed. Oh, so you can fight at close range and attack from a distance? What are you waiting for? Come at me. His attitude deeply irritated Hyanguk. The old man mocked him. What's wrong? Are you trying to do something? Hyanguk demanded. Why is an old man like you acting so relaxed? Can't you see I'm out of breath? The old man's expression hardened. What's wrong? I thought you might know how to use that head of yours, but it seems you're just useless. In his previous life, the cult's mastermind had been so cautious and cunning that he had never personally participated in a battle. But there had to be a reason he was fighting so desperately now. Is he trying to buy time? Standing before Hyanguk, the old man raised a hand, and a blue flame appeared. A notification appeared. You have activated winds of demonic cultivation. You have used mana to summon the form hidden in moonlight. Warning: the duration of the form hidden in moonlight will depend on the user's condition. The old man said, no matter how cleverly you use your head, what good will your plan do once every refugee is under my control? Hyanguk tightened his grip on his weapon, aimed it at the old man, and shouted, release. At that moment, the poisoned civilians began to show symptoms. Sir, are you all right? One after another, they transformed into monsters and began attacking each other. The soldiers assigned to remain behind began shouting to one another. Open fire. Keep the transformed people away from the civilians. The monsters grew increasingly vicious, and their flesh was so thick that bullets had no effect. One monster raised its hand to attack. A terrified woman and her child sitting on the ground, but it suddenly stopped. Water then poured from the fire sprinklers, causing all the monsters to revert to normal humans. Seeing the result, Park Runimo sighed in relief. Lee Hyanguk was right. He recalled what Hyanguk had told him before leaving. It seems he prepared a large supply of antidote. At the time, Park Runimo had asked, is that even possible? What kind of idiot would poison people and then prepare a mass-produced antidote? Hyanguk had replied with a smile. He has prepared everything very carefully. If the poison transforms humans, he may have made preparations in case he lost control of them. Please trust me. Sitting on the floor with a lighter still in his hand, Park Runimo said in astonishment. He really filled the water reservoir with antidote. Lee Hyanguk, just how far ahead did that terrifying mind of yours predict? Once the situation had been resolved, another notification appeared before Hyanguk. The form hidden in moonlight has returned to the darkness. Warning: your control over the transformed creatures is rapidly weakening. Warning: you have lost the authority to command the transformed creatures. Seeing the notification, the old man exclaimed in shock, what? He turned around, and his expression darkened. You dared to ruin my plan. Hyanguk looked at the notification panel and smiled triumphantly. Provoked beyond restraint, the old man's entire body transformed into a fur-covered beast, and he charged. You ruined my plan. You won't leave here alive. I won't even leave your corpse intact. I'll experiment on you until you beg me to kill you. Then I'll cut off your head and display it on a shelf. Suddenly, a sound came from the far end of the tunnel. Hyanguk smiled and raised his hand. The Cloud Sword is fully charged. Congratulations! The Cloud Sword's true potential has been unlocked. It has been upgraded to the Cloud Lord's Dark Hand. Wreathed in lightning, the sword flew forward, pierced straight through the old man, and stopped in Hyanguk's hand. Hyanguk mocked him. You damn gorilla. Enraged, the old man threatened. Not just you, but your comrades too. I'll slice every last one of you into pieces. Hyanguk said, Dr. I, you kept pretending your plan was so brilliant, but all you've done is lose. Let's see how long you can keep babbling. I'll reduce you to a mindless old fool who can do nothing but bark. Meanwhile, Kim Se-hee was still fighting the vampire girl. The two fought fiercely, but Se-hee appeared to be at a disadvantage. The vampire knocked her to the ground and slashed her shoulder with her claws. Smirking, she said, You're this slow, yet you still dare to fight me? Just then, the Cloud Sword flew toward them. Both women leaped aside to avoid it. Landing on the ground, the vampire girl said, That's impossible. I have to investigate. Seeing her flee, Kim Se-hee shouted, Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back here. With the Cloud Sword in hand, Hyanguk faced the old man. Dr. I, you acted so wise and boasted about your plans, but in the end, this is all you amounted to. Let's see how long you can keep running your mouth. I'll crush you, you bastard. The old man laughed like a madman. Your sharp tongue nearly defeated me. However, my intellect can see straight through you. I won't be fooled by your cheap tricks. Hyanguk frowned. What is he talking about? Moving like lightning, Hyanguk flashed past him and appeared behind his back. Raising his sword, he said, You're nothing but a weak-minded coward. Cloud Lord's Dark Hand. The sword pierced through the old man's beastly head. As the old man sank to his knees, Hyanguk launched himself into the air and prepared to deliver one final slash. "It's over, you heretic!" He unleashed attack after attack, leaving the old man unable to defend himself. Another warning echoed in his ears. "Warning, you will be unable to withstand the power of the Cloud Lord's dark hand." Hyanguk shouted angrily, "Hey, after everything I fed you, you should learn to read the situation and restrain yourself. How did Sergeant Choi Yongjun handle a monster like this?" Hearing this, the mad doctor laughed mockingly. "You fool! Did you bring out a weapon you can't even control just to show off?" Song of Moonlight. A special frequency will radiate from the wolf and the moon. Anyone who hears this frequency will be drawn into the user's illusory domain. Warning, a maximum of one person may be drawn into the illusory domain. The old man said, "You're finished, you useless bastard." The moment he finished speaking, Hyanguk was dragged into a completely unfamiliar landscape, bathed in the crimson light of a blood moon. He gritted his teeth. Is this an illusion? Something is wrong. This is clearly an illusion, but that smell and this sensation. It's all blood. Is this more than an ordinary illusion? Watching Hyanguk's reaction, the mad doctor gloated. "Look at how confused you are. How amusing. My illusion technique can directly manipulate your brain. You will never be able to distinguish illusion from reality. Your brain might as well be rotting in a garbage bin. Now die in utter despair, trapped within the illusion. You will never escape my perfect illusion technique on your own. This is an honorable death for a fool who dared to ruin my plans." Hearing Dr. I's voice echo inside his head, Hyanguk growled, "Your techniques are just like you." "What was that? I can never escape your illusion technique? I could do that too." Item information: Legendary Bow of Sir Tristan. Effect: attacks against the target cannot miss. All of the target's magical resistance will be nullified. Hyanguk easily escaped the illusion, horrifying Dr. I. The backlash even damaged his body, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Dr. I could not understand how Hyanguk had escaped his control. Why? How did you do it? My perfect plan and my illusory domain have both gone up in smoke. There is no way my brilliant plan and techniques could be thwarted so easily. Hyanguk scoffed. Brilliant? Spare me the nonsense. You are nothing but a coward who hides behind his plans to survive. Dr. I roared furiously. Silence. I will cut out that insolent tongue of yours. The two charged at each other again as another notification appeared. Cloud Lord's Dark Hand. Spear of Achilles. Warning. The properties of these two relics are incompatible. Forcibly using both relics will place the user's life in grave danger. After reading it, Hyanguk chuckled. This damn status window really has no sense of humor. If I cared about my life, do you think I would have regressed? Living up to his reputation as a mad doctor, Dr. I screamed uncontrollably. Again, there you go again with that glib tongue. What now? Are you planning to risk your life to kill me? Can you stop and think about your actions for once? Power enveloped Hyanguk's entire body as he smiled. Thinking and planning? I did that all the time in my previous life. I always had to think in order to survive at any cost. And yet everyone still died. Your plan is nothing but the most cowardly course of action. Your fear of death is your weakness. Release. Hyanguk shouted before charging forward with both weapons. Dr. I trembled at the sight of his terrifying power. You madman, but he could say no more. Hyanguk swiftly finished Dr. I off. Retracting his power, Hyanguk looked down at him and said, "That's right. That coward became a madman, and you are the one who made me this way." Meanwhile, the vampire girl quickly fled the area. As she escaped back onto the street, she muttered, "I knew it. Getting tangled up with those soldiers was such a nuisance." After leaving Kim Se-hee, she had gone to Hyanguk's location and witnessed his battle. She shuddered as she remembered what had happened. When he used that suicidal attack, he turned toward me and smiled. Is everyone in the special forces insane? Leaning against a wall and panting, she thought, that stale blood I drank is making my body tire too quickly. Blood. I need fresh blood. Suddenly, she spotted a human figure not far ahead. She smiled inwardly. A human? Is that one of those pathetic pieces of trash? She rushed toward the person, but then the person turned, drew a blade, and placed it against her throat, terrifying her. What? They were supposed to be defenseless. I did not see a thing. The person spoke. Attacking from behind? Do you have no honor as a warrior? The vampire girl stammered. Are you strong? If you are not, you will die here. 5. Hyanguk stood before the enormous mana stone. He placed his hand against it and shattered it into countless pieces. A system notification immediately appeared. Congratulations, you have eliminated the enemy. The corruption wave within the area containing the source of corruption has been neutralized. All players who participated in eliminating the source of corruption will receive experience points. Areas affected by the corruption wave will return to normal. A soldier behind him asked, "Is it really over?" Hyanguk smiled and said, "It is. Now it is time to collect our rewards." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers cried out in shock and confusion. What in the world is with this insane amount of experience? I shot up to level 30 in an instant. I'm already level 33. We can level up with all the experience we received. At that moment, a pair of golden wings appeared above their heads. They looked up in confusion. What is this? My body is suddenly overflowing with power. Congratulations. Special conditions have been fulfilled. All mission participants will receive a blessing. Divine blessing. The power of holy light will be increased to 5 times its normal level. Recovery abilities will be increased to twice their normal level. Hyanguk turned toward everyone and said, "Listen, at your current levels, you have already reached the standard required to command a monster countermeasure squad. From now on, whenever we eliminate a source of corruption within the soul waves, all of you will grow stronger faster than anyone else. I promise you that by the day the waves end, I will make every one of you strong enough to become the ace of a squad. No, an entire company. So make sure you survive." Everyone cheered with joy upon hearing his words, but Park Runamo stood dejectedly in a corner. Hyanguk called out to him. Park Runamo raised his head and snapped to attention. "Corporal Park Runamo, sir." Hyanguk said, "You and I are alike. Neither of us can level up. Do not feel discouraged. Just wait. I will make you stronger than everyone else, so do not worry. Or do you not trust me?" Park Runamo answered firmly, "I trust you, sir." Suddenly, stones began falling from the ceiling. Park Runamo shouted, "Sergeant Hyanguk, are you all right?" A massive pillar plunged down from the ceiling. A steel pillar? No, it looks more like a sword. Can something like that even be called a sword? Hyanguk placed his hand on it and said, "It is a sword. However, it is not an ordinary sword that you can simply swing around." An information window appeared. Name, Magali Fragment. Grade, Heroic. This was the symbol of the title I bore in my previous life, the Iron Emperor. I risked my life to gather all 13 sword fragments and brought them to the blacksmith Kong Seo. She forged them into a single legendary sword more powerful than any other. It has been a long time. The weight of the Magali fragment has been sealed. Hyanguk collected the fragment, put it away, and said, "All right, let us finish up here quickly and move on to the next location. We do not have much time, so take whatever you can." The soldiers looked down at their feet and cried out in astonishment. There is expensive magical ore everywhere. This place is practically an entire mine. They examined the stones and exclaimed, "How much is all this worth? With this much, we could buy an average guild. Hey, bring 2 spatial bags over here quickly." Walking down the corridor, Hyanguk spotted Kim Se-hee and asked, "Sergeant Kim, are you all right?" Rubbing her shoulder without looking at him, she replied, "I am fine. Wounds like these will heal quickly. When you mentioned my compatibility with that vampire, you only meant I was at a disadvantage and should retreat, correct?" Hyanguk answered, "No, it was the opposite. There was a fairly obvious way for you to win." She looked at him in surprise. "What?" Glancing at the wounds on her shoulder, he smiled and said, "It seems fighting a player caught you off guard after you had only been dealing with monsters. Battles between players are not decided solely by ranks and compatibility. You have excellent combat instincts. If you fight her again, I am certain you will immediately understand what I mean. Now hurry and get ready." Kim se hesitative, but I let her escape. If she goes into hiding now, we will never find her amid this disaster. "Do not worry about that," he reassured her. Before she escaped, I planted a tracking chip on her. I do not know her exact location, but I can at least determine the general direction she is moving in. If we pursue her now, we should catch up before the wave ends, assuming she is still alive. At that moment, the vampire girl still had a blade against her throat. She thought, "I do not know why she has not killed me yet, but this is my chance." She raised her claws, preparing to strike. "I will tear her head off in one blow." The other girl spoke. "Are you strong? If you are not strong enough, you will die here." The vampire girl swung her claws and snapped. "What are you talking about?" She flashed past her opponent, but struck nothing. The swordswoman merely gave her blade a light swing. Several nearby buildings were instantly sliced apart, horrifying the vampire girl. What is happening? Did she just cut down those buildings? Impossible. I did not even see her move. The swordswoman raised her blade again and said, I merely placed sword energy along every path you could possibly take. Yet at your level, you cannot even perceive my sword technique? You should be grateful for your own weakness. A true warrior never strikes the weak. With that, she walked past the vampire girl and left. The terrified vampire girl collapsed to the ground before suddenly screaming. What is wrong with that woman? Where did all these lunatics come from? A new report came in. Undead golems have been spotted wandering around Dongjak district. What? Does that not mean a dark mage is nearby? Number 13 has established contact with an unidentified player. Mage number 44 is at Darum Station and is in contact with the B-rank player Lee Cho-hee. Contact with mage number 51 has been lost. They are under attack. Standing inside the room, Kong Soon anxiously bit her finger as she thought. The situation is too fragmented. The players are rushing into isolated battles and thinking only of saving themselves. This cannot continue. We need a central figure, someone capable of uniting the players within this chaotic soul wave. Suddenly, a man carrying a tablet rushed over. Director Kong, we have just received word that the source of corruption in the Dong Demon area has been eliminated by players. She asked in astonishment, who did it? Was it a famous guild? Who is their leader? What rank are they? The man checked the tablet and reported they belong to the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Monster Countermeasures Brigade, stationed at Namsan. But it appears to be a small special operations team, and their commander is only an F-rank sergeant. Kong Seun slammed her hand down and shouted, Are you joking? If they belong to a monster countermeasures unit, then they are soldiers, and their commander is an F-rank sergeant? Do you not understand how important accurate information is at a time like this? The door swung open, and a man stepped inside. Why are you losing your composure? Given the current situation, it is only natural for low-ranking trash to be everywhere. Seeing the man enter, Kong Seun said, Brother, I thought you had left Korea. What are you doing here? He replied, Of course not. I simply chose not to interfere when there was no better option available. He was the guild master of the Great Mountain Guild, the 3rd-ranked guild in Southern Korea. He continued, One of our guild's principal raid teams has finished clearing the open gate in Wagik district and is currently resupplying. Once they are ready, they have agreed to scout the source of corruption. They are a highly skilled team led by an A-rank player. With him at the center, we should be able to unite the players and save Seoul citizens. It is a sound countermeasure, so place your trust in Captain Ju Kyung. Elsewhere, Captain Ju Kyung's soldiers reported to him, Captain, the civilians surrounding us say they want to follow us. The soldiers formed a line to prevent the desperate civilians from approaching. The civilians pleaded, Please escort us to the nearest shelter. We will do anything you ask. Then Ju Kyung's voice rang out. You fools, what do you think you can possibly accomplish? Clean up every loose end. You understand me, do you not? His eyes gleamed ominously as he ordered, Kill them all. Leave no one alive who might stab us in the back. For girls ran together through the pouring rain. Suddenly, they stopped, and one of them asked, Did you hear that strange sound? Another girl replied in a trembling voice, It cannot be. It was probably just a dog howling. One girl handed an oxygen canister to the girl behind her and spoke gently. Breathe in slowly. Once we get through this area, we can rest. Feeling guilty, Meng looked at her 3 friends with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry. This is all because of me. I'm only slowing you down when we need to move quickly. Leave me behind. Unable to bear seeing her friend like that, one girl placed a hand against Meng's cheek. What are you talking about? We cannot leave without you. We would never do that. So do not say such things. Deeply moved, Meng replied, Thank you. As they spoke, a sudden attack descended from the sky. The bravest girl moved in front of the others and whispered, Everyone, stay still. Do not breathe too loudly. But then 2 of the 4 girls were attacked and collapsed in the street. Seeing monsters about to land where they stood, the remaining 2 dragged each other into a corner to hide. When the monsters landed, they hoisted the 2 fallen girls onto their shoulders. 2 of the creatures carried them away, while the remaining 2 searched for the survivors. Hiding in a nearby corner, Meng trembled in terror. Her friend said, Mang, listen to me. No matter what happens, you must stay here. You have to survive and find a rescue team. Mang sobbed, wait, you are frightening me. Please stop. Her friend left their hiding place and shouted, come and get me, you stupid zombies. She ran as fast as she could, but her strength was limited. A zombie quickly caught up to her and dragged her away. Mang remained silent in the corner as her friend's screams echoed around her. Tears streamed down her face as she prayed inwardly. Someone save me. Anyone, please. Despite her efforts to hide, the zombie discovered her. It stared at her with a horrifying grin. All Mang could do was pray for someone to save her. Please save me and my friends. Please. Her prayer came true. Just as the zombie was about to seize her, a sharp, glowing arrow pierced its chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. It collapsed directly in front of her. Through her blurred vision, she saw a cloaked figure appear behind it with a radiant halo above his head. He asked, hey kid, are you all right? Looking at him, Mang wondered, is that an angel? Please save my friends. The person who had rescued her was none other than Hyanguk. He looked at her and asked, kid, are you hurt? Before he could finish speaking, the girl fainted in front of him. Then the voices of the others rang out. Sergeant Hyanguk, were you making that scary face again? No, I did not do anything. What do you mean you did not? I told you not to make that face. No, I really did not do anything. As the arrogant zombies grew increasingly aggressive in hunting and abducting humans, an argument could be heard elsewhere. Listen, we have to get out of here. Run east. What are you doing? We cannot take someone with asthma with us. A girl inside the room shouted back. I am not leaving Mang behind. The man answered angrily. We will not be able to help her if the monsters catch us. As they argued, a zombie smashed through the window and thrust its head inside, growling. Holding Mang's hand as they ran, her friend asked anxiously, are you all right? Keep running. Just a little farther. You can do it. Just a little more. So do not give up. Once they escaped the danger, her friend looked back and smiled. See? I knew you could do it. We made it. Then her expression grew serious. Mang, listen to me. No matter what happens, you must stay here. You have to survive and find a rescue team. After giving those instructions, her friend turned and ran in another direction to lure the zombie away. Watching her disappear, Mang screamed, do not go. Do not die because of me. Let me die instead. Please do not do this. Mang jolted awake from the nightmare and cried out in panic. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. We did it to save the students. The girl stared curiously at the door. On the other side, Hyanguk was questioning someone. So you selected female students and sent them outside to run? The man tried to justify his actions. The monsters had surrounded us, and defending the shelter was becoming increasingly difficult. We had no other choice. Captain Ju Kyung of the Great Mountain Guild spoke loudly. I've already decided. If we want to save the children, sending them to another shelter is the best option. Hearing this, Hyanguk replied, even though monsters have been attacking us relentlessly for no apparent reason, sending a group of schoolgirls away without a single player to protect them is hardly a reasonable course of action. Ju Kyung glared at him. Hey, are you questioning us? We are not a rescue team. We are the Great Mountain Guild's primary assault force. Do you have any idea how valuable we are? Hyanguk stood there, barely listening to Ju Kyung's words. We may not be participating in the hunt, but we volunteered to guard this place. As the team's commander, I cannot compromise the guild's combat strength. You appeared out of nowhere and started criticizing our decision, but do you really have the right to do that? Are you a member of the guild's administration? The pointless excuses made Hyanguk smirk. He thought, there is no way his subordinates would act like protectors. Still, I cannot pressure them without evidence. Shall I throw out some bait first? After thinking it over, he said to Ju Kyung, I see. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. In that case, have you ever heard of the Dark Magic Society? Ju Kyung could not hide his surprise. He hesitantly repeated, the Dark Magic Society? Hyanguk nodded and continued, yes. They are a troublesome, fanatical cult that worships mana and uses humans as sacrifices. Those vile dark magic cultists turn women into sacrificial offerings. On my way here, however, I defeated monsters wearing robes belonging to the Dark Magic Society. They are abducting the students to use as human sacrifices. We are not simply wasting our forces by abandoning the defense of some shelter. We believe that tracking them down and eliminating them is the best way to protect the shelter. More importantly, a human sacrifice cannot be performed immediately. We can still save those students as long as they have not regained consciousness. Suddenly, the door opened and Mang walked in. So they're still alive. Looking at everyone in the room, she burst into tears and pleaded for help. "If you can save my friends, I will do anything. If you need a sacrifice, please take me in their place. If I can save my friends, then..." Hyung-guk sprang to his feet and looked at her compassionately. "I understand how you feel, kid, but this is not the time for a student like you to step forward. Protecting civilians is a soldier's duty." Mang looked at him and remembered the man who had saved her from a zombie at the last possible moment the previous night. A single word appeared in her mind: Angel. Mang was overwhelmed with joy, and tears streamed down her face as she thought, "Thank goodness it was not a dream. He really came to save us." Hyung-guk turned to her. "So, please leave this place," and, before he could finish, she fainted again and collapsed onto the floor. Shocked, he cried, "Kid." The soldiers questioned him again. "Sergeant Hyung-guk, what did you do this time?" They quickly helped Mang up while Hyung-guk raised both hands and swore, "No, I really did not do anything." Ju Kyung's voice came from behind him. "Then what do you intend to do? Even if the Dark Magic Society is behind this, we do not know where they are. So how are we supposed to rescue those students?" Hyung-guk looked at him and answered calmly, "It is simple. I will let them abduct me in place of a student." Ju Kyung's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Large, clear eyes, soft pink lips, and a slender waist. The soldiers looked at the sight before them and coughed awkwardly. Kim said he found it unbearable to watch. Even monsters would not want to abduct you. Disguised as a high school student in a uniform and several accessories, Hyung-guk grinned from ear to ear. "I did not expect it to look this bad either, but monsters do not choose whom to abduct based on their face." The soldier beside him whispered, "Sergeant Hyung-guk, was what you told me earlier true? That those men might be supplying female students to the Dark Magic Society?" He immediately answered, "Yes, I am certain." The soldier continued, "Then should we not deal with them instead of turning our backs on them?" Hyung-guk frowned. "I already told you. It is dangerous to move against a major guild without solid evidence or proper justification." Then he gave a smug smile. "But I have thought of another way." The group boarded their vehicles and departed together. Inside the vehicle, Kim Se-hee sat beside him and stared curiously at his strange smile. "Another way?" Hyung-guk answered cryptically. "We have a trump card they would never expect." He thought, "I have done everything I can to save the children and these people. Until I reach them, please stay safe." Watching them leave, Mang stood with her hands clasped together, silently praying for the rescue mission to succeed. Meanwhile, the female students who had been abducted as sacrifices were still safe, but they were locked inside cells and terrified by the zombies. After arriving, Hyung-guk immediately launched the operation. "All right, let us begin the civilian rescue mission." Hyung-guk thought, "I have done everything I can. All that remains is..." He looked behind him. The girl was still standing there, praying. He silently told himself, "I will save those children from those people. Until I reach them, please stay safe." Then he shouted, "Now, although my appearance is a little strange, my determination remains unchanged. Commence the civilian rescue." A massive explosion erupted right beside him, startling him so badly that he puffed out his cheeks and covered his face. A robed zombie then appeared above him. Two men watching from behind were visibly worried. One asked, "Leader, is it really all right to let those men wander around? They may discover our connection to the Dark Magic Society. If that happens, they will claim they eliminated the source of corruption. So why do we not get rid of them now?" Hyung-guk lay motionless on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Two zombies approached and touched his shoulder, staring at him curiously. The other man replied, "Idiot, do you really think we can do that? They undoubtedly have a separate main unit. If we act carelessly, not only us, but even Captain Ju Kyung could get into trouble. The most natural way for a player to die is during an operation somewhere." The zombie tossed Hyung-guk onto the ground like a bag of garbage. He opened his eyes and examined his surroundings. "Where am I?" His hands were tightly bound, so his face had been the first part of him to hit the ground. He thought, "I only dozed off for a moment, and they restrained me with mana-suppressing shackles. Wait, when did they take my inventory bag?" He struggled against the restraints. Do not tell me this was the infamous Seoul prison where criminal players were incarcerated. Just as he suspected, the towering building was a prison for criminal players. The soldiers had also arrived and were standing below. One asked curiously, "Second Lieutenant, this is Seoul prison, is it not?" Then he added anxiously, "If, and I mean only if, Sergeant Hyanguk was also restrained with mana-suppressing shackles. Would that not make the situation hopeless? The second lieutenant immediately answered, it would. However, this is Seon prison in Eastern Seon. It is surrounded by a barrier stronger than A rank. Unless it is broken from the inside, we cannot enter. They advanced cautiously, looking around while keeping firm grips on their rifles. Sniper team, we have secured our firing position. The other soldier was still concerned. Is it really all right to continue the operation like this? This is Hyanguk's operation. You know how he is, do you not? He is always several steps ahead, so I am certain he anticipated this. He must have some kind of plan. A voice rang out, everyone, hold your positions. Inside the prison, Hyanguk thought, I did not think this through. He stared at the glowing red shackles. Either way, I am definitely dead. A voice came from outside his cell. How long do we have to clean up after those people? Someone shouted, wait, damn it, hold on. This guy has been like this all day. Another man stopped him. Hey, you had better leave him alone. The Dark Magic Society has already chosen him, so do not cause unnecessary trouble. But can we really trust the people from the Dark Magic Society? They said they would fake all our deaths and give us new identities. A group of men entered one prisoner's cell, spoke noisily, and then emerged again. It cannot be that easy, can it? They will not stab us in the back once this is all over, right? Do you think we will let them get away with that? The group suddenly barged into the female student's cell. The girls cowered, covered their ears, and trembled in terror. One man laughed brazenly, his eyes filled with malice. Let's keep quiet and finish this quickly, all right? Each man hoisted one of the girls onto his shoulder, looking unbearably smug. The girls could only scream in fear and despair. Someone please help me. The men roared shamelessly. For heaven's sake, shut up. One man carried a girl away, but remained curious about what the cultists were planning. What are they going to do with these kids? Another man spun around and shouted, I told you not to cause unnecessary trouble. Stop asking pointless questions. Moo! The man gritted his teeth in anger. Do you think you're my boss? What? You are too predictable. I can see right through you. What is that cursed lunatic talking about? I can handle him. It will not be a problem. Fuming, he approached the white-haired man and prepared to slap him. What do you want? The white-haired man answered, I will do anything to escape this place because there is someone I have to kill. His expression gradually became terrifying. If anyone gets in my way, I will tear them apart. Remember that. He was Lee Won-jun, a C-rank player and Hyanguk's former school bully. The other man walked away. That is never going to happen. The rest followed him one after another. As Lee Won-jun was leaving, he suddenly stopped and looked inside a cell. Hyanguk was still lying motionless inside. Hyanguk told himself, I have to move quickly. Once he saw that they were gone, he sprang to his feet. Surely I can use at least a little of my power through these mana-suppressing shackles. Please, just a little. Please. Suddenly, he froze in alarm. This is bad. Won-jun had appeared in front of him. It turned out he had never left. Wong-yun left. What did those stupid zombies drag in? Hyanguk abruptly threw his wig onto the floor. Won-jun was so shocked that he could only stand there and stammer. Hyanguk gave him the most innocent smile imaginable and raised a hand in greeting. Won-jun, long time no see. How have you been? Won-jun flew into a rage. Lee Hyanguk, you damn bastard. Did you want to die so badly that you came all the way here? He charged forward, intending to crush Hyanguk with his body. The soldiers below saw a massive explosion erupt from the building. Everyone immediately became anxious and started to panic. Second Lieutenant, someone called over the radio. Sniper team, report. The rifle is aimed at the opening created by the explosion, the sniper shouted anxiously. We cannot determine exactly what is happening because the smoke is too thick. The barrier is still active. Suddenly, a group of fierce-looking men armed with knives rushed toward two soldiers. The commanding officer immediately ordered, On Minte, raise your shield and advance. The barrier is still intact. No matter how you look at it, that was not Sergeant Hyanguk's signal, but we cannot ignore it. If it really was his signal, our entire plan will become meaningless. What about the barrier? Can we get through it using teleportation? This is an emergency, so we must do whatever we can. We cannot sit here and do nothing. He shouted, Everyone attention, We do not know what will happen once we teleport through the barrier, so remain alert. Kyo gave a sinister laugh. Damn fools. Even in the middle of an assault operation, they keep shouting and making a mess of everything. How pathetic. There is no way men like them could have eliminated the source of corruption. Inside the prison, Won-jun was sprawled on the floor. Hyun-guk had taken him down with nothing but a kick. Won-jun sat up again with an arrogant grin. The moment they move, we will attack them from behind. I prayed every night for this, for a chance to kill you and tear you into pieces. Hyun-guk was stunned by his words. Lee Won-jun, you are like a child who never listens. That is why your leg ended up like that. The provocation drove Won-jun into a frenzy. You are the one who did this to me. Hyun-guk suddenly smiled. He took the bait. Won-jun lunged forward to try to kick him. Hyun-guk raised his hands, hoping Won-jun would kick the shackles. Won-jun stopped and laughed. Do you take me for an idiot? Did you think you could provoke me into breaking the mana-suppressing shackles for you? Hyun-guk charged again. Well, I suppose you are not a complete idiot. He dashed toward the bars. Won-jun hurriedly shouted an order toward the cell on the other side. Hey, you over there, catch that lunatic. The man noticed Hyun-guk, and one of his eyes turned blood red. Hyun-guk stopped dead when he saw it. He stared in horror as Won-jun rapidly closed in behind him. The other man blocked him from the front. You are dead now. There is nowhere left to run, mage. Won-jun cried out triumphantly. Did you think you could escape? You have nowhere to go. You had better prepare yourself. I will take my time with you and tear you limb from limb. You, Lee Won-suk. 10 minutes before Hyun-guk and Lee Won-suk encountered each other, someone's blood-soaked body was dragged across the floor. A heap of corpses in yellow clothing, the bodies of students, was also dragged away. A man in a red robe shouted, Now, bring the next sacrificial candidate here. Hurry! Do you not wish to return to the embrace of mana? Another girl was placed upon the altar. The red-robed cultists surrounded her. One shouted, Pray fervently for eternal life. Pray for the key that will lead us to mana. They all clasped their hands in prayer, creating a horrifying spectacle. Please grant us the key. Please grant us eternal life. One of them slowly approached the schoolgirl lying on the altar and extended both hands. A surge of power swept over her, lifting her helplessly into the air. Her mouth slowly opened, and her wide eyes suddenly blazed with light. Her blood gradually merged with the terrifying current of power. It seemed to drain away all her life. The tree, symbolizing that power, slowly grew and rapidly sprouted leaves. Once all her vitality had been extracted, the girl fell to the ground and died. The cultists stared at one another for a long moment. One of them smiled. Another spread his arms and shouted, At last, we have found the final sacrifices. Once the last sacrifice is complete, we will finally be able to meet him. He used his power again, this time lifting not one, but 3 children simultaneously. We offer these 3 children of pure mana so that the crimson flower may bloom. Everyone below joined in. Their faces were shrouded in darkness, yet their mouths stretched into broad smiles. A woman watched everything from a distance. After observing for a while, she scoffed, What nonsense! Why are they wasting so much blood? This is exactly why I hate cults. The massive explosion from the other building caused the 2 soldiers standing nearby to become anxious. The woman also sensed something. She immediately looked toward the door and thought, What was that? I just felt an impact. Inside, the red-robed cultists continued their ritual. The officiant raised his hand. The cultists below suddenly stared at him, their eyes wide with confusion. The scene seemed frozen in place, and everyone fell silent. Suddenly, one of them licked her lips and smiled mysteriously, malice gleaming in her eyes. She said, "O faithful servants of mana, before the crimson flower blooms, there is something you must do." The massive explosion had blasted a sizable hole in the neighboring building. Inside, Hyun-guk was still surrounded by Won-jun and the large man. "You are dead, mage. You have nowhere left to run." Won-jun shouted, his mouth stretched into a huge grin. "Do you think you can escape from here? Block the exit. You're going to enjoy this. I will take my time with you." Before he could finish speaking, an enormous fist slammed into his face. Blood sprayed everywhere. "I'll tear you apart." The large man's punch sent him crashing into the iron bars behind him. Hyun-guk stared in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief. When the man before him revealed his face, Hyun-guk froze in place. It was Lee Won-suk. He was still alive. Hyun-guk exclaimed in surprise, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk? How did you get here?" The handcuffs fell to the floor with a metallic clatter. Won-suk said. I never imagined we would meet again like this. What is with that appearance? Hyung-guk replied. I'm glad to see you here too. Won-suk, but Hyung-guk rubbed his wrists, his expression suspicious. Do not tell me you became their accomplice in kidnapping children. Won-suk hurriedly waved his hands. No, I got trapped here because of the barrier surrounding the player detention center. Please believe me, I have not done anything since I arrived. Hyung-guk questioned him. Then why do you look like that? How did you get here? Won-suk replied. I cannot remember either. It was like a dream. When I opened my eyes, I looked just like them. Not only players, but even my comrades might have attacked me. I had no choice but to run. Eventually, I became exhausted and collapsed. I despaired at the thought of having to live as a vampire from then on. Just as I was about to die, two robed figures approached me. Are you one of the failed specimens? The two leaders of the Dark Magic Society appeared. After that, I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I was here. Hyung-guk was puzzled. Two leaders? The Dark Magic Society should only have one leader. Who is the other one? Won-suk looked desperate. Please believe me, I truly have not done anything. Hyung-guk continued to regard him suspiciously. He grabbed Won-suk and suddenly shouted, more importantly, the children. Do you know what happened to them? Won-suk answered, they are most likely on a rooftop. They said that once the blood of 3 children with pure mana flowed onto the altar, the crimson flower would bloom. I know the children are sacrifices, but I do not know what the crimson flower is. That is everything I heard and saw. Won-suk looked desperate to prove his innocence and convince Hyung-guk. I truly had nothing to do with this. Please believe me. Hyung-guk stared at him, his expression softening slightly. He studied Won-suk for a long moment. Won-suk looked utterly hopeless, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Hyung-guk helplessly gave him a light punch on the shoulder. Won-suk flinched. Hyung-guk smiled. Of course I believe you. Do not worry. Won-suk was deeply moved. Sergeant Lee Hyung-guk. Suddenly, someone began pounding violently on the door, and a voice came from outside. What is going on? Why is the door locked? Open it. Move. I will break it down. Recognizing the danger, Hyung-guk turned to him. Lee Won-suk, listen carefully. This is an order. We will split up here. I will head to the rooftop. You go downstairs and find a way to deactivate the barrier generator. AMT forces are waiting outside to provide support. Lee Won-suk, can you do it? Won-suk's gaze became resolute. Yes, sir. I can do it. Hyung-guk had one more thing to say. And he then ran toward the rooftop. Won-suk remained behind to deal with the group that had just broken through the door. There were even more of them than before. Won-suk immediately assumed a fighting stance, baring his sharp fangs. The leader of the group stared at him curiously. What is this? Hey, what do you think you're doing? You refused to give us your name, and now you are blocking our way. Won-suk slowly clenched both fists. He roared as his body gradually grew massive, terrifying the men before him. Hyung-guk's earlier words echoed in his mind. Oh, and you have not officially been declared a deserter yet. That means you are still under my command. If you run away, I will kill you myself. Won-suk roared. You want to know my name? Then he laughed loudly. 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion, Assault Platoon, Private Lee Won-suk. Meanwhile, Hyung-guk raced up the stairs. He gritted his teeth in anger and ran as fast as he could. He reminded himself that he had to approach as carefully as possible. When he arrived, he remained outside and cautiously peered in. Was this nauseating smell of blood? This is not the blood of just 1 or 2 people. At the very least, he covered his nose, struggling to breathe. No way. The scene inside was horrifying. The stench of blood filled the entire area. Not only the students, but every rogue figure had been killed. He stared at the horrifying sight. The Dark Magic Society was massacred. 2 people inside were still continuing the ritual. Suddenly, the woman sensed something and glanced around. Who dares approach this sacred altar? Hyung-guk flinched, realizing that the people inside had detected him. He immediately ran, and a thunderous impact rang out behind him. Another hole was blasted through the unfortunate building. Hyung-guk hid nearby, tense with fear. One of the girls floating in the air weakly pleaded, "Please, save me." The woman coldly replied, scurrying around like a rat, "Are you?" She licked her lips. "Come out. If you reveal yourself now, I will show mercy and kill you immediately without torturing you." "Wait, never mind. Keep hiding. It will be more fun this way." She was Park Ji-hyun, the warden of the Seoul Detention Center. Meanwhile, Min-ji shouted to the soldiers, "AMT, raise your shields and advance. The barrier is still intact. Everyone listen. The moment we blink through the barrier, Kyung's men secretly watched them and thought, we do not know what might happen, so remain on high alert. Even in the middle of an attack, all he can do is yell and ruin everything. How pathetic. Kyung smiled slyly. How could these fools possibly defeat the source of corruption? Once they move, we will attack them from behind. We will use a diversion. They stood before the swirling portal, and one soldier aimed his weapon inside. They exchanged resolute looks. Meanwhile, Hyang-guk was speaking with someone. A diversion? He looked at the soldiers behind him. The Great Mountain Guild is undoubtedly connected to the Dark Magic Society. Even so, neither side can attack recklessly. They're a major guild, while we are a military unit. Once the operation begins, they will target us from behind. We will pretend to expose a weakness and give them the opportunity to attack first. That will provide us with justification to strike the Great Mountain Guild. The other man hesitated. You intend to create justification for attacking a major guild. However, there is one fatal flaw in your plan. You will be handling the rescue mission alone, and we cannot coordinate our firepower with you from here. Hyang-guk smiled brightly. You do not need to worry about that. Just buy me some time. Lieutenant, you are the key to this plan. So everything depends on me again? Everyone quickly moved into position. We will now begin the diversionary operation. They began probing the area and taking aim. Another unit nearby was also aiming at them. Suddenly, someone appeared overhead, holding a sword in each hand. The woman surveyed the area before leaping down. The force of her landing sent several members of the other unit flying. She performed a few basic sword strikes, leaving them stunned. Before they could recover, several blades cut into them, spraying blood everywhere. She pressed her sword against one man and pinned him to the ground. Do not move unless you want to lose your head. What are you doing? Send the signal that the assassination succeeded according to plan. Now, a soldier's wrist device immediately transmitted a signal. He reported, Captain, we have received the sniper team's signal. Kyung immediately ordered, Good. Assault team, advance. All of them charge forward. Everyone moved quickly. Minji anxiously held a radio as a message came through. We have successfully rescued the sniper team. They stood before the enormous, swirling portal, now surrounded by the enemy force and trapped in a dire situation. Suddenly, a loud call rang out. A soldier immediately answered, Yes, sir. Shields open. Minji gave the order. Everyone fire. Chaos erupted. Gunfire thundered continuously. Kyung roared like a madman. Damn it. When did they figure it out? What are you doing? Mage unit, get in there. A formidable force suddenly charged forward. All of them were heavily armed and appeared stronger than the previous unit. They rushed into close combat with Minji's troops, who desperately used their shields to withstand the enemy's power. Feeling that his side was gaining the advantage, Kyung laughed smugly. Every AMT member was burned to death in battle against players from the Dark Magic Society. That will make a perfect report. Now kill them all. His forces charged again, but several were struck by bullets and fell. Minji's troops refused to give up and continued fighting. She ordered sniper team, targets identified. Provide covering fire. Kyung was shocked. A sniper? Where did the assassin team go? He shouted, Defense unit. Damn it, what are you doing? Stop them. Minji's unit gradually entered the vortex. Kyung flew into a rage. A teleportation gate? When did they create that? He shouted anxiously. Move to position A. Attack. The two forces clashed head-on. Minji's soldiers unleashed continuous gunfire, but Kyung's forces also had shields, leaving the battle evenly matched. Kyung roared savagely, Bastards! You were targeting us from the beginning. How dare mere soldiers deceive the Great Mountain Guild? Enraged, he swung his mace with tremendous force. I am Kyung, captain of the assault team. I will kill every last one of you. Rocks suddenly rose from the ground and spiraled into a tornado, ready to surge toward his enemies. Recognizing the danger, Minji became extremely anxious. It seemed as though Kyung had gathered every stone in the area. Now utterly enraged, he roared like a beast. Prepare yourselves to face this raging storm. The tornado of countless stones seemed ready to sweep away everything in its path. Minji was terrified. Lee Hyang-guk, when are you going to use that hidden card you mentioned? Inside the Seoul Detention Center, the chief guard had been beaten to a pulp. Blood covered the gruesome scene. Won-suk was also drenched in blood, but he appeared to be the victor. He suddenly pressed the emergency button. An automated voice rang out. Warning, the barrier surrounding the facility will now be deactivated. He remembered what Hyang-guk had once told him. Do not run. Fight and protect your comrades like a true soldier. Then your comrades will protect you in return. The warning continued to repeat. Warning. The barriers surrounding the facility will now be deactivated. Won-suk thought, Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, I will never run away again. The tornado still threatened to devour everything. Ki-young shouted arrogantly, Fools! I will tear you into pieces. More stones of every size gathered around him, and his power continued to grow. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, do not stand in my way. Move. Choi Young-jun appeared before Ki-young. He charged straight through the tornado without suffering a scratch. Like skewering meat, he drove his weapon directly through Ki-young's chest. Min-ji's soldiers stared in astonishment, and Min-ji also recognized him. They cheered. Sergeant Choi Young-jun, a massive boulder struck the unfortunate building, blasting yet another enormous hole through it. The female warden muttered, Is scurrying around like a little rat all you can do? The student continued, pleading weakly, tears streaming down her face. Please, save me. The woman showed no concern for the girl's life. She merely stood there, smiling and licking her lips. She suddenly charged forward. Come out. If you reveal yourself now, I will show mercy and kill you immediately without torturing you. Then she laughed in delight. Wait, never mind. Keep hiding. Playing with a little rat like you will be far more entertaining. Seihi and the two soldiers continued watching the damaged building. An automated voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. Warning, the barrier surrounding the building will be deactivated. Seihi focused intently as a notification appeared on the system display. The female warden told the red-robed figures, I will deal with the intruder. You finish the ritual. Suddenly, something strange happened to one of the figure's robes. He stood there in confusion as the hem of his robe moved as though something were controlling it. The woman said, I was getting bored with this miserable assignment. At least I finally have some entertainment. Outside, Hyun-guk listened and thought, the Dark Magic Society should only have one leader. Why are there two of them here? Fighting two villains at once would be far too dangerous. A brilliant light suddenly appeared inside and absorbed all the blood from those who had been killed. It condensed into a massive, radiant crystal. Hyun-guk watched from outside. That is the core of the source of corruption. Enormous roots sprouted from the crystal and spread through every corner. In an instant, gigantic roots covered the entire chamber, creating a horrifying sight. The red-robed figure stood arrogantly atop one of the roots, and the woman looked upward as well. Outside, Young-jun stared in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Min-ji hurriedly shouted, Lieutenant, look over there. Min-ji stared in astonishment. What is that? An enormous tree rose above the building, its roots clinging firmly to the rooftop while its branches spread into a dense canopy. Hyun-guk recalled Won-suk's explanation. Once the blood of children with pure mana is spilled upon the altar, they said the crimson flower will bloom. I know the children are being used as sacrifices, but I do not understand what they mean by the crimson flower. Hyun-guk thought, the blood of children with pure mana. The crimson flower and a tree that suddenly appeared from nowhere. I do not know what these people are planning, but before that crimson flower blooms, I must save those children. With that, he charged into the chamber. The female warden had been waiting for that moment. Found you. Hyun-guk cursed at himself for being exposed as she swung her enormous mace at him. Fortunately, he quickly dodged, but she continued pursuing him relentlessly. Hyun-guk thought, damn it, should I find my equipment bag first? She smirked at him. What is with that outfit? I did not expect you to be such a pervert. She thrust her mace toward his back. You're under arrest for public indecency. With no other choice, Hyun-guk activated reinforcement and prepared to resist. Just as the blow was about to strike him, an intense beam of light shot toward them. Hyun-guk stared in surprise. That is the wind god's arrow. That means Sergeant Kim Seihi is here. Outside, Seihi continued observing the building. She immediately entered through the opening. Are you all right? I'm not too late, am I? No, your timing was perfect. Seihi had successfully saved his life. Hyun-guk told her, there's another one besides her. I will deal with him. I am leaving this one to you. The woman licked her lips again. It seems another interesting opponent has arrived to replace that pervert. Seihi stared at her in surprise. The woman regarded Seihi like prey, a soul formed from a mass of mana. At last, a delicious meal. She then summoned Mana Valen. She said, I'll devour every last bit of you. Caught completely off guard, Seihi could only stand frozen in place. As Park Ji-hyun prepared to swing her mace, Hyun-guk rushed over, grabbed Se-hee, and pulled her aside. Move! Another massive explosion erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere. Hyun-guk lost his balance and watched Se-hee slowly fall. He shouted, "Sergeant Kim say, be careful when you face her. If she catches you, she'll absorb your mana and release all the mana she has stored." Startled, Se-hee asked, "How does she release the stored mana?" "You must be careful at both close and long range. I'm going to save the children. You still remember what I told you, right? No battle or advantage is ever predetermined in combat. You simply have to keep searching for a way to win until the very end." She stared thoughtfully in his direction. Then she replied, "I understand. I'll be fine, so hurry and go." She then strode confidently toward Park Ji-hyun. Park Ji-hyun remained completely fearless. Just how much mana can a soul hold? "I'm still enjoying my meal. Doesn't it look delicious?" Se-hee flew into a rage. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Se-hee had felt something strange upon entering this place, an eerie chill. Park Ji-hyun laughed. "So many souls have come to welcome me. Perfect. My whole body is trembling with excitement." Se-hee charted. "Then don't start crying and begging me later." The two rushed into battle. "I'll drain every last drop of mana from those souls. Come at me." On the rooftop, the tree continued to grow larger, and its weight caused the building to tilt to one side. The red-robed figure was still casting a spell when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was about to dispose of the schoolgirl when an unknown force seized his hand, leaving him baffled. The system displayed a message. "Mogle Fragment's powerful gravity has been released." Something enormous came hurtling toward him, forcing him to leap backward. The massive object smashed everything around it. Hyun-guk slowly emerged and shouted, "Stay right there. You must be the leader of the Dark Magic Society. I don't know what you're planning, but get away from those children right now." The figure removed the hood of his red robe, and his body gradually transformed, finally revealing his true form. Hyun-guk was stunned. "Wait, he isn't human. He's a dark elf." He gritted his teeth. "Those vile bastards. How depraved can they possibly be?" Dark elves were beings who had fallen into corruption after attempting to oppose the gods. Hyun-guk had heard of people offering treasures to such spirits in exchange for power, but this was different. A dazzling radiance suddenly appeared around him. He shouted, "You bastards! Are you planning to sell these children too?" The dark elf suddenly spoke in an incomprehensible language, and the system displayed an item notification. Hyun-guk glared at him furiously. "Shut up. What the hell are you saying? Whatever it is, I'm still going to kill you." Se-hee recalled something Hyun-guk had once told her. "Sergeant Kim Se-hee, you're far too straightforward." "What? Is there something wrong with being straightforward?" "It isn't just you, Lieutenant Kim. Most soldiers are the same. In the military, players are trained according to the abilities they possess." Hyun-guk continued. "That's why they tend to treat the rules written in manuals as absolute answers. But when the manual says that you should avoid unfavorable battles, what will you do if you find yourself in one that you cannot escape?" She asked, "What should I do when I can't avoid an unfavorable battle?" Se-hee summoned his spirits. Park Ji-hyun sneered. "So many souls have come to welcome me. Perfect. I'm trembling with excitement." Se-hee charth. "Don't start crying later. I'll drain every last drop of mana from those souls. Come at me." Se-hee screamed, "Reláase." The building shook violently. Park Ji-hyun used her power to suppress Se-hee again. Restraint. In an instant, every spirit was tightly bound. What a shame. I wanted to play some more. While Park Ji-hyun was distracted, Se-hee dove from above and attempted to land a fatal blow, but Park Ji-hyun blocked it successfully. Se-hee was bewildered. Park Ji-hyun swung her mace and knocked her backward. The bound spirits plummeted one after another. Park Ji-hyun looked around. She stood there and mocked her. "What's wrong? How boring. Fighting someone on my own level would be much more entertaining." Se grew deeply anxious. Park Ji-hyun laughed loudly again. "Fine, let's play another game. My dear spirits, do you like hide and seek?" An intense burst of light erupted from her. The ground shook violently as rocks rained down upon Se-hee thought furiously, "That damned bitch. What's she planning now?" She suddenly panicked. "What? I can't see anything." Park Ji-hyun smiled arrogantly. The walls surrounding Se-hee made her even more certain of victory. She laughed. "Just wait. You'll never escape me. Are you done running? Come here." Se-hee could not escape as spikes continuously erupted from the barrier. She could be struck at any moment. Blood began to flow from somewhere. She had been wounded. The thought of being drenched in blood filled Se-hee with fear. Park Ji-hyun continued the hunt. Where are you? There you are. Oh, I missed. You were so bold earlier. Where are you hiding now? Maybe you've already died and begun rotting in the darkness. Se-hee thought fearfully. She's finding each spirit despite this absolute darkness. She must be using some kind of detection skill. Park Ji-hyun continued smashing the spirits. Here's another one. This is so much fun. This game isn't bad at all. If you keep hiding, I'll have no choice but to devour all the mana these spirits possess. Se-hee was now utterly terrified. You're about to lose your mind over how useless you are, aren't you? How about this? Kneel and beg me to spare you. Come before me and beg in despair. Se-hee kritsit here to furiously. Spirits assemble. She recalled all of them. I am sorry. I can't afford to lose any of you. Park Ji-hyun sneered. Fool, if you recall them, I can easily see where you've concentrated all your mana. Seizing the opportunity, she charged. Restraint, without realizing it. Se-hee remembered Hyun-guk's words. What should you do when you no longer have a chance of winning? Use anything and everything at your disposal. She had asked, anything and everything? For example, if you're fighting someone you don't think you could defeat from the front, then aim for their back and finish them in one strike. Their back. But isn't that a little? Do you think there's anything proper or fair about a battle between players? Worrying about such things in a fight to the death is foolish. Why should we fight fairly against a criminal whose atrocities are known to heaven and earth? He continued, war isn't sport. In a real battle, death is the end. Forget what the manuals say about fairness. That's the only way you'll survive. Park Ji-hyun charged and swung her mace at Se-hee, only to recoil in shock. She had struck nothing but a spirit. What? That wasn't her real body. Se-hee had already dropped beneath her. With a focused gaze, Se-hee lunged forward and stabbed Park Ji-hyun twice. The bound spirit slowly fell. Park Ji-hyun could only scream, "You bitch! You coward! How dare you! And you call yourself a warrior? Seeri plaid, a coward? That's hilarious. I never expected someone like you to say that after covering everything in darkness, sniffing me out, and sucking away all my mana like a mosquito. What does being a warrior have to do with anything? What warrior would fight fairly against someone like you, who kidnaps children and offers them as sacrifices?" Park Ji-hyun flew into a rage. I'll kill you with my own hands. Before she could finish speaking, Se-hee slashed her again, sending blood pouring from the wound. The spirit was gradually released from its restraints. Se-hee stood there for a long moment. From now on, if I ever have to fight someone like you again, I won't mind becoming an assassin. Elsewhere, Hyun-guk was also enraged. Those vile bastards. How depraved can they possibly be? He continued shouting, "You bastards! Are you planning to sell these children too?" The dark elf stared at him for a moment and said something incomprehensible. Hyun-guk thought, metal control. He charged toward the dark elf. "Shut up. What the hell are you saying? Whatever it is, I'm still going to kill you." The dark elf also prepared to fight him. The dark elf's eyes gradually turned bright red as Hyun-guk stared at him. Hyun-guk then glanced at the schoolgirl lying on the ground. He charged, and the dark elf rushed forward to meet him. The two clashed head-on. Suddenly, Choi Yong-jun entered and called out, "Lee Hyun-guk." Hyun-guk exclaimed with relief, "Sergeant Choi Yong-jun, I've been waiting for you." He then wondered what Yong-jun was doing. Yong-jun shouted, "Found you." Confused, Hyun-guk said, "Wait, Sergeant Choi Yong-jun, calm down and listen to me." Yong-jun looked get furious. "Shut up. Have you lost your mind? You'd have to be insane to do something like this." Choi Yong-jun finally noticed the monster and glanced toward it. At that moment, the dark elf lunged forward to attack them. But Choi Yong-jun and Hyun-guk were too agile and easily avoided the strike. The attack brought down a tree trunk from above and blasted a large hole in the ground. Hyun-guk was astonished. He knocked down a tree that thick without even using mana? He's extremely dangerous. Choi Yong-jun shouted, "I'm going to kill you, Lee Hyun-guk." Hyun-guk thought, maybe he's the dangerous one. Yong-jun charged with a face full of hatred. "Those are my precious babies. Nothing in the world could ever replace them. They were born from my blood, sweat, and tears after I was dragged out to that godforsaken place." Hyun-guk blocked his attack and shouted, "Stop. This isn't the time to argue about that. Get a hold of yourself." Elsewhere, Kang Baek-seol, Kang Jong-doo's granddaughter and apprentice, stared in astonishment at what lay before her. She exclaimed, "Grandpa, this is the first time I've ever seen so many sets of armor." Standing beside Baek-seol was Kang Jong-doo, a master among masters who would create countless items before his death 4 years later. He replied, "That's right. These usually come from boss monsters ranked B or higher, so collecting this many is extremely difficult. It truly is impressive." Baek Seol excitedly turned to Seo Eun-ha. "Can we really repair and modify them however we want?" Seo Eun-ha answered gently, "Yes. We rescued you too from those monsters for exactly this reason." Greed was written all over Baek Seol's face. She thought, "I assumed he was only a wealthy man, but he's also a high-ranking warrior. If I could smuggle out a few guns, I'd make a fortune." Seo Eun-ha stammered, "No, that isn't." Baek Seol excitedly ran toward a suit of armor. "My goodness, this is orichalcum alloy. This is insane. There's even a magical link between the helmet and the sword." Seeing his granddaughter so excited, Kang Jong-do called out, "Hey, stop running. You'll trip and fall." Seo Eun-ha turned to Choi Yong-jun. "Choi Yong-jun, where did you just go?" He quickly replied, "I went to freshen up after completing my mission. I still have plenty of other things to do." She grew impatient. "What? Speak clearly." "Choi Yong-jun lo quête miserable. A combat and civilian rescue mission immediately after I returned from leave? That's too much. I know I can't take things easy while we're under attack, but you should still give me some time to myself, or at least let me have a drink once in a while. I haven't even had time to open the bottle of whiskey Hyanguk gave me." Suddenly, a voice came over the radio. "Platoon leader, can you hear me?" Seo Eun-ha immediately picked up the radio. "Hyanguk," he reported, "I finally got a signal. Did you bring the blacksmiths I requested?" She glanced at Baek Seol. "They're examining the sets of hunting armor right now." Choi Yong-jun gestured frantically for her to tell Hyanguk he was dead. Hyanguk continued, "For now, have them disable the magical links on a few sets. Equip the soldiers with those sets. Bring weapons from the warehouse, and come support us. Bring Sergeant Choi Yong-jun too." Yong-jun collapsed in despair and yelled, "No!" His face twisted with disgust. "After completing all those missions, I had to fight non-stop for an entire month. No means no." Elsewhere, someone wore a devious smile. A soldier carried out a crate filled with liquor. The man beside him asked, "Is that Sergeant Choi Yong-jun's private storage crate?" The soldier stammered fearfully, "Yes. If he finds out, we're dead." The man smiled deviously. "But while preparing the supplies, we accidentally brought along the crate containing all the liquor he's been collecting for 2 years. If something happens to us on this mission, we might never be able to return it to its owner. What should we do?" He then spoke into the radio. "I think you should come here and give us a hand, Sergeant Choi Yong-jun." Hearing this, Yong-jun felt as though his entire world had collapsed. "What the hell are you talking about? Give my babies back right now. Are you trying to drive me insane? Give them back." The man on the other end chuckled. "Oh, we've lost the signal." Choi Yong-jun's face became terrifying as he radiated murderous intent. "You secretly stole my babies?" Back in the battle, Yong-jun charged at Hyanguk. "Tell me the truth. You drank a few bottles, didn't you?" Hyanguk explained, "Of course not, especially not while on a mission." Yong-jun refused to listen. "Don't lie to me. I've seen you drinking before." Seeing the two of them fighting without paying him any attention, the dark elf shouted something in his incomprehensible language. The mouth on his hand continued speaking. He then thrust his arm forward, and a cluster of tentacles immediately stretched toward the two men. Choi Yong-jun continued attacking Hyanguk, forcing him to reinforce his entire body. Suddenly noticing something was wrong, Hyanguk shouted, "Sergeant Choi Yong-jun, look in front of you." Four enormous yellow tentacles were hurtling toward them. Choi Yong-jun grabbed Hyanguk by the collar. "Brother, you can fly, can't you?" Hyanguk replied, "I still can't control it completely." Yong-jun then hurled him into the air, leaving Hyanguk startled. What is he planning? Choi Yong-jun leaped upward, and the tentacles pursued him. They destroyed his gun, taking him by surprise. What a nuisance! Yong-jun nimbly evaded the attacks, while Hyanguk was still soaring through the air. Yong-jun deftly dodged, causing the tentacles to slam into the structure behind him and send splinters flying everywhere. Each time they charged, he evaded them. Watching this, Hyanguk thought, "Now." He then created his blue chains. The system displayed a message. "The energy of the Mogley fragment has been sealed." An enormous sword immediately appeared. Choi Yong-jun was about to be impaled by the tentacles. Just before they struck, Hyanguk's system displayed another message. "The energy of the Mogley fragment has been released." The gigantic sword blocked the fatal blow meant for Choi Yong-jun. Its blade plunged straight straight into the ground. The mouth on the creature's arm continued babbling incoherently. Hyang-guk turned toward the two of them and shouted, "If that had fallen on you, you'd be dead. Chao Yang-jun lo get unchonjernet. Too bad I didn't die. Don't worry, I'll kill you anyway." Hyang-guk thought to himself, there's no way to communicate normally with Choi Yang-jun right now. At that moment, black energy lifted the two children into the air. When Choi Yang-jun saw them, he said, "Hey, come here. Did those bug-eyed bastards kill those kids?" Hyang-guk flinched. "What?" Yang-jun continued, "I was planning to slaughter all of them at close range." "What about you?" Hyang-guk gave a confident smile. "Then I'll slaughter them all too." "No, I mean I'll support you." A countdown began. 3. The creature looked confused. 2, 1. At that exact moment, the sword plunged straight into the ground. Hyang-guk was now free to act. Choi Yang-jun rested his sword on his shoulder and took control of it. "Attack!" Hyang-guk shouted. Yang-jun immediately charged forward. For tentacles sprouted from the creature's arm and shot toward the approaching Choi Yang-jun. Sparks flew when the sword struck the tentacles. "Finish him!" Hyang-guk shouted. His words left both the creature and the mouth on its arm utterly confused. Choi Yang-jun enveloped his body in holy power, then charged in and repeatedly slashed the creature's tentacles. Finally, he severed its head and sent it straight to the afterlife. He killed the monster without the slightest difficulty. "Done!" Hyang-guk exclaimed happily. Just then, the mouth on the creature's arm suddenly spoke. Choi Yang-jun spun around in surprise. The creature's severed head was reattaching itself to its body. Hyang-guk stared in disbelief. The monster had actually rejoined its head to its neck. Its arm continued emitting horrifying voices. Its entire body radiated a terrifying purple aura. Purple light covered it as currents of black mana swirled around its body. A powerful shock wave erupted, forcing Choi Yang-jun to raise an arm in defense. Hyang-guk did the same. It's gathering an enormous amount of mana. The longer this battle continues, the worse it will be for us. The creature's arm suddenly stretched, and a mouth lunged forward. Hyang-guk stared in astonishment. It split into two. Is that one the true body? The detached mouth continued laughing hideously. The monster turned toward Choi Yang-jun and said something. Hyang-guk thought, damn it, which one is the true body now? Our 2-against-1 strategy is useless. The monster suddenly shouted furiously. Choi Yang-jun could not understand a word and casually ignored it. "Why do you guys keep screeching at us?" Judging by the anime I've watched, you're probably saying something like, "How dare a lowly human oppose an immortal being such as myself? Death is the only end awaiting such foolishness." That's what monsters like you usually say, right? Whatever. I'm still going to split your throat in two. Let's see how many strikes it takes to kill you. He confidently enveloped his entire body in holy power. The creature charged as soon as Yang-jun landed. Its other arm also lunged forward and unleashed 4 tentacles. They shot straight toward Hyang-guk, but he narrowly dodged them. It's too fast. When one tentacle nearly struck him, he managed to use reinforcement to block its attack. Meanwhile, Choi Yang-jun had already sliced the monster into several pieces. Once he finished, he landed cheerfully. "That wasn't so difficult. My blood sugar's dropping. I need to get some alcohol into me." He pulled a bottle from his pocket, completely unaware that the monster was gradually reconnecting its dismembered body. Choi Yang-jun casually raised the bottle to his lips. He only noticed something was wrong when a monster appeared directly in front of him. It immediately attacked with its tentacles, but Yang-jun infused his bottle with holy power and blocked the strike. The creature then unleashed black and purple magic, blasting Choi Yang-jun away. Hyang-guk barely managed to block the other creature's attack, but the force still sent him crashing into the ground. Staring painfully at his reinforced arm, he thought, "Its destructive power is so immense that I can't keep up." The system displayed a notification. The Mogle fragment's energy has been sealed. His sword gradually began fading. The creature's arm suddenly lunged at him and unleashed its tentacles. Hyang-guk dodged by reflex, but the creature relentlessly continued firing its tentacles at him. The monster kept saying something, but Hyang-guk could not understand its language. Then another voice rang out. "You are somewhat impressive compared to other humans, but in the end, you are still only human. From this moment onward, you shall finally stand before a true immortal." "Huh? What's wrong? I'm dubbing your lines for you." Why did you suddenly go quiet? Choi Yong-jun had not been cut down after all, and was still in the mood to banter with the monster. The creature stared blankly, unable to understand his improvised dialogue. Yang-yun continued, I'm drunk. The alcohol's already flowing through my blood, but thanks to a certain someone, I can't feel anything anymore. The monster still looked utterly confused. Yang-jun enveloped his entire body in broken sword and holy power. I don't care whether you're immortal. If you dare touch my alcohol, I'll make you suffer unimaginable agony, even if you can't die. The mouth on the creature's arm continued laughing as it fired tentacles at Hyanguk. Hyanguk stopped retreating and launched a counterattack. Let's see how much longer you can keep laughing. His sword suddenly flew at the creature, startling it. The system displayed a notification. The Mogle fragment's energy has been released. Hyanguk's sword sliced the creature in half, finally wiping the smile from its face. Hyanguk thought it had stopped laughing for good, but quickly recovered its signature grin and launched more tentacles toward him. Surrounded by the incoming tentacles, Hyanguk thought, that ridiculous smile is infuriating. It must still be hiding a trump card. Like the other monster, it began reconnecting its body. Hyanguk thought, just as I expected, this one can regenerate too. It continued laughing, as if mocking him. On the other side, Choi Yong-jun appeared to be growing exhausted. Even so, he charged wildly and slashed the monster again and again, badly injuring one of its arms. As he moved, Hyanguk thought that insane amount of mana and its regenerative power really do make it seem immortal. Think, Hyanguk, remember all the battles you've fought. Monsters usually conceal their true nature. They may be using this apparent immortality to hide their weakness. What if neither of them is the true body? The grinning creature continued regenerating from Hyanguk's slashes, and the other monster did the same. I see it. Wounds inflicted on the same part of their bodies can't regenerate. The grinning creature relentlessly fired tentacles at Hyanguk, while the other monster fought fiercely against Choi Yong-jun. Hyanguk's eyes lit up. Now I understand why that one-eyed mass split apart. They are both real bodies because they belong to the same entity. But the problem is Sergeant Choi Yong-jun. His stamina is rapidly declining, and he's growing increasingly reckless. Will he even listen to me? We must finish them with one final attack. Having made his decision, Hyanguk shouted, Sergeant Choi Yong-jun, they're not immortal. If we attack the same part of both bodies simultaneously, they won't be able to regenerate. Listen carefully. We don't have another choice. We must cut through both their necks at the exact same moment. Choi Yong-jun was nearly exhausted. At the same time, who decided that? I'm not letting this bastard die so easily. Hyanguk gritted his teeth angrily. Get a grip. Aren't you planning to save those children? Only then did Yong-jun agree. Fine, let's do it. Hyanguk continued, then stopped complaining and followed the plan. The grinning creature had stopped laughing. It launched its tentacles straight toward Hyanguk. He shouted, we only have one chance. Focus. The other monster charged as well. Just before the tentacles struck him, Hyanguk used metallization to defend himself. He repeatedly slashed through the creature's tentacles. The moment he saw an opening, he shouted now. Hearing the signal, Choi Yong-jun raised his sword high and prepared a decisive strike. The two men simultaneously slashed through the monster's necks. Their powerful, decisive strikes sent the first monster's head flying. The grinning creature suffered the same fate. A tree growing atop a building radiated light through its withered branches. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations. You have successfully eliminated a source of corruption, the boss monster known as the Dark Priest. Each participant will receive one random offering taken from its followers. Exhausted, Hyanguk collapsed onto the ground. The system continued. The rate of corruption has decreased significantly. To completely prevent the corruption from spreading, locate and destroy the core. The corruption will end once the core has been destroyed. After reading the message, Hyanguk thought, we stopped the second source of corruption before its boss monster could fully emerge. If we continue destroying sources of corruption like this, the Soul Wave will become the first such catastrophe in human history to be overcome. His face lit up with excitement. Just then, Choi Yong-jun approached him. Hyanguk noticed him as Yong-jun called out, Hyanguk, are we finished? Hyanguk answered calmly, we're finished. There were a few complications, but we overcame them thanks to you. As for our next mission, before he could finish, Yong-jun interrupted. Are you finished with your insubordination? Hyanguk looked confused. What? Yong-jun raised his sword with a murderous expression. Hyanguk called out, Sergeant Choi Yong-jun. Before he could say anything else, Yang Jun charged and slashed at him. You still dare talk back to me? Shut up. Where are my babies? Hyun-guk quickly used reinforcement to block the strike. Sergeant, calm down. They're being kept safely in the supply depot. Do we really have to do this right after winning? A voice suddenly echoed. Shut up. Who said you won? Who said this was over? The two girls were suddenly struck painfully in the stomach, causing both of them to cough up blood. The vampire shouted furiously. It isn't over yet. She then conjured her blue chains. The system displayed a notification. An offering has been placed upon the heavenly altar. Hyun-guk stared at the scene in shock. The system continued. The crimson flower will soon bloom upon the altar. The vampire gave them a vicious smile. Your nightmare has only just begun. Then a voice called out, Sergeant Hyun-guk. A soldier approached carrying something in his hands and said cheerfully, I brought you a change of pants and a bag for your things. Huh? Sergeant Choi Yang-jun, you're here too? What are you two doing? Hyun-guk immediately shouted for help. Come over here and stop him. Choi Yang-jun continued pressing his blade against Hyun-guk's throat. The soldier explained, I can't draw my sword and attack him. Hyun-guk turned back to Yang-jun. I swear, I never laid a finger on your precious alcohol. I only smelled it once. Suddenly, Yang-jun swayed backward. Hyun-guk stared at him. Sergeant Choi? Yang-jun collapsed heavily to the ground before his astonished eyes. Shui Yang-jun motzed wearily. I'm exhausted. I've spent too much time moving around nonstop. He looked at the two girls and their mother lying on the ground. We saved the children, so once I've rested, I won't let anyone get away with this. Hyun-guk thought he's the hardest person to control, but at the same time, he's the most dependable. Excellent. I'm beginning to see signs of the man he became in my previous life. He said, you did well. Get some rest. The system displayed another notification. For successfully defeating the Dark Priest, you will receive an offering taken from its followers. Reward: ancient coin of the Underground Kingdom. Hyun-guk looked at the reward in his hand. An Underground Kingdom? This is a dwarven coin. The dwarves were responsible for legendary advances in magical technology. Almost everything they had created could now be found only among rare artifacts and ruins. The dwarves themselves had never appeared during Hyun-guk's previous life. As a result, their artifacts were unimaginably valuable and also remarkably effective. With this coin, I can summon an ancient dwarven artifact. I can't afford to waste it. He began absorbing its power. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations. You have absorbed a Demon Legion medal. Hyun-guk smiled with satisfaction. It will take some time to digest the Legion's power. Around 7 months, perhaps. The system displayed another notification. You have acquired a new skill through absorption and refinement. Item information: Signal Core. Type: passive skill. Rank: D. Effects: Transcendent Senses increases metal control efficiency by 30%. Centurion's Authority increases the maximum number of followers by 10%. This skill will evolve once certain hidden conditions are met. Hyun-guk stared in surprise. Centurion's Authority? The power of a centurion allowed its possessor to control others and turn them into followers. My abilities originally had nothing to do with creating followers, but after obtaining this skill, I finally understand how that bastard managed to command such a massive army. The Necromancer. The system announced. Current controllable metal weight: 85,658 grams. Transcendent Senses 30% increase has been activated. Hyun-guk smiled. From now on, I'll absorb every last one of your abilities. The soldier handed Hyun-guk his pants and asked, Is Sergeant Choi all right? Hyun-guk answered calmly. He always sleeps like this when he's exhausted. Don't worry. Yang-jun was hugging his reward, a bottle of dwarven moonshine, and muttering, I'll never let you go again. The soldier hoisted Choi Yang-jun onto his shoulder. Sergeant Hyun-guk, the battle below isn't over yet. Aren't you going to help them? Hyun-guk put on his pants and replied, There's no need. Below them, everyone was locked in a fierce battle against the monsters. A voice shouted, Everyone, prepare to teleport. Among the monsters, several mages continuously maintained protective barriers. Those armored mages are making reinforcement difficult. Our position has been exposed. Someone shouted, Why are you still here? Choi Taeyong, hurry up and move. Another person protested angrily, but our comrades are still down there. The man replied, They're all going to die. The other person asked, Can we really abandon them? The captain is dead, and the mission has failed. Do you think Ju Kyoyong will simply forgive us? Below them, the defeated soldiers. were visibly terrified. The enormous monsters charged forward and attacked without hesitation. Before one monster could strike, a massive truck rammed it and sent it flying. Countless additional trucks followed behind it, arriving as reinforcements. Soldiers began disembarking from the vehicles. The others cried out joyfully when they recognized the newcomer. It's Knight Seo Eunha. Seo Eunha stepped out with her shield, looking utterly imposing. She declared, using violence against the military during a catastrophe gives us sufficient grounds to deal with every one of you right here. Begin the operation immediately. Back with Hyung-guk, the soldier asked, "What? Even the assault platoon's commander is here? Then where are you going?" Hyung-guk thought, that woman must still be hiding somewhere nearby. Something feels wrong. Why didn't she flee toward the next source of corruption? At that moment, something watching the three of them suddenly lunged forward to attack Hyung-guk. But Hyung-guk quickly realized what was happening. The old woman moved in to finish him off, but Kim Se-hee shoved him backward. She shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Why did you stop me? Isn't that the vampire who threatened us?" Hyung-guk replied, "Calm down. She's on our side." Kim Se-hee froze upon hearing that, and the two stared at each other. She then turned away awkwardly, pretending nothing had happened. Hyung-guk broke the silence. "It seems you have your own reasons as well. Thank you. I'll explain everything properly later." "Well done, Sergeant Kim Se-hee. Thanks to you, all the priests are dead. Now we only need to eliminate the cores. The second source of corruption has been cleared." She stared intently at him. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Who said this was over?" The two girls were struck hard in the stomach and coughed up blood. The vampire appeared and shouted furiously, "It isn't over yet." The three of them were stunned. The two colossal beasts created a sphere containing an immense amount of energy. It shot straight ahead, incinerating and destroying everything in its path. Hyung-guk struggled to resist it and thought, "Damn it, of all the things that could have happened, this is the worst." He shouted, "Sergeant Kim Se-hee, please get the children out of here." His voice startled the vampire, who was extracting the souls of the mother and her two daughters. He charged toward her and shouted, "We must stop the final sacrificial ritual at all costs." Seeing him rush at her, the vampire withdrew her hand from the mother's soul. Her face twisted with fury. "Who said you could do that?" A system notification appeared. Item information, Knight Chisten's sure hit bow. Effect, attacks against the selected target are guaranteed to hit. All magical resistance possessed by the target will be nullified. His arrow flew toward her, but she easily dodged it. However, she was not so fortunate after all. The arrow changed course and flew straight toward her chest. She roared furiously, "What is with this insane arrow?" Before she could react, it pierced her chest, knocking the vampire backward and slamming her to the ground. While escorting the girl away, Kim Se-hee called out, "You survived. You're safe now." The vampire gripped the arrow bitterly. "You foolish soldiers. Your resistance is useless. Cerberus has already been summoned. Son is about to fall into despair. You cannot stop it." A system notification appeared. Item information, Crown of the King of Light and Darkness. Trait, greatly increases resistance to the undead attribute. Special function, grants one selected aura attribute to designated equipment. Available auras include holy power and sorcery. Warning, each aura is accompanied by a corresponding sigil. The two powers cannot be used simultaneously. Only one may be selected. Hyung-guk's expression filled with determination. "No, I'll defeat Cerberus and protect Son. Whatever your plan may be, I'll stop every part of it." Another system notification appeared. Kuzadi aura activated. Effect, adds 10 points of the crown's divine power to the designated item. Event effect, Blessing of Victory. Divine power is multiplied 5-fold. Total additional divine power, 50%. Penalty, 10% mana loss. The arrow suddenly began radiating light, and her entire body was engulfed in blue flames. As Hyung-guk watched, he thought, this plan is a gamble. He suddenly recalled the words he had heard in his dream. You cannot complete every mission without accepting that you may lose someone. You know that better than anyone. I know it's unavoidable, but no matter how many times I experience it, I still can't bear it. Returning to the present, his face hardened with resolve. That's why I'll succeed. At that moment, an enormous, ferocious monster emerged with a deafening roar. A system notification appeared. Cerberus, gatekeeper of hell, has torn through the barrier and entered the human world. Kim se ested in astonishment. Shouldn't you smash its head apart like you did to those goblins? Covering his ears against the monster's roar, Hyanguk shouted back, "No, we stopped the sacrificial ritual before it could be completed, so it probably hasn't fully manifested yet. We must quickly find its weakness and exploit it." Kim se grew impatient. A weakness in something like that? Even if we find one, is there anything we can do about it? CEO Unha's group, who were still fighting, also saw Cerberus appear. A system notification appeared. Cerberus, gatekeeper of hell, has torn through the barrier and entered the human world. CEO Unha and the soldiers stared in disbelief. The enormous monster leaped down with a roar, as though announcing its arrival to everyone. Hyanguk was furious. "I've been preparing for this for a very long time. No matter what happens, I must succeed," he thought, "even if I have to sacrifice everything." Cerberus landed on the ground, sending shattered pavement and debris flying in every direction. Source of corruption, boss monster Cerberus. Powerful waves of energy erupted from its body. Kim Se-hee shouted, "If you say we can do it, then I believe you. Let's begin." Determination filled Hyanguk's face. "Steel Company, Plan B, will deploy Operation Lightning Rod to fight the boss. Platoon Commander and Run MO, proceed to Point A. Everyone else in the company, begin deploying the weapon crates. And Park Run MO, you're the key to this entire operation. If things go wrong, you may lose your life. Even so, will you trust my orders?" Park Runamo immediately answered, "Of course I trust you." A system notification appeared. The power of the Mogley fragment has been released. An enormous sword instantly appeared above the monster's head and plunged toward it, but Cerberus easily dodged. Its enormous legs sent several nearby vehicles flying. A glowing red weapon appeared on the ground. Hyanguk called to Lee Jeon-suk, "Hurry, retrieve it, and join the assault platoon commander." Jeon-suk stared at him in shock. "What? You want me to leave you and the survivors here?" The entire sky was now covered by the violet light of the gateway to hell. Hyanguk shouted, "The area around this altar is the safest place right now, and Sergeant Choi Yongjun won't remain unconscious for long. Hurry, we have to deal with that thing before it adapts to this environment." Seo Unha stood behind a wall, watching the monster, when Hyanguk contacted her. "Assault Platoon Commander, can you hear me? Draw its attention elsewhere with Private Lee Jeon-suk." She was shocked. "What? Lee Jeon-suk is still alive?" Hyanguk did not answer her question. "We can't let it see what I'm planning," she asked. "I can trust you again this time, can I, Hyanguk?" He answered firmly, "Yes, you can." She raised her sword. "All right, I don't know what you're planning, but I know that trusting you won't lead me astray." Seo Unha charged toward the monster with her weapon. Hyanguk called out, "Lee Jeon-suk." Jeon-suk immediately answered, "Private Lee Jeon-suk here." After hearing his reply, Hyanguk continued, "I'm counting on you to provide support." Jeon-suk froze for a moment before his fighting spirit surged. "Leave it to me." Hyanguk ran toward Kim Se-hee. "Sergeant Kim Se." She immediately replied, "I hear you." He shouted, "Let's go." He leaped down, thinking, "At last I finally have a real team that knows how to fight for itself." An arm suddenly reached out, grabbed Hyanguk's hand, and pulled him upward. The soldiers below stared in amazement at the appearance of the colossal sword. Waves of violet energy continued surging from the monster's body. Above it, Lee Jeon-suk charged toward its red head with his weapon. Below, Seo Unha prepared to attack its skeletal head. Lee Jeon-suk and Seo Unha shouted as they charged straight at the monster. They simultaneously slashed its two heads. Their attacks were tremendously powerful, but they failed to leave even a scratch. Seo Unha was stunned. Her entire sword was engulfed by the powerful energy emanating from a monster. Lee Jeon-suk was struck by the same energy and lost his balance. Seo Unha also fell, and the skeletal head opened its jaws, preparing to bite her. A system notification appeared. Cerberus, gatekeeper of hell, is activating the wide area spell Hell's Judgment. Hyanguk was shocked. It's using wide area magic, even though its manifestation is still unstable. A black vortex immediately began drawing energy from the monster. The circle grew larger and larger before suddenly stopping. A tremendously powerful stream of energy then shot downward. Its blinding radiance forced Seo Unha and Lee Jian-suk to narrow their eyes. Even the soldiers standing on the rooftops could not escape it. Hyun-guk suddenly realized what was happening. Park Run-mo was using the sword as a lightning rod. He diverted the attack from its original trajectory and drew it toward himself. Hyun-guk had not yet reached the ground, and he watched anxiously. Can he withstand that? The stream of energy grew stronger as it surged toward Park Run-mo, making him scream endlessly in agony. Hyun-guk shouted anxiously, "Park Run-mo!" The energy had electrocuted Run-mo until his entire body turned purple. Earlier, at the photography area of O High School, Park Run-mo asked, "Isn't this the Heavenly Cloud Sword? Why are you giving it to me?" Hyun-guk answered, "I'm only entrusting it to you temporarily." "But Run-mo, do you truly intend to go through with this?" Run-mo straightened and answered earnestly, "Yes. Someone weak like me has to do everything possible to become stronger." Hyun-guk's expression turned stern. "If you dare fail, be prepared to face the consequences." Run-mo gripped the sword tightly. He said, "I've spent my entire life unnoticed and forgotten. For a failure like me, living is no different from a meaningless existence." Hyun-guk thought, ordinary players level up and grow through combat, but Run-mo and I are slightly different. We're players capable of evolving beyond our level. We must discover our own methods of breaking through without anyone's help. I've done everything I could to help Run-mo awaken his lightning trait, but every attempt failed. Run-mo continued, "I refuse to live like that anymore." Hyun-guk thought, there's only one method left. Run-mo suddenly stood at attention and shouted, "Corporal Park Run-mo reporting. Leave everything to me. I'm ready. I won't disappoint you. Sergeant Hyun-guk." Hyun-guk recalled his previous life. "I don't clearly remember what Park Run-mo did back then. He died early. What if this gamble fails? What if I'm wrong again? Will I truly have to bear responsibility for another death?" Back in the present, an immense amount of the monster's energy surged into Run-mo, electrocuting his entire body. The energy continued growing increasingly powerful. Hyun-guk shouted anxiously, "Park Run-mo, hold on." Run-mo dropped to his knees in agony, but he refused to release the sword. His helmet fell off, making everything worse as the energy struck his head directly. Hyun-guk thought desperately, "Please, keep holding on." A system notification appeared before Run-mo. "Congratulations. You have unlocked the energy evolution path. 9 seconds remain until lightning flow absorption is complete. Once completed, your ability to control lightning will increase 5-fold." Although he was absorbing the energy, he still had to endure excruciating pain. The system displayed another notification. "Congratulations. You have unlocked the innate skill levitation. You may now hover in the air at a maximum altitude of 5 meters above the ground." Run-mo's entire body rose into the air as he screamed. Hyun-guk was overjoyed. There it is. A notification appeared before him. The wide area spell Hell Cloud, cast by Cerberus, Gatekeeper of Hell, has been absorbed by an unidentified player. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from Run-mo's position. Park Run-mo stared happily at his hands. "Sergeant Hyun-guk, I did it. I can feel power surging through my entire body." Tears suddenly began streaming down his face. "So this is what evolution feels like." Hyun-guk felt immensely relieved and thought joyfully, "We've succeeded." He truly awakened. This marks the beginning of our battle to defeat Cerberus. Hyun-guk was brought down to the ground. Someone ran out of the teleportation gate and asked, "What's happening?" Hyun-guk, he replied, "There's no time to explain. Help Sergeant Kim say he prepare to activate a spatial gate in midair." The man stared in surprise. "Where are you going? Aren't you going to support the assault platoon?" As Hyun-guk climbed onto the truck, he said, "Run-mo, stop the wide area spell. I'm sure the platoon commander and Jian-suk can buy us enough time. For now, I'm going to tame this bastard." A system notification appeared, initiating fusion with the dark magic contained within the Haunted Soul armor. Once the synchronization is complete, you will successfully obtain the dark power of this armor. Warning, while fused with the armor, the summoner's soul will gradually be eroded and consumed by its magic. His face contorted slightly in pain as he thought, "Just as I expected, it won't submit easily." A system notification appeared. Holy skill activated. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. "But I have metal control." He reached out and touched it once more. Cerberus charged madly toward the billboard where Run-mo was standing. It created a sphere of fire. At that moment, Lee Jian-suk suddenly leaped forward to destroy it. Faced with the unexpected fireball, Renamo looked frightened. Jian-suk shouted, "Hey, get out of here, you useless idiot!" He plunged downward and swiftly struck the monster's mouth, knocking its attack off course so it would not hit Renamo. Realizing something, Jian-suk glanced back. The monster's fireball surged forward as a raging inferno, reducing several buildings to ashes in an instant. A whole section of the city was submerged in a sea of fire. Renamo collapsed to his knees. Jian-suk laughed loudly. "Did you see that? I'll be the next one to evolve." Suddenly, one of the monster's enormous feet struck him and sent him flying backward. The kick was so powerful that a nearby building shattered, and Jian-suk coughed up blood in agony. Golden light appeared above the building, radiating from wings formed of divine power. Seo Unha shouted, "Divine grace of the heavenly wings." The enormous wings immediately plunged downward and struck the monster's mouth. To her shock, the monster easily bit through them. Seo Unha stared anxiously as she charged forward. "It's only an ordinary undead creature. How could it bite through divine grace of the heavenly wings after I poured all my divine power into it?" The monster suddenly opened its jaws wide. Sensing the danger, she quickly tried to escape. The building was instantly crushed between its enormous jaws. Seo Unha fell with the collapsing structure. Renamo watched anxiously. Even Platoon Commander Seo Unha is in danger. He looked down at the sword in his hand. "Then what can someone like me, who has only just awakened, possibly do?" Seo Unha crashed painfully to the ground. Seeing her fall, Renamo felt his fighting spirit surge. Even a warrior like her is struggling. "I've been the greatest coward my entire life. No, I'll remain a coward forever if all I do is think that way. I can do this." He gripped his sword tightly and plunged straight downward. A system notification appeared. "Warning, Cyrus, Gatekeeper of Hell, has fully adapted to Earth." The monster continued generating powerful flames until its entire body was surrounded by a massive inferno. Its eyes were savage, and its enormous jaws were terrifying. Seo Unha thought anxiously, "I don't have any divine power left." The monster immediately created a sphere of lightning. Seeing this, she thought, "Sergeant Hyanguk, is this the last trump card you mentioned?" As the sphere hurtled toward her, all she could do was raise her shield. Just then, Renemo's sword flew in. He placed the white sword in front of her. Renemo turned and asked, "Are you all right, Commander?" Stunned, she stammered, "Park Renemo." The monster poured even more energy into its attack. He shouted, "Stay behind me. I still don't know how much electricity I can withstand at once." The skeletal head began forming another fireball to attack them. Renemo grew alarmed. "Damn it, fire!" A massive torrent of flame and lightning immediately surged toward him. He turned and shouted to Unha, "Commander, find cover." The system displayed a notification. Fragment output released. His sword immediately blocked the enormous torrent of flames. Having donned the haunted soul armor, Hyanguk came to their aid. Renemo and Unha cried out in delight. "Sergeant Hyanguk," Renemo asked. "Sergeant Hyanguk, what is that?" Hyanguk turned to them. "Well done, Lieutenant Seo. Leave the rest to me and fall back." A loud voice suddenly rang out. "Park Renemo. Corporal Park Renemo." Hyanguk asked, "Now that you've faced that monster, do you think you can handle it?" Renemo tightened his grip on his sword. "Yes, at the very least, I can stop it with the Heavenly Cloud sword now." Hyanguk smiled. "Then keep it occupied for as long as possible." Renemo shouted. Maximum internal energy. Determination filled Hyanguk's face. "Let's do this." The system displayed a notification. Fragment output released. Hyanguk immediately charged at the monster. Renemo used a lightning skill, striking it to draw its attention. At that moment, Hyanguk grasped his sword and raised it overhead. The system displayed another notification. Fragment output released. He immediately slashed at the monster's head and roared, "Prepare to die." His sword plunged downward, but the monster still launched a sphere of lightning toward him. Hyanguk cursed, "Damn it, did I miss?" The system displayed a notification. Skill information. Levitation allows you to remain airborne at a maximum altitude of 5 meters above the ground. Renemo shouted, "Sergeant Hyanguk." He flew up in front of Hyanguk and used his sword to absorb all the lightning. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations. The electrical current you can control is increasing exponentially. Your controllable current has increased eightfold. Once your absorb electrical energy passes a certain threshold, a hidden skill will be unlocked. Renemo said, "Are you all right? I'll handle this bastard with lightning flow." Hyanguk was delighted. "Excellent, Park Runimo. I'll leave it to you. I'll deal with that horned, fire-breathing monster." "Yes, Sergeant," Runimo replied. Hyanguk descended toward the horned monster spewing flames. The heat was so intense that he had to shield himself with his arm. The system displayed a notification. Haunted Soul Armor's passive skill activated. Fire-tempered steel. Grants the user a degree of damage resistance. Warning: beware of corruption caused by dark magic. Hyanguk thought, it certainly lives up to its title as the Gatekeeper of Hell. Without the Haunted Soul Armor, I would already be dead. He sent his sword flying toward the horn monster. The system displayed a notification. Fragment output released. His sword immediately shot straight through the air, but the monster did not suffer so much as a scratch. Its gaze became fiercer than ever. Hyanguk thought, it's useless. None of my attacks are effective. I need to identify its weakness. Runimo shouted, "Sergeant Hyanguk, I'm still trying to disrupt its attacks, but can you bring it down? We need one truly powerful strike to finish it." Hyanguk replied, "Damn it, I know. I'm trying." Has Li Minhe's teleportation not arrived yet? He turned around and shouted, "Runimo, strategic retreat." The monster had no intention of letting him escape. It swiftly charged forward. The system displayed a notification. The Gatekeeper of Hell is adapting to Earth's environment, accelerating the corruption process. It fired spheres of flame and lightning, devastating the city. Even those positioned high above were affected. The flames are too intense. The target is entering the bombardment zone. The edge of the city had been destroyed, with earth and rubble flying everywhere under the monster's ferocious assault. The soldiers below were thrown into complete chaos. The teleportation team finally contacted them, and everyone cheered. "Excellent. The destination coordinates have been established successfully." Kim Sei was told to prepare the weapons. She quickly replied, "They're ready." The operator looked toward Hyanguk. "Sergeant Hyanguk, please. This is our only chance. You have to succeed." The teleportation portal appeared amid the chaos. Below, Runimo and Hyanguk continued battling the monster. Runimo was gradually becoming exhausted. Hyanguk dropped from above and shouted, "Runimo, get out of the way." Runimo immediately left his position. Hyanguk shouted, "Do it." The system displayed a notification. Fragment output released. His sword plunged toward the ground, but it could not penetrate the monster's armor. Hyanguk thought, its toughness and speed are beyond anything I could have imagined. It is adapting to this environment and growing stronger. I need to find its weakness quickly. Wait, I've only just noticed that this horned creature is protecting its incomplete head. It was originally a three-headed monster, with each head controlling a different element: fire, lightning, or poison. But right now, it can only use fire and lightning, not poison. That means the incomplete head it is protecting must be its weakness. Hyanguk immediately charged the monster and shouted, "Park Runimo, I found its weak point. I'll deal with the remaining head. Keep its attention on you." Runimo's system displayed a notification. Current energy consumption has exceeded the required threshold. Hidden skill is being unlocked. Runimo stared in surprise, then shouted to Hyanguk, "Understood. Be careful." With a vicious expression, the monster continued spewing fire at Hyanguk. From atop the building, someone reported the target is 5 kilometers from the bombardment zone. At the teleportation portal, an operator spoke. "We have a problem. The drone cannot reach the target's altitude because the smoke is too dense. The target is 3 kilometers from the bombardment zone." Someone cursed. "Damn it, make it fly as high as possible." The target is 1 kilometer from the bombardment zone. The target has reached the designated bombardment area. A spirit lifted Hyanguk into the air. Sergeant Hyanguk is moving toward the teleportation bombardment zone. Kim Sei called out, "Sir." The operator shouted, "Damn it, there's nothing we can do except trust Sergeant Hyanguk. Continue with the plan and transport the weapons to the teleportation zone." Kim Sei immediately transported the weapons to the teleportation zone. Thousands of swords passed through the portal. After reaching the bombardment zone and entering the portal, Hyanguk plunged downward. Sure hit arrow, first shot. The monster saw a streak of blue light in the sky and looked up. Hyun-guk's sword hurtled downward, about to strike its body. It passed the armored head above and aimed directly at the incomplete head beneath it. The monster realized his intention and used its horned head to defend itself. The descending sword failed to inflict even the slightest injury. Enraged, the monster assumed a battle stance. Hyun-guk thought, just as I suspected, it's protecting its weak point. So the surprise attack failed? Then I'll bury you beneath overwhelming firepower. Advance Iron Rain. Countless swords immediately descended upon the monster. The monster opened its enormous mouth to swallow Hyun-guk whole. He controlled his swords and cursed. Damn it, I'm falling too quickly. I can't aim from here. The final shot absolutely must hit the target. Runimo's sword formed a small sphere of lightning. His system displayed a notification. Hidden skill unlocked. Breath of lightning. Ready for use. Remaining uses. 1. Without the slightest hesitation, Runimo launched the sphere at the monster and shouted, Sergeant Hyun-guk now. Hyun-guk exclaimed excitedly, Excellent, Park Runimo. I knew I could count on you. His sword plunged straight down and pierced the lower head. Flames burst from its mouth. Hyun-guk shouted, Ultimate release. The head immediately exploded, inflicting tremendous damage on the monster. Elsewhere, someone reported loudly, Unusual waves of demonic energy have appeared from an unidentified source. We suspect it may be a second boss monster. We have lost contact with every member of the TISA support teams assigned to the nearby shelters. A woman became furious upon hearing this. What the hell is Team 15 doing? She was Representative Kong of South Korea's 4th-ranked New Player Guild. A voice came from behind her. It has been a long time, Representative Kong. Startled, she turned around as approaching footsteps echoed. She scowled. Choi Miho of the Black Tiger Unit, or should I call you the presidential secretary responsible for National Gate Strategy. Standing formally beside his officers, he replied, I hold many titles. Call me whichever one you find most convenient. I came here to request your cooperation. This man was Lieutenant Colonel Choi Miho, tactical instructor of the Black Tiger Unit and presidential secretary responsible for National Gate Strategy. The Black Tiger Unit was an elite special operations force directly subordinate to AMT, and everything about it except its name was classified. Representative Kong said, I thought the government was only concerned with protecting its own personnel and had no interest in eliminating the wave. When we needed you, you were nowhere to be found, yet now you suddenly appear. His expression turned stern. You know perfectly well the nation's number of players determines its strength on the international stage. To date, humanity has never completely conquered a wave. Even the United States and China, the two great powers, failed during both their first and second attempts. They have paid the price of challenging the waves for the past 10 years. If we recklessly attempted the same thing, we might never recover. Other nations could even exploit our weakness and invade us. That is the clearest proof that a nation's number of players is directly tied to its defensive capabilities. She asked, then is this cooperation you mentioned nothing more than asking us to stand back and watch? He immediately replied, no. Our special forces have deployed with the goal of becoming the first people in history to conquer a wave. Representative Kong stared in astonishment. Wait, special forces? Does that mean the rumors about that F-rank soldier are true? Choi Myo calmly replied, yes, at long last, a glimmer of light has appeared at the end of this dark road. Representative Kong thought, can we really do it? Before she could finish considering it, he continued, the situation has changed. So let me ask you again, will you join forces with us to eliminate the first wave in human history? Back at Hyun-guk's battle, the system displayed a notification. Crusader Aura applied. Adds 10% of the crown of the King of Light and Darkness's divine power to the target item. Event enhancement, divine blessing. Divine effect multiplied 5-fold. Total divine power increased by 50%. Penalty, 10% of your mana will be consumed. The monster screamed incessantly in agony. Hyun-guk desperately prayed, please die, you bastard. The monster continued forming another fireball, its eyes overflowing with rage. It intends to fight to the bitter end. It has come to this, so all I could do is try. If I've grown as strong as I expected, I can definitely do it. Can I bear this burden? At that moment, the monster collapsed. The fireball it had not yet fired shot helplessly into the sky. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations. You have defeated Cyrus, gatekeeper of hell. The corruption emanating from this source is rapidly subsiding. Once the core is destroyed, the corruption process will cease completely. Hyanguk took a deep breath. The second source of corruption has been eliminated. We did it. Everyone who witnessed it leaped for joy. Just then, the system displayed a warning. Warning, dark magical corrosion of the haunted soul armor is increasing. Hyanguk looked at his armor. 2 sections of it fell to the ground. He said, "This isn't the time to celebrate. Follow me, Park Runimo. We'll destroy the remaining core. The rest of you, search for survivors and prepare for teleportation." Everyone answered in unison, "Understood." Purple light streamed from the core inside the roots of the colossal tree. The 2 of them quickly destroyed it. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have destroyed the wave core. The corruption process has ended. Those who participated in eliminating the source of corruption will receive experience. Areas that were corrupted will be transformed into otherworldly magic stones. You have received an item reward. Item name, Mistletoe Seed. Effect, unknown. Once this seed takes root and grows, it will become a divine tree containing sacred power. Hyanguk accepted his reward. Unaware that it was the seed of a divine tree, Runimo said, "We eliminated the source of corruption, but all we received was a stick." Hyanguk thought, "This isn't an ordinary stick. It is mistletoe, the god-slaying divine weapon once used to kill Baldur, Odin's son, and the god of light. Because it is too powerful, this weapon never drops in its complete form. The seed must be planted and allowed to sprout, then nurtured until it becomes a divine tree. It's a troublesome item, but it's better than getting nothing." Seeing Hyanguk's expression, Runimo frowned in confusion. Then he patted Hyanguk's shoulder and smiled. "Why do you look so serious? We eliminated the source of corruption. Now I know how to level up too. We only need to defeat the final source, right?" Hyanguk remained solemn. "It won't be that easy. There's another boss monster. All the monsters that have been hesitating until now will come pouring out like a flood. We can't focus solely on the gate anymore. The monsters will soon reach CEO Unha and the others. Park Runimo." Runimo snapped to attention. "Corporal Park, Runimo." Hyanguk told him, "Keep your ability to level up a secret. If anyone asks, tell them you received a skill after completing a mission." Runimo looked confused. "Why do I have to do that?" Hyanguk's expression became grave. "Because you're not strong enough yet. If people learn that you can level up, every organization, nation, and guild will come after you. Wait until you're strong enough. If they can't possess you, they'll kill you." Runimo's expression darkened, and fear appeared clearly on his face. The purple energy gradually vanished. Hyanguk put his clothes back on and straightened them. He then addressed the soldiers. "Everyone, prepare to move out. From now on, monsters will appear even in areas without gates. Assault team leader, please clear a path for Lieutenant Lee and me. Platoon commander CO, Park Runimo, Kim Kyungjin, and everyone else will proceed to the temporary shelters and protect the survivors." The soldiers looked confused. "Aren't we participating in the operation to eliminate the final source of corruption?" "We'll be going too," Hyanguk explained. "Fighting isn't a soldier's only duty. There are no players at the temporary shelters. Would you let those survivors die?" The 2 soldiers stammered, "No, sir." Hyanguk shouted, "Everyone move out." A voice suddenly came over the radio. "We'll depart as soon as you board." "Lee Hyanguk, can you hear me? This is Choi Miho." Hyanguk answered, "Sergeant Lee Hyanguk, receiving you loud and clear." "I've been waiting a long time, sir. Has my request been approved?" Choi Miho replied, "Do you have any idea how much trouble your request caused me?" Even the regimental commander put his position on the line for this. Hyanguk was secretly delighted. At times like this, he was truly grateful for Choi Miho's influence. Miho said solemnly, "We have received the president's approval. You may use every military armory except the presidential armory. Do you realize that in the entire history of AMT, a player has never been granted access to the weapons of an entire division?" Hyanguk replied seriously, "Thank you, sir. Please dispatch for mages capable of opening teleportation portals to each armory." Miho smiled after hearing that. "You've also received permission from the new player guild to access their armory." Their willingness to offer everything was remarkably bold. CO Unha leaned toward the radio and spoke. "This is CO Unha. We're contacting several highly skilled individuals. They're all A-rank players, and they will help you once we reach them. There are also S-rank players. Before she could finish, Hyanguk interrupted. Whatever it takes, you had better do it quickly. The other end fell silent in surprise. He continued, we don't have time. A loud report came from those monitoring the situation. We've detected mana of unknown origin. It's continuing to expand. It's approximately 20 times larger than a normal gate. Unha was horrified. How is that possible? A violent mana storm began forming in the sky. A gigantic arm emerged from within it. The moment the arm struck the ground, an entire building shattered into pieces. Countless additional mana storms appeared one after another, followed by the monster's enormous legs. Everyone stared in astonishment as the silhouette of a colossal monster emerged from the gates. Its entire body was covered in rope-like strands of flesh. A system notification appeared. Beelzebub is attempting to break through the barrier and enter this world. The King of Hell is enraged by the loss of the Gatekeeper of Hell. Miho asked Hyanguk, I don't doubt you, but can you really do this? Another system notification appeared. His advent has been delayed because his corruption remains incomplete. A different part of his body emerged from each gate. The system announced, time remaining until his advent, 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 21 seconds. Hyanguk's expression hardened. We can do this. I will be the one to end Soul's 70-second wave. The scene shifted to Choi Yongjun's past. He was drawing when a group of children ran in and shouted, Mr. Yongjun, are you really joining the army? The children were extremely excited. Will you get to fight monsters? It must be so much fun to level up, just like in a game. Yongjun dodged one child and smiled. Do you think the army is a joke? I'm going there to protect little brats like you. The boy continued. You're going to protect us? Then why didn't you protect us? The innocent children who had once stood before him were now covered in blood. Monsters continued destroying everything around them. Choi Yongjun stared at the dead children, unable to utter a word. He suddenly awakened. A concerned voice called out, Sergeant Yongjun, are you all right? Yongjun sat up and rubbed his head. What happened? Where am I? What happened to the others? The young soldier answered, they're all dead. Only one survived. Yongjun was furious. What the hell was that idiot Hyanguk doing? The soldier continued, it was a surprise attack. There wasn't much he could do. In any case, look at our current situation. The two of them looked outside. A horde of monsters was roaming the streets. Park Runamo was using his lightning skill to eliminate them one by one. The soldier turned and said, they'll reach us soon, Sergeant Hyanguk. Hyanguk responded immediately, we don't have much time. Eliminate them. We must reach the rendezvous point on schedule. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him. Lee Jian-suk rushed forward and pierced its neck with a single thrust. You think you can run wild here? That was Lee Jian-suk, the future ace of the unit. Together with Unha, he killed 3 more monsters. Unha showed no sign of stopping. The system repeatedly announced, Beelzebub, King of Hell, is attempting to enter this dimension. His advent has been delayed because the corruption remains incomplete. Beelzebub was still attempting to force his way through the gates. The system announced, time remaining until his advent, 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 12 seconds. Choi Yongjun's crate of alcohol sat in a corner. Having just awakened from his drunken stupor, he was still groggy. The young soldier continued, the A-rank players are gathering at the third source of corruption. Yongjun nodded. Understood. Then bring me my alcohol. Yes, sir. Yongjun's expression was filled with murderous intent. Bring me my alcohol. The soldier quickly pointed. It's over there. Yongjun immediately walked over, grabbed a bottle, and drank from it. The soldier stared at him in surprise. You're about to enter battle. Should you really be drinking? Yongjun kicked the crate, causing the weapons inside it to spill out. The soldier stammered, please think about us too, sir. We're about to fight alongside you. Yongjun looked at the approaching monsters. No, I'm going alone. Do you know why I've always worked alone since reaching A rank? The soldier looked confused. What? Yongjun turned around with a smile. All of you are too slow, and you'll only get in my way. That's why I always work alone. Besides, none of you understand how terrifying it is to have someone you must protect. He charged directly toward the approaching monsters. Upon seeing a lone human before them, the monsters accelerated, but they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Yongjun rushed in and slashed through them so quickly that they died before they could react. When Hyanguk saw him leap down, he shouted, Where are you going, Sergeant Choi? You're not supposed to leave the formation. Yongjun grinned. Those bastards dared to hurt my precious children. Shut your mouth. I'll do what must be done, so get out of my way. Hyanguk sighed helplessly. Demi ti, Sodin Shui Yangyun. he thought. Ever since he lost all his students during a previous mission, Choi Yong-jun has avoided teamwork and operated alone. How am I supposed to control a man still suffering from that trauma? Yong-jun charged forward and killed 2 more monsters. A man and woman were about to be attacked by a monster when Yong-jun suddenly noticed something. A child was about to be devoured by the monster. Its enormous jaws began to close. The boy could only retreat in terror. Yong-jun arrived in an instant and severed the monster's head, successfully rescuing him. Yong-jun asked with concern, "Are you all right, kid?" The boy did not answer. He merely stood there in a daze. Tears began rolling down his cheeks. Seeing that, Yong-jun spoke again. "Don't cry." He looked around. "Where is everyone else? Where are your parents?" Yong-jun sensed something, but before he could react, the boy ran forward and wrapped his arms around him. Yong-jun scratched his head. "Hey kid, are you okay?" He reached out to stroke the boy's head. However, the sight of his dead students flashed before his eyes, and he froze. His hands trembled. Damn it, not those memories again. A cloud of earth and rubble suddenly flew past them. Hyun-guk jumped down and said, "Sergeant Choi, you cannot leave formation during a mission." When he saw the child clinging to Yong-jun, he became suspicious. "Who is that child? You normally avoid children because you say they frighten you." Yong-jun replied, "Hyun-guk, we're taking this child with us. There's no one left to protect him, and it wouldn't be right to send him to a refugee shelter alone." Hyun-guk's expression turned grave. "We can't. We're facing the demon king, Beelzebub. We cannot fight him while protecting a child." Yong-jun raised his voice. "No, I refuse to accept that. You saw what happened. The refugee shelters are no longer safe. Sending this child there alone would be no different from killing him. Don't you understand that? If we don't destroy the final source of corruption, Seoul and everyone in it will fall." Hyun-guk continued, "All the players are gathering there, so we'll be safe. Am I wrong?" He sighed inwardly. That stubbornness again. Nothing can sway him when children are involved. "Wait." Yong-jun held the child and spoke badly of Hyun-guk. "He's a monster. Don't look at him, kid. He would probably re-enlist even after dying." Hyun-guk finally said, "Fine, we'll take the boy with us. But I have one condition. We will take him only as far as the rendezvous point, and you will assume full responsibility for his care. Most importantly, you must obey every order I give until we finish dealing with the soul wave." Yong-jun bolted. "Yes, sure. I'll decide whether to obey after I hear the orders." Hyun-guk's expression hardened. "Every order. No exceptions." Yong-jun shouted, "Fine, I'll obey. You're such an annoying bastard." Hyun-guk turned away. "Then let's go. We need to hurry." Yong-jun looked down at the boy clinging tightly to him. "Kid, you need to let go of me." Meanwhile, a devious look appeared on Hyun-guk's face. "Perfect. This should let me control Choi Yong-jun for a while." A crocodile-like monster had killed an A-rank woman. Her radio continued broadcasting. "I repeat, all A-rank players are to proceed to the rendezvous point." Someone nearby wore an unbearably smug smile. "How ridiculous. An emergency assembly? Are there even any players left?" This was Ju Gyo-young of the Great Mountain Guild, South Korea's third-ranked guild. He was the commander of its subjugation team, and his primary ability was monster control. Standing with 3 monsters behind him, he laughed. Who could possibly make it there? What a pack of fools. Things would not proceed according to plan. Emergency response assembly for the Soul Wave. The crowd murmured excitedly at the sight before them. The steel company has finally arrived. Do you see them? Lee Hyun-guk really is 2 meters tall. But weren't they supposed to have eliminated the source of corruption? Is that really true? Someone suddenly turned around and stammered. "No way. There must be more of them." Hyun-guk's group arrived and formed perfectly straight ranks. They shouted in unison, "Steel Company, reporting for duty." Kong-suk rushed over enthusiastically and threw his arms around Hyun-guk. "Well done, Lee Hyun-guk. I knew I could trust my precious boy." Embarrassed, Hyun-guk said, "Sir, could you step back a little?" He then reported solemnly, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, reporting, sir. This isn't over yet." The rustling of the trees made Hyun-guk and Kong-suk turn around in alarm. The moment they saw what was approaching, they raised their guard. A high-tech goblin came racing toward the assembled crowd on a vehicle. Eun-ha immediately assumed a combat stance and shouted an order. "Prepare for battle." The soldiers loaded their guns and entered formation, ready to fill the monster with bullets at any moment. They shouted in unison, "Ready for battle." Kong-suk hurriedly stopped the soldiers from opening fire. "Everyone stand down. He's an ally. Hey, stop fooling around." The unidentified man looked at Kong Suk. Fooling around? Gyo-young slipped his hands into his pockets and laughed. I was merely checking how prepared your soldiers were. The appearance of the plump man immediately stirred the soldiers. That's Ju Gyo-young. Ju Gyo-young of the Great Mountain Guild. Gyo-young taunted them. The army is merely a place where you train your warriors. It would be troublesome if your soldiers interfered with our work. His pride wounded, Kong Suk stormed forward. Ju Gyo-young, are you insulting my army? Not only did the two leaders confront each other, but the senior members of both sides also stepped forward, ready to clash. Gyo-young sneered. Would you like me to show you whether I intended those words as an insult? Hyun-guk had to hold Yang-jun back. Don't look, it's filthy. Kong Suk glared at Gyo-young. Consider this an act of mercy. The military is forbidden from harming civilians. Gyo-young taunted him in return. Why don't you admit that you're afraid? What? Are you afraid of losing all your subordinates? In the end, Hyun-guk had to step between the two enormous men whose brains seemed no larger than grapes. What are you doing? Didn't you come here as your guild's representative? Should we interpret your actions as the official position of the Great Mountain Guild? Annoyed by the interruption, Gyo-young asked, Who are you? Do you think a common soldier has the right to interfere? Kong Suk laughed mockingly. A common soldier? This man was instrumental in eliminating Seoul's sources of corruption. He will also command the entire operation to destroy the final source of corruption. Gyo-young recoiled in disbelief. A rookie is going to command us? Have you lost your mind? The scene shifted to the strategy room, where Hyun-guk explained the plan. 3 gates have opened in Gangbuk, Gangnam, and Gangseo in response to the King of Hell. After a certain amount of time, those 3 gates will merge into one. We believe that is when Beelzebub will appear. To counter this, the AMT Player Alliance will equip sacred weapons and attack each gate with holy magic. After hearing the explanation, Gyo-young snapped, Hey, you pretentious fool. Get out of here with that half-baked bombardment plan. You can't destroy the gates that way. At best, you'll only delay the King of Hell's advance. What I want to know is whether you have a plan to kill that damn monster. Hyun-guk did not attempt to hide the truth. To be frank, with our current resources, we cannot kill him. Gyo-young exploded on the spot, pointing at Hyun-guk as he shouted, You insane bastard! How dare you summon us high-rank players without a plan? Kong Suk grabbed Gyo-young's shoulder and warned him, Do you have a death wish? Calm down and hear him out. Gyo-young scowled. Take your hand off me. Kong Suk defended Hyun-guk. He isn't finished. Hyun-guk explained. More precisely, we have no way to kill the King of Hell's true body on the other side of the gates. However, we can damage the parts of his body that have already crossed in his soul. Gyo-young stared at him in disbelief. And you expect a rookie to command this operation? He considered Hyun-guk's words. So we can't kill him, but we can cripple him. He still clearly doubted Hyun-guk's ability. Fine, what comes next? What do we gain from that? And is it even possible? Hyun-guk calmly replied, It is. We have seen parts of his exposed bones because his body remains incomplete. We can restrict his movements with magical bombardment. If the high-rank players focus their attacks on those areas, we can sever his limbs, prevent his advent, and eliminate the corruption. If we also destroy his core, we will become the first people in history to conquer a wave. Kong Suk seriously considered the plan. That sounds feasible. The way to defeat a wave isn't to kill the boss, but to destroy the wave core, causing the corruption. However, there's one problem. None of the A-rank players we need to destroy the core have appeared. Is this still possible? Hyun-guk already had a plan for that. If we gather every player of C rank or higher who can attack it directly and have them take turns, it should be possible. Gyo-young snorted, unconvinced. That's easy to say. Has the system ever allowed us to attack a monster so easily? Whether it's an arm or a head, the system will make it much harder to defeat once we take action. Hyun-guk asked him in return, Then what should we do? Is there anything that would allow us to attack all 3 areas simultaneously? Hearing that, Gyo-young burst out laughing and mocked him triumphantly. See? He has absolutely no experience with this sort of thing. Kong Suk calmly replied, Experience doesn't really matter to this kid. He cleared the Red Gate and Gaseon as an F-rank player, nothing more and nothing less. Gyo-young thought he was bluffing. F-rank? You really shouldn't lie. This is getting more and more ridiculous. Hyanguk admitted, well, you're an A-rank player who is nearly S-rank, so you do have a point. But right now, attacking all 3 targets at once will be extremely difficult. That's because, aside from you, not a single A-rank player has appeared here. Do you know why? Gyo-young broke out in a cold sweat when questioned. What is wrong with this guy? He did not know, did he? Panicking, Gyo-young tried to bluff his way through. Damn it, how would I know? They probably all fled into hiding, or perhaps they're already dead. Obviously, whatever. We have no choice but to attack all 3 simultaneously, so I'll take care of one myself. You people can figure out how to handle the others. Gyo-young believed that if he stepped forward and took charge of one area himself, they would have nothing left to say. My job is to deal with each one after you divide your forces. Then he began mocking them again. What? Are you afraid to attack with those pathetic gate units of yours? Don't worry. I'll take command as the representative of the Great Mountain Guild. Hyanguk gave him a meaningful smile. The Great Mountain Guild is taking command? That makes me feel much more at ease. Gyo-young had fallen straight into Hyanguk's trap. Got him. I look forward to your active participation, Captain Ju Gyo-young. Only then did Gyo-young sense that something was wrong, and he stared fearfully at Hyanguk's satisfied smile. Excellent. As you said, we'll carry out simultaneous attacks. You already promised, as the face of the Great Mountain Guild. Gyo-young froze at those words. Wait, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Hyanguk swiftly seized the initiative. In return, we'll decide who goes where. The scene shifted to Gangbuk. Team 1, prepare to attack. In Gangnam, Team 2, prepare to attack. Team 3, prepare to attack. In Gangseo, Assault Team A would target Beelzebub's head. The team consisted of Ju Gyo-young of the Great Mountain Guild, Squad Leader Lee Min-hee, Sergeant Hyanguk, and Sergeant Kim Se-hee. In Gangbuk, Assault Team B would target Beelzebub's right arm. Platoon Commander Seo Eun-ha, Sergeant Choi Yang-jun, and Corporal Park Renamo were concerned. Will we really be all right on our own? Yang-jun crouched before a child and said, listen to the soldiers here, okay? Don't stray away from the adults. Understood. The final assignment was Gangnam. Team C would take responsibility for Beelzebub's left arm. Their fighter would be Han Tae-san, the S-rank Fist King. Gyo-young jumped in shock. What? The Fist King is in Seoul. Kong-suk was just as stunned. Then why haven't we seen him yet? Hyanguk replied confidently. We have a reliable source stating that the Fist King will return from training within the next hour. Furthermore, the gate through which he returns will open in Gangnam. And who is this reliable source? My own memory. I saw it repeatedly in the reports on the Soul Wave, the records of the Fist King, who continued fighting the King of Hell alone. Thanks to that, I now possess a great deal of information about the King of Hell. Hyanguk had one more request for Kong-suk. I want you to take command of the bombardment. Kong-suk naturally had no objections. All right, but will this really work? I mean, the plan involving Ju Gyo-young. Meanwhile, Gyo-young was pacing anxiously. I don't like this. Kong-suk warned Hyanguk about Gyo-young. He's a cunning bastard. He wouldn't hesitate to send even his own subordinates to their deaths to achieve his goals. What he said makes sense, but I don't trust his plan. Hyanguk was also well aware of Gyo-young's nature. I know. I considered all of that when I devised this plan. That's why I put him on my team, so I can keep an eye on him. Kong-suk suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Sergeant Hyanguk, thank you, and I'm sorry. I feel terrible for placing so much responsibility on your shoulders. Hyanguk chuckled. It's all right. Everything that has happened has given me many opportunities to grow. I'll do everything I can to defeat this wave. Kong-suk raised a radio in his hand and loudly ordered the troops, fire everything we have. The entire force immediately took aim and shouted in unison, fire! Beelzebub's enormous face bore the full brunt of the soldiers' barrage. They fired without pause, bullets pouring in from every direction. Hyanguk instructed the squad leader, take Sergeant Kim Se-hee and Private Kim Gyo-jin to Point B. The squad leader acknowledged the order. All right, be careful. Team B advance. Team B quickly moved into position. Move out. Hyanguk continued, Captain Ju and I will approach the gate together. There are many monsters nearby, so please move quietly. Gyo-young exchanged a sinister look with his subordinate. Of course, there certainly are a lot of monsters. Hyanguk detected the deceit in his tone and raised an eyebrow. Captain Ju, Gyo-young's subordinate suddenly attacked Hyanguk, slamming him into the road with a punch. Gyo-young sneered contemptuously. What a shame. An attention-seeking F-rank soldier was killed with one blow during the mission. But Hyanguk failed to meet Gyo-young's expectations. Completely unharmed, he pushed himself upright and exposed the betrayal. I really hate being stabbed in the back. Gyo-young's eyes bulged, and his mouth fell open in utter horror. Hyanguk turned and gave him an icy glare. But you acted exactly as I expected, Ju Gyo-young. Did you think you would get away with this? 1 month earlier, at the Bunyan Park gate, a soldier was trembling uncontrollably. Before him stood an enormous brown bear, baring its fangs and claws as it prepared to attack. Suddenly, an axe blade came from nowhere and sliced through the bear's neck, killing it instantly. Gyo-young's monster subordinates surged forward in a massive assault and wiped out the monstrous bears. Standing to one side, Gyo-young admired his own plan. Using people as bait is always the best option. Nothing is more effective at luring monsters into one place. The soldier was overjoyed to see him. Captain Ju Gyo-young, you're here. Thank. Before he could finish, Gyo-young struck him with one clean blow. Yeah, that's enough. His face twisted with disgust. What a nuisance. Using humans as bait is always the most effective method, but having so many eyes watching me is irritating. Gyo-young's enormous blue giants continued slaughtering the bears. The boss monster, the lava bear, appeared. The lava bear, leader of the red bears, was moving to seize control of the territory. Gyo-young's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. I don't care about that stupid bear's damn territory. What interests me is the bear itself. The blue giants worked together to seize the boss bear, pinning it down and restraining it. The boss bear roared furiously in Gyo-young's face. A system notification appeared. Monster control has been activated. Control of a monster can be seized by taking possession of its heart. The monster's consciousness is gradually fading. Gyo-young extended his hand and manipulated the energy controlling the boss bear. Monster control has succeeded. Gyo-young triumphantly held the monster bear's glowing heart in his hand. The energy within the heart was gradually absorbed into the small pouch at his waist. Authority taming has been activated. The monster now accepts the skill's caster as its master. Just like that, the boss bear that had been so ferocious moments earlier respectfully bowed its head before Gyo-young. In his previous life, Ju Gyo-young had once commanded a monster army powerful enough to rival medium-sized guilds, and he was regarded as an A-rank player on the verge of reaching S-rank. However, after the Soul Wave ended, no one knew where he had disappeared to. According to the records, after his disappearance, a necromancer capable of controlling an entire monster army emerged. What exactly was the connection between them? Would Ju Gyo-young awaken as a necromancer? That brings my video to an end. The content above was a summary of the story. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and turn on notifications to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.